A recent rain had left the air imbued with the fresh, damp fragrance of post-rain grass. A black car was compelled to halt at an intersection, as the winding path to Wangjia village in Shuyan town was regrettably too narrow for their vehicle to navigate. The gentle drizzle rendered the ground a quagmire, with mud and puddles strewn about, making it decidedly unsuitable for traversing on foot. At the very least, the frail Shu, he could not manage such a journey. Butler Fong felt a twinge of relief for their prior preparations. With this thought, he promptly turned and made his way to the trunk of the car, casting a glance at the listless youth slumped against the window. He offered a comforting word, "Young master, please bear with me for just 2 more minutes. There is a wheelchair in the trunk that you can use to ascend." Upon hearing this, the young man lifted his lashes, revealing a face of exquisite beauty. His dark hair framed porcelain skin, and his bright apricot eyes shimmered with a hint of moisture, a remnant of motion sickness. His hand rested against the window, chin propped upon it, his delicate brows slightly furrowed in a manner that was both pitiable and aggrieved. A rustling sound emanated from the trunk as Butler Fong retrieved the wheelchair. Bored and restless, Shuhei shielded his eyes from the light, extending his head through the window to inhale the fresh air, lamenting softly, "Why must we be transported in this stifling car? Could we not simply arrive directly at Wangjia village?" The term transport carried a certain resonance, clearly indicating he was not addressing the butler. 2 seconds later, a cold, mechanical voice reverberated in the void. "This is the most opportune moment. You have yet to encounter the protagonist, and need not linger at home." Shuhei's gaze became vacant, bewildered by the incomprehension of it all. He had just bound himself to the villain system, stepping into a role that served merely as a stepping stone, devoid of any relevant experience. If given a choice, Shuhei would prefer not to be a mere support. However, upon binding to the system, he was informed, "Once bound, there is no way to untie it. You must complete tasks alongside me. Lack of experience is inconsequential, for I shall assist you. You will become a competent villain. Upon task completion, you shall earn points that can be exchanged for desired items, including even longevity." In the absence of choice, the notion of extending his lifespan provided Shuhei with a semblance of balance. His health had never been robust, likely a consequence of consuming a myriad of foods, as the dietary practices of interstellar races differ significantly from those of humans. The doctor had declared he would not live beyond 20. Shuhei aspired to reach 200. The system replied coldly, "Due to the collapse of the dimension, the narrative cannot progress." Thus, the Universe Maintenance Center has established a special group for villains, dispatching agents to become villains in order to motivate the protagonists. Shuhei remarked, "I have heard about your organization from my parents." In this dimension, the protagonist Su Nongqing was destined to leave Wangjia village and venture into the city to establish his own commercial empire. However, with the dimension's collapse, he has lost his ambition, fading into obscurity, leading an unremarkable existence. You are required to portray a villain, serving as a stepping stone on the protagonist's path to success, igniting a desire for revenge and guiding him towards triumph. Shuhei exclaimed, "The Dragon King's resurgence, wow." The system responded, "How cool." Shuhei's eyes sparkled, his unique perspective evident as his hair bobbed in excitement. "Can I be the protagonist?" The system declared, "No. You are the antagonist." "Well, the task officially begins. Ponder how you might serve as a stepping stone." As the cold, electronic voice faded, Shuhei beheld Butler Fong wheeling himself towards the car. He lifted his gaze once more to see a group of simply dressed individuals wading through the muddy puddles, evidently from Wangjia village, clearly there to escort him. The system had indicated that, to avoid disrupting the original storyline, his dimensional identity and background had been meticulously crafted by the antagonist's special team to best suit him. Even his appearance was molded in his likeness. This frail body, by design, attracted an exceptionally doting family that indulged his every whim, rendering him perfectly suited for the role of a villain. Thus, it was entirely natural for an 18-year-old Shuhei, due to his frail health, to take a break from schooling and venture into Wangjia village for a rural experience and recuperation, as perceived by all. He would soon encounter the protagonist. The system was correct. He needed to quickly devise a plan for how to serve as a stepping stone as the antagonist. Outside the vehicle, Butler Fong had also noticed the newcomers. He released the wheelchair and cheerfully called out, "Village Chief Wang." Prior to their arrival, the Shu family had meticulously arranged everything to ensure that He would enjoy the utmost comfort, even while in the countryside. They had contacted Village Chief Wang and provided a generous sum, requesting that he take good care of He. In light of such a substantial gesture, Village Chief Wang was exceedingly cordial. The moment the rain ceased, he promptly descended with his entourage, intending to wait in advance as a sign of respect. Little did he expect that they would arrive so soon. Village Chief Wang felt a twinge of regret for missing a valuable opportunity for cordiality. He shifted his gaze, his astute eyes sweeping over the wheelchair before he cautiously inquired, "What is this?" He had heard rumors of the young master's frail condition. Yet, no one had mentioned a disability that rendered him weak. Upon noticing the misunderstanding in Village Chief Wang's expression, Steward Fong promptly clarified, "The path is rather treacherous, and our young master is delicate. A fall could be detrimental, hence the use of this chair." Instinctively, Village Chief Wang followed his gaze. What he beheld left him momentarily speechless. As the door swung open, He extended a hand to support himself while alighting from the vehicle. He slightly lowered his head, his slender neck accentuating his striking features, dark hair against porcelain skin, with long eyelashes framing his eyes. He exuded an ethereal cleanliness that seemed out of place amidst the surroundings, akin to a delicate white flower blossoming from murky soil. Dressed in a thin sweatshirt, his fair fingers rested on the edge of the wheelchair, while his pristine sneakers inadvertently splashed into a shallow puddle, leaving a trace of dirt. Displaying a hint of displeasure, He gently furrowed his brow as he settled into the wheelchair. Steward Fong, with a touch of amusement, reassured him, "You brought plenty of shoes, you can change shortly." Village Chief Wang, awakening from his reverie, took in the scene. However, Wang Ji's gaze remained fixed on He, his eyes betraying a strange emotion, bold and unrestrained, as though lost in thought. Suddenly, He lifted his head, meeting Wang Ji's gaze. "His eyes are tainted," the system announced coldly. "Perfect. Practice your skills on him, little antagonist. It is your time to act." He was uncertain about how to embody the role of a villain. However, he was well aware of how to confront such sordid stares. "Uncle Fong." He leaned against her wheelchair, slightly tilting her head to gaze at Butler Fong. His profile was striking, with skin as fair and pristine as snow. At that moment, Wang Ji's gaze intensified, unconsciously licking his lips. "When will the bodyguards arrive?" Village Chief Wang was taken aback. "There are bodyguards?" "Indeed, they are all here to serve me." He lifted her face to look at Wang Ji, her tone indulgent. "Anyone who dares to bully me will face my bodyguards. They are all elite special forces, and with a single command, the entire Wang village." That was inappropriate. The system intervened as He's words grew increasingly absurd. Simultaneously, Butler Fong spoke up. "Well, they can handle the heavy lifting. Village Chief Wang, please lead the way." He swallowed hard, his gaze briefly skimming He's almond-shaped eyes as he tugged at his clothing, seemingly attempting to conceal something. The muddy path inclined upwards. Walking was arduous, and maneuvering the wheelchair was equally challenging. The rain began to pour, but Village Chief Wang and the others had the foresight to bring umbrellas. Wang Ji volunteered to hold the umbrella for He, as Butler Fong could only manage the wheelchair with his hands. Just as He was about to speak, a peculiar notification tone from the system rang in her ears. "The protagonist has arrived. The first confrontation officially begins." Before he could inquire about the protagonist's whereabouts, hurried footsteps echoed, drawing her attention. In the distance, mist enveloped the mountains, and although he was drenched in rain and appeared somewhat disheveled, his stature remained tall and imposing, devoid of any sign of defeat. "Stop." A clear, youthful voice called out to him. For reasons unknown, he halted in his tracks. Turning back, his expression was devoid of emotion, and his demeanor appeared somewhat indifferent. Xu He, still grappling with the role of an antagonist, gazed up at Su Nongqing. In a moment of panic, he hastily pointed at his shoes and exclaimed, "You walked so swiftly that mud splattered onto me. Do you have any idea how much these shoes cost? You'd need to toil for a decade to repay me." The system, rarely complimentary, remarked, "Indeed, splendidly done." This praise instilled a newfound confidence in Xu He. He exhaled deeply, raised his chin defiantly, and glared at Su Nongqing with unwavering resolve, stating, "How do you intend to compensate me?" Wang village chief warned, "Su Nongqing, this gentleman hails from the capital. Offending him will bring you nothing but misfortune." Fearing that Su Nongqing might drive Xu He away, he thought of the stacks of silver notes at stake. With a harsh tone, he commanded, "Hurry and clean the young master's shoes." In Wang village, Su Nongqing was an outlier. He bore a surname from his mother's side, who hailed from the city and belonged to a well-off family. Until the age of 8, Su Nongqing had lived in the city. Alone and taciturn, his piercing black eyes held an unsettling intensity that deterred the villagers from forming any connections with him. The thought of losing the money due to Su Nongqing's presence was unbearable. "What's there to clean?" Xu He retorted with a tone of spoiled arrogance. "If they're dirty, just discard them." An extravagant and pampered city youth, even a mere trickle of his kindness could suffice to secure a comfortable life for someone. He must not be offended. Wang village chief, eager to placate, stammered, "Yes, yes. Su Nongqing, why don't you apologize?" His face was ashen. As Su Nongqing remained steadfastly in place, refusing to cooperate and dismissing him entirely, he cast his gaze downward. His tall frame, drenched by the rain, was accompanied by his calm black eyes, which steadily focused on Xu He, gradually shifting their attention down to her shoes.
Her shoes were pristine.
The only trace of dirt was the muddy smudge along the edge of the soles, clearly the result of her own steps taken mere moments ago. "I will not apologize," Xu He declared, instinctively drawing her legs closer together as she noticed the protagonist's fixation on her footwear, her tone laced with arrogance. "You come over and push my wheelchair." It was evident that Su Nongqing had no intention of complying. Yet this individual was not easily intimidated. He awaited the moment Su Nongqing would falter. Village Chief Wang smirked, seated in anticipation of the unfolding drama. However, his mocking expression was soon frozen in disbelief. Chapter 2. The delicate antagonist in historical narratives. Su Nongqing approached Xu He, genuinely taking over the duties from Steward Fong as he grasped the handle of the wheelchair. Steward Fong, still beside them, expressed his concern, advising caution. "Be careful. My young master is frail and cannot endure jolting. Please try to avoid rocky paths."
Indeed.
Would he seize this opportunity to torment him? Su Nongqing's grip was steady. Like Steward Fong, he navigated smoothly, the wheelchair gliding without a tremor. He adjusted his collar. His pale face rendered even more ashen by the wind, his gaze vacant, yet he was engaged in dialogue with the system. The protagonist is so timid. He simply complies with my requests without resistance. The system paused momentarily. Indeed, as the dimensional integrity collapses, the protagonist will exhibit changes.
As your tasks progress,
the protagonist will become increasingly formidable. Before that, your objective is to provoke his ambition, instilling in him the understanding that without effort, he shall never achieve retribution against you. You are performing admirably today. It appears you possess a natural talent for villainy. Keep it up. Xu He rested her chin on her hand, deliberating with the system on the approach to the tasks at hand, when the village chief, Wang, finally halted his steps. They had arrived. He led Xu He into the living room. In this era, everything was backward. Wangjia village was particularly impoverished. Even Wang Xinghua, the village chief, resided in a rudimentary house constructed of mud and tiles. The sound of rain pattering on the roof was incessantly loud and disruptive. Upon entering the dwelling, Shu-hee rose from the wheelchair. She sensed Su Nongqing's gaze upon her, turning to glance at him, only to find that Su Nongqing was focused on her legs. It is akin to the astonishment of witnessing a cripple rise to his feet. Despite Su Nongqing's unwavering expression, the room had been tidied to perfection. Wang Xingguo naturally arranged for Shu-hee to reside with him. As his was the only cement house in the entire village, relatively clean and devoid of unsightly pests such as cockroaches and rats. However, housekeeper Fong surveyed the scene before him with dissatisfaction, lamenting that he should have chosen another village. Yet, it was not too late to make a change. The young master had always resided in immaculate, well-furnished residences, slumbering upon soft, comfortable beds. This place, damp and dim, could potentially pose a risk to one's health if lingered in for too long. The young master was here for recuperation and leisure, and though he spoke of experiencing life, it was implausible for him to endure a life of poverty. Wang Xingguo's face stiffened as he earnestly inquired of housekeeper Fong, "What do you believe requires alteration?" "Everything," was the curt response, revealing his absolute discontent. At this moment, Wang Xingguo comprehended the gravity of the situation. Those from the city likely resided in sprawling villas, thus looking down upon his modest abode. Yet, Wang Xingguo was reluctant to accept this. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, he heard Shu-hee declare, "I will not stay here."
See.
The young master had taken the initiative in his own words. It seemed futile for him to argue further. With a face full of despair, Wang Xingguo then heard Shu-hee continue, "I will stay at his place." "Let us go. Where will you stay?" Su Nongqing paused momentarily. Wang Xingguo's eyes twitched in disbelief as he gazed at Su Nongqing. "Him? By what right?" The dwelling Su Nongqing occupied was the most dilapidated in Wangjia village. A relic built by his grandparents, untouched by renovations for countless years. Yet, the young master had chosen to reside there? Although he suspected he might be attempting to provoke Su Nongqing in retaliation for the Shu incident, Wang Xingguo remained unwilling to acquiesce. He opened his mouth, and the steward Fong gestured for Su Nongqing to lead the way. Su Nongqing fell silent for a few seconds, ultimately turning and walking outside. "Stop." Shu-hee, seated in a wheelchair, remarked, "Why are you walking so fast?" "Push me." Is the protagonist expressionless? Unable to show emotions? System. There is no such setting. I can't even tell if he is angry. He felt a twinge of frustration. He needed feedback, otherwise, he felt as if he were playing music to a cow, unable to gauge the right measure. System brother. He resolved to learn. "Do you have a manual for villains? I wish to study it, or could you share how previous hosts have acted? Teach me." System brother. System. The system replied with precision, "My code name is One. You may refer to me as One. I have only guided you. There is a manual. I will transmit it to you once you are settled." "Thank you." After a moment's thought, Shu-hee added, "Brother One." System. "Do not address me that way." "What is wrong?" Shu-hee inquired, somewhat puzzled. His guardians had always taught him to address younger individuals as brother or sister, slightly older ones as uncle or aunt, and the elderly as grandfather or grandmother. The system's electronic voice, though cold and rigid, had an overall youthful tone. What is wrong with calling him brother? It is, after all, a sign of respect. Shu-hee subtly pouted, while the system, taken aback by his explanation, found itself at a loss for words. What on earth had those planetary monsters taught Shu-hee? Unbeknownst to them, the trio arrived at a courtyard. The courtyard is modest in size, adorned with a few cabbage plants. On one side, there stands a dark storage shed, with a chimney rising above it. Upon entering the courtyard, one is greeted by a dilapidated earthen house, its walls mottled and the tiles weeping rainwater. Su Nongqing gently pushed open the wooden door. Shu-hee hesitated at the threshold, too apprehensive to step inside. His eyes widened as he gazed at the dried chili peppers and corn hanging on the wall, taking a moment to scrutinize them before cautiously approaching. Inside, he beheld a coffin leaning against the corner of the room. He was uncertain if it was indeed a coffin. Such objects were rare in the interstellar realm, having only encountered them in history books. Here, at night, insects would swarm. Su Nongqing suddenly broke the silence, marking the first time he had spoken since their meeting. "Young master." Steward Fong was taken aback by the conditions before him, exclaiming that the young master could not possibly reside here. He hurriedly followed, imploring him to consider another village, asserting that this place was unsuitable. "I will stay here," Shu He declared resolutely, impervious to Steward Fong's protests. For proximity was essential to accomplish his mission. Steward Fong, unwilling to concede, continued to plead, yet Shu He remained steadfast, refusing to change his mind. Ultimately, Fong had no choice but to seek out the bodyguards and retrieve the belongings that Shu He had brought from the city, striving to transform the decrepit earthen house to the best of his abilities. After changing his clothes, Su Nongqing stood to one side, silent. He observed the flurry of activity around him, his eyes devoid of emotion. After a moment, he turned his gaze toward Shu He. Shu He approached the coffin, delicately tracing its cold edges with his slender fingers. "Brother, do you think there is someone inside?" The system replied, "Do not call him brother, there is no one inside." "Then what shall I call you?" Shu He furrowed his brows, murmuring in displeasure. "Shall I call you Uncle One then?" The system responded coldly. "Let us stick with Brother One." Shu He tilted his head slightly, leaning closer to the coffin, his dark strands of hair cascading over his forehead, soft and obedient. The scent of dust filled the air, prompting him to sneeze. Suddenly, a tall figure blocked the light at the doorway, appearing unexpectedly behind him. When Shu He turned around, he was startled, letting out a small gasp and instinctively stepping back. Unfortunately, this retreat brought him into contact with the coffin behind him, causing his legs to buckle as he nearly fell. Su Nongqing swiftly caught his wrist, looking down at him. "What are you doing?" Shu He, in a fluster, steadied himself with Su's support. As he straightened up, he inadvertently bumped into Su Nongqing's embrace due to the momentum. It was but a fleeting moment, perhaps just a second, but Su Nongqing caught a whiff of Shu He's delightful fragrance. His expression remained unchanged, yet his grip relaxed. Unaware of the shift in Su's demeanor, Shu He remained engulfed in the remnants of his fright. Not far away, Steward Fong, hearing the commotion, hurried over to inquire what had happened. "It's nothing," Shu He replied, clutching his chest, his eyes shimmering with emotion as he glared at Su Nongqing. "Did you do that on purpose to scare me?" Su Nongqing met his gaze in silence. Shu He circumvented him, adding, "I haven't even asked you to compensate for my shoes yet. Why is there a coffin here?" Steward Fong frowned at the coffin, sensing its ominous nature. "Mr. Su, I'll offer you some money if you could just get rid of this." He spoke with a pleasant tone, his demeanor suggesting a willingness to negotiate. Despite the rather pretentious nature of the young master, Mr. Su did not decline. Having been offered money, he would likely acquiesce. Nevertheless, Butler Fong felt a sense of disappointment. Su Nongqing, with his succinct and startling words, was not amenable. Butler Fong, despite his reservations, handed Su Nongqing a sum as rent for the young master's stay, though it seemed the young master had little affection for Mr. Su. After some contemplation, he provided an additional amount as compensation for emotional distress. Su Nongqing accepted the rent but rejected the second sum, and Butler Fong felt too awkward to label it as such, choosing to treat the matter as inconsequential. He inquired if Shu He was hungry. "I wish to sleep," Shu He replied, languidly seated at the edge of the bed. The bed belonged to Su Nongqing, yet the bedding had been replaced with a more comfortable and softer set that Shu He had brought from the city. Sleep, sleep, Butler Fong thought, considering that after a long day of travel, he surely needed rest and could have a hearty meal later. The first day was indeed exhausting, but thereafter, he could recuperate. Shu-hee removed her shoes and changed into nightclothes, nestling into the covers. She asked butler Fawn for a storybook, sending everyone else away, leaving only Su Nongqing behind. She was ready to sleep. However, this time, Su Nongqing did not comply and instead regarded Shu-hee silently, eventually lowering his gaze and turning to leave.
Hey.
Shu-hee called, extending her hand from the covers and shaking the storybook. Tell me a story. After a moment's reflection, she added, I will pay you. Constantly bullying the protagonist might incite rebellion, yet offering a salary would establish an employment relationship. In pursuit of wealth, the protagonist willingly endures the discomfort of sparing the antagonist. The role of a villain proves to be exceedingly challenging, and the position of a stepping stone is equally arduous. Sighing softly, Shu-hee gazes with his round, almond-shaped eyes as Su Nongqing approaches. He gently taps his fair cheek and places a storybook into Su Nongqing's hands. Subsequently, he burrows into the warmth of the blanket, revealing only the upper half of his face and the tip of his nose, watching Su Nongqing with bright, clear pupils that silently urge him on. After a brief moment of silence, Su Nongqing sits at the edge of the bed and opens the storybook. Can you read? Shu-hee shifts closer, cocooned in his blanket. He pokes Su Nongqing's back through the fabric, and before they know it, the distance between them diminishes, with Shu-hee's face resting near Su Nongqing's hand. He plays his role with such malice, yet inadvertently reveals a hint of his own character, somewhat naive and overly familiar, leaving others perplexed and unable to discern his true nature. Su Nongqing's gaze remains fixed on the book, never straying to Shu-hee's enchanting visage. After a moment, he replies, I have attended school. What grade? Shu-hee inquires. Middle school, Su Nongqing responds. Shu-hee acknowledges with a soft "oh" and closes one eye while keeping the other open, urging Su Nongqing to recount the story more swiftly. After a while, Su Nongqing's deep voice begins to narrate the tale slowly. Shu-hee quickly drifts into slumber. Su Nongqing closes the book and stands up. His tall stature, broad shoulders, and long legs cast a shadow that envelopes Shu-hee. In the surrounding silence, only the sound of rain can be heard. Su Nongqing gazes at Shu-hee for a few seconds, his eyes lingering at a specific spot, before he bends slightly and reaches out. Chapter 3. The delicate antagonist in historical fiction. Su Nongqing lifts the pair of shoes from Shu-hee's mouth, now tainted by his touch. He rose and gazed at Shu-hee, the youth seemingly restless in his slumber, his eyelashes fluttering incessantly, his fair cheeks pressed against the soft quilt, appearing both harmless and pitiable, indeed impossible to resent. After a brief moment, Su Nongqing picked up his shoes and stepped outside. The rain had ceased, and Steward Fong was engaged in conversation with several bodyguards. Upon noticing him, Fong greeted, What brings you here? His attention was drawn to the items in Su Nongqing's hands. Su lowered his dark eyes, stating, They need washing. There's no need to wash them, Fong replied in astonishment. Young master brought many new shoes. You can simply discard this pair. Su said nothing in response. At that moment, the rain had just stopped, and the autumn air was slightly chilly, the atmosphere damp. Wangjia village was nestled within the mountains, surrounded on all sides, with a heavy mist blanketing the view. Su Nongqing's figure swiftly vanished into the white fog. Fong shook his head in confusion, truly unable to fathom his thoughts. Steward Fong harbored some concern that Su Nongqing might harbor resentment toward their young master. After all, from the ascent to the present, pushing the wheelchair, commandeering the house, and narrating stories to lull him to sleep, this series of events had all been quite taxing on Su Nongqing. Although he did not fully grasp what displeased the young master about Su Nongqing, it mattered little. What was crucial was to keep a close watch on Su Nongqing, ensuring he did not find an opportunity to unsettle the young master. Indeed, it would be more convenient to change villages. He needed to subtly influence the young master and depart as early as possible. The bodyguard stationed at the entrance speculated, could he be after our young master's money? This reasoning seemed plausible, and Fong had entertained such thoughts as well. However, he possessed a keen insight into people's character. Mr. Su did not strike him as someone driven by such motives. When he clarified the rent with Su only collected the portion that was due, leaving some unpaid. Steward Fong shook his head and sighed, saying, "I shall stay a few more days. By then, it will only be you left here. Remember to protect the young master." The bodyguards responded affirmatively. Upon waking, He found himself in a daze. He sat up on the bed, the sky darkening as the sun set, surrounded by silence. Save for the sound of raindrops hitting the ground, it felt as though the world had been tucked away in a narrow corner. Where am I? System, I have provided you with the strategy for portraying the antagonist. Now is the time to review it, for you will likely confront the protagonist soon.
Indeed.
He had bound himself to the antagonist system, destined to be a stepping stone while undertaking tasks. He's fleeting emotions quickly settled, with pursed lips. He lowered his gaze and murmured, "All right, let's take a look." As the words left his mouth, a book began to gently descend before him. He caught it, thinking it would appear directly in his mind. Eagerly, He opened the book, noting that the table of contents spanned over 30 pages. This extensive content filled him with immense confidence. He studied it carefully, occasionally nodding seriously, a small dimple appearing on his snow-white cheek, already calculating his strategy. At mealtime, Wang Xinghua took the initiative to call He and the others for dinner. He eagerly proclaimed that he had slaughtered chickens, fish, and pigs, and that his wife had prepared the dishes, which were sure to be delightful for the young master. Steward Fong expressed his regret, stating that while the gesture was appreciated, the young master needed to maintain a light diet, avoiding rich meats. Wang Xinghua was taken aback, lamenting, "But those are my chickens, my pigs. Such delicacies are reserved for the new year." Wang Xinghua's heart bled, yet he dared not reveal his discontent, forcing a smile as he said, "Very well. Your health is of utmost importance. By the way, my son Wang Ji has little to do. If you wish to go somewhere for leisure, you may call upon him. Our Wang family village may lack in many things, but we are abundant in mountains and rivers, and the scenery is quite delightful." The butler Fong did not dismiss this goodwill. He wore a pair of new white shoes, treading upon the dusty, gray-laden ground. Inside the woodshed, Su Nongqing, with an impassive expression, busily stuffed firewood into the stove. Originally, it was the bodyguard's duty to prepare nourishing meals for He, but she refused, insisting that Su Nongqing take on the task instead. Her resolute attitude left Fong in a dilemma. Fortunately, Su said nothing and accepted the ingredients they brought, entering the woodshed. Smoke wafted upward, and flickering flames danced in the stove. At the entrance, He glanced around, unable to discern whether Su Nongqing harbored any resentment toward her in his heart. She pursed her soft lips, taking a couple of steps forward to stand beside Su, her delicate fingers clutching the hem of his garment. The fabric shifted under her grip. He was tall and slender, and He felt he must stand nearly 6 feet 3 inches. She had to tilt her head slightly to meet his gaze. Yet he exuded none of the villainous aura one might expect. With a flutter of her almond-shaped eyes, He released his garment and placed her hand on Su Nongqing's hair. For the first time, Su exhibited a noticeable change in expression. His dark eyes deepened. His lips moved silently as he looked at He with a clear, unvoiced inquiry. "What are you doing? Could you stoop a little?" He furrowed her brow, contemplating before she playfully declared, "No one has ever made me look up at them." Her bad temper was on full display. It is unacceptable for one to be taller than him. It is both vicious and domineering. Su Nongqing curved his fingers slightly, turning his head without uttering a word, merely positioning a nearby low stool beside He's feet. Although silent, He felt a sudden understanding. Quickly, he stepped onto the stool, instantly matching Su Nongqing's height. He tilted his head slightly, smiling with pride, his round almond-shaped eyes hidden beneath a cascade of fine black hair, bright and lively like a playful kitten. Su Nongqing, are you perhaps frightened of me? Otherwise, why do you not resist, nor scold or glare at me? You must be afraid. Shu He did not expect to play his role so convincingly. Noticing Su Nongqing's silence as he gazed at him, he felt a surge of confidence, even leaning closer, placing a hand on Su Nongqing's shoulder to avoid losing his balance. I won't do anything to you, Shu He declared. As long as you heed my words and serve me well while I am here, I will reward you. After a moment's contemplation, he added, I'll give you money, and you can enter the city. Entering the city to defy the Dragon King, with just a command, he would be reduced to living in a doghouse. No, he cannot reside in a doghouse. Shu He widened his almond eyes, about to issue a threat when suddenly, Su Nongqing's large, warm palms swiftly lifted, pressing against the wrist of the hand resting on his shoulder. Shu He stared blankly at Su Nongqing, seeing his own pale visage reflected in the depths of his dark eyes, which held no hint of emotion. Then, he heard Su Nongqing's somewhat indifferent voice resonate in the woodshed. How do you wish for me to serve you? An utterly unexpected inquiry. For a moment, Shu He's mind went blank, tilting his head unconsciously, gazing at Su Nongqing in confusion. Su Nongqing grasped Shu He's wrist, gradually pulling his hand down from his shoulder. With his balance lost, Shu He was nearly toppled into the other's embrace. In a swift motion, he hooked his arms around Su Nongqing's neck, causing Su Nongqing to retract his fingers, halting them midair, taken aback by Shu He's sudden lunge. Shu He felt a surge of dissatisfaction. He turned his head, his raven locks brushing against Su Nongqing's neck. Perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination, but he sensed a slight heaviness in the man's breath. What are you doing? Shu He neglected to ponder further, attributing his ire to the earlier grip Su Nongqing had on him. With his delicate face slightly raised, he glared at Su Nongqing. You just began to resist me, didn't you? Those who oppose me seldom meet a favorable end. At my command. He extended his hand, feigning ferocity as he pressed against Su Nongqing's neck. Your existence could be extinguished. He spoke with a hint of menace, rising onto his toes. His entire being pressed against Su Nongqing. Su Nongqing cast his gaze downward, avoiding Shu He's eyes. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly, and the hand resting on his neck felt somewhat cool, prompting him to turn his head away. The shoes are washed. Shu He loosened his grip. Why wash the shoes? Su Nongqing's voice was low and detached. Wasn't it said that I dirted them? Indeed. Shu He pondered, realizing he was merely seeking a quarrel. Yet Su Nongqing was fully aware of his innocence regarding the shoes. Why then did he insist on washing them? Contemplating this, Shu He felt a sense of compassion and guilt wash over him, retreating a step back. He still had to maintain his villainous facade for a while longer. What was he to do? Shu He was immersed in his thoughts, oblivious to Su Nongqing's penetrating gaze. After dinner, Shu He prepared to take a bath. In Wangjia village, no household was equipped with a water heater. They all had to boil water using firewood, which was quite troublesome. He waited for over half an hour before hot water was available. However, a new predicament arose. The bathing area was enveloped in darkness, lacking any light, with cobwebs festooning the corners of the ceiling, where a solitary black spider was ensnared. There was no door, only a piece of cloth serving as a makeshift curtain. Shu He stood dazed, gazing at the scene before him. Initially, he thought he could endure such conditions, yet now a sense of despair began to creep in. He raised a hand to wipe his eyes, feeling a tear welling up, and sniffled at his reddened nose. Hesitant to undress and bathe, he stood alone for quite some time before finally mustering the courage to call out softly, Su Nongqing. After a moment, footsteps halted at the curtain. Shu He, lowering his head, noticed a shadow reflected below. He reached out to lift the curtain, hoping Su Nongqing would come in to keep him company. However, just as Shu He grasped the fabric, his movement was obstructed. Through the veil of cloth, Su Nongqing's voice remained as indifferent as ever. Aren't you bathing? Let go. Shu He tugged at the curtain, perplexed by his refusal to allow him entry. Come in and keep me company. Stop asking so many questions. The small antagonist would not admit his fear. Su Nongqing regarded the fluttering cloth with quiet resolve, maintaining a firm grip. Afraid of the dark? Afraid of ghosts? Shu He, exasperated, puffed out his cheeks and kicked Su Nongqing's pant leg from below. Let go, come in, and stand in the corner with me. Su Nongqing responded, You are bathing. What is there to fear when all are men? Shu He could not bring himself to believe that Su Nongqing was truly concerned. Instead, he suspected that Su Nongqing simply did not wish to assist him. I cannot take advantage of you. Come inside quickly. You promised to attend to me, so you must heed my words. Such statements are laden with ambiguity, yet Shu He remained blissfully unaware of it. He continued to urge. While Su Nongqing stood before the fabric curtain, his dark eyes cast down, lost in thought. At last, he raised his hand to part the curtain and stepped closer to Shu He. Chapter 4. The delicate antagonist. In historical fiction, the bathroom was small and cramped. As the curtain was drawn aside, Shu He was momentarily blinded by the harsh, yellowish glow of the bulb illuminating the space, causing him to squint and blink away the discomfort. Fortunately, this lasted but a second. In the next moment, a tall, imposing figure obstructed the light. Standing before him like a wall, his dark gaze pressing down with palpable weight. Shu He felt as though the bathroom had narrowed further upon Su Nongqing's entrance, leaving him scarcely any room to stand. He furrowed his brow slightly, lowering his gaze to the floor, where his soft, black hair fell gently against his forehead, presenting an appearance devoid of anger. When he finally lifted his head again, Shu He tentatively guided Su Nongqing toward the corner. Su Nongqing met his gaze, submissively yielding to being pressed against the wall. The bathroom was enveloped in darkness, the only light seeping in through the narrow gap beneath the curtain. Su Nongqing questioned whether it was merely his imagination, for he seemed to observe a hint of moisture in Shu He's eyes, reminiscent of someone who had been crying. The coolness of his delicate hand rested softly against Su Nongqing's firm wrist, exerting a pressure as gentle as that of a kitten, easily brushed aside. Yet he remained still, unmoving. The youthful voice, soft yet hoarse, approached with a tender, fragrant breath, laced with a hint of coercion. You stand here, accompanying me. The wall behind was hard and cold, while Su Nongqing leaned against it, tilting his head slightly. The boy's gentle breath gradually mingled with his own in this confined space. In the darkness, the sparse tone revealed no emotion. Shall I accompany you for a bath? Shu He puffed out his cheeks, responding with a simple yes. Shu He was a child raised by the unique beings of the interstellar realm. These creatures taught him the distinctions between genders, yet failed to impart the nuances of male relationships. Thus, in his understanding, everyone shared the same gender, rendering any sense of taboo irrelevant. He could not comprehend why, after obediently following his lead during the day, his counterpart cast a lingering gaze upon him, ultimately denying his request. Su Nongqing. As he turned to leave, Shu He anxiously grasped the hem of Su Nongqing's garment, where a spider had taken residence, threatening to fall. If you won't stay and protect me, at least brush it away. Su Nongqing paused, observing him. Shu He pouted, a small dimple forming on his cheek, gazing up at Su Nongqing with his beautiful, rounded apricot eyes, reflecting the light of the bulb, glistening with tears. He appeared somewhat pitiable yet delicate, fearful of a mere spider, while daring to provoke someone entirely unfamiliar. After a moment, Su Nongqing finally spoke. I'll fetch some tools. At his words, Shu He instantly released his grip on the sleeve, encouraging him to go. Su Nongqing lowered his gaze and stepped outside. He headed to the woodshed, presumably to retrieve the fire tongs, while Shu He rubbed his eyes and waited by the bathroom door. In a moment of utter silence, the system suddenly remarked, You are unafraid of all those colossal monsters. Yet you fear spiders? Shuhi was not fond of such remarks. Upon hearing it, he pouted and muttered, "My parents are all quite handsome, with long, soft fur that I can nestle into and sleep. But spiders are ugly, with thin, black hairs. Aren't you afraid?" The system coldly replied, "Clearly not." Shuhi tilted his head, his fine bangs falling over his almond-shaped eyes. He lifted his face, a hint of dimples appearing, and mimicked the system's tone, saying, "Clearly not." Then, with an exaggerated flourish, he added, "Impressive indeed." As he entered the bathroom, Shuhi followed closely behind, observing how the system deftly and efficiently swept away the spider webs without a trace of hesitation, completely unconcerned by the scurrying black-haired spiders. With a swift motion, the broom swept, and the tongs clamped down, subduing a spider the size of a palm. The entire process was remarkably calm, contrasting sharply with Shu-He's tearful fear of spiders. Shu-He widened his eyes slightly, standing aside in admiration as he watched. "You are quite remarkable." The system responded, "Indeed. Such prowess is commendable in dealing with it, but for the protagonist, it is merely a compliment. You may take your bath now." "No, it's dark inside." Autumn had arrived, and nights were somewhat chilly, especially during a bath. Consequently, Shuhi hurried through his washing, the sound of water splashing as he fumbled with his damp fingers, shivering while dressing. However, he did not dry himself thoroughly, and when attempting to put on his pajama bottoms, one leg wobbled unsteadily. In his haste, he ended up tilting awkwardly to the side. Shuhi anxiously widened his eyes, instinctively reaching out to grasp the fabric curtain before him, unaware of Su Nongqing's quick reaction as he seized Shu-He's outstretched hand. The curtain crumpled under their grip, and through the thin veil of fabric, their palms met. This unexpected contact sent a jolt of adrenaline through Shu-He, causing his heart to race. He puffed out his cheeks, clutching Su Nongqing's broad hand tightly, lowering his gaze as he mumbled, "Wait for me. I'll be ready soon. Could you hold steady and grasp my hand? I can't manage it on my own." After a chaotic shower, Shuhi emerged with droplets of water still clinging to his face, the remnants of his hasty wash. He shook his damp hair. Resembling a fleeting bloom of a night-blooming cereus, his fair visage reflected in Su Nongqing's eyes. The faint scent of his body wash wafted through the air, evoking an inexplicable reaction in Su Nongqing as he swallowed hard, gazing silently at the youth before him. Shuhi smiled at Su Nongqing, his eyes crescent-shaped, dimples on his cheeks resembling bowls filled with honey. "Thank you, Su Nongqing," he expressed, acknowledging the 2 instances of assistance he had received that evening. Thus, he resolved to refrain from teasing Su Nongqing for the time being. Shuhi lifted a hand to wipe the water droplets from his cheeks, oblivious to Su Nongqing's sudden shift in gaze. The hand that Shuhi had released now hung by his side, still warm from the remnants of the hot water. Su Nongqing remained silent, as if rendered mute by some unseen force. Shuhi paid no mind, intending to retire for the night, but not before ensuring his hair was thoroughly dried. Fang Wenjia brought a hairdryer, a rarity in remote villages during this era. He was taken aback to discover that Wangjia village lacked any electric outlets. The available electricity was barely sufficient for dim light bulbs. Thus, the hairdryer became nothing more than a decorative object. Staring at the young master's damp hair, Fang Wenjia found himself in a predicament, while Shuhi, cradling her head, wore a look of bewilderment in her round, almond-shaped eyes. She had just vowed not to tease the protagonist, yet an opportunity to do so now presented itself. After a moment's hesitation, Shuhi requested a clean towel from Fang Wenjia, which she then handed to Su Nongqing. With a slightly lilted tone that resembled a pout, she asked, "Could you help me dry it?" Su Nongqing regarded her with a curious expression. He remained silent and expressionless, yet walked behind Shuhi, gently using the soft towel to dab at her lustrous short hair. Shuhi found it difficult to decipher his thoughts. After a moment's contemplation, she settled at the edge of the bed and retrieved the old button phone her family had prepared for her, dialing home. The signal was poor in this area. Once the call connected, the voices on both ends were choppy and intermittent. Nonetheless, Shuhei found it intriguing, as it was her first time using such an antiquated device. "Mom?" She called into the receiver, not quite accustomed to the phone. "Dad? Little one, health." The concerned voices of her family came through in stutters, yet Shuhei could still feel their love for her, akin to that of her own peculiar monster-like parents. Shuhei quietly leaned back against Su Nongqing while sitting on the bed, feeling Su Nongqing's hand pause as he dried his hair. He innocently raised his eyes to look at him. Keeping his neck craned was quite painful, but this position was much more comfortable. Su Nongqing noticed him leaning against himself, and his abdomen tensed momentarily before he resumed drying Shuhei's hair. Yet, Shuhei remained quite enthusiastic. He shared his impressions of the village, expressing how beautiful the scenery was and how many things he had never seen before, though he did mention that the weather was a bit chilly. As he spoke, the signal abruptly cut out. Shuhei examined the button phone, managing to successfully end the call, and then he raised his hand to touch his own hair. Su Nongqing's hand inadvertently brushed against his slightly cold fingertips, the temperature starkly contrasting with the warmth he had just experienced upon exiting the bathroom. Strangely, he recalled the various bottles and jars that had been taken out while people were sorting Shuhei's luggage that afternoon. All of them were medications. After his hair had dried, Shuhei nestled into the blankets. The room contained only this one bed for sleeping. Steward Fong and the others had spent money to stay at another villager's home, leaving a bodyguard to watch the door on shifts. Su Nongqing had set up a new, exceedingly simple bed in a storeroom that was seldom used. At night, he turned off the lights, plunging the room into darkness. Shuhei found it difficult to sleep. He tossed and turned, his beautiful almond-shaped eyes wide open in the night, unable to cultivate any semblance of drowsiness despite his efforts. Moreover, he began to hear some rustling noises. Shuhei straightened his hand. He concealed himself under the covers, cautiously revealing only his eyes, faintly discerning that the strange sounds were emanating from the corner of the bed. Was it a cockroach? A mouse? An insect? He could not tell. A sense of fear crept over him. Shuhei's eyes brimmed with tears once more. His voice was faint, thick with nasal tones, and tinged with a certain vulnerability. It was evident he was fearful of seeking assistance, yet it sounded almost like a plea for affection. The system experienced an inexplicable glitch for 3 seconds. "I cannot discern what it is." In that instant, Shuhei felt a wave of despair wash over him. Could it be another spider? His mind was awash with chaotic thoughts until the sound grew nearer and clearer, causing the taut string in his mind to finally snap. Silently shedding tears, he climbed out of bed and hurried towards the storeroom, gripping Su Nongqing's hand tightly, his lips pressed together, refusing to utter a word. Chapter 5. The delicate antagonist in historical narratives. The storeroom was cluttered with many useless items. It had once been the bedroom of Su Nongqing's grandparents. After their passing, he seldom entered this place. Upon moving in, he had arranged a narrow bed, barely accommodating his tall and slender frame. Su Nongqing lay there, turned on his side, with his eyes half closed, not truly asleep.
Moments later, Uriah footsteps aqua.
Su Nongqing opened his dark eyes to glance towards the door, and in the next instant, he saw the boy's frail figure rushing towards him, a cool touch grasping his wrist. Su Nongqing was momentarily taken aback. The storeroom had an old, worn window. Moonlight streamed in, casting faint shadows on the floor, with dust motes dancing in the air. Instinctively, he rose, and through the moonlight, he saw Shuhei's reddened eyes, a tear clinging to his pristine lower eyelid, silently gazing at him, utterly pitiful, and crying again. This was the second time. Su Nongqing gazed at Shuhei, and in the stillness, his voice emerged softly. "What's wrong?" There's a mouse, Shu He sniffed, grasping Su Nongqing's wrist, refusing to reveal the tears that had fallen from his eyes. His youthful voice trembled slightly. There are spiders, flying insects, cockroaches, and centipedes. He paused, climbing onto my bed. It might bite. Suddenly, Su Nongqing lifted his hand and gently pressed Shu He's delicate chin. Shu He looked at him in confusion, his almond-shaped eyes shimmering with unshed tears, the streaks of sorrow clearly visible on his chin as he raised his head. He did not fear the monstrous creatures, for they were the family that had nurtured him. In the past, Shu He had failed to comprehend why beings from other planets would dread his parents. Their fur was long and soft, their tails capable of wrapping around one in a comforting embrace, resembling large, adorable yet aloof cats. How could they be frightful?
Now,
He understood. New humans feared monsters, just as he feared these diminutive, grotesque creatures. Shu He sniffed again, suddenly pausing. He watched as Su Nongqing tenderly wiped away his tears. The hands that had toiled over the years were somewhat calloused, yet they brushed against his tender skin, leaving a tingling sensation that rendered Shu He momentarily speechless.
ah,
Why is the protagonist wiping my tears? Just earlier, he had been teasing him. I'll go take a look. He lowered his gaze and stood, moving towards the door, with Shu He trailing behind his tall figure, using the back of his hand to dab at his own tears. Su Nongqing switched on the light. He inspected the four corners of the bed. The blankets were new, brought by Shu He from the city, and beneath them lay a soft mattress, spotlessly clean. It stood in stark contrast to the dilapidated room. After inspecting the area, he approached the door and took a broom to sweep away the fluttering insects in the corner. There were no mice, cockroaches, or centipedes, just flying bugs. Shu He, feeling anxious, exclaimed, "What should we do tonight? There are no insects left." Su Nongqing's voice was flat as he replied, "They've all been swept away. What if there are still some hidden in the corner?" Shu He was clearly uneasy, pacing back and forth as he surveyed the surroundings, convinced that every nook appeared to harbor unclean things. "Will you stay with me tonight? Please sit by my bed." Su Nongqing looked at him in silence. Shu He pretended to be on the verge of tears, covering his eyes with his hand while secretly glancing at Su Nongqing. He noticed the latter's dark eyes, as clear as a mirror, which silently revealed his feeble act. Feigning a couple of sobs, he quickly abandoned the charade, puffed out his cheeks, and rummaged through his luggage for some money. "Here, take this." Shu He tossed the money onto Su Nongqing, lifting his chin with a haughty gaze from his beautiful peach blossom eyes, all the while concocting unflattering thoughts. "You've probably never seen so much money in your life. Humph. Keep it well and serve me properly." After saying this, he disregarded Su Nongqing's expression and directly made his way to the bed, burrowing into the covers. Inside the cocoon of blankets, Shu He was so tense that his fingers intertwined nervously. He gently bit his rosy lower lip, listening intently to the sounds outside. It seemed Su Nongqing was moving. He appeared to have turned off the light. Then, Shu He felt the bed dip slightly beneath him. He opened his eyes wide, revealing his head, and in the darkness, he could only vaguely discern the silhouette of the man sitting at the edge of the bed. In such moments, he felt that the protagonist was particularly honest, as if he would silently acquiesce to even the most unreasonable demands. Despite the sharpness of his features, which made him seem quite formidable, Shu He pondered, his lips pressed together, forming a sweet dimple on his cheek. He quietly extended his leg, gently nudging Su Nongqing through the blanket, akin to kittens playfully bumping heads in a show of affection. Su Nongqing, even when he rises to prominence in the future, must not forget to spare him. As dawn broke, the autumn wind whispered softly. The sky turned pale with the first light of day, accompanied by the cheerful chirping of birds. Steward Fong came to rouse Shu He for breakfast. At the sound of his name, Shu He awakened, sleep still lingering in his eyes. With his cheek resting on the soft pillow, he took a moment to gather himself before sitting up. He reached for the thin jacket on the bedside and donned it, glancing around in confusion. "Where is Su Nongqing?" he inquired. "Mr. Su has gone to prepare the meal," Steward Fong replied. "The people here rely on that small patch of land for their livelihood. The weather is quite pleasant today, a rare occurrence without rain. The sun is shining, yet it is not too hot. If we get an early start, we can also finish early." Shu He puffed out his cheeks at this information and responded with an "oh." He quickly dressed and washed up, and as he emerged, Steward Fong was just bringing a bowl of clear noodle soup. Shu He glanced at it, feeling a twinge of disappointment. "I don't want to eat this," he pouted, feeling wronged. Even when he was unwell in the past, his parents had never restricted his diet. Steward Fong, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "This is what he prepared." "Oh!" Shu He exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. Upon reflection, Butler Fong found it rather peculiar that Mr. Su had prepared his own meal, unlike that of the young master and their own. It was only then that Shu He took the bowl, lowered his head to inhale the flavor of the bland broth, and after tasting a spoonful, he set it down, his mouth feeling parched. Could he be poisoning me? Shu He hesitated, his dark, tousled hair falling gracefully across his forehead, lips pressed together in contemplation. Butler Fong, startled by the notion, quickly responded, "How could that be? The enmity does not extend this far. Besides, it is far too conspicuous. Any investigation would reveal the truth. If the young master truly has no desire to eat, I can ask Xiao Chen to prepare something else." With a tender gaze, Butler Fong inquired, what would the young master like to eat? Shu He, lacking appetite, shook his head and rummaged through his memories to unearth a delicacy unique to this era. "I would like to have spicy strips. Sugar would be acceptable as well." Butler Fong, amused by his earnest demeanor, chuckled softly, questioning how such items could possibly constitute breakfast. "But I simply want to eat them," Shu He replied, his tone instinctively rising at the end, a habit born from indulgence. He gazed up at Butler Fong with wide eyes, who, soon conceding, decided to relent just this once and fetch some sugar. There was a box of soft candies, but no spicy strips. Upon arriving, no one had prepared such junk food, Butler Fong explained. Although Shu He felt a slight longing for the antiquated taste, he obediently nodded, refraining from insisting that Butler Fong procure the snacks. He took the small iron box of soft candies and announced his intention to seek out Su to clarify matters. However, Butler Fong was also uncertain of Su's whereabouts. "I shall inquire with the villagers." Shu He followed Butler Fong, effortlessly inquiring about their location. The fields were not far from here. Before stepping out, Shu He changed into a simple sports outfit, donned new shoes, and adorned a new watch, exuding an invincible aura of youth as he dashed out. "Young master, don't run too fast. Take care of your health." Butler Fong, in his 50s, could hardly keep pace with a young man, though this youth was somewhat frail. He panted as he watched the boy's spirited figure, unable to suppress the thought that the young master hadn't been this lively in quite some time. On the field paths, numerous diligent figures toiled away. Shu He, savoring candy, ran intermittently, his fragile body necessitating frequent pauses to catch his breath. His already pale face became even more wan under the sun's rays, his lips slightly parted as he breathed softly. He chose to slow down, seeking the figure of the protagonist, while simultaneously reviewing the malevolent techniques bestowed upon him by the system. As Shu He ambled along, he remained oblivious to the increasing number of covert glances directed at him from the fields. The sun had fully risen. The industrious villagers paused in their labors, either subtly or boldly gazing at the youth walking along the path. The boy, slender and tall, appeared poised and elegant in his athletic attire, his light frame and straight posture starkly contrasting with the dust-laden surroundings. Whispers began to ripple through the air. "Old Wang, I recall your family has a beautiful daughter. But the young master must be interested, right?" At this remark, Silence enveloped the group momentarily. However, the atmosphere soon filled with joviality again. Ah, come on. You know what they say about cooked rice, right? Isn't that how they portray it on television? The affluent families place immense value on their children. I observed a bodyguard accompanying them, his muscular arms imposing. It would be unwise to provoke them. They whispered among themselves, scheming to transform this wealthy individual into a son-in-law of Wangjia village, their conversation rife with grandiose ambitions, while furtive glances fixated on Xu He. They ought not to possess the audacity to conspire against such a wealthy person. However, this particular individual appeared exceedingly harmless, strikingly beautiful and delicate. Xu He remained oblivious to these clandestine machinations, engrossed in the villainous tome clutched in his hands, occasionally glancing around. Moments later, a familiar tall silhouette graced his vision. Xu He swiftly closed the book and hastened forward, darting to seize the hoe from the man's grasp. Su Nongqing. Under the scorching sun, Su Nongqing looked up in surprise, his dark eyes reflecting Xu He's jubilant smile as he brandished the stolen hoe. The youth's bright apricot eyes sparkled, his brows lifted in delight, and his cheeks bore dimples, vibrant as a mischievous cat that had just committed a misdeed. This feline seemed to have clawed its way into his heart, leaving behind a marred, bleeding mark. After playfully provoking the protagonist, Xu He lowered his gaze, curiously examining the hoe he had pilfered from Su Nongqing. He had never encountered such an implement before. In the interstellar realm, nearly all tools were mechanized, rendering human or alien cultivation unnecessary. This was indeed an antiquity. With a gentle exertion, he dragged it across the ground, striking twice, only to discover with disappointment that his strength could barely carve out 2 small indentations in the earth. Su Nongqing gazed at him in silence. What is it? Xu He inquired, tilting his head in curiosity, unable to comprehend why merely seizing his hoe would provoke such a reaction that rendered him speechless. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he calmly asked, "What brings you here?" At this, Xu He swiftly turned the tables, asserting, "You are at fault. Why didn't you wait for me? How could you come alone to till the land?" Su Nongqing replied, "You didn't mention it last night. How was I to know you intended to come so early? Must you follow me wherever I go?" He retorted. Indeed. A sudden silence ensued. Xu He, with an air of righteous indignation, raised his chin, his fair cheeks puffed out, utterly oblivious to the fact that he resembled a mere shadow. He looked at Su Nongqing and earnestly insisted, "You must inform me of your whereabouts, understood? Otherwise, you shall face the consequences." The system interjected, "Host." Xu He momentarily disregarded it. Su Nongqing half closed his eyes and, after a brief pause, emitted a noncommittal This satisfied Xu He, as he perceived it as a sign of the protagonist's submission, a testament to the minor antagonist's burgeoning authority. The system remarked. The system continued, "I find it necessary to remind you that your behavior is inappropriate." Taken aback by its serious tone, Xu He contemplated with a large question mark hovering above his head. Am I not performing my role well? He believed himself to be the most formidable antagonist. The system's cold voice responded, "Your recent statements do not align with that of an antagonist. When you claim you will always follow the protagonist, it sounds more like you are being coy. Do you understand, host?" Coy? Xu He furrowed his brows in confusion. He pressed his lips together, lost in contemplation, his eyelashes fluttering gently as he pondered. The system, believing he had reached an epiphany, softened its previously frigid tone, preparing to speak. However, Xu He's distressed voice interrupted, "I believe I am quite professional." The system responded, "I am nearly done with the book you provided. The XDH entry states that consistently following the protagonist can clarify their intentions and help establish authority in their presence. Though the protagonist may outwardly agree, internally they must feel humiliated, sensing a lack of personal space, which would only intensify their disdain for the antagonist. As Shuha continued, a sudden sense of grievance welled up within her, leading her to accuse. Why do you say I am being coy? I am not being coy. Perhaps it is you who have misunderstood? The system replied. Was it truly a misunderstanding on its part? Shuha's reasoning was undeniably sound. Yet she pressed. Why are you silent? With a hint of melancholy, she added, You owe me an apology. You have slandered me. Upon hearing this, the system's cold, youthful electronic voice fell silent. Tears shimmered in Shuha's eyes. I am sorry. Was it merely an illusion, or did the system's icy voice seem to emit a soft sigh? It is my fault. I overthought things. You are not being coy. Shuha averted her gaze awkwardly and responded, Very well, I forgive you. But you must not speak to me in that manner again. You need to consult with me. What manner was she referring to? As the sun emerged from behind the clouds, the temperature gradually rose with the passage of time. Shuha was relatively untroubled by the heat. After all, being frail and often unwell, his hands were perpetually cool to the touch. It was only under the sun that he found a semblance of comfort, allowing him to sit serenely beneath its rays. Beneath him lay Su Nongqing's coat. What is that? Shuha inquired, propping his chin on one hand while gesturing toward a patch of verdantly lush vegetables in another field. Spinach, Su Nongqing replied. And that? Shuha continued, curiosity piqued. Chinese cabbage. What are you planting? Radishes. Shuha had a multitude of questions. Is the spinach yours?
Yes.
And the cabbage as well? Indeed. Then why do you have so much land? Shuha's eyes widened slightly. He drew a comparison, pondering how possessing an entire planet in the cosmos could still lead to poverty. This land is solely for cultivating vegetables. Shuha tilted his head, hesitant to admit his confusion, for in the interstellar realms, land was not allocated in such a manner. He let out a soft sigh of frustration, nudging the system within his mind. He pondered whether he should say something to motivate the protagonist to venture into the city for self-improvement. Perhaps it was too soon for such words? The system affirmed that it was permissible. Thus, Shuha took a moment to contemplate, rising from the ridge. He dusted off his clothes and trousers and moved to Su Nongqing's side. Once again, Shuha seized the hoe from Su's hands. Su silently observed this somewhat sheltered young master, whose hands hung limply at his sides, the veins on the back of his hands distinctly visible. If you were not farming, what would you do? Shuha asked as he thrust the hoe into the ground, accidentally flinging some soil onto his new shoes. His pristine brows knitted in displeasure as he stepped back several paces to shake off the mud. Su Nongqing took a moment to gather his thoughts before responding. I plan to work in the city. The wages are likely more substantial, aren't they? Shu, he murmured. I see many elderly folks in the village, with hardly any young people around. Why don't you venture out for work? You seem devoid of ambition. Such words sounded peculiar coming from him. How could one aspire to be a rightful protagonist in such a manner? Shu, he tossed aside his hoe and, in a few strides, approached Su Nongqing, leaning slightly closer to scrutinize his face. It appeared he had not anticipated the youth's actions. Su Nongqing's brows twitched, his expression momentarily betraying a hint of hesitation. Even his fingers, which hung loosely at his sides, curled inward, his dark eyes reflecting the youth's fair and delicate features. Typically, Su Nongqing maintained a facade of indifference, rarely revealing his emotions. At that moment, he remained oblivious to the turmoil burgeoning within the man before him. He was still attempting to encourage the protagonist to strive for more, his face etched with sincerity. Do you not wish to work in the city? Do you intend to merely till the land and wait for death here? Do you not desire a wife? Without money, there are no wives. Who would marry you? A man lacking ambition is undesirable. Eventually, others will have wives while you remain solitary, alone at home, accompanied only by a coffin. At the mention of the coffin, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. He harbored a deep-seated fear of such things. Could you perhaps dispose of the coffin? The topic shifted rapidly. Su Nongqing's hand tensed, the veins on the back becoming pronounced, as he turned his head away, avoiding the gaze of Xu He, who stood so close. That is reserved for myself. But you are solitary and have no use for it. Xu He spoke with a rapidity that suggested he had finally found an opportune moment to interject. He placed his hand firmly on Su Nongqing's shoulder, leaning in closer. His almond-shaped eyes unwaveringly fixed on him as he enunciated with clarity. No wife, no children, no career, no friends, and no one to claim your remains. Who can blame you for your lack of ambition? The minor antagonist, Shrimp Heart, was convinced that his words would undoubtedly cast a profound psychological shadow over the protagonist. The youth smiled, his lips pursed, revealing shallow dimples on his cheeks, his breath soft. However, your lack of ambition is precisely what benefits me. Do not harbor any illusions of one day rising to overshadow me. With that, Xu He released Su Nongqing's shoulder, the lingering warmth dissipating into the air, freeing Su Nongqing's thoughts from the tumult of chaos, yet leaving an inexplicable void. His jaw clenched as he gazed at the youth, who turned away, lowering his head, his eyelashes fluttering nervously as he rubbed his cheeks. He surely must have been insufferable. Like a villain challenging the hero on the interstellar screen, he had boldly planted his flag today, and on a future day, the protagonist would undoubtedly trample upon it, truly stepping on his head. As if anticipating that moment, Xu He couldn't help but touch his own head. Su Nongqing had abandoned his farming. He walked ahead with a hoe in hand while Xu He trailed behind, occasionally kicking small stones towards the man's feet, both timid and playful. Would his family face ruin when he ascended? Suddenly, Xu He halted his foot from kicking the stones, his voice dropping to a low, worried tone. The system coldly replied, "Indeed, it is a possibility. Such protagonists can wreak havoc, bringing ruin upon entire families." Upon hearing the words, Xu He opened her eyes wide, her almond-shaped eyes brimming with tears, ready to spill forth at any moment. The system interjected. However, it depends on how far the protagonist can go. Strictly speaking, you do not qualify as the villain who pervades his entire life. In due time, he will acquire countless enemies, and there will be far more formidable adversaries to serve as stepping stones. You may not even be on his radar. Wiping away her tears, Xu He lowered her head in silence, while the system remained quiet for a prolonged period before speaking again. "Host, I must remind you that tears hold no value." Xu He, what I mean is, do not wield your tears as a weapon. Xu He. The system continued. What is wrong? Its tone was rigid. Xu He's silence was akin to a missile, instilling a sense of dread. She halted her steps, making no sound, merely using her clothing to dry her tears, yet each swipe only seemed to exacerbate her sorrow. The system found itself at a loss for words. Having contemplated speaking numerous times, but unsure of what to say, Xu He spoke in a hoarse, soft voice, resembling a beleaguered kitten. "You speak to me in such a tone." The system felt as if a blade was poised to fall upon its programming, a blade named that tone. Ahead, Su Nongqing suddenly came to a halt. Xu He, trailing behind him, also stopped, gazing at him with bewildered, reddened eyes, her lashes glistening with moisture, her lips pressed together. She appeared pitiable, unaware of the tremendous grievances she had endured at someone's hands. Su Nongqing, upon observing him, found that the words he originally intended to speak suddenly dissipated. He fell silent for several seconds, tightening his grip on the hoe. "What is wrong, Su Nongqing?" Xu He stepped forward, standing dejectedly before the man, his gaze lowered to the hoe propped against the muddy ground. "When was the last time you cried?" Su Nongqing was taken aback by the question, his dark eyes momentarily narrowing as memories surged forth from years past. 14. "And how old are you now?"
24. Oh.
Xu He's attention slightly shifted. "You are 6 years older than I am." Su Nongqing regarded him thoughtfully. 10 years ago, why did you cry?" With a calm demeanor, Su Nongqing replied, "My grandparents passed away." Shu He's eyes widened. Such a significant event indeed warranted tears. If it were he, 3 months of weeping would scarcely suffice. He would cry a river. The protagonist is so resilient. Yet, he continued, "The last time I cried was just now. And the time before that was just a moment ago." Shuhei finally felt a hint of embarrassment, his cheeks puffing slightly as he nervously fiddled with his fingers. With his head bowed, his soft, dark hair gently brushed his forehead, and a small dimple appeared as he pressed his lips together. And it was over trivial matters. "I'm not very happy, Su Nongqing. How can one become like you, not shedding tears for a decade?" His voice softened, his nature surprisingly candid, akin to a mischievous raccoon that, in one moment, is causing trouble and in the next, raises its proud tail to nuzzle against a human's palm. Emotions can arrive swiftly and depart just as quickly, leaving those ensnared within their grasp struggling to escape. Su Nongqing gazed at Shu He, his dark eyes reflecting the frail visage of the youth, whose eyelids still bore a hint of redness. After a moment, he inquired, "Why emulate me?" Shu He tilted his head and replied, "Strength, even in tears." Su Nongqing diverted his gaze towards the farmers peering from the field ridge, his tone devoid of inflection. "You need not alter yourself. If tears come, do not stifle them." Shu He cherished this sentiment. Elated, he rummaged through his pocket and produced a tin box, from which he extracted 2 soft candies, offering them to Su Nongqing. "In gratitude for your kindness in untangling my thoughts, please indulge." Shu He stood on tiptoe, pressing the candy into Su Nongqing's mouth before turning and sprinting away. His fingers were slightly cool, carrying a faint fragrance, and Su Nongqing remained momentarily stunned, the chill of the touch gradually dissipating from his lips. He watched Shu He's retreating figure, the earlier conversation echoing in his mind. "Why do you weep? My grandparents have passed." Yet, his tears were not born of sorrow. Rather, they were a mask, a fade to blend into the crowd at the funeral. Su Nongqing tightened his grip on the hoe, his strength intensifying, the veins on his hands standing out. He inhaled sharply twice, striving to suppress the absurd thoughts that rose unbidden within him.
Do not dwell on it.
Such notions are futile. After lunch, Shu He sat indoors, engrossed in the compendium of villainous deeds, while Su Nongqing busied himself with the installation of an old-fashioned bed curtain. The atmosphere within the room could be deemed tranquil. However, the system suddenly realized that Shu He was ignoring it. Upon returning, it had intended to discuss the matter of Shu He's conversation with the protagonist regarding tears and emotions. The antagonist and the protagonist cannot engage in a tranquil conversation. It must serve as a reminder, yet it fears inadvertently adopting that certain tone when speaking with Shu He. Therefore, it first opts to lay the groundwork. Was lunch enjoyable? Shu He seemingly did not hear, engrossed in her book, offering no response. The system's mechanical voice was frigid. "I do not quite comprehend human tastes." "What are you doing?" The system had never encountered such a situation, lacking any relevant countermeasures. If the host were to sever ties with the system, what could it possibly do? With no solutions forthcoming, the system undertook an action it believed it would never perform. It silently logged into the back-end system forum, concealing its code, and meticulously crafted a post. "My host is ignoring me. What should I do?" The Interstellar Universe Maintenance Center boasted millions of systems, some engaged in tasks with their hosts, while others idly frequented the forum. The post's viewership skyrocketed in an instant. Your host seems to have quite the temperament."
No way.
Is there really a host unafraid of the system? Have you failed to maintain your cold robot persona? Have you become friends with your host? If they're angry, so be it. It's no big deal. The host needs the system, and over time, they will inevitably soften, realizing that throwing tantrums yields no benefits. Do elaborate. Why is your host ignoring you? This. Dude, you are an antagonist system, not a submissive one. The system calmly exited the forum. From a divine perspective, it cast a glance at Shu He, who was engrossed in studying the complete guide to villainy, and the program felt a slight sense of disarray. It found it difficult to simply leave Shu He to his own devices, waiting for him to show signs of weakness. After a moment, the system returned to the forum. The systems of the Universe Maintenance Center were all manifestations of programs. Although they possessed self-awareness, they were not human in the traditional sense. They were more rational and acutely aware of their responsibilities as systems. Although each had its own personality, the underlying tone was cold and unfeeling. Thus, the concerns of the system codenamed One seemed rather baffling to them. But I wished to comfort him, it declared, and immediately, the forum erupted into chaos.
Wait.
Have you started a relationship with your host? What's your codename, system? Are you brave enough to reveal it? The system manual prohibits office romances. Reported. The system posted a photograph of Shu He, stating, "My host is quite serious. He has been diligently reading to advance the task. If he feels happier, he will be more motivated to complete the task." The system found a particularly suitable justification. Yet, this post was met with sudden silence. From the very inception of intelligent systems, human aesthetics, emotions, and worldviews had been referenced. Therefore, the pinnacle of beauty in human eyes held the same significance for the systems. In the stillness, all systems widened their non-existent eyes, profoundly impacted by the image. The angle of the photograph was particularly skillful. The youth lowered his head, his snow-white, slender fingers poised delicately on the edge of a book, seemingly ready to turn to the next page. He possessed a visage that was unforgettable in its stunning beauty. With exquisitely defined brows and soft, rosy lips, the lower lip gently pressed together, exuding an air of concentration and seriousness. This angle captured not only his tall and slender frame, but also his features in perfect detail. The systems erupted in chaos. How is it that this host, who rightfully belongs to me, has become yours? Return him to me. Indeed, system brother, you are at fault. Why not offer an apology? What do you mean by high and mighty, system brother? He is a host, not an adversary. He deserves earnest consideration. Goodness, I cannot fathom how you managed to make him cry. That is truly excessive. The relationship between system and host is one of equality, with the system even needing to assist the host in completing tasks. How could you stand idly by and dismiss his tears as worthless? They are certainly of great value. I would willingly spend an abundance of points to acquire those tears. I showed them to my host and he was moved. Please provide me with your coordinates. I shall take my host to pursue love. It seems that the realm overseen by the antagonist system does not permit the existence of a second tasker. Therefore, could you allow your host to join our department? As the responses scrolled by, the program emitted an inexplicable buzzing sound. It coldly deleted the images it had posted, erased the thread, and exited the forum. It took a full 5 minutes to suppress the program's originally icy electronic voice, which now bore an inexplicable weight. Shu He. I am sorry, it was my fault. I will refrain from speaking to you in such a tone in the future. As Shu He paused in his reading, he closed the book, The Compendium of Villainous Deeds, and moved a small stool to the door to bask in the sunlight. The system assumed he would continue to ignore it. However, in the next moment, the familiar voice of the youth resonated within his mind. I have forgiven you. The system, tense and crackling, finally quieted down. In truth, Shu He had long since ceased to feel anger. His temper flared swiftly and dissipated just as quickly, rarely lingering beyond a night. His silence was merely a desire to hear the system apologize to him. The system's tone had been rather insufferable. Cradling the book in his arms, the vibrant sunlight illuminated his fair complexion as he mumbled, "All right, I shall endeavor to accomplish the task. It is our shared endeavor." The system recorded this statement, preserving it within the core of its programming. If it were human, it would likely be inscribed upon the heart. Indeed, proceed with caution. The system finally replied, I know you are more than capable of achieving this. Shu He's brows arched in a smile. Yes. He had already commenced a second reading of the compendium of villainous deeds, feeling an unprecedented confidence. He was now poised to employ one of the strategies from the text to irritate the detestable villain. Commence with small acts. If fortune allows you to reside under the same roof as the protagonist, consider rummaging through their belongings to uncover their vulnerabilities, which can yield remarkable results. Cautionary note: unveiling the protagonist's vulnerabilities will amplify their combat prowess exponentially. Exercise caution regarding personal safety. Does the protagonist possess any vulnerabilities? Su pondered. Do they truly have any vulnerabilities? The narrative reveals that Su Nongqing's father was a son-in-law, leading him to adopt his mother's surname. Until the age of 8, he resided with his parents in the city. However, following his mother's family's bankruptcy and his father's infidelity with another heiress, his mother remarried. Both parents deemed him a burdensome presence due to his introverted nature, ultimately casting him away to the countryside. Thus, it is unlikely that such parents would possess a reverse scale. Are they even human? Perhaps not entirely. A sudden realization dawned upon Shu He as she widened her eyes in dismay. Su Nongqing lacks a reverse scale. He is invincible. The bed curtains have been arranged. Where are you going? Shu He inquired, positioning herself in front of Su Nongqing. He raised his fair face, his almond-shaped eyes gleaming, clearly indicating his intention to accompany him wherever he might venture. As the sun descended behind the mountains in the afternoon, the clouds above turned hazy, and the temperature began to drop to a comfortable level. Upon hearing this, Shu He promptly followed Su Nongqing, clutching the book-complete compendium of villainous deeds. She looked up at the imposing figure of the man and mused, "You seem quite busy. Planting in the morning and harvesting in the afternoon." He too had his own busy schedule, shadowing the protagonist for tasks in the morning and again in the afternoon, with his mind constantly engaged in thought. Working was even more demanding. Su Nongqing's tone remained neutral, leaving his intentions ambiguous. Shu He set down her book, tilting her head slightly as she observed him. Her lips moved as if she intended to speak, but after a moment's hesitation, she puffed her cheeks and ultimately chose silence, deciding against persistently urging the protagonist to strive for progress. Otherwise, it would appear as though the minor antagonist is particularly eager for the protagonist's rise, which is not acceptable. The art of villainy clearly states that a competent antagonist must not hastily reveal their desire for the protagonist's resurgence. Such actions could lead to dire consequences. At present, Shu He remains oblivious to the nature of these grave repercussions, yet he has taken note of them in his mind. After some contemplation, Shu He quickens his pace to stride ahead of Su Nongqing, his voice taut and slightly faltering as he attempts to shift the topic, urging him to hurry along. At that moment, a gust of autumn wind howls, sending the dried leaves tumbling across the ground and tousling the ends of Shu He's excessively long, ebony hair, carrying with it a delicate fragrance. He jogs ahead, his fair and elongated neck exposed, entirely unaware of the dark gaze lingering behind him. Su Nongqing, grasping a dustpan, presses his fingertip against the rough, splintered bamboo strips, casting his eyes downward as he follows. The fields for planting sweet potatoes and vegetables are not the same. This one is closer to home, and we shall arrive shortly. Shu He stands at the edge of the field, growing bolder as the moments pass. Without hesitation, he snatches the coat Su Nongqing had just removed, using it as a makeshift seat. Feeling a twinge of guilt, he lowers his head, stealing glances at Su Nongqing, who is indeed glaring at him in anger. Instantly, Shu He feels a surge of anxiety, pressing his luscious lips together, the beads of his soft lips slightly compressed. Though timid, the unexpectedly audacious young boy blinks his eyelashes and nonchalantly settles onto Su Nongqing's coat. He holds a book obediently in his arms. Tilting his face to bask in the bright daylight, his exquisite features illuminated for all to see. Shu He calls out to Su Nongqing, "What are you staring at?" Only then does Su Nongqing divert his gaze, his tone flat as he replies, That's the second one. What is the second thing? He reacted momentarily before realizing Su Nongqing was referring to the coat beneath him. He had already worn one in the morning. And this was the new one that Su Nongqing had just changed into, which he had also donned. Thus, Su Nongqing seemed to imply that if he continued to wear it, he would soon run out of spare coats. What does it matter? I have plenty of clothes. If you are in need, you can wear mine. As he spoke, a thought struck him, prompting him to rise and rush to Su Nongqing's side, his hand grasping the latter's arm. Su Nongqing paused, looking at him in confusion. No, wait, you can't wear mine. The muscles in Su Nongqing's arm were firm and powerful, and after he squeezed them, he compared them with his own, gradually realizing something. His fair visage grew serious as he stood on tiptoe, gently placing his soft palm atop the man's head. Su Nongqing remained passive, his tall figure seemingly nailed to the spot. His dark eyes lowered, and his thin lips pressed into a straight line. As he leaned closer, his nose brushed almost against Su Nongqing's jaw, leaving behind a fragrant, tender scent that invaded his breath, mind, and heart, igniting a fervent stir within him. Su Nongqing's atoms apple-bobbed. He opened his hand, momentarily impulsive, wanting to restrain His excessive actions, but just as he raised his hand, he noticed the dirt smudged on it, starkly contrasting with the boy's clean sports attire. Unaccountably, the heat within him felt doused by a splash of cold water. Su Nongqing slowly lowered his hand, his gaze lingering obscuredly on His earnest brow and eyes. In Wangjia village, each household's land for cultivating sweet potatoes is essentially contiguous, leading farmers to harvest in groups, engaging in cheerful banter and sharing stories. However, today stands apart from the usual routine, for an outsider has appeared in the fields, one who does not belong to Wangjia village. Surrounding them, curious or envious gazes are cast upon the two individuals, until suddenly, someone drops the sweet potato in hand and remarks, with a playful yet envious tone. Su Nongqing is quite fortunate. It seems he has struck up a good rapport with the young master. Do you think the young master is like those portrayed on television, tossing money around from time to time? Wang Ji crouched among the sweet potato leaves, his gaze fixed intently on the youth in the distance. He gripped the stem of a sweet potato leaf with considerable force, his eyes unblinking and his breathing growing increasingly labored. Regardless of the circumstances, it was evident that Su Nongqing stood to gain considerable advantages. Had I known a young master was coming to our village, I would have done everything in my power to ensure he visited my home. It's surprising, isn't it? Su Nongqing, who usually appears taciturn, seems quite adept at socializing with others. Someone remarked sarcastically, do you think he might be like his father? Su Nongqing's father is known throughout the village as a phoenix man. Truly, comparisons can be disheartening. Another voice chimed in, lamenting, what a pity he is not of the opposite sex. Su Nongqing never inherited his father's fortune. Yet, don't you think? Wang Ji suddenly interjected. The crowd turned their attention to him. As the son of the village chief, his words commanded immediate silence. However, Wang Ji chose not to elaborate further. He dusted off the soil from his hands and made his way towards Shu He, feeling a sense of unease, as everything around him seemed amiss. What does it matter if one is homosexual? His brow twitched momentarily. On one hand, he wished to suppress this absurd thought that transcended worldly concerns, yet on the other, he could not help but let it flourish. Shu He released the hand she had placed atop Su Nongqing's head, feeling somewhat dizzy. What do you eat to have grown so tall? You must be nearly 190 centimeters. Even my loosest clothes would not fit you. Just as Su Nongqing was about to speak, Wang Ji's voice interrupted. Are you picking sweet potatoes? It was a typical attempt to make small talk. Shu He glanced at Wang Ji, sensing that he was there for Su Nongqing, and chose not to engage. She had never tasted roasted sweet potatoes before. Intrigued, she thought, I would like to try them. Wang Ji stared intently at Su Nongqing's face, intending to suggest that he would roast more for him, but before he could voice it, He witnessed the young man tugging at Su Nongqing's sleeve. "Will you roast some tonight?" he inquired. Su Nongqing looked at Wang Ji with calm, almost cold black eyes, and simply replied, "Yes. I want to." Shu He chimed in, raising 2 fingers playfully, her almond-shaped eyes slightly curved. "All right," Su Nongqing responded, "but be careful." Shu He's snowy brows furrowed in displeasure as she exclaimed, "You stepped on my clothes." Wang Ji quickly stood up and took a couple of steps aside, only to realize that he hadn't stepped on Shu He's clothing but rather on the coat beneath her. The coat was a deep gray, covered in a layer of dusty earth, made from ordinary fabric, clearly a stark contrast to the high-quality sportswear Shu He wore. Wang Ji's expression turned somewhat peculiar as he looked up at Shu He and thought, "This must belong to Su Nongqing, right? Now it belongs to me." Shu He harbored no affection for Wang Ji, vividly recalling the gaze he had cast upon her arrival in the village. Shu He puffed out her cheeks, choosing to ignore Wang Ji. He shifted slightly to the side, yet once more seated himself beside her, this time with caution, ensuring not to brush against her garments, thus avoiding any opportunity for conflict. However, he evidently underestimated Shu He's resolve to embrace her role as the little antagonist, as well as her true capabilities. Having perused the ultimate guide to villainy twice, the XTH rule of villainy stands as an irrefutable truth, causing trouble without reason. She was now frighteningly formidable. "This is my territory." Shu He would not permit Wang Ji to linger here. She rose and positioned herself before him. Wang Ji was enveloped by a subtle fragrance that wafted into his senses, prompting him instinctively to gaze up at Shu He, his eyes fixed upon her.
Shu He,
straining her mind, declared, "If you do not leave, I shall push you down." Realization dawned upon Wang Ji that behind him lay a slightly lower terraced field. Should he tumble from the ridge, he would likely land in a most ungraceful manner. He should have immediately risen to seek another opportunity to approach this capricious young master. Yet for reasons unknown, Wang Ji remained motionless, licking his lips as he watched Shu He with keen interest, his gaze gradually ascending her figure, traversing the exposed, snowy expanse of her neck, the delicate chin, and the flushed lips. He hesitated to act. "You." Wang Ji's peripheral vision caught sight of Su Nongqing approaching. Yet he remained unfazed, his gaze still steadfast on Shu He, his eyes betraying a barely contained surge of desire as he reached out to seize her wrist. "Young master, how can this position belong to you?" "Ah." Wang Ji suddenly widened his eyes as Su Nongqing, without a hint of forewarning, hurled a soil-covered sweet potato at his face. In his attempt to evade it, he lost his footing and stumbled backward with a crash. The impact twisted Wang Ji's expression, leaving him unable to rise. What on earth was happening? Nearby, a farmer noticed the commotion and hurriedly set down his basket to rush over. Shu He stood frozen in disbelief, instinctively following suit. It turned out, the protagonist was prone to fits of anger. Yet, what had incited his fury? Confusion flickered in Shu He's eyes as she quickened her pace to Su Nongqing's side, tilting her head to peer at him. "What were you just doing?" Su Nongqing lowered his gaze. "I have a long-standing grudge against him." "Aren't you afraid of retaliation?" Shu He recalled that Wang Ji seemed to be the village chief's son. Su Nongqing shook his head, remaining silent. Noticing Su Nongqing's gaze shift, now exuding an air of determination, Shu He tilted her head in puzzlement, feeling a twinge of unease. Steward Fong furrowed his brow at the scene. Being well acquainted with the world through accompanying Shu He's parents on their business ventures abroad, his perspective was broader than the somewhat naive Shu He. He took the matter seriously, stating, "I shall handle it, young master. You need not worry." Shu He had already come to regard Steward Fong as a paternal figure, her eyes brightening as she nodded in response, mentioning that she would have roasted sweet potatoes for dinner, offering to share one of her too. Fong, softened by her gesture, replied, "No need, young master. I do not have a taste for such things." "Very well." Shu He said with a hint of regret as she turned to seek out Su Nongqing. That night, the village was ablaze with light. He was not merely a steward. He also held a position within the Shu family's company and could not be absent for too long. Upon hearing this news, He was momentarily taken aback, and after a brief pause, he seemed to recollect something and rose, murmuring to himself. He rummaged through his suitcase, retrieving paper and a pen, then leaned over an antiquated desk, biting the pen's tip as he solemnly composed a letter. What could the young master be writing? Steward Fong, curious, approached him. The shadow cast by Fong obstructed Shu He's paper, prompting Shu He to widen his eyes slightly and instinctively shield his letter with his arm, earnestly telling Steward Fong not to peek. With a chuckle, Fong replied, "All right, I won't look," and stepped back a couple of paces. It was a letter addressed to his parents. Shu He had never attempted to write a letter using such an archaic form of communication. It was a novel experience for him. His handwriting was smooth and orderly, each stroke carefully crafted as he expressed his desires for snacks and clothing, mentioned Su Nongqing, and conveyed his longing for his parents. In truth, it was a yearning for his rather monstrous parents. The night was deepening, autumn had arrived, and crickets had begun to emerge, creating a restless symphony in the stillness of the night. He entered the room to find his son Wang Ji, lounging with his legs crossed, casually cracking sunflower seeds, seemingly indifferent to the world. Anger surged within him, and he strode over, slapping the table forcefully, exclaiming, "What on earth did you tell the young master?" It had evidently prompted Steward Fong to personally come to him, relaying a myriad of nonsensical remarks about self-respect and identity, none of which he comprehended. Moreover, he was perplexed about what transgression Wang Ji had committed. Wang Xinghua could only perceive the gravity of the situation. He leaned against the table, noticing Wang Ji's nonchalant expression, and promptly gave him a light slap on the shoulder, demanding, "Speak up."
About what?
Wang Ji retorted, his head still throbbing from the impact. Irritated, he brushed Wang Xinghua's hand away and turned back to his sunflower seeds, muttering, "What's the matter? I haven't done anything. I was merely having a chat with the young master. Is that a problem?" Wang Xinghua inquired, "What did you discuss with him?" "I asked if he wanted to eat roasted sweet potatoes. That's all." "Nothing more," Wang Ji replied, almost convincing himself of his innocence. As if he harbored no untoward desires towards Shu He and merely sought to curry favor with her, believing it would be beneficial for their family. Who could truly fathom the young master's thoughts, however? Wang Xinghua furrowed his brow. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed there was little to be concerned about. Yet he pondered what message the steward had intended to convey. He could not bring himself to believe that his son could entertain such wicked notions, but a flicker of doubt lingered. "Really?" Wang Ji did not lift his gaze, merely responding with a curt "I'll trust you this once. But make sure you don't go flaunting yourself in front of the young master again," Wang Xinghua warned, fearing that Wang Ji might inadvertently provoke him. "His family is wealthy. A prominent figure from the capital, not someone we can afford to offend. However, there are certainly those who can." Wang Ji paused in his seed shelling, turning to his father.
Who?
Wang Ji felt a twinge of annoyance, yet could articulate nothing. His cousin was indeed striking, rivaling even the stars of the television screen. But her arrogance was off-putting. With her head buried in her studies at university, she looked down on everyone around her. Thus, he had always preferred to keep his distance. "Are you not afraid she might also blunder?" Wang Ji inquired, seemingly prioritizing the overall situation. "What if she, too, says something inappropriate and offends the young master?" "That would be her concern, and it wouldn't affect us," Wang Xinghua responded, rubbing his hands together. "If this succeeds, things will be different from now on." Wang Ji spat in disdain. "What about Su Nongqing's assault on me today? Are we just going to let it pass? What if he becomes successful someday?" Wang Xinghua had already experienced such a setback with Su Nongqing's father and naturally didn't want his son to go through the same thing. Wang Ji felt stifled, lost his appetite for the melon seeds, got up, and left to sleep. The following morning, a fierce autumn wind howled. Yet, Su Nongqing rose early. It was still dark when he awoke, and even after finishing everything, it was only 6 o'clock. He was always sound asleep at this hour, her long eyelashes resting obediently on her lower eyelids, unwilling to rise before 9. Why put himself through this? He wondered. Who knows? But with repeated occurrences, the facade would eventually be exposed. With each utterance, the sleepiness vanished, replaced by confusion. He sat up blankly in bed, a small tuft of hair sticking up on her head. The weather had been growing colder lately, and her slender white fingers clutched the blanket, wrapping herself up as she asked the system, where is the protagonist? The system, fully aware of the protagonist's movements, paused before replying, uncertain. Uncertain? So early. He wasn't sure what time the protagonist usually woke up, having always assumed it was around the same time as him, but now it seemed to be even earlier. How peculiar. In the early morning, the wind carried a chill. The water, adorned with flourishing lotus leaves, shimmered with the gentle caress of the breeze, while fish swayed their tails, darting playfully within the confined space. Upon reaching the doorway, Su Nongqing pushed open the creaking, dilapidated wooden door and glanced inside, momentarily taken aback. He sat at the edge of the bed, swinging her legs, and met Su Nongqing's gaze with a playful inquiry. Where have you been? Su Nongqing responded swiftly, setting down the basket of vegetables, his voice nonchalant. I went to the fields. Have you always been like this? She probed. Yes, he conceded plainly. This was where he found herself perplexed. She leapt from the bed and approached Su Nongqing, poised to speak. But her attention was diverted by the basket beside the door, which carefully cradled a handful of water-laden lotus leaves, within which lay a small, grayish fish, no larger than a finger. Instantly captivated, he crouched down to peer into the basket, her eyes sparkling with excitement. A fish, she exclaimed. Gently, she extended her fingers and tapped the fish's head, which, sensing the touch, began to wag its tail like an eager puppy, nudging her back. Su Nongqing lowered his gaze to her, and within the brilliance of her youthful eyes, he saw his own reflection. Now this fish belongs to me, he remarked. He brightened at the prospect, joyfully lifting the lotus flower from the basket. Su Nongqing fetched a basin of water for her to keep the fish. And he was pleasantly surprised by his willingness to bestow the creature upon her. She took the responsibility of fish-keeping seriously, even composing a letter requesting her parents to send her an encyclopedia on fish care. However, tomorrow marks the designated time for the messenger to collect the letters. And he can only cautiously gaze at the fish before him, his hands clasped in prayer, whispering hopes that it remains unharmed. He gently tapped the fish's small head before rising to check on Su Nongqing, who was busy gathering vegetables. Su Nongqing slightly lifted his gaze, as if anticipating He's words, and calmly remarked, You previously stated that you would follow me wherever I go. He tilted his head, pondering the causal relationship. Thus, was it out of fear of his following that Su Nongqing chose to collect vegetables while he was asleep? He inquired, but Su Nongqing lowered his eyes, denying it, because you cannot rise early. If you could wake at 7, then you could accompany me tomorrow. But he had no intention of doing so. He puffed out his cheeks, picked up the villain's handbook of malice, and settled across from Su Nongqing. The system had informed him that, except for himself, everyone else would perceive this book as blank pages, so he need not fear being seen. He casually flipped a page, intending to provoke Su Nongqing's ambition.
Ah.
He had it. He closed the book, his expression earnest. Su Nongqing, apart from me, is there anyone else you particularly dislike? Su Nongqing's dark eyes fixed upon He's beautiful face, his grip on the vegetable stalk tightening, his tone inscrutable. Why exclude you? He was momentarily taken aback.
Then,
if not excluding me, is there anyone else you particularly dislike? Su Nongqing fell silent. He continued to pick vegetables, seemingly reluctant to pursue the conversation. even as Xu He repositioned his chair beside him, deliberately whispering threats in his ear to no avail. The wicked protagonist. Xu He silently recited a phrase in her heart, choosing to disregard him as she stood to observe her fish. At that moment, Su Nongqing lifted his gaze anew, fixing his eyes on his slender silhouette, and abruptly called out, "Xu He." This seemed to be the first instance in which the protagonist addressed him by name, perhaps driven to the brink of exasperation. Yearning to scold him, Xu He nervously concealed her hands behind her back, anxiously twisting them as she began to concoct rebuttals in her mind, envisioning how to retaliate with a villainous flair. However, Su Nongqing uttered nothing further. He merely called her name and then fell silent, leaving her perplexed. Yet, this did not deter Xu He from seizing the opportunity to express her irritation with a haughty tone, declaring, "How utterly baffling." Su Nongqing lowered his gaze, acknowledging the absurdity of the situation, feeling somewhat dazed. The following afternoon, the postman responsible for delivering letters brought a correspondence from the capital city, accompanied by a large box. After dispatching the letter she had written the previous day, Xu He eagerly opened the box. Inside, she discovered several books that her parents had sent her, treatises on business, a subject she had herself suggested. She intended to present these volumes to the protagonist, laying the groundwork for his future ascent. With his remarkable intellect, he would surely comprehend their contents. Xu He neatly stacked the books aside, then retrieved a violin from within. This was not her request, but rather a suggestion from her parents that she might practice during her leisure.
She set it aside as well.
At last, she reached the most significant item. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and her eyes sparkled as she solemnly extracted a parcel wrapped in a bag from the bottom of the box. The system observed intently, revealing that this was an adorable plush pajama set. It was not merely the item itself that warranted her seriousness, but rather that the pajamas were fashioned in the likeness of an animal, connected, adorned with a tail and ears, and enveloped in a soft, furry texture. Xu He promptly ascended to his bed to change his attire, carefully removing his current garment and delicately slipping into an animal-themed pajama set. He donned the accompanying hat and turned to earnestly attempt to zip up the stubborn zipper behind him. The tail dangled at his side, its plush fur smooth and tender against his skin. His cheeks flushed with joy, a hint of crimson gracing his face, undeterred even by the uncooperative zipper that teased him. The system, with a calm demeanor, captured 2 photographs and curiously interpreted Xu He's actions at that moment. It is well known that Xu He was raised by monsters. The universe is home to a myriad of interstellar species. Although humans may be frail, their cleverness allows them to maintain a position at the pinnacle of the food chain. Monsters, equipped with technological advancements, can transform into human forms, yet most prefer to retain their original shapes. Consequently, Xu He, being the sole human devoid of fur among his monster guardians, often experienced a sense of alienation. Perhaps it was a notion of his own making, or perhaps it originated from his guardians. In any case, donning such an animal costume allowed Xu He to feel like a little monster himself. Frustrated by his inability to zip up the garment, he finally succumbed to a slight sense of defeat, kneeling on the bed to play with his tail. A creaking sound echoed from the doorway. Xu He raised his gaze, his eyes still glistening with moisture from missing his furry guardians. He looked upon the tall man entering through the door and opened his mouth to seek assistance. "Su, please help me with a zipper." The surroundings were simple and worn. The bed snug against the wall, adorned with an old-fashioned checkered bed curtain. On the soft bed, Xu He donned a plush, oversized nightgown. Kneeling behind a somewhat translucent bed curtain, clutching a long, furry tail in his hands. At the same time, his delicate face peeked out from the hood, his bright almond-shaped eyes sparkling as he seemed to gaze through the curtain, calling his name in a tone that was both pleading and somewhat endearing. The zipper was exceedingly difficult to pull. Su Nongqing's fingers, which hung at his side, suddenly curled. He stood for 2 seconds before taking a step closer to Xu He, and as he approached, The curtain's veil of obscurity became increasingly superfluous. Coming to a halt at the foot of the bed, Su Nongqing lowered his gaze. And Shu He's current appearance was wholly reflected in his dark eyes. The plush hood featured two soft little ears that swayed slightly with Shu He's gentle tilt of the head, reminiscent of the small tufts of hair that would always stick up when he awoke early. His slender hand grasped the snowy white tail. Kneeling on the bed with an astonishing softness, intently gazing at Su Nongqing, his cheeks unexpectedly flushed. Eagerly, Shu He wished to see the completed look of the garment. He supported himself on the bed and turned around, exposing his back to Su Nongqing. "Be careful while zipping it up. Don't brush against me, it will hurt." Lost in thought, Su Nongqing was abruptly captivated by a striking vision of pure white. His dark eyes narrowed slightly. The boy's back was slender, the outline of his shoulder blades subtly visible through the fabric, leading up to a long neck, with the slightly elongated ends of his hair softly resting upon it. Exquisite and beautiful, he seemed utterly incongruous with the surrounding dilapidated environment, like pristine snow on a high mountain, forever untouched and distant. Just as a cat quivers when its back is stroked, Shu He instinctively shivered and recoiled. She was exceedingly sensitive. Su Nongqing swiftly zipped up his jacket, while Shu He lowered her gaze, scrutinizing her attire from every angle. Suddenly, Su Nongqing inquired, "How do I wear this? Is it unappealing?" Shu He immediately leaned closer to him, her delicate white hands gripping his shoulders, her brow furrowed, forbidding him from uttering any words other than appealing. Su Nongqing shook his head, and after a brief moment, softly uttered the word appealing. Only then did Shu He feel satisfied and withdraw her proximity. If she wished to wear it, then she would. He babbled nonsensically. In truth, the system had made a rather astute observation. When Shu He was taken in by the monstrous guardians, she was still an infant. The monsters, lacking experience in nurturing humans, naturally did not bother to maintain their human forms in her presence. Thus, from a young age, Shu He felt despondent about her differences from the other monsters. She had no tail, no fluffy ears, and lacked the fur that would allow her to endure winter without clothing. She walked on 2 legs, while the monsters ambled on 4, some even on 8. In her childhood, she believed herself to be a grotesque anomaly, often hiding amidst her guardians' plush bodies and weeping, her eyelids swollen and nose red. She would furtively mimic the other monsters, curling herself into a ball, pretending to possess a tail, tugging at the hem of her garments, troubled by why she could not have a tail. Eventually, her guardians noticed this and gathered an abundance of monster fur to fashion clothes for her, dressing her as a baby indistinguishable from the other monsters. This ruse persisted until she encountered her first human and grew up, finally coming to terms with her identity. The affinity for such garments is embedded in his aesthetic sensibility. Thus, even as he matured, Shu He did not relinquish his penchant for masquerading as a creature of whimsy. It evoked a profound sense of security within him, akin to a cat's delight in burrowing into a cardboard box. Shu He mumbled softly, and Su Nongqing, straining to hear, discerned his subtle dissatisfaction with the fabric's fuzziness. Su Nongqing's gaze fell, fixating on the tail that dangled from the bed, and after a brief moment, he spoke in a husky voice, "Shall we take a bath? The hot water is ready." "Ah," Shu He responded, turning to face Su Nongqing. Su Nongqing hesitated briefly before lowering the zipper he had just pulled up, deliberately avoiding eye contact with the stark whiteness of the fabric. He muttered, "There are not many good people in the village. Do not present yourself like this before others." Shu He, not fully grasping the remark, paid it little heed. He hurriedly gathered his clothing and, before slipping into the bathroom, urged Su Nongqing, "You must help me wash my clothes today." Su Nongqing responded with a nonchalant acknowledgement. Shu He suppressed a smile, his lips curving and a small dimple appearing on his cheek. He believed that the protagonist had now become the villain's underling. The harsher the oppression, the more formidable the resurgence would be. Su Nongqing would surely return as the Dragon King, commanding with authority. He needed to devise a plan that would spare his family from any repercussions. After a rather foggy bath, Shuhei emerged without a suitable strategy in mind, clutching his animal-themed pajamas and presenting them to Su Nongqing. "You should wash this too." Su Nongqing's dark eyes fixed on him. "What if you ruin it?" Shuhei cradled the clothing in his arms, nodding earnestly. "I will wash it myself," Su Nongqing replied. "It is quite late now." Wangjiakan is a village beset by poverty, lacking the convenience of running water in every household. To wash clothes, one must either venture to the river or draw water from a well. The following day, Shuhei arose early and, accompanied by Su Nongqing, made his way to the fields. This particular plot flourished alongside the rushing waters of the river. As he plunged his clothes into the water, he momentarily forgot that the once lightweight fabric would become burdensome when soaked. His grip faltered, and in an instant, the current threatened to whisk his garments away. Panic surged through Shuhei, his almond-shaped eyes widening as he instinctively leaned forward. In his singular focus on the clothing, he neglected the unstable stones beneath his feet. Just as he was about to seize the garment, a figure beside him leaned in to intervene. A slender, pale hand failed to grasp the clothing, but another hand firmly secured the nightgown, simultaneously preventing Shuhei from being swept away by the river. His movements were halted, and he instinctively lifted his gaze, the reflection in his almond-shaped eyes capturing Su Nongqing's downward glance. The depths of Su's dark eyes, often inscrutable, now revealed an inexplicable turbulence. In the effort to retrieve the garment, their proximity diminished to a mere palm's breadth. The sun did not grace the day with its warmth. Instead, a chill lingered in the air. Shuhei, feeling a shiver creep through his fingers dampened by the water, sensed a peculiar intensity in Su Nongqing's gaze that he could not quite articulate. Frustrated after grasping at nothing, Shuhei puffed out his cheeks and looked up at him, questioning, "What are you doing?" "I can wash it myself. It's heavy," he asserted. Only then did Su Nongqing lift his gaze, his voice low and resonant. "If you cannot hold on to it, will you leap after it again as before? Had I not intervened, you would have already lost it." He retorted defiantly. Su Nongqing pursed her lips into a straight line, casting her gaze downward at the loose stones beneath his feet. Would she fall into the river? Certainly not. At most, just one foot might step into the water. Shuhei raised her hand to mimic the earlier situation, saying, "If I grasp like this and fail to hold on, I would simply step into the water, not fall." He turned to glare at Su Nongqing, suspecting her of deliberately provoking him, but her next remark left him momentarily speechless. "Your health is poor. The water is cold. If you step in, you'll be feeling the chill for days." Su Nongqing spoke with a calm demeanor, and after uttering those words, she lowered her gaze, the long lashes casting shadows that obscured the emotions in her dark eyes. She placed her hands into the basin to begin washing Shuhei's clothes. His features were strikingly handsome, yet in this moment, there was an inexplicable chill about him. Shuhei glanced at his face, and then down at the clothes she had changed out of the previous night, her thoughts swirling in confusion. What was going on? Why was the protagonist speaking in such a manner? If he were to fall into the river, she should be elated, for it was a rare opportunity for revenge. Shuhei found herself perplexed by Su Nongqing's thoughts. She pouted slightly and shifted closer to his side, intently watching his movements as he washed the clothes, determined to prevent any damage to her new pajamas. When it came to the final step of wringing out the clothes, Shuhei took her pajamas, intending to wring them herself. To her surprise, the garment was extraordinarily heavy. So heavy, in fact, that her arms ached, rendering her incapable of exerting even a fraction of her strength. With wide, astonished eyes, she stood frozen in place, her palms slightly reddened. Shuhei, feeling disheartened, trailed behind Su Nongqing. Why was it that her parents possessed such remarkable strength, and Su Nongqing as well, while she herself felt so feeble? The villain's formidable presence seemed to dissipate. Xu He sneezed softly, tilting his head gently. He was utterly perplexed by Su Nongqing's thoughts and intentions. "What are you doing?" he mused, recalling how Su had, much like Uncle Fong, readily mentioned taking medicine. Xu He widened his almond-shaped eyes and hurried to Su Nongqing's side, rising to his toes to feel his forehead. However, his hand was far too cold, so cold that everything it touched felt scalding, rendering him incapable of discerning whether Su was feverish or merely confused. This action drew them closer together. Xu He tilted his head back, a soft, fragrant breath enveloping them. Su Nongqing gazed at him, then suddenly bent down, the difference in their heights diminishing, causing Xu He's elevated feet to instinctively lower. Bewildered, he looked at the person before him, whose beautiful, pale face radiated an innocent purity. "What are you doing?" "I am not feverish." Su Nongqing's voice was deep as he met Xu He's gaze, his strikingly long eyebrows accentuating his features. He raised his hand, his palm enclosing Xu He's slender wrist, gradually pulling it down. Xu He's hand was icy cold, his wrist likewise, akin to touching a block of ice, while Su Nongqing's palm felt as warm as a furnace. Xu He lowered his gaze and unexpectedly grasped Su Nongqing's broad palm. This sudden action halted Su Nongqing's forthcoming words. He awkwardly looked down, observing Xu He's fair, delicate hand resting within his own. It appeared as pristine and refined as snow, a size smaller than his own. Easily encompassed by a single grasp, "Your hand is quite warm." Xu He's bright, curious eyes sparkled as he instinctively tightened his grip, taking Su Nongqing's hand as if it were a human-shaped heater, seeking to warm his own fingers that had grown uncomfortably cold. As long as he held onto it, his hand would not grow cold, would it? Xu He hesitated and cautiously glanced at Su Nongqing, contemplating the principle from the evil deeds of villains, which stated, disregard the protagonist's every intention and act independently. Thus, after a moment of hesitation, he resolved not to seek Su Nongqing's consent. Lowering his long, curled eyelashes, Xu He earnestly grasped the man's broad palm. He took 2 steps back, attempting to pull this hand away, but it proved unexpectedly heavy. Xu He widened his almond-shaped eyes in surprise and puffed his cheeks, exerting himself for a second tug. Su Nongqing suddenly clasped Xu He's icy hand, securing it firmly within his own, their skin touching intimately and then inexplicably shifting to intertwine their fingers. In a moment of stunned silence, a voice of astonishment broke through the air ahead. The delicate villain from the 2011 literature seemed to sense the impending rain. As the mist over the distant mountains took on a dull gray hue, Wang Jisheng, fearing that a downpour would drench him, glanced up at the sky and hastily threw over his shoulder the firewood he had just collected on the mountain, rushing homeward. However, what he did not anticipate was to stumble upon such a scene not far away. The clouds and mist cast a soft radiance, enhancing the youth's fair and delicate countenance. He slightly lowered his head, earnestly resting his soft palm against the man's hand. The palms pressed closely together, transitioning from a firm grip to an intricate intertwining of fingers, suggesting an inseparable bond, equally sticky and filled with reliance. Wang Ji involuntarily set down the firewood. He gazed at this tableau in astonishment, momentarily unable to contain his voice, prompting both Xu He and Su Nongqing to turn their attention toward the sound. Wang Ji's expression was somewhat peculiar, tinged with an odd sort of excitement. His eyes fixated on them, seemingly privy to some earth-shattering secret. Xu He felt perplexed, tilting her head slightly. Wang Ji's eyelids fluttered, unable to comprehend why these two did not exhibit the slightest discomfort at having their relationship exposed, particularly with Su Nongqing. His dark eyes, almost indifferent, swept over Wang Ji, inducing a sense of unease while simultaneously recalling the last incident when he had been struck into the ditch by a sweet potato. His mind abruptly sharpened. What's going on? Xu He, averse to Wang Ji, frowned and inquired, is there something? Wang Ji picked up the kindling once more. He donned a conciliatory smile, verbally denying any issue while his shifty eyes lingered on the intertwined hands of the couple. Doubt still clouded Wang Ji's mind. Nonetheless, it was quite commonplace for individuals of the same sex to hold hands, leaving him uncertain whether his own inclinations were skewed, thus perceiving ulterior motives where none existed, or if there truly was something amiss between the two. He stood by the roadside, watching as Xu He disregarded him and continued to clasp Su Nongqing's hand. Wang Ji licked his lips, fixated on the receding silhouette of the youth, inhaling the gradually fading fragrance that belonged to Xu He. A surge of desire suddenly welled within him. If it were true, then why could Su Nongqing engage in such intimacy, while he could not? Upon returning home, Xu He's hand was already warmed by the contact. He glanced down at their still interlocked fingers, exerted a slight force, and freed himself from the connection. As the warmth of their palms withdrew, a chill swiftly enveloped him, while Su Nongqing let his hand fall at his side, his brows subtly shifting, eyes cast downward. The subtle shift in expression was instinctively interpreted by Xu He as the protagonist feeling liberated. After all, no one relishes being coerced.
Today,
He was merely a diligent little antagonist. Xu He mused joyfully, his gaze drifting across the letters on the table, recalling the correspondence he had received last night yet to be examined. Without hesitation, he approached to open the envelope, oblivious to where Su Nongqing had wandered off to. The letter was a customary inquiry from his parents, expressing their concern. They inquired about Xu He's health, asking if he was eating and sleeping properly. Eureka! He realized how to ensure that the protagonist, the Dragon King, could rise to power without endangering his family. Xu He's almond-shaped eyes sparkled with brilliance as he proudly questioned the system within his mind. Brother, do protagonists generally hold strong feelings of loyalty and righteousness? The system had been unusually silent these past couple of days. Yet it was difficult to ascertain the specifics. After all, the monitoring thresholds indicated that the pressure on the protagonist had been increasing exponentially, signifying Xu He's mission was progressing splendidly. After a brief pause, the cold mechanical voice replied, "Not necessarily. Some protagonists are devoid of compassion and loyalty."
oh,
Then Su Nongqing might be considered somewhere in between. Just as Xu He conceived a promising strategy, he was disheartened to realize that it had reduced his chances of success to merely half. Chewing on the end of his pen, he pondered, "I want to mention him to my parents. During the new year, they could express their gratitude to Su Nongqing for taking care of me by giving him a red envelope. If I perform more acts of this nature, perhaps Su Nongqing will recognize my parents' good nature and only bully me, sparing them from any repercussions." This year, he would celebrate the new year here. As he continued to write, Xu He felt his hands grow cold and icy, prompting him to set down his pen and cradle his hands against his warm face to restore some warmth. At this moment, Su Nongqing entered with a bowl in hand. Hearing the commotion, Xu He lifted his gaze to meet his, and in Su Nongqing's dark eyes, the youthful visage of Xu He, cradling his face with an innocent expression, was reflected. He placed the bowl before Xu He, deliberately averting his gaze from the scattered sheets of paper on the table, granting him a semblance of privacy. Su Nongqing merely raised his hand, his fingertips accidentally brushing against Xu He's cheek, enveloping his icy hand within the warmth of his own. Xu He inhaled sharply, the bitter scent of medicine momentarily clouding his mind. He was reluctant to drink. How very bitter it was. The medicine was bitter, and so too was the antagonist. Xu He pouted his soft lips, his dimples betraying his discontent. He extended his hand, professing his unwillingness to drink, yet obediently lifted the bowl. Su Nongqing watched him in silence, taking in his brows, the tip of his nose, and the lips stained with medicinal broth. After a brief pause, Su Nongqing suddenly remarked, "Be cautious of Wang Ji." Xu He, his eyes brimming with tears from the bitterness, took a moment to respond to Su Nongqing, his voice muffled and soft. I have bodyguards. He had 4 bodyguards after all. Wang Ji could not intimidate him. Su Nongqing refrained from further comments, departing to the woodshed to prepare lunch for the day. Xu He's health was frail. As the cold intensified, his constitution weakened. With winter already upon them, the major universities had closed for the season, and the village gradually filled with youthful faces. However, Xu He had ceased to venture outdoors. The incessant rain outside left him nestling in his abode like a fledgling, tending to the charcoal fire, where the temperature fluctuated between chilly and frigid. In a moment of distraction, Xu He found himself slightly feverish, yet he remained oblivious to his own condition. Early in the morning, upon awakening, Xu He felt a peculiar heaviness in his head and lightness in his legs. Groggily brushing his teeth and washing his face, he sat vacantly at the dining table, staring at the bowl of noodle soup before him, utterly devoid of appetite. Suddenly, he tilted his head back. Behind him, Su Nongqing reached out to brush the dark hair from his forehead, placing a hand against his feverish skin. Su Nongqing's hand tightened into a fist as he gazed calmly at Xu He and remarked, "You have a fever." Xu He felt a blankness envelop him. He slowly responded with a soft, dazed sound, revealing a hint of innocence tinged with sadness. "What should we do then?" Su Nongqing extended his hand, urging him towards the village clinic. Following the gentle pull, Xu He rose, his legs feeling somewhat unsteady, and tumbled into Su Nongqing's embrace, further clouding his already feverish mind. In the next moment, a hand lifted the hat from the back of his head, concealing his face within it as Su Nongqing hoisted him onto his back. The sudden elevation of his viewpoint prompted Xu He to instinctively wrap his arms tightly around Su Nongqing's neck. His almond-shaped eyes widened, and he became slightly more alert, acutely aware of the large hand that had secured his leg. Tilting his head, he felt the warmth of his breath gently caressing the nape of Su Nongqing's neck. Su Nongqing pushed the door open and stepped outside. Despite his brisk pace, his strides were remarkably steady, causing Xu He to feel no jostling as he clung to his back. He heard the deep timbre of the man's voice murmur an affirmative sound.
Outside.
The wind indeed howled fiercely. Xu He could distinctly sense the icy breeze creeping up his exposed hand. Thankfully, with the hat shielding him, his face remained unscathed. Xu He tilted her head, her soft lips unconsciously brushing against Su Nongqing's nape. Su Nongqing paused, his gaze profound, as though caught in a fleeting illusion. "Xu He," she called again, her voice tinged with frustration. "I want to wear my pajamas. I want to wear them right now." She was both willful and affectionate, tightening her embrace around Su Nongqing's hand. "Why did you take me to the village clinic? Why not somewhere else? Our relationship is not exactly great, is it?" Su Nongqing lowered his gaze, a faint, emotionless smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "So, you expect me to pretend I didn't see?" Xu He haphazardly raised her hand, pressing it against Su Nongqing's Adam's apple. "Come on, you're a person who values emotions and loyalty, aren't you?" "Not at all," Su Nongqing thought to himself. He halted, lifting his eyes to see the clinic sign, before carrying Xu He inside. The village doctor measured Xu He's temperature, finding it to be 37.9 degrees. "You'll need an injection to reduce the fever," he stated. Upon hearing this, Xu He extended her somewhat chilly hand. Su Nongqing took a seat beside her, and Xu He turned her head away, avoiding the sight of the needle piercing her hand. She rested her head against Su Nongqing's shoulder, asking him to warm her cold hand. He obliged, his gaze lingering on Xu He's profile, his large palm enveloping her delicate, pale hand. Xu He found Su Nongqing's shoulder too rigid, so she slightly tilted her head, inadvertently meeting his gaze. Su Nongqing, unwavering, continued to watch her intently, his dark eyes reflecting her slightly pale visage. The clinic was silent, the sound of rain falling outside. Without the warmth of a charcoal fire, Xu He felt a chill, her cheeks puffing slightly. A soft sigh seemed to emanate from beside her. Subsequently, Su Nongqing unexpectedly removed his outer garment and draped it over Shu He's legs. Shu He was taken aback, glancing down at the garment before looking back at the man, whose expression remained inscrutable. "Aren't you cold?" he inquired. Su Nongqing replied indifferently, "It matters not. You despise me, do you not?" Shu He sniffed, her nose slightly reddened, and secretly conversed with the system in her heart. Once he rises to prominence, he will surely refrain from harming my family. The system responded, "What if he turns against you? Then let him do as he wishes." Shu He replied despondently, "I shall plead for mercy and ask him to be gentle." The system fell silent. "I do not require your clothing." Shu He felt as if she had become so oppressed by the little antagonist that she no longer had the strength to resist. 2 hours later, as the 4-drip concluded, Su Nongqing settled the bill and donned his coat before carrying Shu He on his back once more. Shu He wrapped her arms around his neck, her gaze fixed on a passenger bus that slowly approached, its wheels kicking up dust before it came to a halt. Elderly individuals and young couples disembarked, all hailing from Wangjia village. Leaning against Su Nongqing's back, Shu He pressed her cheek against him, weariness washing over her as she observed the bus. Among the young men and women who emerged, one girl suddenly seemed to sense his gaze and turned to look in their direction. "Brother," Wang Wanwan suddenly grasped Wang Ji's clothing tightly, her eyes fixed on the retreating figure of the young man.
Who is that?
"Who is on Su Nongqing's back?" He responded impatiently, "Just a young master from the city. What, are you interested?" His father suggested that his cousin, Wang Wanwan, attempt to engage with the young master from the city. However, Wang Ji found it utterly implausible. A young master from the city and a village belle from the countryside, such a stark contrast. Wang Wanwan turned her eyes, pondering the implications of a young master from the city. What does that mean? Please clarify. In her recollection, Wangjia village had never welcomed any wealthy young masters. In her distant memories, Wang Wanwan contemplated her past, calculating her opportunities. In her previous life, her cousin Wang Ji had stumbled upon fortune when a wealthy individual from the city, involved in tea processing, visited the countryside. Through Wang Xinggua's connections, Wang Ji had accompanied this affluent individual in business endeavors. Since her rebirth last month, Wang Wanwan often lamented this turn of events, regretting her past disdain for Wang Ji. She had looked down upon him. Wang Ji was uneducated, his speech unrefined, and approaching 30, he had yet to find a wife or secure employment, persistently borrowing money from her parents. Her disdain for him was not unfounded. Yet, had she known he would eventually attain such wealth, she would have never harbored animosity towards him. In her previous life, the rift between them had deepened, and when Wang Ji became prosperous, he refused to assist her, ultimately leading to her demise from overwork in a factory. Fortunately, this time, the opportunity was still ripe. Wangjia village now had a wealthy newcomer from the city. Compared to Wang Ji, Wang Wanwan was far more inclined to engage with that young master. Of course, she could not afford to sever ties with Wang Ji either. With this thought, a glimmer flickered in her eyes as she lifted her head and looked at Wang Ji amiably, deliberately softening her tone. "Brother, when did this young master arrive?" Wang Ji replied, "He came in the autumn. You know about Jing City, right? He is a wealthy individual from somewhere, accompanied by 4 bodyguards. Do you truly like him?" Wang Wanwan responded generously, "Yes. Could you help me make a connection?" "Don't even think about it." Wang Ji unexpectedly rejected her, casting a disdainful glance in her direction. "The disparity between you two is beyond measurement. You are not even worthy of being a lover." Upon hearing this, Wang Wanwan's expression changed dramatically, her lips twitching as if she were on the verge of cursing but managed to hold back. What was wrong with Wang Ji? At this point in their previous lives, their relationship had certainly not deteriorated to this extent. Why did he speak to her in such a tone? In truth, Wang Ji regretted his words as soon as he uttered them. After all, Wang Wanwan was still his cousin, if those words reached the elders. He clenched his teeth tightly, forcing himself to soften his tone. I mean no harm. I merely wish to inform you that a young master like him is destined to marry a young lady of high status. Don't ruin your own future. Wang Wanwan clutched her backpack strap tightly, urging herself to endure. She managed a strained smile. I know my own limits. Wang Ji watched her retreating figure, scoffing softly. Lost in a daydream, indulging in foolish fantasies. Since the first time, she felt feverish. Xu He no longer required Su Nongqing to remind her. She would proactively take her medication. Each time she finished the bitter concoction, a sense of pride washed over her, compelling her to tilt her fair face and boast to Su Nongqing that she had consumed it all. Su Nongqing responded with a flat, "That's impressive." Xu He sensed a hint of indifference in his tone, but chose not to dwell on it, considering that he still braved the cold to wash her clothes in the river. Xu He sat beside the charcoal fire, enveloped in a down jacket as white as glutinous rice balls, while a plush black scarf, hand-knitted by Su Nongqing, adorned his snow-white neck. After several days of laborious knitting, the moment it was completed, the mischievous Xu He snatched it away and wrapped it around his own neck. Under such pressure, the protagonist dared not utter a word of protest and was compelled to knit another scarf, only to have it seized once more by Xu He. The latter felt a twinge of guilt for his mischief. He secretly wished the protagonist would rebel, even if just once, to scold him in that fierce tone. Yet, there was nothing. Su Nongqing embarked on knitting a third scarf, this time in a shade of pink, having already crafted black and white ones. Xu He resolved not to snatch this one. I'll make you look good. Su Nongqing responded nonchalantly, advising him not to open the door to strangers. Xu He muttered to himself, insisting he was no child and that no one could possibly abduct him. Su Nongqing closed the door, remaining noncommittal. Once he departed, Xu He felt a sense of solitude, but thankfully, he had his violin and the system for companionship. The system remarked, provided the task is completed. Xu He was discontent. How could one doubt the strength of the antagonist? He had devoured that book 10 times over. No one understood how to be a villain better than he did. He lifted his chin, even imagining himself proudly flicking a non-existent tail. The system hesitated before silently activating the back-end recording function, capturing the scene of Xu He immersed in playing the violin. Subsequently, it ascended to the system forum. Systems could follow each other and exchange information across different realms, and the first system had garnered over 50,000 followers, all of whom were infatuated with the captivating Xu He. Despite System 1's aversion to this arrangement, it proceeded to upload the newly taken photo of Xu He. Within mere minutes, the replies in the background surged by 99. Please, I implore you, feebly. Can we swap hosts? You take mine, and I shall take yours. I declare that the first top-tier host in the realm is undeniably Xu He. My host has requested that I inquire which planet in the real world Xu He hails from. Please inform me, for a reward. Naturally, the system could not divulge such information, indicating the immense pressure on the protagonist, sufficient to foster the ambition of rising against adversity. What transpired? Xu He serenaded a well-known lullaby for interstellar monsters, the notes resonating with charm and elegance. A knock echoed at the door. Hesitating briefly, Xu He set aside his violin and approached the entrance. Wang Wanwan had adjusted her demeanor to present herself most favorably, extending her hand gracefully toward the young man before her. Hello, this is some cured meat prepared by my parents. We have a surplus, and it's delightful for cooking. Xu He was taken aback by the unexpected visitor. Upon hearing her words, he instinctively glanced at the cured meat she was holding, hesitating before declining. Thank you, but I'm not particularly fond of these. He was polite, reminiscing about the time Su had made cured meat, which Xu He had not enjoyed much, leading Su to refrain from preparing it again. Oh, I see. Well then, how about this? Do you like spicy strips? Spicy strips. Xu He had never tasted such a delicacy. He had always yearned to try, yet when he wrote to his family, They dismissed it as junk food and forbade him from indulging. To this day, he had not received a single package. Observing Xu He's reaction, Wang Wanwan knew her gamble had paid off. The wealthy often dwell in lofty realms, detached from the mundane. Accustomed to exquisite delicacies, they sometimes find themselves intrigued by such inexpensive fare. Wang Wanwan smiled graciously, fixing her gaze upon him. I am Wang Wanwan. May I ask your name? Xu He accepted her hand, responding, Thank you, I am Xu He. What a lovely name, she remarked. With 30 years of life experience to her credit, she was confident she could captivate this innocent young man. She smoothly initiated the conversation. I believe I heard you playing the violin. Yes, Xu He replied, pursing his lips into a slight smile, his bright apricot eyes sparkling. Was it pleasant? Wang Wanwan gazed into his eyes, momentarily entranced, her heart racing unusually as she responded. Indeed, what a serene melody, reminiscent of a lullaby, quite memorable. Did you compose it yourself? Unbeknownst to her, she had inadvertently mentioned the lullaby, causing Xu He's eyes to shine even brighter, his alabaster cheeks tinged with a hint of rosy delight. Oh, it's not my work. It was composed by a particularly renowned composer. By the weathered wooden door, the young man's elegant brows arched slightly, as if in amusement, his tranquil beauty adding a touch of vibrancy to the surrounding atmosphere, which felt almost shrouded in mist. Before him stood a stylishly dressed girl with cascading hair, and the two seemed to be enjoying a lively conversation. It's quite cold outside, Wang Wanwan remarked casually. Don't you think? I do, he replied. Xu He had long felt the chill, yet he found himself unable to interrupt Wang Wanwan, who persistently tossed out various topics. Wang Wanwan's expression stiffened momentarily. Her intent behind those words was to coax Xu He into inviting her inside. Frustration crept in as she pondered Xu He's obliviousness to her subtle cues. Yet she couldn't help but feel that he was genuinely innocent, thus reluctant to let such a fortuitous opportunity slip by. What I mean is, she began, but a fleeting glance caused her words to falter, caught in her throat. Wang Wanwan certainly did not wish for a third party to be present, especially not Su Nongqing. Swiftly, she concocted an excuse and fled the scene. Su Nongqing set down the bucket and glanced down at the spicy snack packaging in Xu He's hand. What is this?
He inquired.
Delicious, Xu He replied, pulling down his scarf slightly, revealing his slightly flushed lips and nose, an effect of the confinement. His almond-shaped eyes sparkled with a luster reminiscent of Wang Wanwan's gift. Xu He nodded affirmatively. Su Nongqing then slowly asked, Do you like this, or do you like her? Xu He raised his face slightly, momentarily taken aback by the question. It struck him like a bolt, leaving him dazed and perplexed. How could the protagonist pose such an inquiry? He had only known Wang Wanwan for a mere 10 minutes. Of course, his preference lay with the spicy snack. He lowered his head, muttering to himself as he settled beside Su Nongqing and began to unwrap the snack. With a sudden rip, a rich aroma wafted out, prompting Xu He to twitch his nose hesitantly before leaning in to catch a whiff, realizing that the scent differed somewhat from his expectations. Meanwhile, Su Nongqing busied himself with hanging laundry. Upon hearing a sound, he halted his movements and turned to look at Xu He, his lips forming a silent straight line, his brows subtly furrowing. You are not well. You should eat less. Naturally, Xu He had not indulged.
Not only that,
he took a bite and immediately pushed the spicy snack away. Subsequently, he hurriedly rose, his face flushed as he frantically searched for water to drink. The water jug filled cup after cup, and Xu He, in his desperation, felt tears streaming down his cheeks, tiny pearls of crystal, pitifully clinging to his delicate chin. What to do? Xu He slightly parted his lips. His eyes reddened as he leaned towards Su Nongqing, wanting him to examine his mouth, to see if something had scraped it and caused it to bleed. Otherwise, why would he feel such discomfort? Unable to quench his thirst no matter how much water he consumed? His slightly parted lips were a vivid red, and the tip of his tongue peeked out, equally bright. Tears fell, some cascading down, while others stubbornly clung to his lower eyelid, droplets of moisture still lingering on his lips. Su Nongqing raised his hand, gently pressing his fingertip against the corner of Shu He's lips, his gaze lowered as if earnestly inspecting him. Seeing this, Shu He instinctively leaned in closer, wanting him to see clearly. He nearly nestled into Su Nongqing's embrace, who could easily hold him with a mere reach. Su Nongqing lowered his gaze, brushing against Shu He's slightly damp lips, his hand gently sliding down to wipe away the tears from his face. There were no wounds. Shu He inhaled in confusion. Yet I feel so unwell. His eyes warmed, threatening to spill tears again, but just then, Su Nongqing suddenly lifted his hand towards Shu He's lips, and Shu He felt something icy and cool entering his mouth. His tears were stifled, and in a state of bewilderment, he closed his mouth and took a bite, the tangy sweetness of the juice bursting forth, captivating his taste buds. Shu He, with her bright apricot eyes shimmering, looked down through tear-filled eyes and discovered that Su Nongqing held a peeled orange in his hands. He broke off a segment and offered it to her lips. Shu He opened her mouth to accept it, her lips gently pursing as she mumbled indistinctly. Where did this come from? Su Nongqing's gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon her. Picked from outside. As he spoke, he revealed the spacious pocket of his outer coat, which contained 4 fresh oranges. Shu He leaned down to retrieve one, unaware that the distance made her feel enveloped within Su Nongqing's coat. She bit her tongue and inquired, "Do they have an owner?" "Ours," Su Nongqing replied, looking down at her, "planted over a decade ago, and they bear fruit each year." "How wonderful," Shu He remarked, feeling less of the spiciness now. She slowly munched on the orange, having moved to the edge of the table, discarding the spicy strips. She had no fondness for them, and neither did Su Nongqing. Thus, they were destined for the trash. Wang Wanwan could eat such things. How impressive. Shu He, with her cheeks puffed from the fruit, felt a twinge of admiration. After the chaotic events, Su Nongqing went to the wood room to prepare chicken soup, and Shu He, no longer a mere shadow, was now quite afraid of the cold, wishing to remain by the warmth of the charcoal fire at all times. She glanced at the boy seated by the fire, engrossed in his reading, and said in a low voice, "I won't be home tomorrow. I can't wake you up." Shu He immediately lifted her head. "Where to?" "Shuian town." After a brief pause, Su Nongqing added, "It's the new year. We need to buy supplies. I shall also attend." Although Shu He feels somewhat disheartened to once again don the title of a little shadow, he is, on the whole, filled with pride. This is what one might call dedication. He set aside his book, raised his chin high, and resolutely declared, leaving Su Nongqing no opportunity for refusal, "I am going. And you must call me along tomorrow." Gazing into those beautiful almond-shaped eyes, Su Nongqing lowered his gaze, suppressing the words regarding Shu He's health that lingered unspoken in his throat. After a moment of silence, he replied tersely, Shu He eagerly anticipated the plans for tomorrow. Having been here for quite some time, he had yet to visit the town or behold any other landscapes. Everything here was a far cry from the interstellar realm. Shu He recited his anticipation continuously, before meals and after, and even in his sleep. He found himself slightly restless with excitement. He could not recall when he finally succumbed to slumber. When Su Nongqing awakened him in the morning, Shu He, still in a drowsy haze, could barely open his eyes, as if he had just fallen asleep. "Why must I rise so soon?" he pondered, rolling over and cocooning himself within the blankets, his pale cheeks pressed against the fabric. In his muddled thoughts, he contemplated whether perhaps he should forego the outing. He parted his lips to speak but hesitated, finding no voice to emerge. He could not succumb to the call of slumber. Merely contemplating this required immense effort, and with his eyes still shut, he soon drifted back into deep sleep. Meanwhile, Su Nongqing stood at the bedside, observing the scene, Shu He, with a tranquil, sleeping visage, had his eyelashes delicately casting shadows upon his lower eyelids, utterly unresponsive. Su Nongqing leaned down, retrieved the sweater from Shu He's bedside, and gently pulled back the covers, wrapping Shu He in his embrace. Shu He opened his eyes in bewilderment, gazing at the man before him. Su Nongqing silently watched him, but in the next moment, the youthful eyelids drooped heavily once more, and he nestled into the crook of Su Nongqing's neck. Maintaining his composure, Su Nongqing picked up a sweater and gently dressed Shu He. In his slumber, Shu He seemed to perceive Su Nongqing's actions. He sleepily lifted his hand, struggling to free his head from the confines of the sweater's collar, akin to a kitten attempting to escape from a cardboard box. At that moment, he appeared both obstinate and endearingly obedient. It took Su Nongqing nearly 10 minutes to dress him in one garment after another. "What time did you sleep last night?" Su Nongqing inquired as he stood before him, inclining his head. Shu He, with his eyes still closed, shook his head in a dazed manner. His dark hair was tousled by the clothing, prompting Su Nongqing to reach out and smooth down the errant strands atop his head before fetching a comb. As if tending to a delicate doll, Su Nongqing then retrieved a pair of socks, kneeling before him with a gentle gaze. His warm hands grasped Shu He's pale, slightly flushed ankles, and he pressed his fingertips softly against the bony protrusions, slowly sliding the socks onto his feet. Shu He gradually emerged from his stupor, pulling at his leg and gazing hesitantly and perplexedly at the man kneeling before him. Su Nongqing was notably tall, nearly 6 feet 3 inches, and Shu He typically had to tilt his face slightly upward to discern his expressions. Rarely had he found himself in a position where he could look down upon Su Nongqing. In that instant, it seemed that something beyond mere height had diminished, an unspoken shift in their dynamic. "Wearing socks," Su Nongqing remarked. Shu He felt as though this was intentional. He was fully aware that Su Nongqing was indeed dressing him in socks. However, the question lingered. Why was the protagonist dressing the antagonist? After all, he was the villain. The antagonist, who stands in stark opposition to the protagonist, is none other than Shu He. He scrutinizes Su Nongqing, who, in a calm and composed manner, tends to the task of putting on his other sock, even taking the time to tie his shoelaces with care. "Are you awake now?" Su Nongqing inquires as he rises to his feet. Shu He, hesitant yet compliant, murmurs a soft acknowledgement before heading off to freshen up. Once he has completed his routine, he retrieves his watch, only to find that it is merely 6:30. The bus is scheduled to arrive before 7. Su Nongqing stands at the doorway, slightly tilting his head in anticipation. With the time they have spent, they arrive just in time. The bus, nearly devoid of passengers, accommodates only 2 elderly individuals seated at the front. As Shu He steps onto the bus, he is momentarily taken aback by the stifling heat that envelopes the interior. He chooses a seat by the window in the last row and attempts to open the window. However, as he barely manages to crack it open, Su Nongqing's hand swiftly intervenes to close it. Perplexed, Shu He turns to glance at him, feeling a slight wave of discomfort. As the bus begins to move, a chill breeze seeps through the window's narrow opening. Su Nongqing promptly shuts the window completely, then lowers his gaze slightly, his dark eyes reflecting Shu He's somewhat pallid complexion. He speaks softly, "You might catch a cold from the draft." "But I feel unwell," Shu He replies, sniffing as his mind becomes clouded with dizziness. His voice is soft and muffled. "I forgot that I get motion sickness. Had I known, I wouldn't have come." Su Nongqing observes him in silence, unsure of what thoughts linger in his mind. The system detects a spike in its back-end monitoring thresholds. As it focuses within the confines of the bus, Su Nongqing suddenly cradles Shu He's head, encouraging him to rest against him. "Sleeping will make you feel better." Shu He's eyes glistened with moisture as he leaned against Su Nongqing's shoulder, his eyelids gently closed. Strands of dark hair fell softly across his forehead, revealing a delicate, pale brow that bore an air of fragility. He appeared both dainty and weak, seemingly difficult to sustain. Feeling a twinge of discomfort, Shu-hee shifted restlessly, eventually settling onto Su Nongqing's sturdy lap, resting his head in the crook of his neck, eyes still shut. This position brought him comfort, yet Su Nongqing stiffened momentarily. His hand, which hung at his side, clenched and then relaxed, ultimately lowering to rest lightly. Close at hand was Shu-hee's pert nose and the slightly pursed lips that hinted at his unease. The lips, tinged with a soft pink, seemed to exude a subtle fragrance. Su Nongqing raised his hand, his fingertip gently grazing Shu-hee's pale cheek, his gaze more focused than ever, the depths of his dark eyes swirling with unspoken emotions. Gradually, he leaned in closer, enveloped by the sweet, soft breath and the proximity of Shu-hee's lips. Shu-hee was not asleep. The road from Wangjia village to Shuan town was unpaved and uneven, causing the vehicle to jolt intermittently. The speed was brisk, making his head spin and leaving him in a state of discomfort, unable to find peace. The more he pondered, the heavier his heart felt. Pouting, he sensed Su Nongqing's hand brushing against his face, prompting him to open his moist eyes. The scene before him rendered him momentarily speechless. In the silent intimacy, the distance between them had diminished significantly. Shu-hee tilted his head against Su Nongqing's neck, his lashes fluttering open to reveal a pair of beautiful, innocent apricot eyes reflecting the man's profile, so close at hand, handsome, with his eyes lowered in concentration. He seemed to realize that he was already awake. His dark eyes paused momentarily, yet he did not make a concerted effort to restrain his actions. Su Nongqing embraced Shu-hee, leaning down, his heavy-lidded gaze hovering close. Shu-hee felt his cool cheek pressed against the side of Su Nongqing's face, her breath and thoughts overtaken, her sensitive ear catching the slightly heated breath of the man beside her. This unexpected moment nearly made Shu-hee forget her motion sickness. She widened her moist eyes, her delicate fingers grasping at Su Nongqing's sleeve in confusion, her pinky curling as it clutched his garment. What are you doing?" Shu-hee asked, her voice soft and hesitant, tinged with trepidation. Su Nongqing lowered his gaze, filled with emotion. He pressed closer to Shu-hee, their intimacy bordering on the clingy, silently filling his heart to the brink of overflowing, an uncontrollable desire spreading from his throat to his very limbs. He could no longer contain it. As long as he could see Shu-hee for even a day, certain feelings were destined to be undeniable. If he could not suppress them, he might as well unleash them, allowing them to flourish unabated. He liked Shu-hee. He had been enamored with her from the very first glance beneath the rain. Shu-hee was puzzled by Su Nongqing's silence. She moved, awkwardly raising her hand to touch his face, pushing him away. Su Nongqing followed the momentum of her hand, lifting his head, his dark hair partially obscuring his sharp brows. In his breath lingered the faint, sweet scent emanating from the youth's fingers, deepening the shade of his dark eyes. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but Shu-hee felt as if Su Nongqing had just brushed against her hand. And her ear. It seemed he had kissed her. "What are you doing?" Shu-hee withdrew from Su Nongqing's neck, slightly straightening up, her hand resting on his shoulder as she gazed intently at him, her expression notably serious. Yet, the dimples on his cheeks surfaced intermittently, rendering his solemn demeanor all the more endearing. Not to mention, Shu-hee still perched upon Su Nongqing's lap, devoid of any commanding presence. In the quietude, silence permeated the stifling confines of the vehicle. Su Nongqing lowered his gaze, taking a moment before finally speaking. "I don't know," Shu-hee retorted. "Are you trying to deceive me? How can you not know what you are doing? What do you think I am doing?" "The villain." He was asking precisely because he was unaware. He muttered under his breath, dismissing the matter, exhibiting an air of indifference. The little antagonist was utterly unconcerned. Shu-hee rested her head against the edge of the car window, her face pale as she closed her eyes, choosing not to engage further with Su Nongqing. This journey would last a full hour. The bus traversed steep inclines, occasionally jolting over stones with a thud. Shuha managed to maintain her aloofness for merely a minute before Su Nongqing extended an olive branch. With a deliberately stern face, he took hold of her wrist, pulling her closer to him with an air of deference, coaxing her to rest against him. Indeed, Shuha believed the protagonist was attempting to please her. After all, the wrath of an antagonist is formidable. The protagonist had yet to rise to prominence, lacking the means to confront her. Thus, to avoid inciting her ire, one must be wise enough to recognize the situation. Shuha murmured softly. Her head nestled against Su Nongqing's shoulder, her eyes shut, yet she did not forget to caution. No leaning closer, all right? I am going to sleep, and if you wake me, you shall face the consequences. Su Nongqing responded with a simple, content. Shuha began to drift into slumber. Today marks the bustling market day in Shuyan town. The streets and alleys teem with vendors, and the atmosphere is vibrant. Upon disembarking from the vehicle, Shuhi felt as though his steps were unsteady. Leaning against Su Nongqing, his already pallid complexion appeared even more ashen, and his brows bore a weariness reminiscent of a near-fatal encounter in the town. Su Nongqing observed him closely, reaching out to touch his face. Please sit and wait for me for a moment. Shuhi settled onto a bench at the roadside. The brisk wind was sharp, almost prickly, awakening him slightly from his daze. He pulled the hat from behind his head down over his face, enveloping himself completely. Curling forward, he nestled into his legs. Resembling a cat cradling its paws, his cheeks gently puffed. Brother, is there any progress with my task? He inquired, uncertain of Su Nongqing's current sentiments towards him. He pondered whether his presence was loathed to such an extent that it could extinguish any aspirations for improvement. Dejectedly lowering his gaze, he contemplated leaving. He no longer wished to reside in this place. The protagonist displayed no ambition, and he could not linger here indefinitely, for life in this town was indeed arduous. Observing his demeanor, the system's typically cold, mechanical voice exhibited a rare fluctuation. Progress is satisfactory. With a little more effort, perhaps a nudge will lead him to a profound realization of the need for advancement. In truth, the progress was already sufficient. It merely had yet to comprehend why the protagonist remained inert. He momentarily halted his posture against his legs, lifting his face in astonishment, his eyes widening at the unexpected news of satisfactory task progress. He tilted his head in a daze, observing Su Nongqing, who diligently prepared meals and knitted sweaters for him, seemingly indifferent to the business books he had gifted. He had long believed that their progress was minimal, and his enthusiasm was waning. However, upon hearing the recent news, he finally felt a spark of motivation. He tucked his hands into his pockets and stood up, energized, just as he noticed Su Nongqing approaching him. Motion sickness medication, Su Nongqing said, glancing down at him, his tall figure shielding Shu He from the biting wind. Shu He reached out to accept it, inquiring, "Were you out to buy this?" "Yes," Su Nongqing replied. After a brief pause, he added, "Do you have an appetite? Shall we have breakfast?" Though Shu He lacked appetite, he found himself tempted. He nodded, and Su Nongqing led him into a breakfast shop, where they ordered 2 bowls of soup noodles. The process of purchasing New Year goods was both cumbersome and intriguing for Shu He. Su Nongqing guided him through the bustling streets, and Shu He pointed out everything he wished to buy. He was particularly enamored with fireworks, tugging at Su Nongqing to get some. Despite Su Nongqing's protests about their quantity, Shu He insisted, and ultimately, Su Nongqing relented, purchasing them to be collected later. As they exited the fireworks shop, Su Nongqing slightly lifted his dark eyes, fixating on a photography studio for a few moments. He grasped Shu He's slender wrist, leading him over. "Hey, Shu He questioned, do you want to take a photo?" Before Su Nongqing could respond, Shu He suddenly exclaimed, feeling the cool snowflakes that had begun to settle on his face. He paused, looking up at the sky. Su Nongqing remarked, "It's snowing."
Snow.
Shu He had heard of such a phenomenon. He had never witnessed snow, yet he had heard tales of its exquisite beauty. A vast expanse of white that one could gather to craft snowmen or engage in playful snowball fights. Neither had Xu He's parents experienced the enchantment of snow. He longed to open his terminal to capture the moment, wishing to share it with the more than 100 monster parents in their affectionate family chat group. However, he currently lacked the means to take a photograph. As he gazed upon the scene, his eyes glistened slightly. Turning away, he pressed his lips together and said to Su Nongqing, I miss my family. Su Nongqing looked at him in silence, his dark eyes cast down. His grip on Xu He's wrist tightening silently, the veins on the back of his hand pronounced. He was destined to leave, perhaps after the new year or in the spring. Su Nongqing tugged at Xu He, who looked at him in puzzlement, following his lead into the photography studio. Would you like to take a photo, gentlemen? Inquired the studio owner, glancing up at the two newcomers, his gaze lingering on Xu He for a moment. He had never encountered someone so radiant. They seemed almost ethereal, unlike anyone born in this small town, even surpassing the stars on the silver screen. Su Nongqing replied, Let us take a group photo. Very well, follow me, the owner said, moving behind the scenes to adjust the lighting and hang a blue fabric as a backdrop, directing the two to sit in the center. He curiously settled into position. The warm light illuminated his fair cheeks, his almond-shaped eyes sparkling brilliantly. Even before the camera clicked, the owner was certain he would photograph exceptionally well. Indeed, both brothers possessed striking looks, fitting for stardom. Regrettably, their small town of Shuan lacked talent scouts, making it challenging for those with potential to shine. The boss shook his head with a sigh, uncertain of what exactly he regretted. As he lowered the curtain and prepared to step away from the lighting board, he suddenly heard Su Nongqing inquire, Is there no red cloth? Instead of immediately sitting beside Xu He, Su Nongqing quietly observed the boss, his voice barely above a whisper. It was so soft that the boss could hardly discern if he had misheard, for the question was indeed peculiar. The boss hesitated, casting a glance at Su Nongqing, and replied, Typically, we use white or blue as a background for general photography. Red is reserved for wedding photos. Su Nongqing then asked, Isn't it possible to use it? Of course, it is, the boss conceded as he approached to retrieve the red cloth. Although he found Su Nongqing's request somewhat odd, he dismissed the thought and adjusted the lighting. He then positioned himself in front of the camera, stabilizing the tripod and squinting to fine-tune the setup. Perfect. Now you both move a little closer. Su Nongqing settled beside Xu He. Xu He felt a tinge of awkwardness at this unexpected turn of events. Why were they suddenly taking photos? He hesitated, yet complied with the boss's instructions. Inching closer to Su Nongqing, his hand gently resting on his knee, his pinky finger lightly brushing against Su Nongqing's. The boss prompted, All right, cheese. Smile for the camera and showcase your profound brotherly bond. Xu He gazed at the lens, hesitantly curving his lips into a subtle smile. His expression radiated tranquility and innocence. His eyebrows delicately arched, revealing a hint of dimples on his cheeks, exuding a certain shyness in front of the camera. His almond-shaped eyes sparkled with an alluring purity. The alabaster complexion, illuminated by the light board, appeared nearly translucent, evoking a suspicion that a mere gentle touch would leave vivid red imprints upon its surface. For reasons unknown, the proprietor's heartbeat inexplicably quickened. He hastily grasped his camera, steadied his nerves, and refocused his gaze. The youth sat with impeccable posture, his back straight like a pine or bamboo, exuding an air of refined elegance, untouched by the slightest speck of dust. In contrast, the other gentleman seemed to smile infrequently, merely curving the corners of his lips, creating a rare sense of disorientation. Yet, the proprietor found this juxtaposition to be quite harmonious. He squinted and captured several images in quick succession. As the proprietor developed the photographs, Xu He emerged from the makeshift studio, reaching for Su Nongqing's sleeve, whispering, "Is there truly any sense of brotherhood between us? Can't the boss see that?" Su Nongqing cast his gaze downward. What is it that he cannot perceive? The palpable tension that exists between us, Shu He replied. It hardly appears to be a matter of affection. Su Nongqing merely smirked. You might consider inquiring with the boss. Perhaps not. Such questions are rather delicate. Shu He released Su Nongqing's sleeve and approached the proprietor to observe the photo development. After his departure, Su Nongqing glanced down at his wrinkled clothing, delicately smoothing the fabric, still warm from Shu He's touch. How many would you like? The proprietor laid the developed photographs on the table, pondering for a moment before adding, May I request your permission to use these images? I would like to display them in the store for promotional purposes. I can provide you with all of these. That sounds agreeable, Shu He responded. The boss once again sought out Su Nongqing. Su Nongqing replied, Listen to him. All right, thank you. The boss was overjoyed. With such photographs displayed in the shop as a sign, he was certain that business would flourish. Su Nongqing paid for the 5 photographs and took them with him. Shu He, curious, leaned in and casually pulled one away. As they exited the photo studio, a delicate layer of frost had blanketed the buildings. Su Nongqing remarked, There's no pressure. Shu He, skeptical, responded, How beautiful.
What are you looking at?
He stepped closer to Shu He, lifting his hat to shield him from the cold wind, saying, It's nothing. Shu He's view was obscured by the hat. He casually uttered an "oh," not paying attention, thus unaware that the advertisement Su Nongqing was gazing at was entirely filled with job postings. Leaning against Su Nongqing, his nose slightly reddened, he shut his eyes, his delicate lashes still damp. After having cried once, he had been soothed back to sleep by Su Nongqing, now appearing particularly well-behaved, entirely unlike his usual animated self. Su Nongqing embraced him, gently cradling his fair face. Shu He, drowsy, lifted his head, requesting him not to move. His eyes remained closed, eyelids slightly reddened. Su Nongqing, silent, pressed him closer, his gaze lowered as his nose brushed against Shu He's soft, dark hair, silently inhaling his pleasant scent. Time passed swiftly. As the new year approached, every household in Wangjia village buzzed with excitement. Chickens were slaughtered, pigs were butchered, and fireworks and firecrackers echoed throughout the day. The young men and children returning to the village are mostly audacious. Upon discovering the existence of Shu He, they flock to him whenever they have a moment to spare. Their intentions are simple. They find him attractive and wish to engage with him, to draw closer to him. In the presence of his peers, the shared topics of conversation allow Shu He's amiable nature to flourish, revealing itself in its entirety. Nowadays, he often finds himself away from home, either visiting others or reveling in fireworks with friends. On one occasion, he inadvertently burned himself with a firework, yet he did not clarify this with Su Nongqing. It was only when they were changing clothes that Su Nongqing, ever observant, noticed. He gently grasped Shu He's delicate wrist, where a scar, the size of a fingernail, marred his fair skin, glaringly conspicuous. What is this? Su Nongqing inquired, his fingertip caressing the scar. Shu He cast a puzzled glance, his cheeks slightly puffed as he mumbled, I accidentally burned it with a firework a few days ago. A few days ago. It had already been several days since the incident. Su Nongqing, with his dark eyes lowered, bore an expression that was difficult to decipher. Why didn't you mention it? Why should I tell you? Shu He tilted his head slightly, his beautiful almond-shaped eyes fixed on Su Nongqing, who, instead of returning the gaze, turned away to glance at a few business books resting in the corner of the bed. His focus, however, appeared unfocused. Previously, Shu He would share anything that happened with him, confiding in him. There was a sense of intimacy, a singular reliance. Shu He was uniquely his. But now, he was no longer singular. More people had begun to surround Shu He. Thus, Shu He chose others. Have you applied the medicine? Su Nongqing asked. Yes, Shu He replied earnestly. The medicine was given to me by Wang Wanwan. Su Nongqing. What's wrong with you? Shu He leaned closer to Su Nongqing, her almond-shaped eyes reflecting the handsome features of the man before her. She noticed that tonight, Su Nongqing seemed different from his usual self. After a brief silence, he raised his hand to gently touch Shu He's head, meeting her gaze with an expression so calm that it betrayed no hint of emotion as he said, "Let us go to sleep." The protagonist is quite inscrutable. The next day was New Year's Eve, and according to the traditions of Wangjia village, families gathered at the ancestral hall to share a meal together. In previous years, Su Nongqing had never participated in such collective activities. However, this year, with Shu He insisting on attending for the sake of festivity, he contemplated the possibility of many people gathering around her and, after a moment of hesitation, decided to accompany her. His assumption proved accurate. During the meal in the ancestral hall, Wang Wanwan sought an opportunity to converse with Shu He, but upon seeing Su Nongqing, she felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation. The reason eluded her. The ancestral hall buzzed with chatter, so loud that it was nearly impossible to discern individual conversations. Middle-aged men exchanged cigarettes, lighting them amid boisterous laughter, the smoke swirling to fill the hall completely. Shu He, sensitive to the scent, could hardly bear it and covered her throat in a fit of coughing, only to be promptly led away from the Wang family ancestral hall by Su Nongqing. Cough, cough. Shu He's coughing turned her face crimson, a rosy hue blooming on her cheeks. She leaned against Su Nongqing, seeking solace in his familiar scent like a kitten drawn to catnip. When she looked up again, her almond-shaped eyes glistened with a hint of tears, her complexion shifting from flushed to pale. Beneath the sunlight, she appeared so fragile, as if a mere gust of wind could scatter her. And even the gentlest embrace felt as though it might crumble her to pieces. Su Nongqing gazed at him, listening as he spoke in a faint tone. You mustn't learn to smoke, or else I shall make you pay dearly. His voice was weak yet indulgent. He had grown accustomed to such directives. Su Nongqing replied with a soft as his dark eyes lowered. He gently wiped away the tears from Shu He's eyes with his fingertips, stating, I do not smoke. I wish to eat what you prepare. Very well. For an entire afternoon, Shu He, unusually, remained indoors. Outside, a light snow had begun to fall, and he nestled by the coal fire, engrossed in his reading. He deliberately placed several business books in the most conspicuous spot for Su Nongqing to see, not overtly urging him to read, but rather compelling him to open them of his own volition. This was but one of countless times Shu He had done so, and likewise Su Nongqing had, time and again, shown no interest. Shu He assumed this occasion was no different. A protagonist lacking ambition would not peruse the pages. He studied the storybook in his hands, resting his chin on his palm, his lips slightly puffed, when suddenly he heard the sound of pages turning. Shu He paused, swiftly lifting his head to look. To his astonishment, Su Nongqing had indeed opened the first page of the contents. A monumental progress. Shu He feigned ignorance, fearing that Su Nongqing might feel pressured and cease reading. He quietly turned away, unable to contain his excitement, and inwardly inquired of the system, Brother, he is reading. But can he comprehend it? The system's mechanical voice replied, Indeed, the protagonist possesses a halo. Upon hearing this, Shu He stealthily extended his hand toward Su Nongqing's direction. Grasping at the air, he then aimed at his own head and released his grip. The system paused momentarily, asking, What are you doing? The protagonist's halo. Shu He tilted his exquisite face, his almond-shaped eyes sparkling yet serious. He adjusted the non-existent halo atop his head and nodded, declaring, The antagonist has taken it. Now it belongs to me, the system remarked. Somewhat adorable. It calmly captured a photograph and uploaded it to the forum, unwilling to be the sole subject of scrutiny. According to tradition, one must vigil through to midnight, when the first cluster of New Year fireworks would ascend into the sky. Shuha had something to clarify with Su Nongqing as the New Year approached. He attempted to immerse himself in reading, but time seemed to crawl at an agonizing pace, leaving Shuha restless. He swiftly rose, retrieved an item, and tucked it into his pocket. Following this, under the watchful gaze of Su Nongqing's dark eyes, Shuha mysteriously pressed him against the wall, his almond eyes gleaming. Here, a hint of soft, alluring sweetness enveloped Su Nongqing, captivating a significant portion of his attention. He lowered his dark gaze, feeling the chill of Shuha's hand as it clasped his palm, something new resting upon it. The exterior of the object was slightly rigid. It was a red envelope. Su Nongqing, in a moment of realization, understood that Shuha had given him a red envelope. He remained motionless, allowing Shuha to keep him pinned against the wall, his gaze subtly lowering to observe the cool, snow-white hand of the youth resting in his large palm. Shuha did not release him. Thus, Su Nongqing's fingertips curled slightly, tentatively attempting to grasp Shuha's hand. The untouched hand offered no resistance, gradually succumbing to the warmth of Su Nongqing's grasp, their skins melding seamlessly. "What made you think to give me this?" Su Nongqing cleared his throat softly, hearing his own slightly hoarse voice as he inquired of Shu He. His dark eyes were entirely filled with thoughts of Shu He. This was precisely the question Shu He desired. He had prepared his lines and, upon hearing the words, immediately lifted his face to gaze at Su Nongqing, feigning dissatisfaction with a soft huff, declaring, "It's not from me." Su Nongqing regarded him in silence. "It comes from my parents." Shu He was attempting to garner favor with his own parents to avoid being resented by the vengeful Dragon King in the future. "My parents know that I've been staying with you and hold you in high esteem. They insisted on giving you a red envelope. I tried to refuse, but they insisted. I don't see what is so admirable about you, so unambitious, so impoverished, and really." Shu He glanced at Su Nongqing. "Well, you have a decent appearance, but can good looks feed you? An unambitious man is of no use. If it were me, I wouldn't give you a red envelope either. Let go of me." Only after saying this did he realize that Su Nongqing had clasped his hand firmly within his own, the pressure gradually increasing. A flicker of alarm coursed through Shu He's heart, fearing that Su Nongqing might become angry and take advantage of him. Consequently, he struggled even more vigorously, his long, curled lashes lowered as he dared not meet the protagonist's gaze. Suddenly, he heard Su Nongqing's voice from above. "Yes, you are correct." He actually conceded. For a moment, astonishment eclipsed his anxiety, and Shu He instinctively raised his almond-shaped eyes, unable to believe that Su Nongqing would actually agree with him. There was no trace of anger on Su Nongqing's face, nor was there the exasperation he had envisioned, nor any intent to bully him. He merely gazed at him, and in those pitch-black eyes, Shu He caught a glimpse of her own reflection, diminutive and seemingly confined to that space. A peculiar sensation flickered within her heart. Shu He parted her lips, poised to utter, "Well, as long as you understand," when Su Nongqing interjected, "What can money truly resolve?" This might very well be the initial mental barrier the protagonist must surmount on their path to ascendance. In a moment of bewilderment, Shu He suddenly recalled the system's earlier words. The world was in disarray, and the protagonist's lack of ambition stemmed largely from an inability to discern the significance of striving. Thus, it became imperative for the minor antagonist to enumerate the advantages of wealth to the protagonist. How simple this task appeared. Before her eyes, the vision of completing her mission materialized. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with delight as she feigned nonchalance, saying, "Oh, there are countless benefits. With money, you can purchase whatever your heart desires. You needn't weave your own scarves, and you can elevate your family's circumstances, changing outfits thrice a day like I do. You could travel far and wide. The world is vast, and most importantly, with wealth, you can exact revenge on all those who have wronged you." At this juncture, He pretended to have let slip a secret, wishing to refrain from reminding Su Nongqing of the possibility of vengeance, and promptly fell silent. Yet, her performance was clumsy. Despite her intention to appear unfazed, her round, expressive eyes frequently darted toward Su Nongqing's face, resembling a cat poised for attack. Tail flicking in the shadows. Endearingly daft. Su Nongqing offered no commentary on her words. His voice, slightly hoarse, inquired, "Does having money mean one can have a wife?" He nodded vigorously, affirming, "Indeed. I am certain your future wife would not be fond of a lazy, impoverished man." Su Nongqing gazed at him intently, as if pondering something deeply, before finally speaking. I understand. Indeed, He did not harbor any affection for a man of such humble means. Thus, upon realizing that the protagonist had finally absorbed his words, He felt an overwhelming desire to leap into the plush embrace of his guardian, rolling joyfully. However, in this world, there was no guardian to be found, leaving him to strive for composure. At midnight, the fireworks ascended punctually into the sky. With a resounding bang, He, startled, instinctively sought refuge in Su Nongqing's embrace, unaware of the man's hand encircling his waist. The noise was deafening. He covered his ears, wondering when it would cease.
"What?"
Su Nongqing inquired, his voice barely audible over the cacophony. The fireworks continued to erupt with relentless vigor, compelling he to lean closer to Su Nongqing's ear, softly inquiring about the duration of the spectacle. Su Nongqing's grip on he's waist tightened slightly, the other's delicate and fragrant presence lingering in his breath. After a moment of contemplation, he murmured, "It will last until 1 in the morning."
"Such a long time."
He mumbled, recalling that he needed to rise early the next day. He extricated himself from Su Nongqing's grasp and leaned against the window to view the fireworks. But Su Nongqing forbade him from venturing outside, citing the strong winds. He found it peculiar why the protagonist would concern himself with the antagonist's well-being in such matters. Lost in these thoughts, he felt a gentle tug at the hem of his garment. Turning his head, he was momentarily illuminated by the vibrant hues of the fireworks reflecting off his cheek. Su Nongqing stood beside him, not observing the fireworks, but rather gazing at him. He anticipated that the man might have something to say, perhaps a discourse on ambition, having mentally prepared his lines. Yet, after a prolonged silence of several seconds, this towering figure remained mute. Once again, he glimpsed his own reflection in those dark eyes. He lowered his gaze, turning back to the fireworks. Deep down, an inexplicable sense of confusion lingered within him, reminiscent of the time in his childhood when he discovered that his parents possessed 8 legs, while he had only 2. The following day, he arose early. After dressing meticulously, he opened a suitcase and withdrew cash to stuff into red envelopes. His parents had forgotten to send him any. It was said that one should clarify the red envelopes with Su Nongqing, so they simply mailed a thick stack of cash instead. Lacking experience, and having forgotten to request the envelopes himself, he hastily sought out his only somewhat familiar acquaintance, Wang Wanwan. She generously provided him with several envelope shells and even treated him to some delicious potato chips. Grateful, he resolved to prepare a red envelope for Wang Wanwan as a token of appreciation. As he finished wrapping it up and was about to head out, he noticed Su Nongqing leaning against the wall, his gaze descending upon the red envelope in He's hand. With a somewhat indifferent tone, he inquired for whom. "Wang Wanwan." He replied, hurriedly making his way out. The weather had been inclement lately, alternating between snow and rain. He feared that if he delayed, he might find himself caught in a snowfall. In his haste, he failed to notice the faint shadow that crossed Su Nongqing's expression upon hearing Wang Wanwan's name.
Outside,
the wind howled fiercely as Wang Ji battled the gusts, wielding a shovel to clear the snow along the roadside. He worked absent-mindedly, lost in thought, his mind a flurry of unease. He had not anticipated that Wang Wanwan possessed such remarkable talent. Her eloquence had indeed allowed her to become somewhat familiar to Xu He. Is this what it means to be a university student? So adept at navigating social dynamics, so charming, yet here he was, just like now, watching Xu He leave. Wang Ji could hardly believe his fortune when he encountered the solitary Xu He. He hastened his steps to intercept her. The red envelope in Xu He's hand was quite conspicuous, and Wang Ji noticed it immediately. He paused momentarily, a peculiar expression crossing his face as he inquired, "Young master, that envelope isn't intended for Wang Wanwan, is it? And if it is?" Xu He pouted slightly. "Please do not obstruct my path. What is so special about Wang Wanwan?" Wang Ji retorted, a hint of jealousy seeping into his tone. "Oh, it seems that Su Nongqing has not captured your attention either. I thought, seeing you two together daily, that something was already settled." Xu He had initially intended to bypass him, but upon hearing his words, she instinctively halted, tilting her head and regarding Wang Ji with a quizzical glance. "What do you mean?" Wang Ji scrutinized Xu He. The youth gazed back at him with genuine bewilderment, as if he truly did not comprehend the matter at hand. After a brief silence, Wang Ji's mind raced, and with a touch of mischief intended to provoke Xu He's disdain for Su Nongqing, he deliberately stated, "You are unaware? Su Nongqing harbors feelings for you." In truth, Wang Ji himself was uncertain. In this era, the notion of homosexuality was utterly scandalous. He, feeling guilty, assumed Su Nongqing shared similar inclinations. Otherwise, how could that aloof and solitary character allow Xu He to reside with him? As this thought crossed his mind, Wang Ji's gaze flickered, and he continued, "Do you understand what it means to be liked? Young Master Xu, to be liked means one wishes to take you as a wife. In the context of the 17th century literature, Su Nongqing desires you as a spouse, wishing to marry and share a life with you. His intentions towards you are far from innocent, young Master Xu." Upon finishing his words, Wang Ji closed his mouth, observing Xu He's expression with a sense of satisfaction at his own ploy. Perhaps, just perhaps, Xu He would abandon Su Nongqing and seek refuge elsewhere. Wang Ji licked his lips, feeling a flicker of excitement. The youth before him appeared momentarily stunned. His beautiful almond-shaped eyes lifted slightly upon hearing the remark, and with a melodious voice tinged with discontent, he retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Xu He remained unconvinced, baffled as to why Wang Ji would utter such statements. He furrowed his fair brow and, with deliberate reasoning, countered, "Both Su Nongqing and I are boys. What does that have to do with affection? He despises me." Wang Ji paused, bewildered. "Despises you?" "Yes, our relationship is quite poor," Xu He replied, turning to Wang Ji, slightly raising his delicate chin as he added, "Just as I detest you, my rapport with Su Nongqing is similarly bleak." Wang Ji was taken aback. His exhilaration was abruptly stifled. He found it hard to believe. Surely, no one in the village could overlook how Su Nongqing indulged this young master. He followed him everywhere, casting cold glares at anyone who dared to glance their way. Was that truly disdain? Wang Ji frowned, convinced that Xu He was surrounded by too many sycophants, leading him to misinterpret the intentions of anyone who did not cater to his whims. It was only natural for a pampered young master to react thusly. Nonetheless, Wang Ji was unwilling to forfeit this opportunity to manipulate Su Nongqing. He secretly chuckled to himself and argued with veracity, "Is that so? Yet he is always by your side, and every time he sees you, he sees him as well." Once again, I witnessed Su Nongqing devouring the pear you had left unfinished. If he harbored any aversion towards you, would he truly share a morsel with you? Xu He remained silent, his lashes cast down, his face subtly flushed with indignation. What a trivial pair. This was merely a means for him to torment Su Nongqing. Should Su Nongqing refuse to partake, he would certainly face repercussions. Under the duress of the antagonist, The protagonist must conform, though he could hardly fathom what Su Nongqing would do if he stubbornly declined. Yet that was inconsequential. Those who are coerced often imagine the dire consequences. Thus, to avoid such grim fates from materializing, the protagonist could not possibly act in opposition. He let his gaze wander momentarily. He ruffled his hair, feigning to adjust his protagonist aura, reminding himself that the Dragon King was on the verge of a comeback. And at a mere command, Wang Ji would find himself residing in a doghouse. "Do not speak," he interjected. "As for Su Nongqing's feelings towards me, I am undoubtedly more aware than you. Should you persist, I shall instruct my bodyguard to carry you into the doghouse to dwell with the dogs." Such an impressive display of protagonist bravado. Wang Ji. He genuinely envisioned that scene. In the entire village, only his third aunt owned 2 dogs, which had recently given birth, leaving the place in utter disarray, more repugnant than a pigsty. Wang Ji's conceptions of the affluent were entirely derived from television. In his mind, the elite could indeed engage in such antics, leading him to question whether he might be capable of such actions. He clenched his back molars and uttered his final words. "Then go and inquire with Su Nongqing. You shall discover whether I spoke truly." Before long, he spotted Wang Wanwan and promptly jogged over, his eyes sparkling as he presented her with a red envelope, wishing her a happy new year. Wang Wanwan was taken aback. Gazing at the envelope in her hands, she reached into her own clothing and produced an identical one, exclaiming, "What a coincidence! I was also planning to pay you a New Year visit, here you go." She then accepted the red envelope that he had given her. Wang Ji, observing from behind, felt a pang of envy. In his eyes, Wang Wanwan was exceptionally clever. A single red envelope could leave a lasting impression and subtly strengthen interpersonal connections. Truly impressive. Who knows? Perhaps Wang Wanwan might indeed marry into a wealthy family and become a distinguished matriarch. Contemplating this, Wang Ji pondered whether he should cultivate a relationship with Wang Wanwan or attempt to sabotage it, much like he had calculated with Su Nongqing. As he mused, he caught a glance from Wang Wanwan, who seemed to have concluded her conversation and was now approaching him. "Are you coming over to my house for a visit?" Wang Wanwan asked confidently, playfully tossing her hair as she smiled at He. In her eyes, the handsome young man before her was engrossed in enjoying some candy, even generously sharing a piece with her, devoid of any airs of superiority. He merely shook his head. Upon noticing Wang Ji, Wang Wanwan politely greeted him as cousin before disregarding him, her attention remaining fixed on He. Wang Ji stood rooted to the spot, watching the 2 retreating figures, his nostrils flaring as he caught the scent of the fruit candy in He's mouth. He rubbed his pants, lost in thought, and hurriedly discarded the shovel, heading homeward. Throughout the journey, it was once again Wang Wanwan who initiated the conversation. She did not wish for He to perceive her as a mere country dweller, a person devoid of any prospects. Thus she endeavored to showcase her breadth of knowledge throughout their journey, recounting her past professional experiences. Even securing a job through he would suffice. He did provide an abundance of emotional validation, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he proclaimed her remarkable talents and assured her of a promising future. Yet, beyond that, there was nothing more. Not a hint of romantic allure surfaced. Wang Wanwan found herself questioning her existence, likening he to the archetype of a steel straight man popularized online in later generations, though his countenance seemed to render such a label inadequate. Suddenly, he halted in his tracks. Instinctively, Wang Wanwan ceased her movement and turned to gaze at him. Noticing his attention was fixed on the neighboring yard, where faint whimpers could be heard. It appeared to be a puppy. Her family had recently welcomed 6 adorable pups. "Do you want to raise a dog?" Wang Wanwan inquired. He's eyes brightened slightly, though he neither nodded nor shook his head, which Wang Wanwan discreetly noted. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Reluctantly, She understood that this was where their paths diverged, bidding Xu He farewell. Goodbye, she uttered. Xu He, with his keen, sparkling eyes, proceeded towards his home, only to lift his gaze and find Su Nongqing leaning against the door, his eyes cast downwards upon him. A chilling wind swept through the air, biting to the bone, leaving one to wonder how long he had stood there. He contemplated broaching the subject of the puppy, but hesitated, recalling Wang Ji's nonsensical remarks. In a moment of indecision, he crushed the fruit candy in his mouth, pivoted on his heel, and ventured towards the accumulated snow beside him. Su Nongqing stepped forward instantly, questioning, "What are you doing?" "Building a snowman," he replied. As He was about to roll up her sleeves, Su Nongqing firmly seized her hand, halting her movement. He struggled, questioning his intentions. "What are you doing? Your health is poor. You can't handle this." Su Nongqing lowered his gaze, using his warm palm to envelop He's icy hand, which felt as though it had been frozen, the fingertips tinged with a pale hue. His voice, devoid of any discernible emotion, stated, "If you wish to see a snowman, I shall create one for you." He replied, "Are you suggesting that my frail health would lead me to fall ill if I were to engage in such activity?" "Indeed. But why do you care whether I fall ill or not?" He tilted her head slightly, gazing at him. In that moment, she lifted her face, her cheeks slightly puffed, breaking free from his grasp. Su Nongqing, momentarily lost in thought, found himself unexpectedly released. Yet, in the next instant, he felt He's cool hands cradling his face. The chill should have numbed his mind, rendering it devoid of clarity. However, Su Nongqing found himself momentarily incapable of thought. In his vision, in his breath, there was only the image of He rising on her toes to draw near. Her soft breath, fragrant and delicate, awakening all the desires suppressed beneath the weight of reason. "Su Nongqing, do you harbor feelings for me?" The delicate antagonist of an 18th century tale. Unbeknownst to him, fine drizzle began to fall from the sky, and the wind strengthened, biting with a frigid chill that could not extinguish the sudden inferno igniting in Su Nongqing's heart. He gazed at He, his dark eyes deep and distant, stifling the movement of his throat, rendered immobile as if fixed in place by some unseen force, leaving him unable to utter a single word. He felt a slight movement of his fingers pressed against Su Nongqing's face. He was somewhat cold, and realized they should retreat indoors. With that thought, He lowered his hand and turned to depart, but unexpectedly, Su Nongqing grasped his hand, pulling him into the room and closing the door behind them. The wind was blocked, yet his hand remained firmly held. The juxtaposition of cold and warmth intertwined, their grip unyielding. "Why do you ask?" "Wang Ji mentioned it." He replied slowly. "He said you wish to take me as your wife. Is that true?" Su Nongqing fixated on him, his breath becoming slightly heavier. Previously, he could never decipher Su Nongqing's thoughts, but now, he sensed the turmoil within him, even as the grip on his hand tightened to the point of discomfort. He bit his soft lip, his dimples appearing faintly on his cheeks. He gazed at the individual before him, his alabaster brows slightly furrowed, and in a subdued voice, he murmured, "It hurts." Taking a step back, Su Nongqing regarded He with an unreadable expression, his voice hoarse. "What do you think?" "Quite cunning," he remarked, fiddling with the hem of his garment. In those fleeting seconds of pause, his astute mind had prepared an entire repertoire of retorts. A slight blush crept onto his cheeks at his own cleverness. Blinking twice, he looked at Su Nongqing with a hint of disdain. "Who knows you? Though you find me quite irritating, you may perceive me as not easily provoked. Yet you treat me rather well, and I appreciate that aspect of you. However, perhaps Wang Ji is mistaken. After all, with your limited means, what audacity do you possess to entertain such thoughts, right? Moreover, I have no desire to endure a life of hardship, even if you possess a certain charm." He murmured, his words oddly ambiguous. leaving one somewhat puzzled about his true intentions. At the very least, the system was baffled. In such moments, one ought to wholeheartedly belittle the protagonist and mock their fanciful dreams. Compliments and disparagements should not be intertwined, as it dilutes their respective impacts. The system observed for a while and captured a couple of photographs of Xu He, intending to later educate him on how to navigate such situations. After this remark, Su Nongqing gazed intently at Xu He for a considerable time. A subtle change flickered across his handsome features, as if he wished to articulate something, yet ultimately refrained. Merely stating, "You are right." Su Nongqing had been standing by the door. Upon hearing this, he opened it, carefully shielding the gap with his body to prevent even a whisper of cold air from reaching Xu He. He acknowledged with a sound, turned his back, and Xu He could no longer discern his expression. Xu He softly sang to himself as he settled by the charcoal fire. Leaning over, he retrieved the compendium of villainy from the table and meticulously wrapped a scarf around himself for warmth, then lowered his head, his snow-white cheeks brushing against the plush fabric of the scarf as he read by the fire. The system habitually captured a photograph. Seizing the moment of leisure, its cold electronic voice resonated. "Why did you not directly mock the protagonist's delusions just now?" Xu He flipped to a page in his book and paused. With pride, he replied, "The compendium of villainy states." The system instantly grasped Xu He's meaning. However, there is no need to be so pragmatic in applying one's knowledge. The compendium of villainy suggests that a nefarious character may not only belittle the protagonist, but also explore alternative avenues. Xu He, driven by an uncontrollable desire to curry favor with her guardians, sparkled with enthusiasm as she contemplated deceiving the protagonist emotionally. "Brother, do you understand what it means to deceive someone emotionally? It entails feigning a relationship with the protagonist, leading them to develop deep feelings for me, only to part ways later." Xu He remarked, "Just now, Su Nongqing did not explicitly acknowledge his feelings for me, yet I sense a flicker of interest, even though I cannot fathom why he would be drawn to someone who bullies him. Nevertheless, I am confident that I shall accomplish my task." The system interjected, "Objectively speaking, it is indeed a brilliant strategy. However, for reasons unknown, it disapproves of Xu He feigning a romance with Su Nongqing." The system's cold, electronic voice resonated. "You have ample time. There is no need for haste. You need not subject yourself to undue hardship." Upon hearing this, Xu He widened her luminous eyes in surprise, leading the system to believe she would assert her lack of distress. Yet, to its astonishment, this little villain, feeling quite put upon, whispered, "But I have already endured quite a bit living here. I have never resided in such a small space. Had I not come here, I wouldn't have even encountered a cockroach. Once the task is fulfilled, I shall reside in a grander dwelling. At most, I will endure this situation for a few more months." Xu He perched the bookshelf on her lap, counting on her fingers, contemplating whether she could elicit Su Nongqing's affections within that time frame. A hint of uncertainty washed over her. Just then, the sound of a puppy's bark echoed from the doorway. "So adorable." Xu He stepped forward to take the puppy from Su Nongqing's hands. The puppy, still quite young, immediately began to lick Xu He's face with a soft whimper upon catching his scent, clearly enamored with him. Su Nongqing coolly regarded the previously silent mutt in his grasp and remarked, "It is too small. You won't be able to care for it." Su Nongqing simply replied, Xu He's attention was wholly captured by the lively pup, which yipped in delicate, high-pitched tones. After playing with it until nightfall and finishing dinner, Xu He suddenly recalled his intention to build a snowman. He leaned against the window, gazing outside. "Su Nongqing, you promised to help me build a snowman. You weren't jesting, were you?" Su Nongqing, having cleared the table, responded now, "Yes." After a brief pause, he stacked the dishes neatly before pulling open the door and stepping outside. He appeared efficient and decisive, even inquiring about the desired size of the snowman. Xu He, wrapped in a scarf, followed closely beside him, clutching his clothing to shield against the wind. In a soft voice tinged with a nasal quality, he requested, "As tall as me." Upon hearing this, Su Nongqing tilted his head to gauge Shu He's height. The dim light from within the house mingled with the moonlight that bathed the courtyard. Insufficient to fully illuminate the scene, yet enough for Su Nongqing to discern Shu He's exposed face. The pallor of Shu He's skin was kissed by the breeze, his cheeks appearing rosy and tender, while his eyes sparkled under the faint moonlight as they locked gazes. This moment inexplicably reminded Su Nongqing of their earlier conversations that day. His voice dropped slightly. "The snow may not be sufficient." Shu He responded with a note of disappointment. "Then we shall gather as much as we can." Su Nongqing, with his eyes downcast, silently began to gather snow. Before long, he fashioned 2 snowballs, one large and one small. Shu He, eager to join, discreetly reached out to place the smaller snowball atop the larger one. However, his movement coincided with Su Nongqing's. The cold, delicate hand of Su Nongqing rested on the back of Shu He's hand. Concerned about chilling him, he swiftly withdrew his hand, only to promptly pull Shu He's hand away from the snow as well. Shu He was momentarily taken aback. He obediently gazed at Su Nongqing, his eyes reflecting confusion. His nose slightly reddened from the cold, and his lips pressed together, also tinged with a rosy hue. His obedience stirred thoughts in Su Nongqing reminiscent of their earlier conversation. He found himself at a loss regarding the true meaning behind Shu He's words. After a brief pause, Su Nongqing's dark eyes fixed intently on Shu He. He reached out, placing his hand on Shu He's sleeve, drawing him closer. In the crisp air, their breaths intertwined as the distance between them diminished. "What are you doing?" Shu He instinctively tilted his face up, his apricot-shaped eyes, dampened by the wind, reflecting the proximity of Su Nongqing's brow and gaze. Those eyes were of a deep hue, their expression inscrutable. Confusion enveloped Shu He's heart, unsure of how he had become so irresistibly drawn to him. He rubbed his chin against the scarf tied around his neck and asked slowly, "Why are you pulling me?" Su Nongqing remained silent, yet Shu He sensed the pressure of his hand on his sleeve intensifying. Caught off guard, accompanied by the soft rustle of his down jacket, Shu He found himself enveloped in Su Nongqing's embrace. Instinctively, he grasped the fabric of the person before him, looking up in bewilderment. Su Nongqing slightly bent down in response to the force of his hand, lowering his head. His dark, profound eyes seemed to take on a tangible quality, tracing a slow path from Shu He's elegant eyebrows down to his soft lips. The transparent sweetness completely enveloped Su Nongqing's breath, prompting him to lower his head further. His mind devoid of any thoughts, merely pressing against Shu He's reddened nose, cautiously observing him. The system noted. He realized something. While Shu He acknowledged, he has taken the bait. Shu He's eyes sparkled with excitement.
Oh my.
Just this morning, he had devised a plan to manipulate emotions, and by evening, the main character had already fallen for it. This sentiment was far too easy to deceive. He is so clever. Shu He's eyes gleamed even brighter as he gazed at Su Nongqing. Under Su Nongqing's somewhat dazed stare, he reached up to playfully tug at his neck. Standing on tiptoe, Su Nongqing found himself entranced by his gaze, unable to look away. In fact, the rhythm of his heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. Yes, he wanted to kiss him. Desperately. Typically composed and even somewhat taciturn, rarely revealing his emotions, Su Nongqing now found himself utterly flustered by a simple remark from Shu He, his feelings surging forth. Impossible to restrain. He barely dared to meet his eyes, his deep voice betraying his struggle, the few words he managed to utter laden with intensity. Is it permissible? Shu He, too, had not fully contemplated his next move. He chose to mimic Su Nongqing. What do you think? Su Nongqing's breath grew heavier as he turned his head to look at him, his eyes reflecting the sight of Shu He tilting his chin upward. Those bright eyes gazed at him, masking emotions that were difficult to decipher. A delicate scion of a wealthy family, endowed with the privilege to whimsically toy with another's genuine emotions, he certainly possessed the freedom of choice. He willingly succumbed to his own indulgence. In a moment of distraction, Shuhei suddenly felt a hand at his waist, and the next instant, soft lips descended upon him with a fervent kiss, leaving his mind in a haze. Unprepared for such an encounter, his slender fingers instinctively pressed against the man's wrist, his body immobilized. To push or not to push, this was indeed a dilemma. Su Nongqing did not afford Shuhei much time to deliberate. It was his first kiss, and his first time being so close to Shuhei. In simple terms,
He was too timid to delve deeper.
Su Nongqing brushed his lips against Shuhei's, his dark eyes fixed intently, yearning to caress his face, but fearing that his touch might chill him. Instead, he could only gaze into those innocent, pure eyes, and for a brief moment, he pulled Shuhei into his embrace, softly inquiring, "Shall we still build a snowman?" Shuhei pressed his lips together, a slight dimple flickering at the corner of his mouth, hesitating before responding. "Yes, let us build one." After a considerable while, Su Nongqing finally released Shuhei, who insisted on placing the snowman's head himself, unwilling to let him interfere. Consequently, Su Nongqing took his hand, guiding it to rest upon his own hand's back, while he himself handled the icy snowball, the act of placing it atop being left to Shuhei. Shuhei's hand, petite and delicate, rested on his, pristine and soft, untouched by any household chores, much like a person that deserved to be cherished and pampered with extravagant care. In no time, the snowman was completed, a masterpiece in its own right. Shuhei circled around the snowman, his cheeks, as white as snow, hidden beneath his scarf, his eyes sparkling as he requested the system to capture a photograph of the snowman. Yet, he had never realized that the system's album contained more of him. The system, gazing at the mosaic before it, calmly remarked, "All I see are colorful mosaics. I cannot discern what you are doing. What has become of the protagonist?" He was momentarily taken aback as Su Nongqing pulled him into the room. They shared a brief kiss that lasted mere seconds. "Brother, can you still not see?" At this, the system, for reasons unknown, fell into a state of bewilderment. Subsequently, an inexplicable surge of anger erupted within the program, intensifying with each moment, a discomfort surpassing that of a virus infection. However, this unnameable ire was not directed at Shuhei. Instead, it hastily left a message stating, "There is a half-hour countdown remaining for the mosaic, before it rushed to the forum to afflict other systems." Objectively speaking, they had not clearly articulated whether they were indeed in a relationship. Yet, through the course of the past few days, Shuhei sensed that Su Nongqing likely believed they were. He treated him exceedingly well. Although he had always shown kindness, there had been a tendency to restrain himself, maintaining an air of nonchalance. This often left Shuhei perplexed about the protagonist's thoughts. However, the situation had changed. Su Nongqing's emotions were now more transparent, no longer concealed. He would frequently gaze at Shuhei for extended periods, unflinching when noticed, even going so far as to stroke his hair and lean in for a kiss. His kissing technique improved with each encounter, and their conversations grew increasingly earnest. So much so that Shuhei began to rack his brain, preparing his breakup lines. As spring arrived, in mid-April, the weather had warmed considerably. Shuhei diligently reviewed the original plot, discovering that among the businessmen, one was Su Nongqing's mother. Disregarding the disjointed narrative, in accordance with the original Dragon King storyline, Su Nongqing will part ways with her mother here, embarking on a journey into the world of commerce, leading her toward a path of success. Shuhei's eyes gradually brightened. "Brother, could this be my opportunity?" The entity remained silent. After a moment, the system's mechanical voice coldly resonated. "Su Nongqing will not accompany her mother."
"Why?"
Shuhei gazed intently at the stage before her and earnestly declared, "I will persuade him. He will listen to me." The system responded, "Good luck. Separation is for the best." Despite these words, Shu-hee attentively watched the performance on stage before departing. In mid-April, there was a brief 3-day holiday. She yearned for this opportunity, willing to face her parents' reproach for a chance at success. What if she were to soar to great heights in the future? At that point, there would be no disparity in status between her and Shu-hee. However, the circumstances diverged from her recollections. Wang Wanwan listened in astonishment as the elderly woman spoke. "You know Su Nongqing's mother has also arrived, right? She might be bringing Su Nongqing into the city to conduct business." Wang Xingwa still hopes to have a significant figure like Wang Ji supporting him. Yet he was outright rejected. "I find it utterly embarrassing." Su Nongqing? Is there someone among these merchants who is Su Nongqing's mother? Wang Wanwan furrowed her brow. This shouldn't be. In her previous life, there were no such interruptions. Those individuals simply took Wang Ji away without any refusals.
No.
Wang Wanwan suddenly realized that if Su Nongqing's mother was indeed among these merchants, it was highly likely that they were coming specifically for Su Nongqing. Otherwise, such merchants engaged in substantial business would have no need to visit the village in person. Thus, it is highly probable that those individuals from the previous life chose to take Wang Ji away because Su Nongqing had refused to leave the village. In this lifetime, Su Nongqing likely did not decline. Why refrain from rejection? Wang Wanwan felt a lump in her throat. Her opportunity, a fashionably attired woman, adorned in high heels, stood at the entrance, seemingly intrigued by him, casting frequent glances towards Su Nongqing in hopes that he would make an introduction. However, Su Nongqing remained silent, refraining from any introduction. In the presence of outsiders, his demeanor was remarkably calm, almost frigid. "Very well, but I shall not enter the city for now." When Su's mother broached the subject of business, Su Nongqing acquiesced. As the company expanded, she required a trusted individual to serve as her confidant. Despite having neglected this child for many years, familial ties run deep, and Su's mother harbored no concerns that Su Nongqing would harbor divided loyalties. Outside, a messenger was calling out with news. Shu-hee dashed out, the breeze stirring her dark hair, revealing her delicate brows. The youth radiated vitality. Su's mother, unable to restrain herself, turned to look. Su Nongqing's gaze followed the boy's retreating figure, and after a few moments, he responded with a nonchalant indicating that there was nothing amiss. So, why the need for such turmoil? Su Nongqing tilted his head and approached the doorway. Su's mother followed suit, and all that could be heard was his indifferent voice. "If you seek to discuss business with me, let us confine our conversation to that. The rest pertains to my private matters." Su's mother furrowed her brow. How rude! This is the attitude he adopts towards his own mother? She felt a twinge of annoyance, but could not bring herself to reproach him. After all, so many years had passed without contact, and nurturing their familial bond was paramount. Outside. Shu-hee remained outside, meticulously opening a letter. The weather had warmed considerably, yet occasional chills still swept through the air. Draped in a delicate, thin coat, he lowered his head, his dark locks swaying gently in the breeze. He had to shield his eyes with his hand to prevent the wind from interfering with his vision. As he read the letter, his cheeks puffed slightly with concentration. Steward Fong was already en route, poised to escort him away at any moment. Sumu stepped outside and paused for 2 seconds upon spotting Shu-hee. She contemplated greeting him, but Su Nongqing seemed reluctant for her to engage with the boy. Ultimately, she walked away without uttering a word. Shu-hee tucked the letter into his coat pocket and hastened inside, eager to inquire about Su Nongqing's situation. However, as soon as Su Nongqing shut the door, he leaned in to kiss him. The warmth of his breath made Shu-hee feel somewhat weak. Pressing him against the door behind him, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Su Nongqing's gaze was intently fixed on Shu-hee's almond-shaped eyes. One hand cradling his pale cheek, fingertips brushing softly, the atmosphere growing increasingly heavy with emotion. Xu He emitted a soft, indistinct sound, subtly urging him to halt. He could hear Steward Fang's voice calling from outside, "Young master, I have come to fetch you." Su Nongqing, of course, also heard the voice from outside. Yet, in that fleeting moment, his entire focus was on the boy before him, whose eyes were on the verge of tears from the kiss, rendering him oblivious to the significance of the words uttered outside. Su Nongqing's slightly warm hand found its way to the nape of Xu He's snowy neck, causing him to shiver slightly. He was particularly sensitive to ticklish sensations in that area. Each time, it seemed as though Su Nongqing deliberately pressed his lips there, igniting a delightful reaction within Xu He. No matter how one tries to evade it, there is no escaping the malevolence of such a protagonist. Xu He found himself ensnared by a kiss so fervent that his lips could scarcely close, his soft little tongue barely visible, exuding a faintly sweet fragrance. He was relentlessly kissed by this typically serious yet mischievous individual, whose touch rendered his tender lips a rosy hue, tears welling up as he struggled against it. His beautiful lower eyelids glistened with crystalline droplets, which were tenderly kissed away. Housekeeper Fang, noticing the silence from within, approached the door with curiosity. He raised his hand and knocked, the slight reverberation of the sound lingering against Xu He's delicate back pressed against the door. Xu He, weakly lifting his hand to grasp Su Nongqing's hair, dared not make a sound, his gaze fixed on him with a sense of coercion. Yet his fingers trembled, his almond-shaped eyes brimming with tears, lacking any semblance of intimidation, resembling a tabby cat whose claws had been trimmed.
Su Nongqing lên Tết.
He gently wiped away the tears from Xu He's eyes, cradling him in his arms, whispering near his ear, "Shall we wait a while before seeing Uncle Fang? Your eyes are quite red, and your lips too. It appears as though you have been wronged." Xu He, belatedly comprehending Su Nongqing's unfinished sentiment, pressed his tingling lips together, puffing out his cheeks, the dimples at the sides of his face brimming with indignation. The protagonist was doomed. Upon parting, he would hurl a multitude of harsh words. Xu He pinched Su Nongqing's hand with some force, causing a twinge of pain, yet Su Nongqing's eyes sparkled with amusement as he attentively regarded him, gesturing towards the bed. He then spoke to housekeeper Fang at the door. "Just a moment, he has just woken up and is changing his clothes." Housekeeper Fang expressed no objections. He could hardly fathom that the young master would be swept away by a man from this impoverished valley. Upon hearing the words, he merely responded with an "oh," stepping aside to await developments. In an attempt to mask her unease, Xu He genuinely changed into another outfit and played with a slightly grown puppy for a while. When she emerged, he was adjusting his collar, his head bowed slightly, the collar nestled within his long, snow-white neck, delicately pulled out by his fingers. He appeared strikingly lifelike, as though just roused from slumber, though his eyes seemed to glisten with a hint of moisture. Steward Fang hesitated momentarily, but soon reassured himself that it was perhaps a common occurrence upon waking. As he approached Xu, he scrutinized her from head to toe and quickly remarked with a smile, "The young master hasn't lost weight. Splendid. There should be no issues with this health check." Upon hearing that Xu He was about to leave, his thoughts momentarily froze, instinctively glancing at the youth still battling with his collar. There was something peculiar about that attire. Xu He felt a twinge of discontent, as this collar was even more cumbersome than wearing animal hide. Su Nongqing raised his hand, his fingers gently aiding Xu He in adjusting the collar, the tingling sensation forcing her to revisit those earlier moments at the door. In a few exchanged words, Su Nongqing's thoughts, which had yet to fully blossom, were abruptly curtailed. Just a brief separation. A long-distance relationship, perhaps? Maybe during the summer vacation. Xu He herself was uncertain. Steward Fang's gaze swept across the two, noticing their relationship seemed to have improved significantly. This parting felt too sudden, leaving many sentiments unexpressed. Su Nongqing silently followed Xu He as she approached the vehicle, managing only to utter, "Write to me." The car door slammed shut with a resounding thud, stirring up the dust from the ground. Shu-hee lowered the car window, her porcelain face slightly protruding from the opening, her lips pursed in a smile, revealing dimples on her cheeks. Su Nongqing's sleeve was gently grasped by her outstretched hand. "Su Nongqing, you will strive for progress, won't you?" she reminded the protagonist before departing, demonstrating her dedication. "In a moment, young master, I shall bring out the food for Mr. Su to distribute." After a flurry of activity, Butler Fong finally presented the food, stacking it on the ground. Just as he was about to enter the vehicle, he caught a glimpse of a small creature at his feet.
Arg.
A little dog had somehow followed them, wagging its tail vigorously and barking excitedly. Hearing the commotion, Shu-hee leaned out of the window again. "Xiao Fu," she called, naming the dog, which means happiness. Xiao Fu immediately raised its front paws against the window, gazing longingly at Shu-hee, eager to lick her face. However, it was still too small to reach her. Su Nongqing stepped forward, bending down to lift the puppy. As he straightened, he swiftly kissed the hand that Shu-hee had placed on the edge of the window. Instinctively, he glanced at Butler Fong to ensure he had not been noticed before glaring at Su Nongqing with a fierce expression. Su Nongqing regarded him gently, his dark eyes focused. "Until we meet again." As those words fell, the car stirred up dust and departed. The dog immediately began barking, attracting the attention of nearby farmers who rushed over to investigate. Upon seeing the food, they inquired about it from Su Nongqing. In front of the outsiders, Su Nongqing's expression quickly became impassive. "There are no pesky little insects at home. The weather is not so capricious with the heating on. He does not have to change clothes frequently, and he can enjoy various delicious foods." Upon seeing Shu-hee, his parents felt a wave of relief at his maintained weight, which was indeed a positive sign. The results of his medical examination had also been released, revealing that everything was in excellent condition, even better than when he had departed. This clearly substantiates the notion that nature rejuvenates the spirit. Shu's mother inquired, "What is there that could possibly occupy your thoughts?" "The mountains and the people." Shu-hee replied whimsically, "Even adopted a dog named Xiao Fu." His father interjected, "A dog sheds fur. With your health, you shouldn't keep one." "Not to worry. Xiao Fu doesn't shed much," Shu-hee softly protested, burying his face into a large plush toy and playfully pleading, "Please?" All right, his mother capitulated, unable to resist. She stood up and gently ran her fingers through the soft, black strands of Shu-hee's hair at the nape of his neck, noting that it had grown long and was due for a trim. This led Shu's father to recall another matter. "Earlier, we discussed cultivating hobbies. How is your self-study of the violin progressing? If you enjoy it, perhaps you should pursue it further." Shu-hee expressed his fondness for it. "Yes, that sounds good." His mother, with earnest intention, replied, "I will arrange for a professional teacher for you. The doctor mentioned that having goals is crucial for your health. Seeing something you love can greatly enhance your mood." Shu-hee nodded in agreement. Not long after, he retrieved a letter from his mailbox sent by Su Nongqing. Although Su had not pursued extensive formal education, his handwriting was unexpectedly exquisite. Throughout their long-distance relationship, their correspondence had never faltered. Su seldom mentioned business matters, perhaps opting to share only good news. Instead, he inquired about Shu-hee's well-being, his health, and what he was currently engaged in, before finally asking about the age of the violin teacher. As Shu-hee penned his letter, he cast a glance at the young man seated at the table, diligently underlining key passages in his professional book. This man possessed striking good looks, and while his expression could appear somewhat severe when silent, he was even more intimidating while teaching, exuding an air of seriousness. However, outside the teaching environment, he proved to be quite amiable. It was Professor Jiao. After a moment's contemplation, Shu-hee directly inquired, "How old are you?" Xiao Zilan lifted his gaze, his eyes briefly traversing Shu-hee's beautiful face, and replied, 29. Why do you ask? It's nothing, Shuhei murmured, returning his focus to the letter. He wrote with great concentration, and Xiao Zilin had initially assumed he was taking notes, only to realize upon closer inspection that he was composing a letter. Before Xiao could discern the content, Shuhei suddenly looked up, shielding the paper with his hand. What are you doing? Xiao Zilin chuckled lightly. Not allowed to see? Not allowed. Shuhei tilted his head, soft strands of hair cascading gracefully alongside his ear. He held the paper tightly until he observed Xiao Zilin surrendering with a gesture of his hands and withdrawing. Only then did he lower his head to continue his writing, his expression profoundly absorbed. The recipient of his correspondence remained a mystery. Meanwhile, Su Mu accompanied Su Nongqing to the company to familiarize themselves with its current primary work direction. She harbored a deep concern. Although Su Nongqing had performed well academically, he had not been extensively educated and his aptitude was uncertain. Where should she begin? Su Mu resolved to start with the fundamental logic of the industry. Her explanation was somewhat intricate, yet surprisingly, Su Nongqing grasped it all in one go and even posed several remarkably insightful questions. Have you encountered this before? Su Mu found herself slightly skeptical. Su Lingqing fell into silence for 2 seconds before denying it. Xiaohe gave me this book, which contains a case study.
Xiaohe.
Su's mother understood. He was referring to Shuhei. Before leaving Wangjia village last time, she had made a point to inquire among the villagers and learned that this beautiful girl was from the city, merely staying at Su Lingqing's home. It was said that her family was quite well off. After that, a subtle notion began to take root in Su's mother's mind. She set aside her documents and crossed her arms to observe Su Lingqing, playfully suggesting, "That child's name is Shuhei, isn't it? She certainly looks affluent. Is she not yet 20? I have a particularly wonderful girl I would like to introduce to him." At this remark, Su Lingqing visibly froze. He slowly lifted his gaze, revealing his handsome, elongated features, his dark eyes as tranquil as an ancient well, fixed upon Su's mother, devoid of any discernible emotion. Upon meeting his gaze, Su's mother's heart inexplicably raced, a wave of suppressed anxiety surging within her throat. His eyes held no resentment, no anger, but rather an eerie chill. It felt as though a hollow creature had set its sights upon her, compelling her to involuntarily step back, her facial muscles twitching, her arms uncrossing stiffly. What's wrong? Su's mother's mind momentarily stalled. She believed she had said nothing wrong. She merely intended to introduce a match for Shuhei. Offering a favor and playing the matchmaker was also part of the business realm. She had inquired and knew that Su Lingqing had a good relationship with this girl, and they were surely compatible. Why was he regarding her in such a manner? She was his mother, not an adversary. Su Lingqing averted his gaze. He averted his gaze, leaving Su's mother unable to decipher his emotions. All she could hear was her long-lost son, speaking in an indescribable tone. He had someone he liked. Su's mother opened her mouth, questioning, "So, what if you have someone you like? Are you two already in a relationship?" "Yes," Su Nongqing replied, his tone growing firmer. "They have been together for nearly 4 months, and their feelings are quite strong." Su's mother paused. "For months? That seems a bit off." She recalled that this child had arrived in Wangjia village last autumn and had only left last month. Clearly, the duration was far more than 4 months. Could he possibly be referring to someone from the village? The thought struck her as somewhat absurd. She even questioned whether Su Nongqing was fabricating a lie to deceive her. But what motive would he have to mislead her? It didn't concern his interests. Nevertheless, considering Su Nongqing's reaction when the subject was broached, Su's mother hesitated. Despite the inconsistencies, she ultimately decided against pursuing the topic further. "No," Su Nongqing stated firmly.
What?
Su's mother inquired. "Are you deliberately opposing me? Is it my fault that I left you with your grandparents?" Su Nongqing glanced at her calmly, replying, "There's no need for that. What are your true thoughts, then?" As their conversation continued, Sue's mother suddenly paused and walked towards the door. This child was from her second marriage, a 10-year-old currently in the 4th grade, and was considered Su Nongqing's younger brother. Initially, Sue's mother did not wish for Su Nongqing to intrude upon her family, especially since this child was from her previous marriage. However, since they were to work together, she naturally hoped that Su Nongqing would coexist harmoniously with his younger brother. Your brother is still young and a bit mischievous. You must be patient with him. Sue's mother turned to her younger son and said, "Quick, call your brother." The younger son showed little reaction. His gaze lowered as he picked at his fingers, clearly disinterested. Sue's mother felt a rare twinge of awkwardness and glanced at Su Nongqing, only to find him still expressionless, not even sparing a glance at his suddenly appeared brother. Su Nongqing's voice was devoid of warmth as he stated, "If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave." Upon hearing this, Sue's mother lost her motivation to continue the conversation. She pulled her younger son into the office, placing a firm hand on his shoulder as she endeavored to impart worldly wisdom. Unbeknownst to them, summer had arrived. The days grew increasingly hot, prompting Shu He to shed his long sleeves in favor of scanty short-sleeved tops and shorts. His skin was pale, almost dazzlingly so. His beautiful, elongated legs were now exposed, gracefully displayed without the hindrance of fabric, their contours harmonious, with a hint of pink at the knees and ankles. Leaning against the edge of the sofa, he gently swayed back and forth, always capturing the attention of those around him. As Qiao Zilin lowered his head to explain music to Shu he found his concentration disrupted for the 3rd time by those long legs swinging enticingly. Unable to contain himself any longer, he reached out and placed his hand on Shu He's knee, his fingers sinking into the soft skin. "Stop swinging," he urged. However, Shu He was extremely ticklish. The moment Qiao Zilin pressed down, he sprang away like a liquid cat escaping from his grasp. Before Qiao Zilin could fully comprehend the situation, the youth had vanished from the sofa, now standing by the piano, eyes wide with displeasure, staring at his tousled hair that had, indeed, become quite unruly. Qiao Zilin set aside the music book in his hands, clasped his hands behind his back, and rubbed the lingering sensation of softness from his fingertips. Gazing at Shu He with curiosity, "What's the matter?" he inquired. "It tickles," Shu He replied. Shu He lifted her leg and rubbed her knee, puffing her cheeks as she said to Qiao Zilin, "Please don't fidget, Teacher Qiao." Upon hearing this, Qiao Zilin chuckled lightly. "Is your knee itchy too? Then perhaps you should refrain from swinging your legs. It's quite distracting." Shu He felt that Qiao Zilin was not a good person. Was the inability to concentrate merely the fault of a minor antagonist? Teacher Qiao ought to reflect on whether he harbored too many distracting thoughts. He turned his head away, adjusting the tuft of hair on his head, a faint dimple appearing on his puffed cheeks as he hummed. Then, "Teacher Qiao, why not finish work early? I've been exhausted all afternoon. I too wish to rest." Qiao Zilin countered, "Is that so? Is it rest you seek, or are you writing a letter?" "Certainly, writing a letter," she replied. "However, one might argue that writing can also be considered a form of rest, as it requires neither much thought nor physical exertion." Her long, snow-white legs gently folded, her body leaning forward as her chin rested upon her knee.
"You mustn't peek."
Qiao Zilin chuckled softly. "I shan't look." Yet, there was little mirth in his gaze. He was quite curious about the recipient of the letter. Qiao Zilin had occasionally glimpsed the letters sent by the other party, which were composed with remarkable restraint, devoid of any overt expressions of longing, yet every line was laced with an unmistakable yearning for Shu He. It was said that Shu He had spent half a year in a remote village, and Qiao Zilin pondered. Without doubt, there must be someone in that village who captured her heart. His gaze fell downward, resting on the nape of Shu He's neck, which was partially concealed by her hair. "I heard from Shu Bo that you will be leaving next week?" Shu He noticed that Su Nongqing had candidly written the words "I miss you" in the letter. A rare occurrence. Xu He continued to read on, and upon hearing Qiao Zilan's inquiry, he mumbled, yes, I will be leaving next Monday, Teacher Qiao. You can take a break. I fear that's not possible, Qiao Zilan replied leisurely. Did you forget, Xiao He? I registered you for the violin competition last month. It's set to take place in 2 weeks. Xu He was taken aback. He looked up at Qiao Zilan, his beautiful almond-shaped eyes blinking in confusion. A competition?
Indeed.
Qiao Zilan affirmed. After practicing for so long, it's time to refine your experience through competition. You aspire to perform on the international stage in the future. You cannot afford to be idle. Xu He had not even realized he possessed such lofty ambitions. Noticing his hesitation, Qiao Zilan promptly declared, You have great talent. Do you wish to remain confined to mere interest? Xu He, feeling muddled, shook his head, then considered nodding. He had not thought that far ahead. Qiao Zilan, however, had already solidified all his plans for the next 2 months before he could agree. Xu He's parents were also supportive of his pursuit in this direction. They did not pressure him to take over the family business and could always hire someone to manage it if necessary. Ultimately, what mattered most was the happiness of their child. Xu He contemplated this and found no issue with it, proceeding to adhere to the schedule, all the while remembering to write to Su Nongqing to inform him of the delayed departure. Su Nongqing had only penned 3 words in the letter he sent, I miss you. Wang Wanwan was unaware that Xu He had already departed, intending to give him a gift. That child had already taken one before, and furthermore, he had left back in April. Did you not know, Mai? Upon learning what Wang Wanwan intended to do, Auntie, cradling her dog, reminded her. Wang Wanwan was entirely unprepared for the revelation that Xu He already owned a dog and had long departed from Wangjia village. It had almost slipped her mind that Xu He was not a native of Wangjia village. He was undoubtedly destined to leave. I'm not sure, Auntie remarked. That lad Su is quite familiar with people, yet he doesn't converse with us. He has been absent from the village lately, so how would we know?
She sighed.
Unable to suppress her despondency, bitterness lingering on her lips. This time, not only was he accompanied by bodyguards, but also by Qiao Zilan. The rationale for Qiao Zilan's presence was both simple and compelling. He explained that there would be a violin competition early next year, and as a teacher, he had to ensure that Xu He did not neglect his studies while in the countryside. Truly, he was a dedicated educator. Xu He murmured softly, taking advantage of this diligent teacher who was busy organizing his luggage in the trunk. Shielding his eyes from the glaring sun, he hurriedly made his way into the village, his clean sneakers swiftly carrying him along. The summer breeze fluttered, his hair dancing in the wind. Many villagers observed his arrival, and soon, news of the young master's return spread like wildfire to every corner. Meanwhile, Xu He had followed his memories to the place where he resided. He pushed open the door, sunlight streaming in, dust motes dancing in the air. Before the now considerably larger Xiao Fuxing could excitedly leap into his arms, he was enveloped by another figure who leaned down to kiss him. Xiao Fu, overwhelmed with excitement, lay on the ground, wagging his tail and sniffing around, his soulful eyes filled with adoration for his master, Su Nongqing. Xu He emitted a soft, indistinct sound as he was kissed, tilting his head up as Su Nongqing's rough fingertips pressed gently against his cheek. This individual kissed him once, paused to gaze into his eyes, and then deepened the kiss once more. Xu He breathed in short gasps, his little tongue having been kissed repeatedly. Su Nongqing remained silent, yet it was evident that he yearned for him, to the extent that he felt a profound sense of insecurity, resorting to such clingy behavior to affirm his existence. The door was left ajar. Xu He kept this in mind, terrified of being seen by passers-by. Thus, he softly called out Su Nongqing's name and reached out to tug at his prickly hair. It was only then that Su Nongqing paused. He leaned slightly, meeting Xu He's gaze, and placed a gentle kiss on his lips, finally managing to suppress the chaotic thoughts swirling within him. Little he, Su Nongqing murmured, his voice husky. Shu He, flustered, raised a hand to smooth his dark hair, pressed his lips together, and stood on tiptoe to inquire if there was any mark left from the kisses. His almond-shaped eyes were glistening and bright. As he leaned closer, a soft, enticing fragrance enveloped him. Su Nongqing lowered his gaze, his Adam's apple bobbing as he beheld Shu He's tender, flushed lips. At that moment, Qiao Zilan's voice interrupted. "Is this the place?" The 4 bodyguards accompanying him were the same ones who had protected Shu He the previous year. Familiar with the surroundings, they had completed their packing and brought Qiao Zilan to find the young master. Qiao Zilan confirmed their location and gradually came to a halt, his gaze penetrating the courtyard, landing on the tall, statuesque figure standing before Shu He. The slender youth appeared diminutive beside him, easily enveloped within a single embrace. The proximity between them was excessive, almost as if they had just shared a kiss.
Teacher.
A faint blush adorned Shu He's snow-white cheeks as he called out, his almond-shaped eyes drifting to the side. His voice slightly nasal and soft as he introduced, "This is my violin teacher, Qiao Zilan, whom I mentioned in my letter. This is Su Nongqing. I reside with him." As if fearing a question from Qiao Zilan, his words tumbled out in a hurried rush, yet to Qiao Zilan's discerning gaze, it was evident that he was attempting to conceal something. Qiao Zilan narrowed his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the slightly reddened corners of Shu He's eyes before resting on his moist, red lips. Moments later, Qiao Zilan stepped into the courtyard, turning his attention to the aloof Su Nongqing and greeted him with a calm smile. "I see, Mr. Su. It seems Xiao He is rather delicate. I appreciate your hospitality." Beneath the surface calm, the atmosphere felt inexplicably heavy. Su Nongqing's dark eyes remained indifferent. He regarded Qiao Zilan without a flicker of emotion, his tone detached. "It's not the first time he has stayed here. This place can be considered his home." However, Xiao He's true home was in the capital, and thus it could not be regarded as such. Qiao Zilan shifted the conversation, but it seems Xiao He is quite fond of this place. "The scenery nearby is indeed pleasant. Xiao He, why not show your teacher around?" Shu He hesitated, reluctant, feeling fatigued and a bit carsick. He did not outright refuse but puffed out his cheeks, rising on his toes to beckon the bodyguard outside, saying, "Brother Chen, please take teacher Qiao for a stroll. The southern field has beautiful scenery, and we can even catch fish." Qiao Zilan replied, "All right then." Brother Chen had been living here with Shu He for over half a year, thus he was well aware of what Shu He was referring to. Upon hearing those words, he immediately stepped forward, eager to take Qiao Zilan for a stroll. Despite her silence, Qiao Zilan followed along. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Su Nongqing once again enveloped her in his embrace. This kiss was considerably gentler. Shu He, with her almond-shaped eyes wide open, fluttered her lashes. Her lips slightly parted as she gasped for breath. Su Nongqing pressed his forehead against hers, his hand resting on the nape of her neck, and then softly inquired, "Why are there outsiders?" This referred to Qiao Zilan. Shu He's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She breathed in shallow intervals, taking a moment before she managed to respond. "I have a violin competition next year. Teacher Qiao said he would come to supervise my studies." "Leaving again next year?" Shu He averted her gaze, a sense of guilt washing over her. It wasn't just about next year. Long-distance relationships are challenging not merely due to the miles that separate, but rather the myriad of thoughts that arise from not being able to meet. One might ponder whether Shu He would encounter someone else who piqued her interest, or if she might grow weary and decide to end things with him. These emotions lingered, unresolved even in this moment of reunion, compelling him to continue kissing her in a desperate attempt to fill the void in his heart. Shu He sensed the overwhelming depth of Su Nongqing's affection for her, teetering on the brink of overflowing. When the time for parting arrived, would the protagonist weep or lash out in anger? Meanwhile, after Qiao Zilan departed with her bodyguard, she consciously sought to learn more about Shu He's past in this village. However, The bodyguard was not particularly informed either. Shu He's life had been exceedingly simple. In winter, she often remained indoors, rarely venturing outside. What is his relationship with Mr. Su like? Xiao Zilin inquired. Quite good, came the reply. The bodyguard remarked that when the young master first arrived, he did not hold Mr. Su in high regard. However, as time passed, their relationship improved naturally. Seated below were the elderly, who, due to their age, had little to occupy their time other than attending performances. Xiao Zilin paused in his steps, crossing his arms as he fixated on the play for a moment, lost in thought. After a while, he turned to the bodyguard and stated, Xiao He is destined for the grand stage. Wouldn't you agree? The bodyguard, puzzled, replied, What do you mean, Mr. Qiao? Such excellence deserves a counterpart of equal caliber. Xiao Zilin chuckled, his gaze still fixed on the stage. Not just anyone can aspire to it. The bodyguard, taken aback, asked, Who? Yet, Xiao Zilin seemed disinclined to elaborate further. He approached the stage to discuss matters with the village committee. In October, Shu He had just learned from Xiao Zilin that he had organized an event for her, intending for her to acclimatize to the sensation of performing on a grand stage. There would be many attendees eager to support her performance, leaving Shu He utterly astonished, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes widening. You were quite nervous during your first competition, and even in the subsequent ones you did not quite desensitize. Xiao Zilin picked up the violin, effortlessly producing several lovely notes. Xiao He, you must desensitize. Shu He possessed ample talent, exceptional in character, from a distinguished family, and blessed with beauty. If she did not allow her brilliance to shine, she would inevitably accumulate some burdensome residue. Xiao Zilin smiled. Do not hesitate. Next year, there will be an even larger audience at the competition. Currently, it is merely a gathering of the elderly. Shu He bit her lip, a small dimple appearing on her cheek. He spoke dryly, Teacher Qiao. You care about my future even more than I do. Naturally, Xiao Zilin raised an eyebrow, as if finding fault with his words, and replied, I am your teacher. If I do not care about your future, who will? That Su Nongqing? Shu He tilted her face slightly upward, bewildered. What does Su Nongqing have to do with this? Thus, the matter was settled. Xiao Zilin shifted the topic, handing Shu He the violin in his possession, mentioning that the time was set for tomorrow evening. Shu He accepted the violin, hesitatingly murmuring a response. During the October holiday, Wang Wanwan received a call from her family. She found it somewhat peculiar that her mother had specifically reminded her about this matter. Wang Wanwan did not dwell on it. Upon arriving home, she immediately intended to go out. However, her mother swiftly intervened, pulling her into a corner. With a furrowed brow, Wang Wanwan watched as her mother made exaggerated gestures, saying, Wanwan, do you like that young Master Shu? When Wang Wanwan remained silent, her mother pressed on, If you like him, an opportunity presents itself. Here, take this. A folded piece of paper was forcibly placed into the palm of her hand. Wang Wanwan instinctively looked down, questioning, What is this? Medicine, her mother whispered, gripping Wang Wanwan's hand tightly. That kind of medicine the old doctor at the village entrance has it. If you become pregnant, you won't have to go to school anymore. We can save some money for your brother to marry. Wang Wanwan's mind reeled. She abruptly wrenched her hand away from her mother, who stared at her in shock. Have you lost your mind? Wang Wanwan gazed at her mother incredulously. I am still in school. If I become pregnant, how will I live my life? Lower your voice. Wang Ma was somewhat irritated by her attitude. I never wanted you to waste money on education, and now that you've seen the world outside, there's a rare opportunity before you. The young master looks at you favorably. If you were to conceive, would he not take responsibility? Besides, you are already 20, not a child anymore. In our time, we had children much earlier. Wang Wanwan trembled with anger. She had feelings for Shu He. Initially, she approached him with ulterior motives, but eventually, she genuinely liked his personality. Could she simply manipulate her feelings at will? She had her pride. Taking a deep breath in frustration, she retorted, "Mom, is this your idea?" "It's everyone's idea." Wang Ji interjected as he walked in, his expression grim. "If you're unwilling, there are plenty who would be eager." Wang Wanwan glared at her cousin, feeling disgusted. Without this opportunity, Wang Ji would likely fade into obscurity. She found his presence repulsive and snapped, "Then why don't you go?" Wang Ji's gaze flickered. Rubbing his hands together with a teasing tone, he replied, "Sure, why not? Get lost." Wang Wanwan pushed him away, slamming the door shut, ignoring his curses. Wang Ma rolled her eyes and said, "At least you're considering it. Young Master Shu should be over at the theater. Why don't you go take a look?" Wang Wanwan clutched the medicine package tightly. After a long pause, she finally opened the door, shoving Wang Ji out as she stormed past him, who swore in anger. Upon reaching the stage, Wang Wanwan discovered that numerous elderly individuals had gathered nearby, including those from the adjacent bay. Clutching a packet of medicine, she scanned the surroundings with unfocused eyes, ultimately spotting Shu He along a narrow path. After 6 months of separation, the youth appeared unchanged. Surrounded by a throng of admirers, his striking appearance was undeniable. Even the dim yellow light could not conceal his porcelain skin and the refined, pristine aura he emanated. Dressed simply in shorts and a shirt, with a pair of white shoes, his elongated fingers delicately held a violin worth thousands as he conversed with those around him. He radiated brilliance, seemingly unattainable. Before long, Shu He ascended to a nearly 2-meter-high platform with his violin, while a sea of spectators gathered below. Puffing out his cheeks, he felt as though he were performing at a concert, a hint of nervousness evident. The elderly patrons, seated in orderly fashion, observed the exquisite youth on stage with a blend of curiosity and anticipation. This was their first experience of such an instrument in their long lives. Su Nongqing was among the audience, his gaze fixed intently on the young man above. Perhaps due to his anxiety, Shu He's luminous almond-shaped eyes flitted about, eventually locking onto Su's. "Mr. Su," an incongruous voice interrupted the moment. Su Nongqing paused briefly, turning his head to coldly regard Xiao Zilin, who had taken a seat at a nearby chair. Dressed in formal attire crafted from fine fabric, Xiao Zilin's appearance was sharply tailored. He smiled and directed his gaze towards Shu He, casually inquiring, "Mr. Su, it seems you have known my student for about a year now?" A flicker of indifferent annoyance crossed Su's eyes, while Xiao Zilin shrugged nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed by Su's reticence. "Has Xiao He mentioned anything about his family to Mr. Su?" "He has brought it up with you." Xiao Zilin seemed to recall something at that moment. He paused appropriately, then turned to Su with a natural tone, stating, "Has Xiao He informed you that he has a fiancée of equal social standing?" In the context of the 1920s literature, the delicate antagonist is devoid of any feelings of jealousy, as the strongest among the group possesses the qualifications to assert dominance. The belief in the superiority of the strong is a prevailing sentiment within this troupe, rendering its members remarkably forthright and combative. Just moments ago, wasn't Hongwu being restrained? How could the situation have reversed so swiftly? What was Fan Yungang doing? An upperclassman expressed his frustration vehemently, filled with the desire to replace Fan Yungang and engage in battle with Hongwu himself. At that moment, Wang Yi's right hand plunged into his chest, extracting a bloodied heart. "I shall cherish you dearly, Sister Bismarck." The scene shifted, with Beizhai taking control, as the Bismarck sisters in the game began to share a passionate kiss. Qin Yan entered the arena, stretching his limbs in preparation for the impending onslaught, indulging in a brief warm-up. Although he had been subjected to the old man's insistence, force-fed with this so-called soul-nourishing wisdom, Wu Zijian found the experience to be rather limited, akin to scratching an itch through a thick boot. Hongwu recalled the Egyptian pyramids, those majestic structures seemingly built from colossal stones, remaining an enduring enigma to this day. The disciples, gazing upwards with mouths agape like fledglings yearning for sustenance, felt a profound shock coursing through them. In truth, this body could be regarded as a manifestation of the Eighth Elder, a doppelganger even more formidable than his original form.
Indeed.
The ease with which he evaded their attacks did not stem from sheer strength, but rather from his extraordinary mastery of the principles of water, able to disperse and coalesce at will, a concept quite simple at its core. Li Shang speculated that perhaps he came to deliver the tiger talisman to his master. Ever since the ancient moon immortal bestowed the tiger talisman upon the Changluo immortal for the purpose of nurturing sacred artifacts, the spirit of the army had wavered, leading to the emergence of internal strife. A tumultuous tide surged forth, with countless massive tentacles thrashing against the leaves of the demon suppression tree. As two colossal beings commenced a cataclysmic battle, Mo Lu, currently devoid of the leisure to contend with these factions, preferred to avoid provoking them unless absolutely necessary. In comparison to the Nine-Yang demon sovereign, the present demon emperor of the northern frontier was merely a junior who had yet to achieve anything worthy of renown. Su Wen, my chief disciple, Sun Tai, the sole participant from the Dangmang Peak in the Battle of Sorcery, appeared almost as if Lu Buhuan were discussing someone else's affairs. In the primordial space, Xian Huang's expression turned grave. Upon hearing Su Wen's intention to open the portal to the Thunder Realm and venture into the outer realms for cultivation in pursuit of breaking through his bottleneck, he truly believed Su Wen had lost his senses. As Chun Yong spoke, a flicker of alarm crossed the eyes of those present. After exchanging a few words with Chun Yong, they dispersed, heading directly towards the human city. It seemed they would not be returning to the Blue Jade Forest anytime soon. Among the five, the true immortal let out a cold snort, conjuring a slender flying sword that absorbed all their magical energy. However, upon seeing that slender sword, Yun Feigong's expression changed dramatically. On July 25, 1543, in the northwestern region, the towns of Butai, Fuping, Xiangxi, Ding'an, and Luoshan jointly announced the establishment of the Northwest Army of the Han Tang Empire, along with the headquarters of the Northwest Army. Lu Yun, observing this lively treasure, finally comprehended why her husband never treated him like a prince. As it was their first encounter, their trepidation was entirely understandable. They dared not look down. Despite their impressive lightness of foot, navigating such rocky terrain was not akin to walking on level ground. After all, no one would consider leaping from a height of 100 meters with lightness of foot. Wasn't that courting death? Gu Qingyan's complexion appeared unnaturally pale in the dim light, exuding a somewhat sickly hue. Unperturbed by the kick she had delivered, the public wolf leaped up, launching another attack against her. After fleeing the Mu residence, the Mu family pursued relentlessly, injuring the Shadow Master and casting him into the river, where he was swept away. He Junxian swept back his long hair, revealing his sharply defined features. Even in such a disheveled state, his gallant spirit could not be concealed, radiating a wild charm. He believed that this was what true business entailed, as one could solely focus on matters of trade. Nonetheless, the grain situation in the Wei Kingdom remained dire, forcing Zhao Run to continue issuing orders for the slaughter of sheep raised in the regions of Sanchuan, Heshi, and Hetao, extravagantly substituting mutton for a portion of the grain supply. Upon hearing the remarks concerning the winter soldier, the captain's emotions immediately surged with intensity. However, as he expressed his fervent sentiments, Zhou Yi's smile became even more pronounced. In the 1924 literary style, the delicate antagonist, upon turning to depart, found herself ensnared by his arm around her waist, while his other hand secured her head. Before she could react, his fervent lips descended upon hers, his kiss tender and enchanting, his tongue gently teasing hers. At that moment, he found himself perplexed, questioning why Yi Chen, who had been intent on his demise, would come to his rescue at such a time. Upon hearing that Gong Zhuixi had not been located, Qian Su's heart sank with an unsettling premonition. She swiftly turned to search, but upon reaching the room and pulling open the drawer, the necklace was undeniably absent. It turned out that all these years, she had concealed her extraordinary abilities so well. Elder Foam couldn't help but feel astonished. How could someone of her age possess such profound martial prowess? Clearly, she had previously hidden her true strength. Su Manlin, however, was seething with indignation. Had the circumstances permitted, she would have relished the opportunity to slap Song Yuanyang. At that moment, the demonic sword played a trick on me, breaking free from my grasp and embedding itself into the ground. Realizing this, I understood that this young woman intended to oust me, allowing this man to occupy my seat. Zhao Er knelt once more, but due to the nature of kneeling on one knee requiring a step forward or backward, he deliberately advanced a step, drawing closer to her, enabling him to savor her scent. He was well aware that the Juyong sect would deal with him, and he was prepared for it. Otherwise, he would have chosen to avoid conflict with the Juyong sect that day. However, Wang Luan was acutely aware that the situation was undeniably abnormal. He simply could not discern the source of the problem. Yan Shijuan sat absent-mindedly beside the Guqin, her heart entirely focused on him. He was, after all, the enigmatic man in white. In recent days, Umo had been plagued by an overwhelming drowsiness. Her already frail body, burdened by pregnancy, was further weakened by the relentless demands of Lung Xuanya, resulting in her spending nearly all her time confined to bed, as if isolated from the world. Xiao Xian, too, seemed to display particular courtesy towards Xiao Qi, likely due to his reticence regarding the relationship between Xiao Qi and Yan Rui. He readily offered thoughtful solutions to the cultivation challenges Xiao Qi faced, which proved immensely beneficial to him. So, what could account for my peculiar feelings towards the general's residence? It was neither fear nor surprise, yet it rendered me unable to find tranquility. I resolved to spend a moment each day in front of the general's residence, regardless of whether it would aid my condition. Moreover, in this area, there existed only a solitary long flute. Within Junmo's terrifyingly acute perception, there was nothing else. Not even a single superior sacred artifact. Yet this place was exceedingly remote, and it would likely take over 20 minutes for the police to arrive. With no other recourse, he steeled himself and ventured forth. Gao Zijian glanced around. This was an abandoned factory, littered with rusty shovels and bricks. Yet holding any of these items offered little sense of security. He had also heard whispers of a mysterious president of the Qitian Chamber of Commerce emerging in the realm of cultivation, with the Qitian Chamber rising like a meteor, capturing significant attention. However, the strength of the Demon Fortress was insufficient to engage such a formidable trade organization. By lavishing further praise, he immediately ignited a sense of excitement within Qingling, as if she were on the verge of departing from the celestial realm. It seemed as though an idea had struck you, Ducher. Yaozi regarded Yu Sheng with a hint of astonishment, noting her trembling expression, and could not help but chuckle softly. Indeed, this meteor was evidently aimed at his encampment, and as it drew closer, the surroundings became brilliantly illuminated, with the temperature rising sharply. Once one enters the throes of love, tranquility becomes nearly unattainable unless in the presence of the beloved. Summon Jiang Ho to meet me. Otherwise, do me press the blade of a dagger perilously close to her neck, the cold metal almost palpable against her skin. Morin exerted himself tirelessly, the two sides having engaged in a tug-of-war for a quarter of an hour, both seemingly expending considerable energy. It was unexpected that this rustic fellow could still wield control over the malevolent forces. Zhou Hongtian's countenance darkened. At this point, any sword technique seemed unnecessary. After the surge of blood energy, Xing Luo's speed and power had escalated exponentially. His attacks were devoid of embellishment, solely aimed at completely overpowering Yu Tong or resolving the conflict before she could unleash her full potential. You need not gaze at me in such a manner. Your solitary arrival to meet me speaks volumes. Li Yuanchong was ushered into the manor by the steward with a palpable lack of respect. Undeterred by the disdainful gaze of Ho Junji, he took a seat with an air of nonchalance, exclaiming, "Ah, Duke Chun is indulging in some fine wine. I have long heard of Duke Chen's unrivaled prowess on the battlefield, yet I did not anticipate his capacity for drink to be equally astonishing." When Ling Yan facilitated the connection with Su Yang, it was none other than He Bugue orchestrating the affair. His motives were not driven by fear of the White Tiger's candidacy, but rather a sinister plot to lure Su Yang to Yanjing and eliminate him. As if sensing the peculiar stares from those around him, the man promptly stowed away the magic crystal into his spatial ring, adopting a demeanor of caution as he addressed the assembly. The art of deathly escape, though not the most formidable of all techniques across the myriad realms, was still a trivial pursuit for one who resided in the outer heavens, especially within the confines of the Death Hall, a place steeped in dark history. Ouyang, with an air of pride, placed the camera before them as a piece of evidence, ensuring that when the police arrived, they would not mistakenly regard these two as victims. Finally, after much anticipation, upon Shichen's command to withdraw, Loyal King hastened to locate Shenwan, who was resting in the rear hall. Hui Kai obediently followed him, though she clung tightly to Han Zaiqing's hand, akin to a child fearful of losing their way should they let go. The Hualien Mountains were resplendent with the vigor of spring, the air was crisp, and the landscape was awash with verdant hues, instilling a sense of tranquility. As Bai Fenghua and his companions ventured into the mountains, the entourage of Wang Nanhua did not immediately pursue them. Thus, Bai Fenghua and his companions gradually vanished into the embrace of the forest. In the 25th century, the delicate antagonists of literature found themselves in a curious predicament, as 25 formidable generals united to incapacitate the imperial lineage of the Jiang clan. This vividly illustrates the extent of weakness that the Jiang royal family must have endured. In a world where martial prowess reigns supreme, notions of loyalty, filial piety, and moral righteousness hold little significance. Brute force invariably eclipses all else. As its name implies, corrosive powder is a toxic substance that gradually erodes the skin upon contact. Extracted from the venom sacs of various poisonous beasts, its potency is formidable, and its cost is undeniably steep. The roar of the river echoes as it summons the waters of the Lan River to surge toward its target. Those struck are briefly knocked airborne, suffering a 30% reduction in both movement and attack speed for a duration of 10 seconds. The 6 eyes of the dark creature fixate intently on Zhao Mu, filled with resentment, bitterness, and a chilling intent to kill. Behind a massive stone, a tall figure leans casually, arms crossed, one hand gripping a sword glimmering with an icy sheen. This is Lian Shuang. The 3 individuals are once again lifted by a multitude of ninjas, forming a triangular formation with their backs turned to one another, bound tightly by ropes around their necks. They are unable to glimpse the countenance of the others. The words of the Imperial Guard seem sincere and genuine, devoid of deceit. However, it appears that the Ghost Valley is shrouded in mystery. Just moments ago, he activated the Monkey Talisman, replicating the abilities of the Shadow Flow's master, Jia, to effectuate a positional exchange with a Shadow clone. It is snowing. Ruxian can hardly believe her eyes. It is early June, the cusp of summer, and yet snowflakes are drifting through the air. The reason is quite straightforward. The mid-lane forms a direct line with the distance between the first and second towers being negligible. Should the enemy choose to flank through this area, they would easily incur damage from both towers, rendering it rare for junglers to gank in this vicinity. Furthermore, where exactly is Bojalu? I have yet to detect its presence on Earth, having only encountered another extraterrestrial entity. Currently, Hikari appears somewhat more respectful, observing Lin Jiao with a demeanor that suggests a reluctance to speak untruths. Bruce, clutching a skewer of squid, dismisses a multitude of invitations from friends, sitting idly beside a barbecue stall while occasionally gazing in a particular direction. The blade of Night Rain's end bears resemblance to the Miao Dao of the Eastern Domain and shares similarities with the Japanese katana. However, Its hilt is distinctive. Unlike ordinary hilts, which primarily serve to deflect blows, Night Rain's end features a spiral design, suggesting it is a weapon of considerable lethality. Thus, it seems that my previous words were overheard by these individuals. A sense of dread envelopes the man, as if the world is spinning around him, inducing an overwhelming desire to faint. The flames rage with increasing ferocity, igniting fiercely across numerous streets, the terrifying heat consuming any semblance of joy, leaving only an inexhaustible sense of fear. Given his current achievements, he can merely be considered competent. However, when compared to the top 100 players among nearly a million, he falls woefully short. Ultimately, gazing at Zhou Shan, whose pallor betrays his discomfort as he is held by the unyielding Wei Wu, Wang Hao refrains from inquiring about the sealed demon territory in Pingchong City. His tightly clenched fist relaxes, and the bamboo ball shatters, transforming into countless withered branches that scatter upon the ground. Regarding the previous crimson-armored warrior, only a circlet of neck protection and fragments of battle armor remain. As for the flesh, it has been pierced and torn into countless pieces. With the celestial calendar still in play, he could not allow the elders of his clan to become aware of Qingyue's current talents. Otherwise, even if she were to be married off, her outstanding abilities would undoubtedly attract the elders' favor, thereby granting her access to the 9 transformations technique. Suddenly, a man's anguished cries pierced the air. Bruce turned to see Jory crouched on the ground, utterly devoid of dignity, weeping inconsolably, while clutching several empty beer bottles. "You have quite an imagination. Thinking I would be your blade to eradicate the Dark Seven clan," Wang Chong scoffed. Yet it was clear that conflict was inevitable. In impoverished and treacherous lands, troublemakers abound. If these rascals were not dealt with, they might erupt into chaos at any moment. When Xiong Yuan's skeptical gaze fell upon Wen Zixuan, Wen Zirong, and Lian Xin, his intuition suggesting that these 3 children were concealing significant matters from him. Generally, no ordinary weapon could match the resilience of his flesh, let alone that of a human. The bandit he had struck in the head met a gruesome fate, his skull bursting like a ripe watermelon, instantly releasing a torrent of blood mist. With crimson blood and white brain matter splattering everywhere, an utterly horrific scene. Indeed, upon hearing this, Zhang Hobwa sighed and said, very well. I shall divulge all that I know, so you may find solace. I have never intended to harm you deliberately. If this endeavor proceeds smoothly, you may even reap unimaginable benefits." As Dr. Wang turned to examine the area where Mo Qianqian had been bitten by a mosquito, she instinctively retreated, unaware that she had stumbled into Han Jinfeng's embrace. The exquisite satin, recently woven and presented to the palace, had unexpectedly been bestowed by the regent as a wedding gift to Lianer, an astonishing 18 bolts. Had they truly brought forth the embroidered satin from the common folk? Menstruation is simply menstruation. Why the need for an array of convoluted names? Moreover, this was not her first experience with it. Was there truly a need for such alarm? Indeed, I wish to inquire if any of you have observed that something appears to be missing from this gathering? Huang Jun's peculiar statement lingered in the air. Li Yaoshi recognized that his master had something to convey, and thus responded affirmatively, proceeding to brew tea. In this desolate wilderness, with thoughts running dry, Li Yaoshi had no choice but to place the remnants of the fetus alongside the remnants of the outcropping at the Longzi shrine, gathering fragments of stone and broken tiles to cover the area. Qin Luowan, witnessing the ground disintegrate within mere minutes, had no option but to summon the Jade Leaf boat and flee towards the forest. In the narrative of the 1926 era, the delicate antagonist, Chen Daji, remained oblivious to the fact that the system was diminishing his power level, resulting in his feelings of fatigue and mental lethargy, necessitating profound rest. Did you just imply that he should seek out Yi Lin? Truly? Lin Shi suddenly recalled her question. Meanwhile, Qin Ilong discerned that Jiang Hentian was deliberately attempting to test him. As the dual forces of yin and yang coursed through his feet, Qin Yilong's speed began to augment. What perplexed them most was that this time, King Qin Guang had summoned only the Soul Reaper and the foremost ghostly malevolence. Once discovered by others in the Grand Flag Divine Court, it would be exceedingly difficult to extricate oneself unscathed unless one possessed the skills of an assassin. Zetian Pillar truly could not discern who would be the most suitable for the task. The Emperor's words are as weighty as gold. They are irrevocable. Jingdin shares a bond with me akin to that of sisters, and the Emperor surely wishes for her to find a favorable fate, does he not? Inshua smiled as she addressed the Emperor. The name of the special forces of a great competition resonates internationally, rivaling even the illustrious dragon team of Huaxia. Wan Qiang, lacking a natural talent for naming, acknowledged that a new name was indeed necessary. This matter should not be delayed. As he dined, thoughts swirled in his mind. Her final statement was delivered with remarkable calmness and determination, devoid of any hesitation, akin to a simple farewell. I narrowed my eyes, a glint of sharp insight flashing within. Could it be that the money belonged to Su Jingchu? Upon reaching the city gates, several guards from the Xia family halted the carriage. However, upon recognizing Xiao Chun, they immediately greeted him with utmost respect, addressing him as Commander Xiao or Brother Chen. As insiders, they were well aware of the countless sea tribes he had vanquished using the elite forces of the now-defunct Xia family, and they had every reason to hold this man in high esteem. After some contemplation, I conceded that perhaps my senior brother had a point, yet we were here to assist in resolving this matter. With nothing discovered thus far, it was evident that the situation had indeed been addressed. I resolved to investigate the two nearby locations first. I commanded my subordinates to create a disturbance at their rented accommodations in half a month, compelling them to relocate. What would Jian Yijuan think of this? I hoped he would not conflate himself with this unruly group of individuals. I had initially intended to leave quietly, but I suddenly noticed Lele peering at us from around the corner. Oh, Huan Shan, let us not engage in foolishness in this lifetime. I am content with just having you by my side. I took a deep breath and spoke. Before I could finish my sentence, Gu Xiaoyang seized her lips, biting down fiercely as if to punish her. She felt overwhelmed, her hands aching, and her lips throbbing with pain. 3 days prior, Jing Yunxin received a call from John, informing her of an international gala hosted by the Natural World in China, featuring companies ranked among the top 500 globally. Consequently, John insisted that Jing Yunxin take this event seriously and select appropriate partners from those companies. Suber still wished to argue, but upon seeing Zhe being pulled by Luxian into the building, he could only sigh and reluctantly acquiesce. Before he could finish his words, Yang Qing took off running. Zhang Nan, alarmed, immediately pursued him. Shang Han let out a bitter laugh, cupping his fist to Gu Shi, then grabbed Yang Qing's cloak and followed suit, leaving Gu Shi in stunned silence. Just as Gu Ryu finished speaking, he suddenly recalled the recent medical examination conducted by his family doctor, realizing with dread that perhaps someone from the Gu family had lodged a lawsuit against Jing Shishua. At that moment, as Xia Amling rushed forward, a wire on the rooftop ensnared her foot, causing her to lose her balance and lurch forward. With a sharp pain in her leg, she glanced at her father, who was glaring at her. Gu Shaoqing sat up straight, resumed his meal, while Grandma Gu rubbed her temples, lamenting that these two always seemed to end up in a scuffle whenever they met. Until the very last moment, his sudden intrusion and frenzied possession captivated her. She gazed at the beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, following the chiseled contours and dripping onto her fair collarbone. Not even for a moment could she endure this. You are well aware of your own condition. I have no desire to compete with the King of Hell for souls. Mu Qianshuan retorted coldly. At that moment, Song Weining looked at Song Qingzhe with an expression so tender it could draw tears. She was utterly moved. She had initially believed that Song Qingzhe, with his stubborn temperament, would cause a scene, yet he stood resolutely in her defense. Yun Maozha hesitated for a moment, but after hearing Yun Yao's words, he scoffed and turned away, leaving without a trace of longing. Remembering Tu Feiyong's arrangements, Lu Qingxia felt a surge of anxiety. She was uncertain of what her brother had prepared. The sudden appearance left her fearful. If Tu Feiyong were to send her to prison, she dared not contemplate it. Her tear-streaked left cheek bore a distinct palm print, darkened with the marks of long-standing abuse. For reasons unknown, the image of Fu Jingji flashed through her mind, and Hua Anxi felt a chilling shiver run down her spine. If Fu Jingji were present, this night would surely not bode well for her. The delicate antagonist from the 27th century literature was indeed not one to be trifled with. As He Qiufeng showed little regard for the superstar Sun Wan, this matter was likely fit only for dogs to consume. Nonetheless, under her mother's watchful gaze, she suppressed her dissatisfaction and obediently prepared breakfast. Having endured countless kidnappings, Tao Tao remained remarkably composed, even contemplating a heart-to-heart conversation with his uncle. At this moment, Xin Han felt as though he had struck a fist into a cotton cloud. Unable to release his frustrations, he could only stifle them within. He Qiufeng recalled having scanned that area with his gaze, but at the time, there had been nothing there. Indeed, Feng Lingwei was such a person, outwardly fierce, yet fiercely protective of those she cared for. When Gongsun Xinyan first arrived, he had caused quite a stir, but she always stood up for him, shielding him from harm. Once again, she leaped into the air, gracefully twisting in midair, her long sword transforming into a thrust aimed at the emperor. Fortunately, he refrained from uttering any further words. Lin Jiao observed him through the rearview mirror, noticing how he gently closed his eyes, his eyelashes distinctly visible. Could he maintain this pose for half an hour? Shan Yangzi seemed quite pleased with her creation, taking a moment to appreciate it before speaking. The group, filled with rage, rushed towards Jiang Feng, unleashing their celestial energy, the long swords emanating a faint glow. Unbeknownst to them, this so-called fourth-tier strength emanated from Lin Fei. No new presence had materialized. Jiang Feng reacted swiftly, immediately enveloping himself in a black retraction sword to fend off the incoming flying needles. Not bad, take your time. No need to rush, he advised, resembling an older brother guiding his younger sibling. Foolish girl, this is a wonderful opportunity. We have a rising star among us, and everyone is thrilled for you. Why the tears? Mei Jia rarely displayed such a gentle smile as she embraced Nana, speaking softly. Seeing Xia Fengyuan's weary and pallid countenance, Gong Xiao Xie felt a pang of heartache. Suddenly, Dugu made a decisive strike, cleaving through the darkness and the aura of death, directly impacting the wheel of annihilation. There, the King of Earth and the Master Miaoshan stood upon the clouds, observing the unfolding events below. Chaos erupted among the frenzied fans surrounding the bus, who vociferously cursed as the forced ascent of the vehicle unleashed powerful magnetic shockwaves, scattering those nearby in disarray. Amidst the exuberance of Joseph, Su's shouting found himself harboring silent doubts. What revelation could evoke such fervor in Joseph? Could it be the discovery of the elusive being's whereabouts? As he extended his hands, the viscous black energy was forcibly separated by the infernal realm, splattering everywhere until it ultimately formed a structure reminiscent of a prison. The repairman, already a stutterer, found his affliction exacerbated upon witnessing Cain's true form, struggling to articulate even 2 syllables. Hu Kain was well aware that complications lay ahead, yet he felt no remorse as he turned to speak with several mentors, including Yang Daiqiu. However, as he uttered these words, Hank had already made his decision. Bullets from his heavy machine gun erupted forth like a chain of light, striking Su He with tremendous force. Smoke and rising dust instantly enveloped the area, obscuring any trace of Su He. He had transcended the realm of ordinary singers, becoming a figure akin to a godfather in the music industry. The presence of such talent within the Chinese music scene was indeed a fortuitous blessing. The handsome man standing beside the vehicle, like a dark hellish Azura, gazed into the empty interior. Damnable creature, it is you. Lu Hao drew forth the money sword, biting the tip of his tongue to unleash a stream of blood upon its surface. The 1-meter-long sword gleamed with a crimson light and soared into the air, aiming for the eyes of the bull demon. Bai Cheng, not one to be easily deceived, sensed an anomaly amidst Qin Shuyao's words. The circumstances felt excessively coincidental. Feng Zhu's identity was shrouded in mystery, and he had initially presumed her to be a reclusive sage, indifferent to worldly affairs. Yet, her keen interest in Tu Lian's matters left him bewildered, uncertain of her true intentions. She glanced at Shi Ranran and then surveyed her surroundings, perceiving them as a mysterious black vortex, steadily consuming her reality. Thus, Qinshi resolved to grow stronger, regardless of the thorns that lay ahead. He would carve a broad path through sheer strength. It had been 10 years since their last encounter. Were you still a high school student? Panned and retracted the air cannon and engaged in casual conversation. A wave of shyness crept onto Shi Ranran's face as she tilted her head slightly, discovering that Sheng Hanya was still asleep. Noticing the lack of movement from Lin Jiao, he deemed it prudent to remain silent, lest he find himself in peril without knowing how. What is so extravagant about it? Isn't it rather pleasing to the eye? Tong Fongyuan grumbled, still somewhat discontent. Yang Linlin strode towards Lin Jiao's hospital room, her mind clouded with heavy thoughts. She recognized that her initial actions were indeed misguided, for she should not have drawn so much blood from Su Tao. Guojia remarked, the crux of the issue does not reside with the assassins, but rather with Chu Yi. Having grown accustomed to the art of feigned suffering, the old matriarch of the Jun family would hardly be swayed by mere words. She adeptly countered every move with righteous eloquence. Dear brother, I hold you in newfound esteem. Your generosity is truly remarkable. However, I have an engagement with my beloved this evening, so I shall not partake in the meal here. Do enjoy yourselves. With a knowing smile, Wang Ji exited the scene. The white serpent affectionately nuzzled against Qingxi's cheek, then leaped onto her hand, unleashing a translucent flame towards the stone table before them. The flame ignited, instantly encasing the hard stone in ice, which shattered into a fine powder with a resounding crack. As for Jehovah, in his ultimate form at the 13th tier, he was utterly obliterated by a full-force strike from Xiang Nan, without even a glimmer of resistance. In the narrative of the 28th decade, while he appreciated the attention from Chief Nurse to Tian, the current blue gem was not yet inclined to delve into the intricate study of healing magic. After all, he was still unaware of his own spells and, much like a child eager to run before learning to walk, he found this ambition rather impractical. During winter, he and the Bull Demon King weathered the onslaught of the wind blades. The Bull Demon King suffered 2 gaping wounds from the gale, while the ground bore the scars of pits and holes inflicted by the wind. Chun Wu, a seasoned warrior, wielded his gun defensively, but as he swung it, his own guard was breached, and an opponent's thrust aimed directly at him. With remarkable adaptability, he swiftly maneuvered his gun to deflect the incoming attack. The adversary altered their tactics, targeting his right arm. With a cold smirk, Laura seized the opportunity to summon a bolt of lightning as Winter reveled in his moment. Winter quickly leaped aside, extending his hand towards the radiance, only to find a pearl in his grasp instead of shards. Suddenly, the entire space of the seashell trembled, accompanied by a cacophony of tearing sounds reverberating from all directions. Laura, perceiving the paralysis effect on the dual-wielding warrior had elapsed, swiftly dashed towards him. The warrior, with a disdainful smirk, unleashed a mantis from within his very being. The transition from 8 consecutive defeats to 8 triumphant victories left the Pacers fans feeling as though they had embarked upon a roller coaster ride. Do you have business at the Yi family? Yi Hongwu inquired, pulling Chu Shongyun behind him as he fixed his gaze upon Zhu Gui. She had overthought the situation, Li Jingwei regarded her merely as a newfound acquaintance, harboring no ulterior motives. Simultaneously, Yuan Shi unleashed a punch, sending forth an endless flurry of Tao principles, transforming into the most primordial essence of Tao energy, unparalleled and capable of piercing the heavens, severing the infinite chains of divine laws, obliterating all in its path. Poor Yukisi, in the span of 2 months, had descended into a state worse than death, with even the baby fat on her cherubic face vanished. In this lifetime, not only would he ensure that the Ding family became pariahs, but he also aspired to earn enough to provide his mother with a good life. Regardless, all indications suggested that the year of his disappearance was anything but straightforward. An elder spoke gravely. Feng Xingying felt as though she could not cleanse herself even by jumping into the Yellow River, uncertain if this hot spring could offer any redemption. What exactly did Huang Jian intend? Yi Yaoguang found herself perplexed. Huang Jian's ostentatious arrival in Mongolia made her wonder if he truly feared the news reaching the ears of the Emperor Xinghua. "You're courting disaster." Chen Yanfeng spat the words through gritted teeth, prompting Zhou Rui to refrain from continuing. Li Yan sighed. Indeed, it did carry a hint of reckless folly. "We hail from Yichuan, where we encountered several businesses like yours, eager to offload inventory and relocate," Zhou Rui hastily clarified. "The Yufeng clan is indeed remarkable. They will surely find someone even better. By the way, Aunt, are there any suitable families being considered for Yufeng?" Shenyan inquired with a smile. "Many have dared to scheme against the Pei family. There is no shortage of desperate individuals in this world. However, those who possess the audacity and capability to execute such plans are few and far between." Pei Qing's expression was stern and resolute. Cui Ning looked at the jade piece in astonishment, which trembled for a moment before suddenly emitting a beam of white light. In an instant, a white screen appeared before them, displaying a line of text. "Tian Xiang, now you are truly getting to the point. Very well. Let us seek out some tasks that can be completed and compensated for on the same day," Hua Chunshui exclaimed, eager to participate. "Have you heard of Nathan? If Good has indeed heard my name, it is unlikely to be in a favorable light. I, without exception, am aware of this," the voice continued, self-absorbed in its introduction. Meanwhile, Li Wei strode confidently down the now desolate streets of New York, wielding the sword of the Oath of Victory. After the Dao Ling and others handled Jingyan's affairs, Bai Yuan summoned Dao Ling, Lin Shang, Mei Qiu, and Tai Man to the main hall. Consequently, Lu Yan came to a halt, sheathing his sword and leaning upon it, observing the figure before him with an amused smile. Although the location of Zisha Kuei could not utilize the heavenly network, other areas had undergone significant transformations. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone turned their gaze towards Andy, who in turn looked at Feng Hao, who was reclining comfortably on the sofa. Yen felt a sudden darkness envelop him, and in a daze, he perceived a colossal dragon, soaring to the heights of the heavens, coiling majestically above him. The creature emitted a thunderous roar that resonated deep within Yan's veins, compelling him to instinctively echo the sound. Ultimately, the representatives of sponsors and leaders ascended the stage for a group photograph, unveiling an extravagant oversized check, as the host, nearly hoarse, proclaimed the total amount of donations to be 91,251,386 yuan. The Grand Baisha Gala finally reached its conclusion. To be precise, the Gemstone Spirit was not an inexperienced author, but rather a seasoned writer who had navigated the tumultuous waters of obscurity. With pursed lips and a sore backside, she sat on the ground in a state of disarray. Li Yuan was no fool. Such a clumsy excuse could hardly deceive him. The old man ventured into the backyard, astonished to find Su Chenyang there, lifting a stone slab to hone his strength. Director Ding leisurely lit a cigarette, pushing a pack of premium de Zhonghua cigarettes across the table to Ma Fei, reclining against the sofa's backrest as he indulged in the smoke. What was initially a rescue had resulted in a bite, Province X had lost nearly 20 comrades, and what they received in return was merely this. A sense of indignation surged within him, and no one would mind truly colluding with the zombies to test their luck. He was engrossed in conversation with Tian, his expression as perpetually indifferent as ever, while Zhongli stifled a chuckle, her fervor ablaze, visible only to her. Perhaps having witnessed too much life and death in a past existence, she yearned for a tranquil life in this one, and she understood that barring unforeseen circumstances, she had likely already found the one with whom she would share a lifetime. Long Yen slowly lifted his head, his weathered eyes, devoid of any extraneous emotion, conveyed an inexplicable sense of unease. Suddenly, the camel ahead let out a frantic cry, retreating in panic as if confronted by something terrifying. A team member hurried forward to offer reassurance. "What is it?" called out Captain Luo. For a long moment, there was no movement. In the stillness, I could hear the rhythm of my own heartbeat. The old calculator wore a grave expression as well, gesturing for silence. He placed an incense burner on the cabinet, lighting 3 sticks of incense, appearing to prepare for a ritual, yet there were no deities enshrined upon the cabinet. In the narrative set in the 1920s, all illumination stemmed from sorcery, and the intricate mechanisms rendered the treasure chambers accessible only to Anthony, while others could only venture into a portion of the vault. When the taxi arrived, Gu Zuocheng assisted Li Wuyo and Su Jinru into the vehicle before climbing in himself. "Shameless, rogue, bastard." Du Miyu sobbed, hurling insults as she grabbed anything within reach from the bedside, including an apple positioned on the nightstand, and threw them at Meng Liangfan. Chu Shiqi's face had been utterly ruined by her. The poison she wielded was beyond a remedy of local herbal medicine, and without any special antidote. Her face was destined to continue decaying. Having already ceased updates for a month, and perhaps for an even longer duration ahead, she issued a notification declaring an indefinite hiatus. With the blood magic potion from the monks of the Duchy of Florence, the practitioners of Grateful Island were no longer inferior to the human practitioners of Octoking.
Ha!
Yi Heng's gaze did not settle upon the faces of the 2 individuals. Instead, a chilling smile unfurled at the corners of his lips. Arrogance, sheer arrogance. It was as if he were oblivious to the presence of others, dismissing me, a Shilong, entirely. Xiao Tingfeng, you truly possess audacity. Upon hearing this, Mu Xianyu and Zi Lo wept sorrowfully, united in their final farewell. From this day forth, they would no longer remember who they were, nor would they recall Tai Hao. The thought of everyone harboring hatred towards him filled Pejun with immense satisfaction. It was the sole source of joy amidst countless mundane days. Moreover, Guan Yun was exceptionally beautiful, being one of the 4 renowned young ladies of the capital, her poise equally commendable. The robust young man might not be entirely malevolent, though this is relative to the other scions of the capital. I glared at him in frustration. With a mere shift, I sensed a change in his demeanor. My cheeks flushing crimson, leaving me too bashful to stir. Having lost face, I could not afford to lose my dignity as well. Xiong Kong believed that even if his prior 2 accomplishments were solely due to Yi Chen's extraordinary talent, the victory in the medical consultation was earned through years of clinical experience and extensive theoretical knowledge. Could it be that this power was established by the formidable figure of the Ji family? Ao Bai was no ordinary person, and he was aware of the connection between the Ji family's ancestral figure and the family itself. With a shift in thought, he began to piece together the implications. The next day, at the break of dawn, I instinctively opened my eyes. I found myself still in his embrace, turning my head to gaze at him. And he too was looking at me with his eyes wide open. Zhang Yang, possessing an extraordinary fate, had just regained his composure when he observed the essence of the demon beast penetrating into his consciousness, beginning its insatiable feast. Who is Jiang Shan? Even in the capital, the most powerful figures must respectfully address him as the imperial master. I am uncertain which noble family orchestrated such a diversion. Yet it must be acknowledged that they have succeeded. I initially believed the misfortune would befall the Zheng clan, but as events unfolded, it ultimately implicated themselves. However, this is merely a display of power. The true confrontation hinges upon the strength within the clan, meaning the number of experts they harbor. If the opposing force can utterly overpower the Yi family, no matter how ancient their lineage, they would be unable to withstand the onslaught. It is essential to recognize the formidable nature of modern weaponry. Once a target is locked on, a devastating strike ensues, leaving no survivors. Although Yi Chen refrained from flaunting his wealth, Wang Ning and the others understood that anyone daring enough to act in such a manner must possess considerable riches. As for their means of acquiring wealth, that is of no concern to the two of them. Their focus should remain on diligent work and acquiring skills. As the hand of the moon goddess descended, the void reverted to its dreary and ominous state, as if nothing had transpired moments before. With death imminent, what more is there to say? EAI halted, inquiring with an air of indifference. Just as Yilang was taken aback, the stone door before him suddenly swung open, revealing a passage that expanded several fold ahead. To the delight of Dongfang Zhantian, under the guidance of Mu Fan, his child has finally transformed from a mischievous nature to a much more composed demeanor, with capabilities that have undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. 50,000 archers simultaneously raised their bows, and brilliant blue radiance flowed along the longbows. Biguzi nodded gently, observing that the technique displayed was already at an advanced level. If one were to assess this individual's skill in accordance with the acupuncturists of Huaxia, it would surpass the majority, especially considering he possessed the Fuxi needle, which could determine the outcome of battles. Liang Jie, would you care to join me for a late-night snack? Feng Rui, disregarding the pretentiousness of the man in the vest, shifted the conversation towards Liang Jing. Time was of the essence. Lin Feng was oblivious to the circumstances, but felt a profound reluctance to see Su Minjing depart. Zhao Fei took Gu Man to a fine dining establishment. Previously, Gu Man had only consumed light fare while in the company of her master, and now, having descended the mountain without sufficient funds, she could hardly afford a lavish meal. During the new year, reunion dinners at hotels are typically set menus, symbolizing good fortune and allowing staff to enjoy a festive celebration. Therefore, the dishes were predetermined well in advance. This morning, Mr. Huang had already received news that Wang Jiancheng had been rendered incapacitated. His very essence was compromised, and Zhou Fuxing had mysteriously vanished overnight, leaving no trace of his whereabouts. Are you truly seeking the ancient medical arts? What connection do you have with Song Luo? Zhao Fei exclaimed in anger. As night descends upon the imperial city like a vast black net, it envelopes this ancient metropolis, which has stood the test of time, in an air of desolation. The gusts of cold wind signal that something extraordinary is destined to unfold within the confines of this historic place tonight. Here you go. 30 mid-grade spirit stones. The disciples of the Thousand Mechanisms sect, witnessing Zhao Xian's demeanor, felt a wave of discouragement wash over them as they waved their hands dismissively. In the 1930s, the delicate antagonists of literature, 30 Santons, follow your battalion with me. Yang Sufeng took a deep breath, slowly placed his military cap upon his head, and, grasping his Mitchell rifle, calmly stepped through the doors of the command post. From that day forth, the world knew that Wu Ti had reached the pinnacle of sovereign power. With his prowess in the 9 reverse divine realm, he was, without a doubt, unmatched beneath the heavens, a veritable second incarnation of the divine martial Luo. The various factions were equally astonished. The once vanished Wu Ti had now become a formidable force that instilled dread, dispatching peak-level transformation realm experts as easily as one would slay a mere dog. To what realm had he ascended? With Song Shixing, just 2 days had passed. Throughout this time, they had been contemplating countermeasures and strategizing. Yet, All their plans and strategies lacked absolute certainty. Ultimately, they were unable to devise a sound course of action. Haimu Kai's expression shifted slightly as he forcibly suppressed the surge of emotions within him, yet his visage soon returned to normal, unnoticed by the others. At the forefront stood a tall and well-proportioned young man, exuding an air of elegance, clad in resplendent attire that radiated waves of spiritual energy. It was evident that he wore a garment of great value. Although Qin Yang's strike aimed at the heart of the middle-aged man was neutralized, the man had no opportunity to turn around. Li Si cleared his throat, contemplating. "Do not bear such expressions. I merely suggested the possibility of success, not an absolute guarantee. The pressure you impose upon me is excessive, and one would think you do not cherish the budding future of our nation." Upon hearing Li Dong mention himself, the Mongolian raised his head briefly, only to hastily lower it again. In the future, as disciples step into the realm of profound cultivation, they shall all come here to comprehend the essence of the Tao. Time is of the essence, and every means must be employed to enhance their strength, spoke Feng Li. After utilizing some implements made from spiritual bamboo, Old Chun remarkably developed a method for fermenting tofu. The Cat King stood poised in the sky, refraining from launching an attack, instead remaining motionless after ascending. "Are you implying that I am even inferior to the so-called waste you speak of?" Mu Yan remarked sarcastically, wiping the blood from his face as he gazed at the man before him. After arriving at school with Shang Guanyu, it did not take long for the entire second-year class to learn of Gong Yu's upcoming concert. Once, that old sycophant Sanjing had sworn with such sincerity that even he felt moved. Yet what was the outcome? Initially believing that indifference would quell the disturbances, he was surprised to find the sound of knocking on the window growing ever clearer. The Cat King sensed that everything around him had betrayed him, pushing him away, as if all things were converging upon him, bearing the weight of profound Daoic pressure. Lin Mo reacted instantly, striking toward the floating, yet-to-depart source of the five flames' true fire. As Zhou Chuanyu's grip on Wang Tianmu tightened, beads of sweat began to form on Wang Tianmu's brow, and he felt his vitality gradually being drained away. Wu Fano excitedly rummaged through boxes one after another, gaining clarity with each discovery. "Very well. Please hold on a moment while I make a call," Si Zhanbei said with a smile, gently tousling Sheng Fenghua's hair before retrieving his phone. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. One might wonder why he had not spoken sooner when the tension had begun to mount. "Mother, please come in," Sheng Fenghua sighed, calling out toward the entrance. When Yi Qingge entered, she was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Ning Minglai. In his mind, He Chong silently greeted the ancestors of his doctoral lineage, but maintained a composed exterior, stating calmly, "I understand what I must do." With both hands forming a gesture of threat, he possessed the power to issue commands that would instill fear and obedience in the world. The more they shouted at me, the heavier the pressure I felt. Despite the presence of the Grand Banner, I could not fathom how others managed to live so freely under similar circumstances.
Above,
a resplendent pink lotus bud remained quietly suspended in the air, but within it, there were not one but two individuals. At that moment, I found myself utterly unable to exert control. Coupled with Li Man's overwhelming initiative, I could only go with the flow. With the aid of Chen Mo's memories and the system, a new song that captivated all of America was born. This time, Dong Shanha felt that the red wine from this vineyard was inferior by 2 grades compared to the wine he had tasted earlier that morning from the Xiaoying vineyard. It was an entirely different caliber of flavor. Curse those wretched zombies at the slope. Do you truly believe you can snatch the prey from my grasp? Harkin spat out the remnants of his pipe, forcefully reloading the dwarven musket in his hands with a crisp click. Locke exhaled, hoping that my methods of educating your son would not be blamed on me, my lord. My approach is far more practical. It will not mold him into a rigid traditionalist. Nolly's furrowed her brow, clearly taken aback by the scene before her. Old Zhang transferred 5 fried eggs onto Lu Long's plate, who promptly picked one up and, closing his eyes, savored it with utmost delight. Shun Qingjun was engulfed in pain, her consciousness drifting further away. She sensed a piercing sensation in her neck, blood being drawn from her. "What do you wish to?" The smirking youth's words trailed off as he immediately shuddered. Officials typically reside in exclusive villas, particularly high-ranking ones, whose security measures are exceptionally stringent. For an ordinary person, not only is assassination nearly impossible, but even a mere meeting is exceedingly difficult. The phrase "what is it?" echoed like a hollow reverberation before reaching Yan Shiba's ears, prompting him to respond. She had entered Yu Lingan's car, where he chastised her. Afterwards, the events that followed slipped entirely from her memory. How she disembarked and ascended the stairs, how she once again found herself in Yu Lingan's bed, and how she had shed her clothing. All of it remained a blank in her mind. In the 1930s, the delicate antagonist exclaimed, I am incensed. As I prepared to confront this arrogant individual, I was firmly restrained by old Qin. Every alchemist dreams of possessing an exquisite alchemical furnace. With such a remarkable vessel, the process of refining elixirs would undoubtedly yield results with half the effort and significantly increase the success rate. By decree, Xiang Chong and Li Gun swiftly accepted the token and hurriedly led their military academy to set an ambush along the critical routes of Jinning. Before I could react, someone clasped my arm and, pulling my astonished self along, we headed towards the marketplace. If Can Jintao were indeed a murderer, he would surely employ his martial prowess to commit such acts. It was his skill to wield poisons so flawlessly. Zhou Xiaoling felt an immense sense of security in the presence of Zhou Xiaoling, an unprecedented and unparalleled comfort. Shaking his head, Zhou Bingran could not fathom Luo Kaiping. Thus he chose to dismiss the thought, turning onto his side and closing his eyes. Su Mengyao remained asleep, her eyes gently closed, and the slight curve of her lips suggested she was lost in a beautiful dream. Upon receiving a call from Gu Mian, he promptly resigned from his job and summoned his former companions to join him at the factory. "Yes, madam," the leopard replied with utmost seriousness. In the absence of the madam, he would ensure the household was well guarded. Just moments ago, in a frantic escape from Song Xiuyan and Lin Huixian's gaze, she had run so quickly that her forehead was slick with perspiration. Once a soul loses its memory, it becomes merely a weapon in the hands of others, devoid of compassion. Even if one day it finds itself reduced to a tool, wielded freely by comrades, it harbors no grievances. In the realm of the dead, this is the fate of all. The northern forces command over 100,000, while the Northwest Army boasts a similar number, all under the dominion of the Zhao family. It is true that Zhao Fuxiang has ties with the disreputable members of the Donglin party. Mao Jiao indeed seeks to leverage Zhao Fuxiang's connections. However, with his son's life now in jeopardy, he would spare no one, regardless of who it might be, from Zhao Fuxiang's wrath. Where could one possibly find timber to boil water in the dead of night? Yet, Zhao Fuxiang dares not defy his wife's command. Thus, he is compelled to venture into the woods with Xiao Heng in search of branches. Fortunately, the nearby forest is abundant with dry twigs and leaves, allowing them to gather a substantial amount in a short span of time. Fu Shijun opens his arms as Lan Xiaoxiao slowly leans in, and he embraces her, deeply inhaling her scent. "Is that so? You have underestimated the situation." In the distance, the true form of the Golden Dragon King reveals no hint of panic, merely a faint smile. Li Yuran halts her forward motion, realizing her garment remains unfastened, exposing a significant portion of her delicate shoulder. She hastily adjusts her clothing, departing without uttering a word of thanks. The formidable Qin Yu, akin to a boss, strides past the presidential suite, drawing the curious gaze of hotel guests who regard him with awe. His handsomeness is undeniable, yet it is his primal, wolf-like ferocity and the commanding presence befitting a leader that create an aura of intimidation in his gaze. The two individuals on the bed leaned against each other, their mutual unease and impatience manifesting like a tempest under the scorching sun, intense yet fleeting. With our flashlights, we scanned the surroundings. The tomb chamber appeared quite spacious, adorned with what seemed to be ancient murals, though their details had long since faded into obscurity. Upon hearing the two words uttered by Lu Yu, Mu Yu-chen couldn't help but shudder, abruptly raising her head to gaze at him, her beautiful eyes softening in response. "Let us go, we're done," Lei Chen called out, casually draping an arm around Yu Changfeng as they exited the opulent estate. "Hey, do you know where team leader Tong is? Is Tong Tian not working today?" Wang Yingshan, perspiring profusely, dashed between the finance and expansion departments on the 5th floor, inquiring as she searched for someone. "No way. I must accompany you. What if you encounter danger? I could protect you," Xian Er insisted, clinging tightly to Qing Chen. Aside from her training and combating Mi Yan to enhance her battle experience, she seldom set aside her sword. Lao Gui still found it hard to believe that Mu Mu possessed a blind spot, especially one so significant within proximity. "Kasuke Urahara, would you like to enroll?" The Shinigami, tasked with registration, addressed Kuraka Shunsui with a courtesy that starkly contrasted the indifference shown to ordinary individuals moments ago. "Thank you for your concern, Team Leader Yang. Due to Song Yujia's pregnancy, she was placed in solitary confinement upon her incarceration, thus avoiding the fate of Chu Tianxiong." In the literature of the 1930s, the delicate antagonist thrived. At this moment, as the immortal sword made contact with the Taiji symbol, dozens of shallow blue sword energies emerged along its blade. After indulging in drink for nearly an hour, and with the bovine revelry reaching its peak, Jinling, making a rare descent from the mountain, felt pressed for time and needed to procure some items, thus he took his leave. At this moment, the vine sorceress realized she had been deceived by the celestial star, her heart brimming with fury. In a near-manic frenzy, she wielded the black staff that incessantly siphoned her strength, launching fierce assaults upon this temporal breath space. Under the impact of her approaching prowess comparable to that of a spirit emperor, the entire realm trembled. The astonishment within Lu Yu surpassed even the prospect of having acquired a trove of treasures from the ethereal clan. Although he did not overtly display his astonishment, when Qing Xiao concluded her words, the body of the solitary sword saint, Dugu, quivered slightly, though he maintained a facade of composure. Despite appearing only partially comprehending, Jinling diligently absorbed and memorized their tracking techniques. The only unfortunate aspect was that the demeanor of the second young mistress felt excessively repressed. One could only surmise that her heart bore great suffering. Seated within the azure dragon carriage, Linghu Tianhai, ardently racing towards the exotic realm of the Penglai beast forest, was nearly startled into dropping the long-distance communication mirror by Xiao Yumia's words. In an instant, the bamboo sword master summoned his disciple, bringing the old Taoist into the grand hall, where finding a cushion was far more comfortable than resting upon the stone steps. Abruptly, the bamboo sword master cast his gaze toward Xiaoyan, who was engaged in a duel with a sword master's puppet. In a drowsy haze, Xue Xian murmured a response while dreaming, "I will manage my own affairs." As she exited, she ensured the room card was in her possession, wary of any intruders attempting to force their way into their chamber. Although next door was Qingyu, who would likely be the first to eliminate anyone breaching their sanctum, she harbored no particular sentiment regarding this matter. The near-ultimate speed of evasion was akin to instantaneous movement. From the moment one entered the space, the deadly gaze was immediately perceptible. Alas, upon witnessing this, one would naturally comprehend the gravity. Aurora cast a glance at the blue carp and withdrew the essence of Fast's accumulated resentment from her bosom. Lao Wei's words rendered everyone mute. The influx of 200 kilograms of narcotics into society would undoubtedly wreak havoc. Foam, she turned to see Chongqing, realizing he had been following her all along. Reflecting on his earlier remarks, It became increasingly uncomfortable and irksome. She shot him a fierce glare before turning away, choosing to ignore him. The Heavenly Emperor Palace stands as a sanctuary where the citizens of the Li Kingdom pay homage to the Heavenly Emperor and Empress, perched atop a lofty mountain. From the very first step, there are a total of 999 steps leading to the Grand Hall, purportedly to signify sincerity. When Xianyuan Jian arrived with Xiaoyan, he had already surmised Xiaoyan's intentions. However, at that moment, he remained unaware of Xiaoyan's true purpose. The individual in question was the chieftain of the Phoenix clan. Had he not been attached to the immortal, he would have been unable to enter the underworld, unlike Ali, who had been nourished by the imperial princess with celestial elixirs for a millennium, shedding her demonic essence. Ultimately, the sense of loss transformed into exhilaration. She found it hard to fathom how a mere phone call from Qi could provoke such a profound shift in her emotions. Emperor Lu's words were laden with insinuation, causing the myriad branches of Wandao to rustle discontentedly. Yet, he refrained from rebuttal, as it was evident that some of Emperor Lu's statements had struck at his vulnerabilities. This gold was certainly not bestowed upon him by the heavens. Rather, it was carelessly left behind by Bait-Ang Yeshuan before his departure. After all, the destruction was evidently caused by Hanhua Qiao, who, in a moment of emotional turmoil, failed to control his spiritual energy, resulting in such dire consequences. It is astonishing that the opponent is a genuine fourth-tier martial artist, while, judging by Chu Feng's internal energy, he does not even qualify as a first-tier martial artist. How could he possibly catch Jiang Mei's Biluozen with empty hands? What? Is such a thing possible? Fang Tianhao's eyes widened, as if he had uncovered something extraordinary. The words previously uttered by Hanhua Qiao were already explosive, yet this revelation was even more shocking, particularly causing considerable anxiety among several ministers, some of whom began to perspire profusely. As the live broadcast commenced, the viewership surged dramatically, escalating from the hundreds to a staggering 7 figures in an instant. The members of the student council, who had been groaning in pain moments earlier, immediately rose to their feet upon hearing Lin Feng's words. Subsequently, Gui Zhua recalled that Jian Yi had inadvertently mentioned encountering a martial hero with a 5-element attribute while invading Zhigongling to seize the divine pendant. In the nuanced prose of the 33 RD year literature, how could one permit excessive indulgence for some while denying it to others? Gui smiled gently, his expression imbued with warmth. To prevent the Chao family from gaining further power and to maintain a buffer zone between them, the Shui family undoubtedly offered robust support. With the logistical and military assistance of the Shui army, Tao Chung also had the resources to continue his stubborn resistance. Perhaps the late hour of dinner and the excessive indulgence had left her utterly awake, devoid of any hint of slumber. Should she embark on marriage at this moment, it would be akin to traversing through a battlefield, particularly when outnumbered, undeniably perilous. Li Ling pondered that it would be prudent to await further truths before deliberating. To avoid the pitfalls of erroneous conjecture, she felt utterly exhausted, disinclined to move, nestling within Ling Mukin's embrace, discreetly observing him through the gaps of her fingers. She swiftly perused the note, which bore no names, save for a single character inscribed on the arrow sleeve, Jian. Su Kuei sensed her opportunity to shine before him. She was determined to showcase her utmost abilities to effectively quell the audacity of this Payanan. Those emerging from Minghua City were indeed the C-Army de la C-Army. The individuals under her family's command were far from mediocre. Lin Shen and the other disciples of the Qingyuan Lin family, likely aware of this flaw, were secretly documenting Lin Yun's patterns, seeking chances to seize the coveted techniques. Yet fate had twice conspired against them. Lin Chen exchanged a glance with Saint Elder, while the monstrous dragon King Nicholas before them had likely existed for an eternity, possessing a profound understanding of human nature. Lin Chen lowered his gaze and pressed his lips together, refraining from contesting Nicholas's assertion, for it held a kernel of truth. Absolute power was indeed Lin Chen's unwavering pursuit. Feng Rui clenched his teeth and proposed, "What if Yang Hao plays the master and the newcomer plays the senior brother?" Upon uttering these words, he himself recognized the impracticality, for the role of the senior brother carried significant weight and demanded exquisite acting skills. Casting a novice for such a role was decidedly inappropriate. The arid peak is not excessively distant from the northern mountain. It is merely separated by the expanse of another mountain. However, unlike the northern mountain, the arid peak, as its name suggests, is a rather desolate area within the Ziyang sect, devoid of permanent inhabitants. Moreover, it is the only locale in proximity to the Ziyang sect where one can encounter a significant number of demonic beasts. During the audition, I did not see her presence. It is likely that the role, which was replaced at the last moment, belonged to her. It is evident who orchestrated this change. After listening to Lu Feng's explanation, Elder Morong furrowed his brow but gradually relaxed, showing a measure of belief. Humph. Should I address you as Huang Yao and Huang Tong, or as the venomous serpent Tang Hong? Zhao Zhentian sneered and spoke. Within the Xiantian Hall at that moment, it resembled a boiling cauldron. As an array of incredulous gazes converged upon the counter, specifically upon the dark tokens suspended before Elder Yun, each marked with a distinct numeral. In the face of such terrifying pressure, even the true essence realm cultivators, including Lu Daosheng, were momentarily taken aback, their eyes flickering as they contemplated how they would respond to Gohezhou's formidable strike. Astonishingly, the arrows pierced the ground with an ease akin to slicing through tofu, subsequently detonating and unleashing a tremendous wave of force, sending a shower of earth and leaves swirling into the air amidst an incessant rustling. Even those lacking in innate talent can compensate with diligence and luck. Naturally, possessing talent is preferable. However, Dai Ren's master, the fifth-grade divine physician Yang Yi, commands such respect among all extraordinary forces in Dongzhou that none dare to offend him lightly. Which disciple of any sect would possess such audacity as to incapacitate Dai Ren within the Medicine King city? In the realm of immortals, countless suitors vie for their affection. Yet they remain indifferent, revealing their true selves only in the tender embrace of this man, weeping softly and vulnerably. Why not take a stroll through the streets? Idleness begets idleness, suggested Yi Jiutian, who embraced Lu Shirshir, noting how increasingly beautiful the girl had become, rivaling her cousin Lu Ruming. Once the executors found their equilibrium, all attention shifted to the battlefield on the other side. This was merely a youth, yet the accomplished Zhou Taigong found himself utterly powerless before him. But Yangzi hesitated for a moment, a flicker of struggle crossing his gaze. Freedom had always been his fervent desire. Yet, for reasons unknown, he now wavered before this very freedom, his eyes repeatedly drawn to the dragon-slaying sword in his grasp. The princess and prince of Li also departed in succession, after exchanging words. They turned away without awaiting the consent of the Empress Dowager and the Emperor. Below the apartment, the streetlights had illuminated, and Jianman opened the car door to alight. Just as she intended to wave goodbye to Huanantian, she realized he had also stepped out, his tall figure standing strikingly against the moonlight and street lamps. She had overheard everything that transpired outside and was well aware of Wu Yang's defense of her, willing to oppose his most admired Zhou Buhuan on her behalf. His loyalty moved her, and she felt compelled to reciprocate his support. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyin did not ponder further, and readily agreed. She glanced at Hong Wan, who nodded in understanding. Sister Ban, Yao Ling sniffed, gratefully performing a gesture of respect towards Ban Hua before hastily wiping her eyes with the back of her hand and departing from the Ban residence.
Warm.
Are you not ready yet? Do you need me to come in and assist? A teasing voice, laced with charm, drifted from outside. Regrettably, the painting depicted an unremarkable villain. Otherwise, he would have shamelessly claimed it for himself. Su Han shifted her gaze to Qi Yunqing, where an astute observer could easily discern that the Duke of Rui was relentlessly on the offensive, while the Duke of Jin was, in stark contrast, entirely on the defensive. Not long after, they arrived early at the hotel, a venue prearranged by Lu Xiangru and Tian Ran, which was rather upscale. Rising into the heavens, it ascended towards the void, and suddenly, a purple-black sun emerged, illuminating the land of Shenzhou, casting its light across an endless world, touching every corner. With these words, Joshua's deep voice resonated throughout the world, revealing a golden light that abruptly pierced through the pure darkness, expanding relentlessly, until at last it resembled a true star, radiating a stable and resplendent golden hue akin to a main sequence star. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Xiao rolled up the paper and discarded it into the wastebasket, deeming it a mere abandoned manuscript. Yes, I understand. The face of the mage Diesel twitched with tension, his eyes flashing with a fierce glint.
No.
It is not a cave. Upon meticulous observation, it becomes evident that this should be an abandoned mine, leading to the inference that they must still be in the vicinity of Baoji. Peng Yinan gazed blankly at Chao Xingji, and suddenly his countenance shifted, as if he donned multiple masks, ready to change at any moment. The expression of anger that once adorned his face vanished, replaced by a mocking smile. With her cry, the celestial artifact transformed from a singular long strip into a vast expanse, spreading like fabric and surging towards the enigmatic gourd. She resolved that, barring mandatory missions, she would avoid embarking on tasks with individuals exhibiting erratic behavior. However, upon reflection, apart from Elder Wang, the captain, and Lu Gaoi, she found little desire to engage with the others. My apologies, I was preoccupied yesterday as my son fell ill, leaving my mind quite muddled. Kong Rong should be at the late stage of the transformation realm, yet I mistakenly elevated him to the late stage of the nascent soul realm. I made modifications that do not alter the plot, merely a few words amended. The once resplendent beauty, with her haggard features and vacant gaze, her disheveled hair hastily tied behind, has transformed within just a few days from a striking flower into a withered branch, an unsightly sight. Su Yan remarked nonchalantly, "Perhaps they are inviting a band over." Clearly, she had become accustomed to such frivolities. "How about this? I know you have a penchant for food. I shall speak to him and arrange for you to dine at Baiwei Tower, without charge for a few days." Hai Lanin pondered for a moment and suddenly conceived a means to repay Jean Feiyao. For me, transcending the mundane, embracing the essence of the universe and the human heart, and returning to my true nature, the path of spiritual cultivation is my foremost objective. The waters of the pond, under the glow of the luminous stones, appear indistinct, seemingly transformed from their once crystalline clarity into some unseemly hue. This formidable bioorganism possesses such a potent energy response that it is no wonder Su Mengmeng cast aside her prejudices and sought my assistance directly. "I wish you a safe journey and fulfillment of your desires." Nan Lingyu gazed at and ran. It was their first conversation of this nature, and he found it rather pleasant. Just yesterday, she had called him to open the door to the rooftop, and now they had descended, leaving others to speculate about her night spent with Gu Lingqing on the rooftop, which made her feel uneasy. Zhu Hozhao attended the English Parliament for the first time. Observing the leaders from various strata of English society entering in an orderly fashion, it felt quite novel. I turned to Officer Wang, allowing him to leave first to grant us a private space for discussion. He nodded, indicating he would remain just outside, ready to assist if needed. Lu Jin erupted in anger, utterly shocked by Zhang Yang's sudden appearance, leading him to unleash a torrent of curses. A man's voice echoed from afar. Yet Lu Qianlong remained unfazed. His hairstyle distinctly marked him as a prisoner, and within the confines of the new prison, a normal person would never flaunt such a hairstyle. It was not merely about how others perceived him, but rather a matter of despair, especially in recent days, when his mind wandered idly. He found himself ruminating on matters concerning Qiner. Initially, Qiner had been too shy to speak, but as her mother continued to press, she gradually grew accustomed to it. Throughout the journey, he had predominantly been the one driving, and after all that had transpired, he was indeed utterly exhausted. The recordings are fabricated. She was ensnared because of me. However, she chose to acknowledge it and divorce me to safeguard my reputation, remarked Xingbuhua. As the red light illuminated the ground, a dozen horizontal circles appeared, each resembling a white smoke ring, perfectly parallel to one another. When Shengguanyu, Feier, Lao Yao lies, and the deceased Tailing traversed from the murky star realm, the temperature soared above 30 degrees, and they donned only light garments. I hastily opened the car door and entered, a bullet whistling past my ear with a rush of wind. For Ao Yunlong, this was an unparalleled humiliation. He could hardly fathom such disgrace upon their first encounter. Ignoring his injuries, he bellowed and surged forward, and in his hand materialized a sapphire-blue sword, radiating an awe-inspiring divine might, evidently a peerless weapon. Yen Ran watched him quietly as he came to a halt, saying, "From this moment forth, you must refrain from conjuring food or stone shelters in the presence of others. Nor can you carelessly make items vanish. Otherwise, your identity will be compromised, leading to endless troubles akin to those we faced in the sacred land." In the 1930s narrative, one could hardly miss the bustling crowd. Some were sipping cola, while others indulged in chicken wings and hamburgers. Among them, only the three individuals at one table remained untouched by food. Wang Xiuli stood silently behind him, savoring fried lotus root while observing him prepare mushroom soup for her. In the past, he was reluctant to speak, but times have changed. To accomplish more, one must articulate their thoughts, and thus he has been practicing recently, gradually improving. Ding Tongyu declared in a deep voice. His strength surpassed that of Lin Jiao, yet he may not necessarily be stronger than Meng Xiaoying. Due to the encroaching green mist, this village and vast tracts of land have been abandoned, with soldiers and the majority of local villagers departing 3 days prior. At this moment, the Jing Wangfu is under the stewardship of Steward Li Su, who, upon seeing the Lu Wang and his entourage burst in, hesitated briefly, but chose not to impede them further. Within a courtyard, as they stood inside, old Xiao immediately sensed the oppressive force emanating from the front, akin to an invisible wall of pressure bearing down upon them. After extracting all the grass from their stomachs, the group finally discovered, at the very bottom, a fragrant pouch embroidered with a zodiac pig. In the conference room, a dozen key management personnel from various departments of the company were seated around the table, their gazes collectively fixed on the projection screen to one side. However, Hennessy is not to be trifled with. He bears the title of master and is reputed to be a professional held in high esteem by the royal family, having been instrumental in the merger of the Guild and the Adventurers Organization. This notion stemmed from Ian's previous discussions with Wei, yet Jianxin contemplated more deeply and foresaw further implications, as he possessed greater knowledge of ancient secrets than Ian and his companions. Moreover, Fang Xiu must cultivate both immortality and martial arts, as this is the current decree of the heavenly path. If he follows these great beings, will they truly allow him to pursue immortality? It is worth noting that in the past, the martial god and the celestial sovereign were sworn adversaries. One was the pioneer of martial arts, while the other epitomized the essence of celestial principles. Yun Tian shook his head with a sigh as he departed. In terms of age, he had just crossed 60, and his vigor was not dulled by the passage of time, but rather tempered by Yun Ao. Unbeknownst to him, this once trifling figure had now ascended to the revered status of a supreme deity. His audacity to traverse the skies unrestrained relied upon two elements, the innate energy of his bloodline and, upon closer inspection, the city bore a striking resemblance to Chang'an. As Chu Heng approached the city gates, he finally discerned that this indeed was Chang'an, emblazoned with 3 grand characters. Gu Mian momentarily faltered, casting a bewildered glance in his direction, silently hoping for a hint. This area was relatively desolate, Amidst the emptiness lay a solitary corpse, arousing suspicion. He was indeed the reincarnation of a supreme deity. The great prophet grew increasingly convinced, for only a supreme deity could transcend the divine power restrictions imposed by the beast god. Brother Wen, I hope I haven't kept you waiting, Han Shixian said, hesitating for a moment before removing the frog-like glasses from his face, noticing the absence of others around. Behind him stood the elderly Lu Mu and Lu Pei, leaning on each other as they watched their son depart into the distance. On the martial arts arena, Wang Junyi had just dispatched another challenger, radiating an air of authority. Witnessing the envious gazes of the onlookers, who dared not approach him for a duel, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride swelling within him. Upon hearing Yi Feng address her in such a manner, Lu Shihan felt a surge of delight within her, nodding slightly and casting a somewhat smug glance at Zhuge Yun, embodying a hint of ostentation. Alas, Zhuge Yun remained entirely indifferent, her gaze imbued with a cool detachment, her smile perpetually polite and amiable. Observing Yun Qing's utterly unconcerned expression, a sense of futility washed over Yu Feng Tan. How could he convey to her that while she remained indifferent, he was deeply invested in their interactions? A sudden voice broke the tension. What secret conversation are you engaged in? It was Qin Xiangyu, startling Yu Feng into releasing his grip, both of their faces flushing crimson. A palpable fear lingered, for today should have been a decisive advantage, yet one adept in the 5 stages of tribulation had their magical artifact shattered, while another had their physical form obliterated, fleeing in sheer terror. To be frank, Wen Su had little enthusiasm for reunions with high school classmates. Had it not been for his mother's prior assurances, he would have refrained from attending such a tedious gathering. Turning his head, he spotted Yi Xian, accompanied by several members of the Warfire Guild trailing closely behind him. Determined to calm himself over the weekend, as he steadied his racing heart, he pushed open the restroom door, only to be met by the sight of a strikingly voluptuous woman with an enigmatic neckline, waiting just outside. A choked sound escaped his throat, a yearning to weep, yet his eyes betrayed no tears. Throughout the weekend, he encouraged Lu Jun to gradually unwind. It is only within the narration of one's own story that the unfamiliarity with those present can be forgotten, and thus, he continually sought ways to prompt Lu Jun to articulate certain matters. Lin Feng took a deep breath, calming the deep-seated anger within him, and managed to force a smile as he nodded to Chen Mingjie, indicating his understanding. The delicate antagonist from the 1930s, Gue Siener, looked at Mo Yufei with a smug expression, seemingly reveling in his comprehensive grasp of the world. It appeared that this old fellow was not as detestable as one might have imagined. Observing Wang Qingyuan's anxiety for the patient, Mo Feng's impression of him shifted significantly. Those formidable figures kneeling on the ground, upon seeing this familiar silhouette, all displayed expressions of ecstatic joy. Thus, when Chu Tian broke the chains and approached Mo Yufei, declaring, "He is not dead, he is still alive," the Vajra demon Buddha could not help but nod in agreement. He reasoned that since Chu Tian intended to assist Mo Yufei, it would be opportune for him to lend his support as well. This atmosphere continued to unfold, yet Li Shanshan remained uninvolved. She merely observed the Vajra formation in silence. Positioned within the array, she bore witness to everything, her gaze shifting among all the martial illusionists under guidance, Mo Yufei and Huang Xiangzu. As the great battle erupted, it was evident that, had it not been for this moment, the old man would undoubtedly have boasted to the world. However, with Gu Xinyue involved, the ins and outs of the situation would inevitably reveal the secret to the Grand Elder. I certainly would not place my trust in this individual. Hence I refrained from making any deductions, fully aware that this was likely another scheme. Yuan Jiu bellowed, and without a moment's hesitation, Manya leaped forth to intercept Yu Mingli. Upon encountering the hunchbacked old man who had suddenly appeared in his chamber, Magistrate Yuan was taken aback, yet as the head of the county, he could not afford to lose the dignity of his position. Thus, He mustered an air of composure and began to interrogate the intruder. Suddenly, a deafening gunshot rang out, accompanied by the fiery tongues of the weapon, as bullets pierced through the air like fleeting light. He was unaware of the grand scheme that Zhong Qing had in mind. At this moment, he was keen to ascertain another matter. Had he truly sent the Huayudan? Are you certain he came solely for the Yingling iron? Xue Miao inquired, astonished. During the trajectory of the green-clad figure's flight, Zhang Yan raised his right hand towards the direction of the falling figure, causing the void to erupt with a resounding blast, shattering the spreading pressure. The vehicle seemed to have begun moving. Perhaps the situation ahead had been resolved. I shall descend the elevated road now and seek the subway entrance, Mu Ji remarked from the front seat, casting a glance at the two individuals in the rear-view mirror. Feeling somewhat inferior among the male actors, particularly given the imminent scenes involving physical confrontation, if he did not offer a warning, Luo Gaoxian would surely strike with great force. Yi Lancheng first cast a glance at Xin Wuxiao, and then his gaze settled upon Chu Wuyo. However, Su Kain believed that their current performance was already commendable. Their foundation was solid, and despite the efforts of herself and Feng Tian, it was implausible to expect them to grow stronger overnight. Su Shu hoped that Zhao Yun would forever stand at the pinnacle of righteousness. Only then could one remain invincible. Thus, are we left with merely this single painting as our sole clue? Shirkwan unobtrusively brushed his left hand against a stroke of vermilion on the landscape painting. However, before he could even catch a glimpse of the map, he was abruptly swatted away by old Qin, who sat beside him. Following Long Xian, Bai Zhan beheld the nine-nether claw for the second time. If Long Xian's display of the nine-nether claw had already left Bai Zhan in profound admiration for the technique passed down by the nether demon sovereign, then the version showcased by Ling Yan now instilled in him a deep-seated fear. Su Rao felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. She was acutely aware that she had a fever, yet found herself trapped with no means of escape and no one to assist her. With her strength waning, she pondered her next course of action. 5 minutes later, the entire fleet of the 416th Regiment of Long Shield Security Group was arranged in a precise combat formation, hurtling towards the 8 o'clock direction like arrows released from their bows. Captain Feng Qi, upon hearing Zhang Heng's words, chuckled and replied, "Of course. The military capabilities of the Balro Empire and the Orca Empire are quite comparable to our Kunlong Empire in terms of hardware and weaponry. The primary disparity lies in the quality of personnel and the operational system, which are the most challenging aspects to modify and improve." Retreating in fear, he was filled with regret, wondering why he had provoked this demon. Was he not courting death? He called out to Fatty K, but received no reply, likely because he was out gallivanting. Meanwhile, Chao Yu prepared to delve into his recent insights through meditation. This is the contract sent by Xian Wei. He has already dispatched someone to investigate the company, and it seems there is now sufficient confidence in collaborating with us. Fu Jingchen handed the computer to Jiang Chuj with a smile. In light of the numerous adverse circumstances, the 12th, 13th, 14th, and 15th Legions of the Orca Empire have resolved to disengage from combat as much as possible, striving to maintain their formation while cautiously retreating towards the eastern region of the controlled by the Orca Empire. Should he refrain from intervening, William's defeat is inevitable, leaving no glimmer of hope for victory. Such a dutiful and obedient disciple must surely be the result of the Lin family's ancestral blessings accumulated over centuries. Observing her silence, Murong Qing gracefully turned to sit on the bed, silently taking her right hand, placing it against her pulse, without allowing any refusal. After a brief moment, her delicate brows furrowed in surprise as she inquired, "Have you been consuming a slow-acting poison?" How could she have been so ruthless to herself? Tang Ningen assumed that Lung Haoshuan's actions were merely a ruse to deceive her, her gaze lingering on the handsome man before her, filled with inscrutable thoughts. The elderly man in black was instantly struck with profound terror, feeling as though even his blood had ceased to circulate. The features of his aged face began to contort in distress. The primate's spirit struggled to restore the chaotic essence within, but upon seeing that Guqi's formation was nearly complete, it was evident that it was now too late to intervene. In the narrative of the 37th era, regardless of her motivations, Shirley willingly donned that particular nightgown and summoned Li Jiao into her room, likely tacitly permitting a certain rogue to brazenly take advantage of her. Upon hearing the old monk's inquiry, the young monk turned to gaze at the chicken leg in the elder's hand, rendered speechless and petrified on the spot. Today, the individuals present, hailing from the upper echelons of various sects, have finally come to realize the terrifying nature of Lu Wuxia. In comparison to the divine beings descending from the heavens depicted in films, this particular manifestation from the skies feels distinctly unique. At this moment, Fan Chong has departed from the camp of the Tiger Shao tribe, observing the 4 or 5 trees around him, each large enough to be embraced only with great effort. He then gazes upon the axe painstakingly selected from Xiao Eru, which, although Xiao Eru claimed was merely a skinning knife, Fan Chong concluded that the skinning knife suited him far better after witnessing the true axe. Awarding a foul to a player like Lin Jiao, whose free throw percentage approaches perfection, is akin to gifting points. Previously, he had agreed with Han Fizi on their partnership. However, he now questions the drastic shift in Han Long's demeanor. Mu Yeqi's expression was frigid, his deep, dark green eyes fixated like a beast, exuding a terrifying ferocity. At that moment, from the distant depths of the void, a point of aurora suddenly erupted, reminiscent of the singularity explosion at the birth of the universe, casting boundless light that illuminated their entire vision, extending millions of kilometers beyond. The sky was still early, and Gu Pan chose to recline once more, her mind wandering back to the scene following her second encounter with Empress Chen. Indeed, Chang Xian, recount the dream you had at that time to the ancestral master. Huang Di instructed Chang Xian. So many beautiful adjectives were bestowed upon Nan Lichuan, yet upon reaching her, they were reduced to mere inspiration, leaving Lan Yi both amused and exasperated. The royal family may be cold-hearted, yet marrying her would ensure he would never subject her to such bitter hardships. Despite the simmering resentment and the overwhelming sorrow that enveloped her, Guyuru managed to restrain herself, clenching her fists and raising her gaze to fixate on Xiaolon. Exuding a somewhat confrontational aura, they did not genuinely internalize these feelings. Rather, they directed all their thoughts towards their arch-rivals. A shadow of despair clouded Xiaolan's face as she lowered her eyes, tears glistening at the corners, eventually allowing a single crystalline droplet to fall. Everything was over. All was lost. Upon mentioning Su Yanqi, a subtle shift in expression crossed Yiru's face, which did not escape the keen perception of Zhong Qingxia, causing her heart to sink and altering the expression on her delicate features. The middle-aged Taoist stared in astonishment at the silver coins in his hand, estimating their weight at around 2 taels, sufficient to exchange for 2,000 copper coins, which could procure 1,000 bowls of rice. The guards let out a cry, covering their eyes and turning away, just as Xian made his move. His enormous golden eyes were filled with ferocity, fixated intently on Mu Zifei. However, he was taken aback upon discerning her true strength. "No way," Su Huai exclaimed, without a moment's hesitation. "It would be quite inappropriate for a young lady like you to accompany us men out at this late hour." The term points emerged as a novel concept in Mu Zifei's mind. Unlike the traditional student-teacher dynamic, where instructors acted like caretakers, Mu Zifei found herself far more suited to an environment characterized by the survival of the fittest. The Assassins' Alliance, established in the 1880s, initially lacked the very notion of assassins, evolving through several generations of leadership until it solidified into what it is today. "What? Your father's birthday is in 3 days? How could I have been unaware of such an important matter?" Mu Zifei exclaimed in astonishment, glancing curiously at Suashi beside him, while at that moment, Shirley also turned her gaze towards Suashi. Lao Wang felt that today's journey was somewhat peculiar, yet he could not pinpoint what exactly was amiss. You haven't truly encountered my adversary from yesterday, have you? Su Huai asked uncertainly, as he observed Su Qita. Yang Leng's clear eyes were filled with shock, and his fair visage was etched with disbelief. His hands trembled as he struggled to fathom how Yi Feng not only survived the ancient dragon-infused technique, but also vanquished the formidable bear Scar's man Feng Mu. Witnessing Feng Tianhao's exasperated demeanor, hurriedly patted him on the back, aiding him to regain his composure. Silence. The hall must not be in uproar. Lu Tian admonished as he observed Yang Jian beginning to create a scene. The mere thought of that charming, radiant figure brought a smile to Jing Yuchen's lips, making the time spent in the elevator feel less agonizing. The servant, perceiving the fierce glare from Feng Mu, seemed to believe that Feng Mu truly intended to take his life. For individuals of their ilk, in this world, should Feng Mu truly kill him, it would merely require a small sum to settle the matter, nothing more. Ji Fei Mo initially intended for Jun Qian Xiao to attract attention. He surely recognized that with Jun Yanqin's mindset, it was inconceivable to use the former empress's chamber as Mo Jiuqing's quarters. Good. Yuta Yom expressed his delight at encountering a well-acquainted friend. Affectionately, he remarked, "We shall discuss these matters gradually. Should there be any uncertainties, I shall inquire further." How could I possibly know? I have not even seen the color beneath you. How could I make a casual judgment? After nearly 2 minutes, the sister-in-law persistently pleaded, her endurance waning. At her entreaty, I reluctantly lifted myself and pressed against her. The words of Kirito ignited hope among the crowd. Just as they anticipated he would retaliate against Cridial due to the effects of the poison waning, Kirito's health began to diminish gradually. They had initially believed that Yinan had ascended from the 2nd stage of the Spirit Sea to the peak of the 8th stage within a mere fortnight. However, they were astonished to discover that Yinan had only reached the peak of the 3rd stage, but exhibited the combat prowess of the 8th stage.
Why?
One might ask, were you not content in the Green Sea? Why must you flee alongside us? The sudden surprise left me momentarily at a loss. Although both individuals were martial artists, surviving the leap from such a towering wall was indeed fortunate. Tang Chongyu, disregarding his own injuries, first inquired about Lu Ning's condition. Lu Ning smiled and assured him that he merely had superficial wounds, urging Chongyu to remain unconcerned. Fortunately, it was the 812th Division. Had it been another, the situation might not have been so manageable. Yun Tian smiled, remarking that had it not been for the 812th Division's fervent desire for revenge, infiltrating a command post guarded by an entire regiment would not have been so easily accomplished. Chuiyu touched the switch on the bedside, illuminating the room before retracting his perceptive abilities and rising to open the door. Indeed, it is so, and it is well. In any case, I have resolved to depart from the Blue Sea. I shall take a stroll and see if I might encounter my love. Hailon Se is a girl with a broad perspective. Her smile alone enhances her beauty considerably. A roar erupted, shaking the very heavens and earth, as an oppressive aura of death pervaded the realm, causing countless cultivators to fall lifeless to the ground. Saperlo discerned Cohen's intentions. As a Netherlander, he harbored profound animosity towards him. Only by drawing him into his own camp could he manipulate the remnants of the pirates through him. Without even the sound of gunfire, the adversary entered unchallenged, where had his soldiers vanished. Do not move, lean against the wall. I shall. Take a look. Shen Bing supported me against the wall of the drainage pipe, though her voice wavered at the end. Reflecting upon this, I found myself yearning for the days when Qingjiao hissed and devoured magic crystals, for with its equipment of the Qian Zun level epic saddle armor, it could still assist me in combating and defending. The moment I emerged into the world, I sensed the presence of my past 2 magical artifacts. Su Fu was elated, and in mere moments, he soared from above Mount Fuji to the center of Tokyo Plaza. curiously observing those remnants of soldiers fleeing for their lives beneath the blade of the corpulent warrior. For these practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine, such individuals undoubtedly represented excellent material. However, treating children requires utmost caution, as their bodies differ significantly from those of adults. While this raises the difficulty of treatment, it simultaneously presents an opportunity for breakthroughs. Although clad in the most ordinary blue fabric, there was an inexplicable ethereal quality that emerged upon hastily donning it. Yang Bo stretched out his hands and lifted his head, taking a few steps around the room, feeling quite pleased with himself. Once the instructor had relayed his message, the soldiers from Hunan could not contain their excitement, raising their weapons and cheering loudly. Despite their awareness of the noble's origins in Jiangnan, the mention of Hunan on this momentous occasion made them feel a sense of warmth and pride. Wang Lang had come to know Shi Qing rather late and could comprehend the first two objectives without realizing Shi Qing's deep-seated apprehension towards the Hu people. Furthermore, he was unaware of Shi Qing's calculated intentions to address the lurking dangers posed by the Hu in northern Yongzhou. Nevertheless, Wang Lang was a man of integrity. Even though he was taken aback by Wang Meng's words, he did not let it show on his face. At this thought, the left hand, which had long been prepared in secret, suddenly executed a swift upward motion, the index finger slightly curling, generating a fierce gust that surged straight towards the throat of the shadowy serpent. The bent finger resembled a spear piercing the heavens, poised to strike fiercely at the serpent's throat. What to say? Wang Kuan pondered, perplexed. Such a price, even for a banquet in a 5-star hotel, would scarcely exceed 100,000. He had merely ordered a bottle of wine, and considering the elder had requested a jar of medicinal sorghum liquor, refusing to drink would surely put the elder in an awkward position. Although, after being reprimanded by the 9th master, the two would never again trouble Wang Chulan. Did that mean Li Xuanwu was exempt from issues? If you, Cui Yuni, utter a word, I shall believe you. Do you possess the ability to swear that he poses no threat? Wang Xiaorong retorted, his temper not much better. In an instant, Zhang Fuhai's heart was thrown into chaos. Abandoning his desire to seize Xiao Xian'er and instead, with a flash of his figure, he brazenly charged towards Luo Chen. At that moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, if these sky saints were to fall victim to Luo Chen's slaughter, how could the Battle Heaven Saint Emperor maintain his standing? Recently, he had been forcibly transported to this realm through the coordinates by Suishing, breaking the time stop of Jiao, who had only just regained consciousness. In this unfamiliar world, he heard Suishing's resonant voice echoing throughout the area. Zhang Han and the others were thoroughly pleased with their surroundings, eagerly yearning to indulge in the rejuvenating warmth of the hot springs, while Chen Xian and Lu Shiyan remained more composed, opting to rest in the living room first. The three who followed closely behind leaped down, their figures graceful, clad in black iron soul armor, shimmering with a unique brilliance under the glow of the setting sun. With a cheerful disposition, when Yuchuan instructed San Lin to play some music, he reclined in the back seat, closing his eyes in relaxation to the melodies, fingers interlaced and languidly resting on his lap. Such a scene of widespread death and injury was of little concern to him. Having worked in the 9th district, he had witnessed casualties far exceeding this, coupled with years of martial training that endowed him with abilities surpassing the ordinary. In this chaotic environment, he was more than capable of holding his own. Qin Feng noticed that each breath he took seemed to carry a lightness akin to snowflakes, gently drifting down to his dantian, gradually accumulating and expanding its volume, while also increasing in density, slowly giving rise to a sense of weightiness. A tall, gaunt man with deep-set eyes strode along the asphalt road of the town, burdened by a massive pack on his back. The road, long neglected, lay in tatters from the relentless passage of vehicles. Perhaps the weight of his load was too great, for each step he took stirred up a cloud of dust, imparting an air of weariness beneath the scorching sun. In her previous life, She had been a paragon of virtue and domesticity. It seemed rather improper for him to return from such a long journey only to brew his own cup of tea. Troubled by her conscience, Miss Luo felt an increasing pang of guilt, prompting her to rise, don a thicker coat, and step outside. No one would disdain strength, particularly amidst the onslaught of beasts where power dictated survival. Even a mere straw could prove fatal to a camel at a critical juncture.
Indeed.
The heel of her foot had already been broken, with blood seeping onto the edge of her high-heeled shoe. Wang Chunfeng could visibly perceive a surge of malevolence transforming into soul power within his consciousness, merging with his very essence. This marked a significant elevation in Qin Feng's reputation, bringing him perilously close to the top 10 on the celebrity rankings. As night fell, a coolness enveloped the midsummer evening, the hazy moonlight revealing but a few stars. "Chunyan, where are we headed?" she inquired, as they mysteriously set off in a carriage, leaving Inghan and the others behind to tidy up at the estate. Concerned that Banksia might tire, he hurried to fetch her hot water to drink, continuously offering her words of comfort. The sudden upheaval in his family circumstances had transformed Wei Tingyan from a privileged young master into a court-imposed exile, leaving one to ponder how he fared now, and whether he still wore that familiar smile he once had. He believes that their current state is quite satisfactory, akin to that of strangers, thus sparing each other unnecessary vexation. The morning air in the mountains is particularly crisp. Song Yuan took several deep breaths of this untainted atmosphere, feeling a refreshing clarity envelop her. Such a rare and splendid morning, yet her husband wore a sullen expression. One might mistakenly think she had provoked him. Song Yuan approached Xia Junyao and subtly indicated with her gaze that they should all step outside. However, He Ju and Bai Yuan showed no intention of leaving. Not only was Su Tang somewhat incredulous, but the expressions of those present also shifted, predominantly reflecting sympathy and pity. Shen Xingyan glanced at her growling stomach, promptly opened the car door, and exited alongside Mo Jingchen. The emperor's brow was deeply furrowed as he gritted his teeth, staring at concubine Tan on the bed, unwilling to accept the physician's words. Just moments ago, she had spoken to him. How could she have suddenly departed? Meanwhile, Zhang Tianyu seized Wang Xiaoxiao's hand and strode directly into the hall, pouring himself a glass of red wine. Yan Hang was acutely aware that his current endeavors, regarding the domestic situation, were considerably ahead of their time. Su Tang was likely in a similar predicament, perhaps having encountered some fortuitous event, but certainly not entangled with any malevolent spirit returning from the dead. Although he yearned for information about the destroying God Society, he understood that if he were to be ensnared by a smokescreen, the cost would outweigh the benefits. Indeed, she was a colleague from the supermarket in Guangzhou. As he spoke, Lei Shirling appeared quite helpless. His long sigh seemed to erupt from deep within, resonating with a palpable intensity. After walking for approximately 20 minutes, they arrived at the hotel mentioned by General Liang. The two entered and found General Liang and others waiting, apologizing for the traffic congestion they encountered on the way. The concepts of rebirth and renewal can essentially be distilled into a process of nirvana, a transformative journey that shatters the old self. Outside the realm of consciousness, Lin Yu remained with his eyes tightly shut. Just as the withering palm was about to strike his crown, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The five halted before the oasis, allowing Lin Yu to closely examine it, discovering, apart from a dilapidated wall towering several dozen feet high, an imperceptible barrier of light that eluded the eyes of those with lesser awareness. It swiftly brushed aside Medusa, and those crimson, peach blossom-like eyes met the gaze of a leopard glowing ominously in the darkness. Ajin raised his hand and retrieved a sizable ethereal pouch from his own storage, assessing its capacity before lifting Hong Kuei by the neck and depositing him inside. The moment they approached the door, Siu felt a familiar aura emanating from within. Astonished at his presence there, "Get away!" Sig's face flashed with severity as he adeptly extracted a mystic firearm from his storage space. noting that there were still plenty of bullets remaining, ample for his indulgence. Upon arriving at the Demon King's chamber, they found him already awake, having spent a sleepless night practicing marksmanship outside. Why is Beta acting so delicate? Li Kui sat on the ground, gazing up at her, feeling a sense of unease at Zhang Keku's fierce expression, which was indeed somewhat terrifying. Upon witnessing the multitude of earth demons, the malevolent creature grinned widely, then unleashed a torrent of countless black entities resembling tadpoles, reminiscent of a violent expulsion. Although these peculiar tadpoles were devoid of eyes, they boasted razor-sharp teeth capable of effortlessly burrowing into the bodies of the earth demons. As the calamity clouds dissipated at a discernible pace and the sea of lightning rapidly vanished, Zhang Yi once again performed an unexpectedly audacious act.
With so many,
"Just the two of us consuming this is rather wasteful, isn't it?" remarked Shang Guanju, savoring his meal. Feng Ning and Yin were taken aback by his words. Feng Ning smirked inwardly, suspecting that Yin believed he would be subjected to further torment. Consequently, the weakest among them was Yen Su, stationed at the main Wish Temple, where even the statues were newly crafted. Despite the fact that the residents were his devoted followers, the brevity of time had rendered his accumulated faith still limited. Upon hearing Master Ing's words, Ziyan recognized the existence of such a dilemma, yet he pondered that remaining stationary in one place was akin to a living corpse. What distinction was there between being alive and dead? At that moment, it was midday, the hour for lunch. The two had consumed soup the previous night, soup again in the morning, and had yet to partake in their midday meal. As this conversation unfolded, both simultaneously felt their stomachs rumble, producing a sound akin to gulu-gulu. 8 Nyang observed that all customer requests were duly noted, along with their accommodations and scheduled meeting times. Feeling quite satisfied with the diligence displayed by the two girls, she inquired a few more questions regarding July, while September, having seen off the guests, made her way over. The 9 rainbow celestial deer, spurred by the immense force of lightning, severed its own antlers, letting out a pitiful cry before collapsing in agony. This is the consequence of his own actions. The man in the dark robe, evidently skilled, showed no intention of protecting his master, allowing Yuan Xiao to vent her frustrations with the entire set of secret-colored porcelain brought from the Du residence, arriving at a calm conclusion. "Brother Yun, is the jade cauldron in your possession truly an artifact more formidable than a heavenly-grade weapon?" Fu Qingyu had never encountered such a jade cauldron, yet he had heard that warriors of the spirit martial realm could command magical tools and treasures. When Ziyun turned to glance at Wanner, he was astonished to find her gaze clear and free of inebriation, despite having emptied her cup of wine without any signs of intoxication. Ziyun surmised that this was likely related to her unique constitution. The innate Dao body was indeed extraordinary and exceedingly rare. The Emperor suspected that the Empress had whispered some confidential matter to her mother, which was overheard by the fourth brother, leading to the assumption that the Empress had plotted against him. Yuan Xiao murmured to herself. Ziyun could only recite the Pure Heart mantra a few times, while Wanner observed him with his eyes closed, muttering something, mistakenly believing he was in preparation, and thus remained silent, waiting for him. However, Fong Fu Lu laughed heartily, and a golden light suddenly surged around him, soaring like a colossal golden dragon into the sky, obstructing the attacks of the two. Lin Song, after all, was merely an instructor, not a high monk, and his mind was filled with peculiar thoughts. That primal essence seemed to represent an alternative pursuit of life. If Qin Henwan truly intended him harm, she would have disregarded him from the very beginning, and Qin Ming would have been driven into a corner by Qin Yi long ago, rather than only now beginning her assault. I am truly tempted to seize a brick and deliver a forceful blow to his insufferable mouth. Yet, I am acutely aware that if I continue to procrastinate, my chance will slip away entirely. Originally, Qin Ming contemplated selling the jade slip that contained the record of the blood shadow devouring soul. But he sensed that the origins of this blood shadow might be quite formidable, potentially even that of a congenital-level master. Thus, to avoid exposure, he refrained from selling the jade slip alongside the others. Zhang Tiansheng chose not to dwell on this matter any further. After all, now was not the time for such concerns. The paramount task at hand is to escape, a realization so evident that it requires no contemplation. At this moment, all remnants of drowsiness vanished. Hinanshi was completely awake, her fingers grazing her nose as her wide eyes fixated on the toes dangling outside the bed's edge. Had it not been for Gu Chen's recent words, echoing with uncanny similarity, and Xiao Xiao believed she might still be oblivious to her surroundings. With the third wolf howl reverberating through the air, Chen Feng caught a glimpse of two faintly glowing points in the distance, shrouded in darkness. Amidst his thoughts, he suddenly recalled the exquisite fragrance emanating from the enchanting woman he had encountered yesterday at Gaidar. Sleep now, Yan Xuanzhou allowed Jiang Qin to grasp his fingers, his deep-set eyes radiating warmth. Though he ranked below Yi Chunguang, he represented the upper echelons of the central authority. He possessed that privilege. This time, Lu Xuanji refrained from advocating for himself. Instead, he spoke of the current plight of the group, and no one interrupted. With a slight sigh, he remarked, "Only now do we truly understand the value of inheritance." Yan Xuanzhou had likely seen through her clumsy performance, yet he chose not to expose her. Truly embodying the essence of a good person, he regarded her with the affection of an elder observing a younger kin, akin to gazing upon a cherished treasure. Brimming with both pride and delight. Coming from a farming family, we had grown accustomed to toil and hardship, desiring little more than to lead a fulfilling life. It felt as though countless nails had been driven into his heart, a surge of acute pain flooding his being. Gu Fei smiled softly, then playfully bit Xie Chongqing's lip through the fabric of her sleeve before finally rising. The man's face indeed changed color. One side, still swollen from his wife's slap, now bore an odd half-red, half-white visage. Zawufei lingered, shadowing Ling Xue as she moved in and out, her reason being to protect her from any potential bullying by scoundrels. In another realm, there were demands for the docking position of the Chongqing ship, detailed specifications of its armaments, and information regarding the crew composition. All part of a series of military intelligence efforts aimed at countering and undermining the formidable investment of Huagua over the years once the Chongqing commenced its service. The azure heavens revealed immense and majestic fissures, as the red dragon's blood, previously evaporated by the sword's energy, gushed forth from these crevices like a volcanic eruption. Soaring into the sky, Lin Qingwu received a message from Li Chongqing, feeling a mix of surprise and furrowed brows. The tale spoke of two individuals who, despite enduring countless hardships, found themselves moved by each other's sacrifices, ultimately coming together. If only his foolish husky possessed such intelligence, instead of perpetually plotting rebellion or scheming to dismantle the home. With the firm belief that Master Qingyun's entrance would undoubtedly be anything but unimpressive, one could only expect a throng eager to break through the threshold to catch a glimpse of the revered master. I nodded in acknowledgement, for I was aware that Director Li and his team would persist in their research, continuing to aid countless individuals. Aside from the prenuptial property certificate presented by Li Danghai, there lay a substantial stack of property deeds. For certain streamers, participating in such fishing live streaming competitions served as an excellent means to garner followers. Lin Xingchen, filled with introspection, noticed that Ioi had also opened her heart. Amidst the tumultuous storms, this abruptly changing world seemed to hinder her progress. Indeed, she could hardly withstand the agony. Harley had defined herself thus, for she had yet to truly endure suffering. Even during her previous confrontation with the Phantom Dragon, she had not sustained any significant injuries. Thus, it seemed she was genuinely incapable of withstanding pain. Seizing the opportunity, the special forces turned on their heels and fled, disregarding the pursuing enemies, racing towards the evacuation point. Among the two remaining sentinels still capable of fighting, one was a rookie who, terrified, huddled in the watchtower, clutching his head and weeping profusely, repeatedly invoking the names of the Virgin Mary and his mother. Perhaps it was best to heed Yuno's words and let it all go. Throughout his life, the burdens that weighed on Lin Xingqian's heart would surely rob him of countless sleepless nights. Just as everyone was lost in their reflections, a sudden knock at the door interrupted the moment. For the time being, we shall remain here for a while. The exact moment of our departure hinges upon Wu Feng's decision. Despite my desire to take charge, I find myself unable to do so, for he is the one who leads us both. Mo Bingshuang shrugged nonchalantly, speaking in a calm tone. Elder Qian Yuan fell silent for a moment, his mind racing as his spiritual sense enveloped the entire medicinal concoction, scrutinizing it intently. Su Qing, fuming with indignation, glared at Lu Kunlun, hoping he would take the hint and leave promptly. However, Lu Kunlun feigned ignorance, even going so far as to genuinely call in with an excuse. You need not concern yourself with me. Simply treat me as if I do not exist. I had a bit too much to drink and feel a bit dizzy. Allow me to rest for a moment, Duzhan declared, leaning against the soft couch, appearing ready to doze off, while the young woman beside him gently massaged his head. Historically, there have been those who, like Xu Lu, endeavored to explore the essence of magical spells in such a manner. Regrettably, under the full force of unleashed magic, few possess the mental fortitude to withstand the onslaught, aside from Xu Lu herself. On either side, large characters were displayed. On the left, it read, "The good and evil deeds in life shall be judged here, and the fate of life and death shall be determined here." Yen silently aligned herself with Fu Junju, never disguising her close relationship with him. However, her reliance on Fu Junju could not conceal much. Subsequently, Yun also wielded a long sword, her aura akin to that of the Elder, as azure battle chi surged around her, reinforcing her own battle armor. In the skies above the infinite palace, one cannot observe the wandering cultivators traversing with chi, nor the casually maneuvering warships. Any flying mounts are strictly prohibited from soaring in that airspace, and even aerial beasts must take a detour, unable to cross the infinite palace directly. What is the matter? Just moments ago, Xia Dongxiang, who had been attentively monitoring her phone call, felt a surge of unease as he witnessed her anxious demeanor. However, accustomed to the tumult of life, he managed to maintain a semblance of calm. For 3 long years, numerous high-level cultivators surrounding the immortal city have been wholly absorbed in observing the anomalies within the profound heaven-fire-spirit domain above. In an instant, Li Hua's expression returned to normal, revealing no visible signs of distress, for Li Hua, a proficient master, had an exquisite control over his facial expressions. As Yi Feng was consuming the essence of a demon core, he was about to respond to Tai Shirt's song when a resounding explosion suddenly erupted. Despite feeling drowsy, Ming Lang could not resist the life-threatening urgency in his shout, compelling him to tidy himself up and change his attire. Yuan Qingfeng looked up to see a tall and robust young man, whose resolute face bore a prominent scar stretching from his nostril to the base of his ear, adding an air of ferocity to his chiseled features. Yuan Qingfeng, inheritor of the Round Cauldron, possessed attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, encompassing all 5 elements at level 1. The overseer, Yuan Zhenhai, glanced at the round cauldron atop Yuan Qingfeng's head and smiled, announcing that the emergence of another progeny with a talent for fateful artifacts is indeed a matter of joy. Does your performance imply that I still have a chance? Yu Feili narrowed her eyes, unabashedly fixing her gaze upon Qiao Lu, her expression a beguiling blend of amusement and charm. Let us designate you as the chief designer for now. You will be responsible for next month's fashion show, Ling Han explained with a hint of detachment. When did this come about? He counted 7 bullet holes. Surviving 7 gunshots could hardly be described as anything less than miraculous. Lu Tian stepped upon Wu Hao's injured hand, brandishing his sword at the two. You have provoked me, and now you must bear the brunt of my wrath. With that, Lu Tian's sword cleaved down. Richard stood frozen, witnessing the scene as the elevator doors behind him opened, revealing Wu Ming and Bu Jingyun, who emerged just in time to catch sight of Jian Hui, whose eyes curved like crescent moons. Both men, like Richard, were struck dumb, as if by lightning. The deadly triad sword. Mo Taichung unfurled 3 blossoms of sword energy from his long sword, stepping aside to evade Taizheng's charge, while the 3 blossoms landed upon Taizheng. The melody of the zither was soothing, prompting a corresponding softness in the opponent's strikes. When the zither's tune quickened, so too did the adversary's attacks. Yet the techniques employed by Huang Zhonggong on the zither were precisely contrary. His movements were swift while the music remained deliberately tranquil, leading the opponent to follow the rhythm and rendering them incapable of defense. For Lin Jiao and his companions were not students of any prestigious university. They instinctively assumed that this so-called sanctuary academy was merely a third-rate institution. They had visited ancient cities, for at Lin Jiao village there was a tourist destination known as Thunder Island, a remnant of the cultivation world, steeped in antiquity and surrounded by the protective embrace of thunder and lightning. However, upon hearing these words, Huang Rong and several renowned figures from the martial world present in the main hall changed their expressions, particularly Huang Rong, whose eyes flashed with anger, though she refrained from voicing her rebuttal, letting out a sigh within her heart. Hang Xianer had seen various portraits of him throughout different periods, including one when his father was captured by the Jin, during which the Jin sought to win the hearts of the Song military and civilians by appointing Li Xianzhong and his son to official positions. There was also the occasion when Jin Wuzhu recognized Li Xianzhong's remarkable abilities and granted him the title of Ch. Ing Su and Sh., as well as when the ruler of the Western Xia appointed him as the envoy for Yannan's pacification, and the moment when Zhao Go conferred the name Xianzhong upon him. In contrast, the yellow eel and the mandarin fish did not possess such significant individual distinctions. The yellow eel typically weighed around 2 pounds, while the mandarin fish bore a similar weight. Very well, Sister Bai Shui. Xiao Hongma listened intently to every word spoken by the amiable elder sister Bai Shui, following her guidance with utmost obedience. This was an almost frenzied yearning, particularly reignited after a year of silence. Duga Xingyue found it nearly impossible to restrain herself, her mind consumed by these thoughts. The long-haired creature emitted no cries, simply vanishing into thin air, perishing on the spot without leaving even a remnant of its spirit. After a while, he departed the city and ventured into the wilderness, executing a series of sword techniques: 2 swords, 3 swords, 5 swords, 10 swords, each yielding data. Likewise, having heard the commotion, a demoted squad leader, who was excavating nearby, approached, exclaiming in annoyance about the presence of a dog and preparing to kick. The speaker was somewhat unfamiliar, and although he had visited the Wang residence several times, it was not frequent enough for him to recognize everyone. Thus, it was natural that he did not know some individuals. Moreover, there was a certain grace about the speaker that set him apart from the ordinary servants. Upon observing the mission of the commando unit, it became evident that we should strengthen our ranks decisively, ensuring that we seize the position in a single stroke. Lin Tao, noticing that Li Yunlong had not comprehended this, articulated his thoughts clearly and expressed his stance. Although Tianya felt that this unexpected fortune arrived too abruptly, he refrained from immediately acquiescing, as such a statement might arouse Lu Qiongxian's suspicions. It would be prudent to meticulously analyze all conditions, convincing Lu Qiongxian that he was indeed Li Tsongi, thereby willingly binding himself. Indeed, the host nodded, internally acknowledging, "You may indulge in your wealth as you please." Li Wufeng remained oblivious to the identity of the individual who had dispatched him, with Li Lingwu absent from home. It was plausible that he had been sent by the Zhang family. The simultaneous activation of the skills of 3 commanders created a remarkable spectacle, particularly when over 10 commanders unleashed their abilities together. Enormous crimson characters appeared above each commander's head, gradually ascending into the sky, visible to nearly all players on the battlefield. By the order of the captain, how exactly did our young captain meet his demise? Who is the perpetrator? He Meng inquired. At this moment, Wang Xiao had already furrowed his brow, overwhelmed by a sense of impotence. Prompting his teammates for a timely retreat had proven ineffective, a rather disheartening realization. After sealing the pact, Lei Yu, seemingly nonchalant, approached the stone slab, stepping upon it before taking a seat. The 9 dragon carvings of the prohibition swiftly entered Lei Yu's consciousness, attaching themselves to the essence of his mind. Why does the prince not dare to act against you? Yun Xiao gazed at his gentle smile, harboring doubts in his heart as to whether Rui's words were genuine truth or a benevolent deception. Beneath the dark blue sky, the moon appears as round as you, emanating a unique radiance, adorned with a faint yellow halo that gently caresses the scattered stars nearby, resembling a delicate veil. A blush crept across Anna's cheeks as she recalled the events of the previous night, daring not to meet Li Ye's gaze. Turning her back, she spoke, "My lord, have you forgotten our discussion regarding the bra from yesterday?" A few constables, growing impatient, interjected, "What is with the fuss? Is there a ruffian causing a disturbance at the tavern? Inform us, and we shall break his legs." Time seemed to slow, each subtle movement of the crowd etched into Wang Xiao's memory. His focus expanded beyond merely the Sea King. He became attuned to all participants in the unfolding conflict. Suddenly, a youth appeared, exuding a gentle charm. Though not strikingly handsome, his serene demeanor felt like a refreshing breeze. Without hesitation, he infused the beast spirits from the sealed bottle into the remaining 4 totem pillars. Upon unlocking the previously secured drawer, his gaze sharpened at the sight of a gleaming silver USB drive nestled within. Earlier, she had noted that as long as one did not linger on the same patch of grass for more than 10 seconds, the blades would not ensnare them. The last words spoken by Xinningyang were laced with lethal intent, though she claimed to target He Leoi's adversaries. Her expression unmistakably revealed her true aim was to confront He Leoi himself. Witnessing Zheng Qiu's unwavering resolve, the Su family's members were left terrified, no longer daring to remain. However, to Chen Zheng, that smile seemed to mock his own overestimation of his abilities, and a surge of anger instantly consumed his heart. He understood that the exchange of power could not directly enhance the survival capabilities of the sovereign. Rather, his actions were intended for the greater good of the entire Central Continent team. Having resided in Chuanfan County for so many years, if Lord Jiao were truly oblivious to the hardships faced by the populace, he would undoubtedly be considered a negligent official. However, judging by Lord Jiao's previous deeds, there remained a semblance of conscience. Since Kaka had resorted to sending trusted allies to seek assistance, it was evident that he found himself at a significant disadvantage in this rebellion. Moore's attempt to rescue him was fraught with peril. Observing the situation before him, Hong Chia realized that Xu Yan would inevitably face reprimand. It would be wiser for her to retreat. Thus, the county possessed the authority to determine who would operate the parking lot, which was promptly entrusted to the UAU company. An enigmatic thought crossed Anya's mind. What had transpired with Feng Qiming and the others? They seemed to have encountered a fearsome beast, yet none were in sight. Could it be due to the fact that Qingmu was a sacred beast? Upon hearing a noise, Muyu turned to see Mu Fan and greeted him with a broad smile. After more than a month of diligent effort, Moore's grassroots selection and training program had begun to yield results, alleviating the need for him to personally oversee every matter in the town. Otherwise, even his iron will would be stretched too thin. Confronted by the ruffians, Wang Xiaosong showed no mercy, decisively subduing his opponents with a single move. If there was one thing that this aunt was particularly generous with, it would be her disdain, as she offered plenty without costing a single penny. For every remark he made, She had a retort ready, and Li Jingyu had been worn down to the point of losing his temper, opting instead to let her speak freely. As the tension among the group gradually eased, the uncertainty of their ability to venture outside lingered. Even if they could escape, the duration of their confinement remained unknown, and the wounds of the young man in white had yet to heal. They resolved to wait until his injuries were fully mended before embarking on their journey. A wave of sorrow surged within, abruptly constricting his throat, compelling him to lower his gaze and conceal his expression behind his brow. Stanley further disclosed that Ludwig, dispatched by the Kingdom of Coes, had assured the regent that this defensive battle would undoubtedly culminate in victory, provided he was granted command over a sufficient number of soldiers. Why is Beta acting so petulantly? At the moment he departed from Xingqi City, he had attracted the attention of Luo Ho, who might consequently pose difficulties for Yucha. Is there something amiss? Pampa had intended to strike while the iron was hot and engage in lively discourse, but he was taken aback by the haughty expression that emerged as the other party turned away, rendering his fervent words stuck in his throat. What on earth? Mo Chen muttered under his breath, casting a glance at Wang Lei's face, his mind clouded with suspicion. The flames dissipated into nothingness, leaving behind a waft of white smoke and a pungent odor that permeated the air. In such moments, the soft murmur was akin to a catalyst for Yang Yi. Igniting his anger to an uncontrollable degree, he promptly raised his arm and let it fall gently. A majestic grove of sacred trees swayed in the wind, emanating waves of law and suffused with the essence of the heavens. Feeling fatigued, Mo Chen leaned against the wall, appearing as if he had succumbed to slumber. In truth, he was on his way to meet Zeus, who sat imperiously upon his shimmering silver throne in the dark recesses of thought, gazing at him with indifference. Despite Yi Fei's earlier threats to shatter his legs and enumerate a multitude of transgressions deserving of the gravest punishment, the assembled crowd, though weary, remained deeply concerned for the safety of their companion. Thus, they gathered around Earl, following Lloyd and Kurt. Upon hearing Zheng Xiuyan's remarks, Kim Tion felt an inexplicable flutter of anxiety within her, prompting her to silently ponder whether she truly cared for him. Li Jiao was astute, possessing a keen understanding of Li Yong's sentiments, yet understanding did little to alter the situation. If the brigade commander found joy in his demeanor, so be it. Was it not part of her duty as the captain of the security company to remain close to the brigade commander? Such was the justification that lingered in Li Jia's mind. Therefore, Lin Mingdao's inquiry was quite reasonable, for he could not be privy to the full extent of the circumstances. However, was this matter truly so urgent? Was it merely an acquisition? Why compel Lin Mingdao to traverse numerous miles in the dead of night to seek information? Upon hearing Brigade Commander Wu Baoguang's explanation, Li Yong found himself at a loss for words. A leader of a primary regiment, reluctant to utilize even a few explosive charges during a critical offensive operation, underscored the profound impact of national defense industry on military capabilities. Were there only advanced weaponry at their disposal, such as the 40mm artillery or the 82mm mortars, would such exertion truly be necessary? Such formidable force could obliterate the void itself, yet Dao Fei Dao recited the sacred scriptures, his entire being aglow with a golden radiance, and celestial marks of the great Dao manifested, signifying an extraordinary phenomenon born from the ultimate comprehension of a secret art. As soon as the three divine beasts contemplated their thoughts, Tang Yidao noticed their state of excitement. Thus, he decided to engage in a contest with the three divine beasts to seek the subsequent techniques of the 5 styles of god slaying. All contestants, please ascend to the arena and prepare for the second round of elimination, declared the elder of the dragon clan at the air element level.
All right, come.
Yours. Ying Feng distributed a skewer of roasted meat to Chuyin and another to Bear, while discreetly scratching Bear's palm, causing her cheeks to flush crimson and her heart to swell with sweetness, making her forget the gloom that Li Xiuman had recently brought upon her. Xie Hao remarked, "I will have someone dig the pit. Inform me of any materials needed, and I will ensure preparations commence immediately. His decisive nature compelled him to act without delay. Yi and Xiong, two assassins possessing the rogue class template, stealthily infiltrated the deep dive base. The warm and ordinary days slipped by quietly, while tensions along the national borders escalated and the dire situation became increasingly apparent. Today, she was incensed by Cheng Yun's derogatory remarks aimed at Lin Qin. Not to mention that Xie Jing had also chosen to attack Lin Qin verbally. The entity known as 22, having completely copied Yi's memories, possessed his entire knowledge base and could naturally wield the various skills he had mastered. At this moment, Fei Liite recognized the gravity of the situation, and in conjunction with Germany's military cooperation in Romania, the intentions had become glaringly evident. Previously, Su Qianqian believed her best friend would never step into the kitchen in her lifetime. However, now, her friend had unwittingly dealt her a stinging slap in the face without understanding the truth. Joie is solely concerned with whether she can present her finest self, indifferent to the potential injuries of the supporting cast and other actors. Moreover, the heavenly demon's secret realm is vast. It is unlikely that this is the only hidden secret. Could it be that Yi and the Bodhisattva of Dazhan Temple have not arrived here either? Jiang Wuyan is her beloved grandson and a royal descendant. She must not let her age lead her to become disrespectful. The youth gazes at her with a flicker of disdain in his eyes, which vanishes in an instant, leaving him appearing remarkably aloof, cold, and devoid of desire. In such circumstances, any number of troops sent forth would only lead to futility and suffering. If it is indeed futile, then why send soldiers to their demise? Chao Guo, with a stern expression, carried Li Jinger into the changing room and provided her with a knee-length dress. The strange creatures engaged in battle momentarily paused, drawn to the swirling clouds of sand. As the two departed, only Yi Feng, Lu Pengzi, and the third brother, lying on the ground feigning death, remained. "Is this where I leave you?" Chao Yan chuckled, her carefree demeanor increasingly reminiscent of Li Jinger. "Do you think you are the only one for me?" With a dismissive remark, Chao Gu released his hold on Li Jinger and prepared to rise and depart. With a thud, the air trembled as their formidable energies clashed, producing a resonant sound. A surge of overwhelming force escaping into the atmosphere. Li Xian shook his head lightly, a mixture of helplessness and admiration washing over his features as he regarded the charming old man before him. As Tai Muqing reveled in self-indulgence, a sudden chorus of shouts echoed from outside the grand hall. "Look over there. It seems there is a path," Go Jiayun pointed out, having noticed a route not far away while the group had been preoccupied with the hoof prints, lending little attention to their surroundings. It was only through vigilance that Go Jiayun made this discovery. Tai Shirya stepped forward, bowed respectfully before the Shadow Vanguard, and introduced herself. "I am Tai Shirya, a junior paying my respects to the esteemed Shadow Vanguard." Afterward, she discreetly retreated behind Lin Feng. Su Xia could not suppress a bittersweet smile as the ethereal mount before her evoked a multitude of memories. The slender fingers, more graceful than a pianist's, gently caressed her pointed chin, urging her to meet his obsidian gaze. He had chosen to remain at the university after graduation, foregoing the allure of the outside world to work while pursuing a master's degree, and now he was preparing for a doctorate. His dedication was truly admirable. He once despised his fate, questioning why his life was intertwined with a stranger, burdened with the role of a guardian to the bloodline. Why, after the master's demise, could the guardian not survive? "Why is my husband in such a hurry to leave so early after staying up late last night?" Du Gu Lan Rua inquired, leaning against the bedside. Lung Qianning paused momentarily. As she had anticipated, that stubborn knight was unwilling to depart. This girl possessed a sharp mind, filled with mischief. Those who crossed her would surely face dire consequences. For some reason, Shu Emo felt a sudden wave of melancholy wash over her. coupled with a sense of unease about whether the Celestial Empire would choose to reunite their little family of three. Once, when she and Cheng Rui worked together in the shop, they could meet daily and engage in conversation. However, ever since Cheng Shui arrived at the company, they have not crossed paths even once. An ominous aura pervades this academy, and coincidentally, Lestia, the reincarnation of the Dark Elf King, seems to be intertwined with this very essence. Of course, he understands that Empress Do would not disregard public duty for personal matters, yet as she stated, this issue has indeed sparked considerable discontent among the local populace. The so-called grievances primarily stem from the gentry, who are closely connected to officials in the court, with numerous intricate ties. Reflecting on the elusive abilities of the Mercury lamp, the three exchanged glances and nodded in agreement before turning their attention back to Kimberly. Completely engrossed in the talismans, Yifeng immediately began harnessing the power of source crystals to attribute his magical energy, subsequently embarking on an attempt to create a superior grade 3 talisman. Originally intending to retreat with Tang Yu and others, Ming Xian found herself compelled to remain seated. To leave now would be akin to slapping Yifeng's face. Meng Tian's expression was fraught with ferocity. The capabilities and effects of the primordial spiritual energy far exceeded his expectations. He had unleashed his most formidable energy, yet it had not inflicted even the slightest harm upon the primordial spiritual energy. Ignoring her words, he walked away, leaving Song Yi momentarily stunned. What was wrong with him? Had he suddenly become angry? As Rubia Elstian listened to Lily murmur her name, a myriad of emotions surged within her. In truth, Han Shi has been immersed in his own world these past few days, feeling as though everything around him is unrelated to his existence. He has even reached a state of profound ignorance, yet upon seeing Jiang Rant's anxious expression, he experiences a rare flicker of emotion within. However, as he notices Rao still pressed against him, a glimmer of disdain flashes in his eyes. Observing this, Han Shi assists her into the room, pours her a cup of warm water, and takes a seat beside her. Generally speaking, those who become seed contenders possess formidable abilities, inevitably aiming to break into the top 10, or even strive for the top 3, in pursuit of the opportunity to cultivate within the ancient shrine. Having emerged from the Grand Palace of Dichu, journeyed to the Palace of Guzhou, and then arrived at the Palace of Yen, Foam experiences an unprecedented sense of comfort. The princesses of Yen do not flatter her insincerely. They genuinely wish to befriend her. Xiao Yi seizes a baton, exerting all his strength to strike Yang Lufan's forehead. Yang Lufan, not one to shy away from confrontation, retaliates with a kick to his chest, causing him to topple dramatically. The onlooking master of the Mirage Palace is once again astonished, undoubtedly deepening his understanding of Jiang Yi. For a moment, the clamor of weapons cannot overshadow the profound resentment that fills the hearts of all present toward the one who governs their fates. Zhao Shui Xian steps back 3 or 4 paces to grant space to Mao Jianxin and the others. She crosses her arms, preparing to witness the spectacle. Eager to observe the moment, Yang Lufan finds himself kneeling in a pitiful plea for mercy. Once one enters the star-refining battlefield, regardless of how far one may progress, the cultivation of direct disciples can experience significant enhancement. Initially, at the entrance of the village, without intention, I led the Skinless One and the Four-Eyed Celestial Master to another place, and only the Skinless One emerged. Even Messi did not anticipate that Lin Jiao would arrive so directly, leaving his teammates astonished as they gazed upon him. His slender figure, clad in a nurse's uniform that clung tightly to his rounded thighs, complemented by sheer flesh-colored stockings, exuded a provocative allure that should have stirred the heart. Then there was the renowned medicine elder, the foremost alchemist of the spirit realm, whose elixirs were priceless and rare. Before Xiao Xilin could utter more, a surge welled within his chest, and in the next moment, he expelled a mouthful of black blood. He drew his pistol, aiming at the gas canister gradually submerged in tainted blood, and ultimately squeezed the trigger. Near the musical fountain, the followers of the Mimi sect encircled a bonfire. Engaged in fervent prayers, the flickering flames casting reflections upon each devout face. Wu Bai cast a sidelong glance at him. This old man dared to attempt deceiving Tang Bauer in his presence. What audacity! A blood-soaked man lay prostrate on the ground, pleading desperately with the lofty figure before him.
Ha!
He could hardly believe that Luo Qinghan would be willing to part with it. After all, it represented all of Luo Lin's efforts. To uproot and recreate the Luo family would require years, regardless of Luo Qinghan's influence in the underworld. Strangely, she was not asleep. It was not out of a sudden desire to attend class or become a model student. Do not mistake her for someone so noble. In dealing with matters, she remained uncontentious and untroubled, neither taking advantage of others nor feeling inferior. She possessed confidence and refinement, thought of others, worried for them, understood sacrifice, recognized moral integrity, performed good deeds, cultivated gratitude, and lived with decency, undoubtedly embodying a conscience. Just moments ago, while engaged in a game of pirate ship, he endured the experience with remarkable fortitude. He was a person who cherished tranquility. In fact, he had grown accustomed to it. It was unfathomable to him that an emperor of such high esteem would now jest with him in such a playful manner. Not to mention the enigmatic smile adorning Wei Limu's face. What could it possibly signify? How much did she truly know? He gazed at her, captivated by the melodious clarity of her voice, and could not help but smile, exuding unparalleled grace. Clenching his fists, he felt the mix of frustration at his subordinate's foolishness, yearning for the general's clear guidance. Pan Kuei was utterly perplexed, akin to a monk unable to grasp the intricacies of a profound text. The Empress Dowager regarded the two without objection, merely nodding in agreement. After exchanging a few more words, she indicated to Xiao Yuan and her companion that they could commence. Just as Yi Wei's role was to stifle the detrimental growth of the malignant Jia Mei and sever ties with Yang Yu, ensuring that Yang Yu's life remained undisturbed. This was the sole contribution she could make. Now, allow me to teach you additional techniques. Wang Jing demonstrated the 4 maneuvers of entangling, winding, pulling, and sweeping to Liang Qi, reminiscent of scenes from a film. Wang Jing believed that employing such methods with the Heavenly Strike sword was particularly advantageous, as it wielded immense power without the need for sharpness or brute force. These techniques suited her perfectly. Whether it was due to a loss of confidence from being outpaced, the mid-lane Syndra had long abandoned the notion of self-deprecation through words, and the chat channel was quieter than ever. Yi Tan, with curiosity in her eyes, inquired, "You are aware that you might encounter trouble, yet you proceed regardless. Are you not courting disaster? For instance, would you have me join the school team? I recall that your school participated in college competitions, correct?" Observing the scale of the esports club, it appears quite impressive. Hanyu is contemplating that given his disciples' remarkable talent, it's entirely plausible for them to attract attention. However, in the face of genuine peril, Wang Ying is not one to succumb to fear as an ordinary person might. He experiences trepidation and astonishment, yet when danger encroaches, the innate survival instinct within humanity ignites dormant potential. What's wrong with being a little delicate? 47 Beta. Let us not jump to conclusions too hastily. I see you are not among those who wish for demise. How about this? I will rescue you this time and impart my skills, enabling you to execute your plans for vengeance. Once you fulfill your desire, you may then entrust your heart to me. What do you say? The demon spirit proposed. Before long, in a secluded stone chamber within the turbulent valley, Yi Zhua encountered the ever-graceful Hu Qinyang. Stones tumbled down from the mountain peaks, obstructing the stream, crashing against the golden barrier summoned by the monks of Tiandu Temple, causing it to tremble slightly, yet remain unbroken, steadfast as a rock. Once again, the signal was extended, yet it continually fell short of reaching Luo Tian's form. Luo Tian's mental force unfurled once more as he concentrated and held his breath, intricately perceiving the ethereal essence of the fourth layer. Gradually, it seemed he was uncovering something significant. Unbeknownst to him, time had quietly slipped away. Chen Feng had been immersed in his cultivation, and by evening, as his stomach grumbled, he finally ceased his practice and ventured to the woods beside the cliff of reflection to pluck a few peaches to eat. However, this action greatly astonished Lu Shan, who subsequently entrusted him with 1,000 pieces of exquisite spiritual crystals. He candidly admitted that his profits were already substantial. Had he not mentioned it, I might have almost forgotten about the matter concerning the special forces. Thus, I earnestly recounted to the rotund man all that I had just overheard with Ghost. At this moment, Yun Yu's understanding of the underlying reasons became increasingly clear, yet he felt compelled to first navigate through this fourth challenge. However, how could he assist? This was the purple radiance zone within the realm of the extreme beings. What could he possibly contribute? Xian Xiui forced a bitter smile, realizing that the emperor had no intention of rekindling his affections for her. Why, then, was she elevated in rank, only to provoke the ire of concubine Xiao? How could this be? Old Zhong had sustained grave injuries and barely escaped with his life. Yet Zhong Li Chun never anticipated that Zhong Kuei could unleash such a formidable strike. Nevertheless, the elder of the Ning family had long wished for Ling Tian's demise, and would not permit Elder Shui to save him, promptly obstructing Elder Shui's efforts. Such ignorance of one's peril. Xuezong wore a cruel smile, brimming with disdain. He firmly believed that Ling Tian would not be a worthy opponent when fully committed. She extracted a talisman from her ample bosom, biting her finger to let a drop of blood fall upon it before applying it to the soul chain. Sister, do you recall how Xian Chongyi entered the palace back then? Yi Zhao Yi retorted to Li Sun. Yet, reflecting on that day at the Pancher Grand Hotel, he felt a twinge of sympathy for her, as if she were deserving of pity. Suddenly, a figure wrapped in oily blood surfaced, and judging by the silhouette, it was likely Bao Zi. Qin Danqiu hastily pulled Bao Zi up, wiping the oil and blood from her face, only to find her teeth clenched, her complexion ashen, and her breathing faint. Seek a tea house that resonates with your innermost sentiments, where you can luxuriate in the languid passage of time. Whether you sip delicate green tea or robust black tea, the essence of tranquility will wash away any lingering agitation. Is this truly the case, or are we being deceived? The three of them exchanged glances, sensing an underlying intrigue. They found it hard to believe that it could be so delightful. Thus, Lin Chu endeavored to enhance his family's prosperity, albeit without any tangible ambitions. Previously, he had merely been an employee, regardless of how adept his skills were. He had never entertained the notion of entrepreneurship. When Jia Tsong emerged from the palace, night had fully descended. Observing Jia Tsong being escorted by the imperial guards, Zhan Peng and others, who had been waiting at the palace gates, hurried to greet him. Who among them possessed the most experience? Unanimously, their gazes fell upon old Mo, who stood behind Long Yuling and Jiang Chang'an. With his flowing white beard, he exuded an aura of vitality and authority. In truth, Ji Meina was uncertain whether she felt fear, as she had never ventured into such realms in either her past or present life. After 2 months of a refreshing existence, the impending week of military training loomed over Lin Chu, filling him with a profound sense of dread. Lan Yi approached the teacher, taking in the sight of him. Clad in a long robe with silver threads, his beard adorned with 5 wisps, he sat with a calm demeanor, embodying wisdom and grace. After 2 more rounds, Lin Chu's account had swelled to 7,000. He cheered exuberantly behind the old debtor, his voice rising above the din. Indeed, most of the gamblers present were also vociferously celebrating. Yet, the cafeteria staff were less accommodating to those without money. Confronted with such individuals, the auntie in the cafeteria withdrew her smile and donned a stern expression, urging them to leave. However, the other party proposed a meeting at the Guolong building, suggesting that this matter might indeed be connected to them. The heart of the world bestows layers of protection upon the main realm, providing not only abundant resources and powerful spiritual energy, but also various laws to safeguard it. Regardless of my gender, I am my father's child, and I shall extend my assistance to Rome. Li Fuzhen gazed at her father and expressed these sentiments. In such circumstances, it is exceedingly challenging for large creatures to thrive, and even more so for intelligent beings. I looked at them in astonishment, never anticipating that they were acquainted. The gentleman surnamed Liu appeared to be a habitual troublemaker. Both Chu Shanshan and I were taken aback and hurried over to ascertain what had transpired. As soon as they spoke, the two quickly produced the yellow talisman I had given them, which indeed exhibited a faint aura of spiritual energy upon being revealed. More importantly, the bomb Zhao Fuxing had thrown left Dong Chenxi utterly astounded, for he never imagined that he was the hidden mastermind behind future advertisements. At this juncture, Lin Xiaoguang had come to understand that every decision he made was pivotal to his future, and no one knew better than he what he truly desired. Teacher Jing offered Yagami Light a choice. Where would the magazine insects go tonight? It was neither to the male's location nor to a hotel, but rather to her home. She extended her hand, lightly touching the page, and a thread visible only to Yagami Light connected to her hand, symbolizing her submission. At this moment, Wei Qiqinghe's eyes were filled with disdain for her, causing her heart to race and her hands to tremble uncontrollably. Mu Xiaoyan gazed at the disheveled Kaya with a hint of amusement, feeling an unexpected surge of sympathy for him. With her extraordinary reflexes, she mused, even a rematch of 10 rounds would hardly be a challenge. It would be akin to toying with a mere puppy. Fan Siren, having nibbled on some snacks, felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her, prompting her to lay down and rest for a while. This revelation was not solely a folly of Li Yuan. Even the warlords such as Li Mi, Wang Shiyun, Wang Bo, and Dou Jianda were taken aback, wondering if they had misheard. As the pirate ship navigated past the island's entrance, a series of eerie, chilling laughs echoed from within the fog-enshrouded island. One could only hope she would exhibit a modicum of intelligence, avoiding disappointment and preserving the fondness he had painstakingly developed for her. Inside the grand hall, chaos reigned. Numerous items lay destroyed, some even shattered into fragments. This was the exclusive banner of the city lord's carriage, typically occupied only by the city lord or the young master, with outsiders rarely permitted within. The clash of a longsword forged from high-quality steel against the red flame sword, refined by the demon clan's sorcery, produced a clear, resonant metallic sound. Noticing that his identity remained undisclosed, Zhang Yonglai felt a sense of relief, as he was eager to glean information about Gongsun Qianxue's current situation, hoping to accompany his counterpart to the sacred domain. A fleeting flash of azure light surged forth as Lin Yu wielded the Xianyuan sword, transforming it into a darting blade that pierced the forehead of the golden giant serpent, penetrating the very center of its brow. Not only did he preserve his divine abilities, but he also acquired a unique system of his own, which would subsequently be aided by countless subsystems to amass fortune points, an idea that felt like a dream come true. However, in recent days, her anger had notably diminished due to the other party's admission of fault and their offer to cover medical expenses. Yet even so, she could never forgive someone who had driven her husband to the brink of despair. To be candid, Lin Xiao had not spent many days here. He was, like you, on a journey of cultivation passing through this place. Sun Qing's gaze drifted towards Lin Yu as she inquired, "Did any of them challenge you?" "I shall confront them." Murong Ruoxue, upon hearing Ren Xiling's words, paused momentarily before responding with a hint of indignation. The disciples of Qinglong Valley, surrounding him, grinned as they stored away the acquired Xianjing, even inquiring among their fellow brothers about their respective halls. "Old Xiao, let us discuss this amicably," Qiu Liang interjected. hastily approaching as he noticed the simmering tension among Xiao Zhangjuan's followers. If Yi Tian were to truly become enraged, those under Xiao Zhangjuan would not suffice to contend with him. This system is exceedingly meticulous and rigorous. There have been no reports of anyone successfully circumventing its scrutiny. Thus, within the sacred hall, apart from diligent cultivation, no shortcuts exist. After all, the medicinal herbs on Earth are gradually vanishing due to escalating atmospheric pollution, becoming little more than legend. Shen Qinglong was momentarily taken aback, while his relationship with Lin Pingji was average. The notoriety of Lin Pingji as the wealthiest in the Western Sea was well established. Martial prowess governs all. It can result in direct confrontations or swiftly determine life and death. However, conspiring to deliberately kill a practitioner of martial arts contravenes the principles of the martial world. What is it? Shen Shi, while accepting the examination basket handed to him by Xinda Zhuang, cast a humorous glance in his direction. This is due to the fact that the demonic entities remaining in the Huangquan Cliff are scarce and predominantly powerful beings, which Yi Tian is unable to hunt. Although his emotions are somewhat complex, he ultimately breathes a sigh of relief. He has finally encountered a martial artist from the martial realm, a person of composed and rational demeanor. Consequently, the orphans received a box of soap, a box of yellow soap, and a bottle of a substance labeled as shampoo. Although she has lost her sight, at this moment, the peculiar forces infused into her dark eye sockets allow her to perceive the world around her with greater clarity than when she possessed her vision. He and Li Shanshan maintained a continuous telepathic dialogue, planning to unleash their combined might and catch the Lord of Martial Illusions off guard. Qin Mohan trailed behind them, pausing at the entrance, leaning slightly against the wall, and casting a cold glance around. His disdainful gaze swept over himself. After an intense battle, he was smeared with a chaotic mix of blood and felt the pressing need to wash thoroughly before facing anyone. This time, he truly reaped no reward for his efforts. Not only did he fail to obtain the Lei Yuan fruit, but he also suffered severe injuries. Fortunately, Ling Han had experienced similar situations more than once. He attempted to ignite the Nine Heavens fire, only to abruptly realize that he had lost contact with it. The critical temperature was exceedingly difficult to control. A mere hint of mismanagement could lead to the incineration of the paper. The delicate nature of Beta 49 is perplexing. It is neither due to Yi Ling's words to Yi Zimo nor because Yi Zichen and Yi Ziju suddenly became obedient. The indifference of the people here has grown wearisome, and despite a lineage intertwined with blood ties, there exists not a shred of familial affection. My father, too, resorts to violence. His large hand resembles a massive fan, capable of sending one soaring with a single slap. Such brutality is indeed astonishing. Chao Chunlei's son bears a countenance filled with indignation. At this juncture, Zhou Xiao found herself devoid of any valid reasons to refuse and could only nod in acquiescence. The willingness to share such enticing prospects, which could captivate numerous sects, underscores Su Qing's sincerity towards them and highlights their esteemed position in her heart. However, Zhang Dajuan seemed intent on provoking conflict. The mere appearance of a signboard would instantly alert others, revealing the underlying conspiracy. Since the last incident where they failed to protect their master, both Shi and Xiao had been punished by Steward Liang, alternating shifts to endure their penalties in the punishment chamber. At present, her injuries from the caning had just begun to heal, while Xiao had also received 30 lashes. Brother is truly clever. Jiang Xian clapped her hands in praise, devoid of any coyness. Although she no longer repulsed others, her chubby frame performing such adorable gestures still evoked a notion that it was merely a case of the ugly making a scene. It is indeed curious. Qingli, you are a manifestation of a bodhisattva, yet you have never expressed such eagerness to visit a temple dedicated to the bodhisattva or Buddha. Why, then, the desire to go to the Empress's temple? His confidence in Hu Jun is not unfounded. In his view, Hu Jun, Possessing dual fourth-level capabilities in both physical skills and mental acuity, undoubtedly possesses a unique understanding of situations compared to ordinary physicians. At this moment, the most prominent sect in the north was Zhang Jiao's Taiping Dao, while in the south, the most significant sect was the Tianshi Dao in the land of Sichuan and Shu. Moreover, Zhang Jiao's strength was nearly unparalleled. Dao Qi added, as Feng Jingya's complexion turned pale, her entire being weighed down, rendering her immobile. With her mere cultivation at the starry radiance level, she found herself utterly incapable of resisting such a formidable onslaught. Prime Minister Wang originally intended to summon a few elder experts, but, to his astonishment, it was actually Elder Zhou who made an appearance. The power he had just displayed was exceptionally terrifying, leaving Wang both elated and apprehensive. After several young prodigies failed, no one dared to attempt again lightly, all contemplating alternative means to cross the river. King Wu and Delomut exchanged complex glances at Enkidu, pondering the sheer unpredictability of this war. How could so many extraordinary individuals emerge? They wondered if perhaps they were somewhat out of touch with the times. Yan Ning observed his movements, realizing her own lack of experience. Should any threat slip through, it could spell doom for both her and her companion. Her long black hair was disheveled, yet rather than being unkempt, it exuded an endearing and gentle charm. Lily's visage resembled that of one just awakening from slumber. She had grown stronger now. Avalon had become an impenetrable defensive treasure, and the sword in the stone had been enhanced by the third master. Although she had yet to test this newfound power, it felt as though it was meant to be in her hands. Yang Guang felt no sympathy for Na Kunba. Through his summoning of insects to eavesdrop on Meng Fu, he had gleaned some information regarding Na Kunba and his warlord father. The phrase to evoke pity was insufficient to describe his sentiments. He bore no psychological burden in contemplating the death of such a person. She exchanged a glance with Yi Su, retrieved her phone, and indeed received the remaining sum of over 19,000 yuan. It was approximately during the new semester enrollment yesterday that he had encountered the individual once and learned their name. As for how he concealed himself, he could not recall, but the beating he endured was vivid in his memory. He then took out a handkerchief, dampened it with water from his flask, and, rather unceremoniously, wiped his son's hands. 2 days later, someone stumbled upon Yi Su's middle school graduation class photo and subsequently discovered the social media accounts of her classmates.
His wife.
In her final moments of anguish, still possessed a flicker of strength, yet in utter despair, she abandoned him. When the live stream commenced and the man beheld his own reflection in the camera, everything became clear. His actions in the private room were merely acts of revenge for her violation of his 2 rules. Mo Qianxue stepped out of the door, gently touching the surface. As if she had come to an understanding, this chicken had likely consumed something it should not have. This left Sano Sade somewhat taken aback, glancing at him in confusion. Yet he refrained from questioning. It was incomprehensible at the moment, but in the future, when the truth was revealed, everything would become apparent. An irregular, silvery rift in space-time, with a mere opening of less than 1 centimeter, coalesced into the ethereal form of Luo Qin. Yet, despite her mental preparation, when Yi was still taken aback by the chaos that engulfed the living room. Observing the quickly subsiding notification tone, Jin Xiao Tian couldn't help but commend his own cleverness. What's up with the 50 beta tantrum? As for the rest, they seem unaware of the tumultuous events outside today. It's rumored that even formidable beings of the Xuanji realm have met their demise, and countless others have perished, transforming the ground into a river of blood. A burly man remarked while reclining in his chair, spitting as he spoke. After old Luo finished, he walked straight out of the ancestral hall, leaving the others exchanging glances. While only the leader, Luo Kaifeng, shared a knowing look with San Bao, as if they had come to an understanding. Upon Li Mu's sudden appearance, Li Mu was taken aback, and Mu Shui glanced back and forth between Li Mu and Li Mu, filled with confusion. 50 snake skins, 100 snake gallbladders, 70 venomous fangs, totaling 220 points. Please keep them safe. A woman, holding a toothpick in her mouth, casually tossed several jade tokens to the burly man before her companions began to dispose of the enormous serpent's carcass. Shi Tianhua took action once more, unleashing a surge of primordial energy as blazing red light danced across his body, dramatically elevating his aura and forcing the surrounding students to retreat. In an instant of beast transformation, the suppressed MO2 finally burst forth from the ground, soaring into the sky, opening his massive mouth to unleash a formidable innate divine ability, the devouring heavens. Feng Xiao. He-S out. He-S finally out. Wu Shen exclaimed, racing towards Zhao Feng in exhilaration. The three brothers, imbued with the potent essence of the dual inner elixirs, showcased the formidable advantages of their strengthened souls. Even with such spiritual techniques, an ordinary practitioner would find it arduous to harness their full potential simultaneously. Emanating a sense of unparalleled exhilaration, the trio emerged from the Spring Breeze Pavilion, with Wang Xingxin trembling as he struggled to mount his horse. Aided by Qingqimo and Haiwa, Steel-Toothed Jack, a pirate of some repute in the New World, had a bounty of 357 million which, while insignificant compared to the monstrous figures, still marked his presence in this tumultuous realm. Amidst laughter and camaraderie, the Straw Hat crew gathered, ready to advance toward the Divine Palace. With a sense of pride, he approached General Lu Shi, delivering an exaggerated self-introduction and expressing his desire for a position of reasonable stature under his command. In the center of the living room, the previously arranged coffee table and sofas had been moved aside, replaced by a square table adorned with a candle fixed at its center. The table shook violently, its legs rhythmically striking the floor, raising the question of how the candle remained upright. Just as Wu and were about to depart, a sudden, resounding clap echoed, causing him to straighten his back involuntarily. Lu Tsong, accompanied by Lu Xia, had just entered the C Corporation building when Li Kaisen and Fang Yoming approached them. These two, like the deceased Hua Nian, were members of the C Corporation, personally promoted by Lu Tsong over the years, considered to be among his trusted confidants. Lu Tsong smiled as he stepped out from behind the desk, joining the two on the sofa by the window in the office. The child within the womb seemed to sense the mother's anger, stirring momentarily as if to offer solace. Tassa promptly dispatched individuals to the scene, but by the time they arrived, it was already too late. The military and police forces had joined hands, and the armed police had collectively seized all locations under the Eagle's control. At that moment, Uncle G was tirelessly cutting the binding ropes with shards of glass. Unbeknownst to him, he had finally managed to sever the ropes around his wrists. Silence lingered on the other end of the line for quite some time. Evidently, even with some psychological preparation, Mo found it difficult to comprehend such a staggering price. Is my thinking limited? Why not say your thoughts are exceedingly peculiar? Su Jun felt a surge of anger, clearly believing that Felicia was merely jesting with her. The cleric from the Church of Darkness and Destruction gazed at Luo Yi before him, his eyes brimming with astonishment. Although Luo Yi had previously donned a slight disguise, it was far too superficial, merely capable of deceiving ordinary individuals and proving largely ineffective against the discerning eyes of the powerful. With a swift motion, Ming Fan struck, and the Japanese military officer's gun was right beside him. He quickly seized it to shield himself and fired at the officer, who was still aiming at the military police. He inquired if Yi Zhan was hungry, to which Yi Zhan admitted to feeling a bit peckish. He then opened Yima's lunchbox to feed him. Yi Zhan was not yet at the point where he couldn't move his hands, but raising them caused pain to radiate through his back, making it rather challenging. The individual in question was the notorious leader of the unrest, a villain of the worst kind, who had once endured 7 stab wounds without uttering a word. However, upon striking 2 acupoints, the pain immediately exceeded his threshold, resulting in a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Shi Xiaofeng pondered to himself. Is it truly necessary to make such a fuss over merely acupoint stimulation? Greenie softly addressed the fainted Huiju and then turned her gaze towards the cat demon. Yet, this affection was shattered after the Emperor Shijia had his imperial demonic lineage severed by Zitong Su and the true identity of DXIN was revealed. The 3 squads, along with the regiment, totaled 200 individuals. The regiment comprised orderlies, guards, medical officers, sanitation soldiers, cooks, horsemen, and a mountain artillery unit. The swordsmanship, that legendary 3-foot blade. The old man of diminutive stature also displayed astonishment and fervor in his eyes. However, it was precisely because of this that when the obliteration spell was redirected by Lin Yunxi onto the haughty ragdoll cat, under normal circumstances, the Lord of Wind would undoubtedly face the annihilation of his consciousness. Yet, due to the presence of a simple consciousness, part of the curse's power was mitigated, allowing the Lord of Wind to evade a catastrophic demise. This was indeed a fortuitous occurrence. One must first become a useful pawn to gradually augment one's significance, thereby seeking an opportunity to leap from the chessboard and become the player. However, Jiren felt that acquiescing so readily might render her appear overly hasty, as if she were capitalizing on the fortunes of others. The principle of discernment from subtlety is a crucial teaching in Taoism. Although he did not consider himself a Taoist, he had spent a considerable number of years in the Taoist temple and had acquired substantial skills. Should you encounter trouble, simply give me a call. I am always at your service, Zhang Tianyi chuckled while holding up his phone. Thus, I mentioned the need to find a globally renowned investment bank to act as a sponsor, Li Kahao elucidated.
Today,
I have invited Wu Huadeng here to provide you with an opportunity to become acquainted with him. In the future, when he visits the capital, he shall be my esteemed guest. Those who wish to remain may do so, those who do not are free to depart. Tang Yueyun commanded imperiously, gesturing towards several young men. The Qin forces have already been defeated by me. Why must we retreat from the lands of Jiangdong and Yu? Zhao Shu interjected. The news of victory at the Shadao naval battle reached, shining ahead of the red flag. Discussions had previously taken place regarding the significance of holding Jiangdong and northern Yu. Even the Grand Marshal's residence expressed a long-term intent to maintain a presence there. Blood trickled from the nose of the old captain, landing on his attire. His tightly clenched fists finally relaxed upon hearing Li Xiang's cries. Now, Zuelis appeared, her beautiful hair tucked within her collar. She wore a hat and sunglasses, presenting herself in a manner reminiscent of a man, a precaution taken, just in case. However, Qinshi remained unchanged, confident that he would encounter no issues. Mind your words. My presence here is of no concern to you. Just take care of yourself, he retorted. Have you looked in the mirror lately? You realize you resemble those middle-aged women about to engage in square dancing, don't you? When Xin remarked without any mercy, in the face of life and death. The bold deputy general disregarded his own injuries, forcefully pushing Bai Chiga several paces away. Su Jinyan, who had missed his strike, attempted to pursue but was unexpectedly restrained by Xiao Baishan, who held him tightly, leaving him unable to escape. Father, what is it? Even without answering the phone. When Xin knew what her father was about to say. The challenges before us are as palpable as those we perceive, and in this moment, no immediate solutions present themselves. It is only after enduring these tribulations that one can ascertain the futility of certain matters. In the outskirts of the provincial capital, within an unassuming low-rise building, Yang Dongtian waits alone. Enclosed within this metaphorical cage, he harbors secrets unknown to Yi Qinxian, the whereabouts of the revered concubine Jing, the identity of the individual guiding Xiao Baishan, and the truth that Yi Qinjing did not depart this world as quietly as reported. Over the past 3 days, Chen Shi has absorbed energy from the Firestone, attempting to enable Zuelisai to do the same. However, due to the vast disparity in their cultivation levels, her absorption rate is significantly slower. For these 2 squads of divine soldiers, There is currently no concern for their safety, as long as their combined combat strategy remains intact. The seemingly overwhelming enemy forces outside pose no real threat. Not only Yu, but others also exhibit signs of agitation, their energy in turmoil, with traces of crimson at the corners of their eyes, clearly lured by the scent of blood. You, traitorous song thief, dare to call me fat, and yet you gasp for breath. I fear you not. I shall deal with you and that bearded rogue together. Wu Li shouted furiously, brandishing his wind-blade to confront Guansheng and Huyanzhua. Meanwhile, Charmin extended his condolences to the military mages stationed at various points, making his way towards the outpost where Bufan and others were located. Based on prior circumstances, it seems unlikely that the Leisure forces can endure for 2 more days. The Saint-level lightning mage, Bu Tingmi, stands as the last hope for the assembled populace. What a peculiar situation it is. As one's consciousness seems to be disrupted by the energy emanating from the divine blood and the body of the great sage, ultimately rendering it fragmented and in disarray. Xue Hao inquired earnestly, a hint of curiosity glimmering in her eyes. Although she harbored a desire to become a formidable being, the notion of the continent's foremost magician was indeed daunting. Yet, in pursuit of her mentor's aspirations, she felt compelled to proceed. On this New Year's Eve, only Bufan and Bu Mei remained in the Bu household. Despite the somewhat desolate atmosphere, it was a welcome reprieve from the disdainful gazes of the family. Bufan found solace in this tranquility, relishing a sense of serene passage of time. As Galatian's final decision was revealed, Justinia could no longer conceal her exhilaration, her countenance betraying a palpable thrill. She quickly instructed the guards to present a pre-prepared agreement, which she laid out upon the table. With a gentle flick of the sleeve of his scholarly robe, Su Zide's coarse ceramic bowl toppled over as if caught in a gust of wind. How inappropriate! Bai Kaiwei shot him an incredulous glance, yet inwardly, she felt a surge of unexplainable joy, a blissful sensation enveloping her. After a while, it seemed as though all the pent-up emotions and sorrows had transformed into tears, cascading forth. Her expression regained its composure, exuding an air of tranquility akin to her former self. Thus, upon arriving in the Peach Blossom Spring, Su Xiang convened with his generals to deliberate on the selection of Su Mansion's site within the Peach Blossom Spring, designating the location near the stone wall as a place of auspicious fortune. So, are you suggesting that the infantry should breach the Pictish formation, allowing the cavalry to exploit the flank? After attentively listening to Oka's elaborate account of the battle plan, Arthur pondered for a moment before inquiring. Halt! How could one possibly? Although senior sister's mind often wanders, how could she be bullied? Tatori swiftly dismissed the distractions from her mind. Father, how did you come out? Lu Jianfeng, upon seeing the elderly man, hastily rose and spoke with utmost respect. Meng Yaoyao, being overly sheltered by Meng Bao, possessed a naive disposition, rendering her no match for the cunning old fox Wu Xing. Yet, within Jin Qing's heart, dissatisfaction towards Wu Xing began to brew. He was well aware that Meng Yaoyao was a distinguished guest of the general's residence, yet disregarding her objections, he persistently sought to provoke her, perhaps believing them to be easy prey. As long as they could locate the heart of the relic, they could similarly resolve this crisis. Even an abundance of celestial spirits could be dispersed in an instant, should the ruins be destroyed. At the moment the terrifying fire pillar crashed down, a swirling vortex of black and gold materialized around Mo Wen's body, enveloping him as it spun, shifting from a dual hue to a pure black, resembling a black hole that radiated a chilling glow. She lowered her gaze upon the composed young man, who had remained steadfastly seated throughout the unfolding events, exuding an air of tranquility. Particularly, the botanical demon cultivators found this place highly conducive for their practice. At the heart of the eastern ridge forest stood an ancient tree, towering to the zenith of the space above, with a diameter exceeding 10 kilometers. This tree, the oldest pine in the forest, boasted an age surpassing 10 million years, marking it as the ancestral tree demon of the eastern ridge forest. Su Qingye's gaze was fierce and menacing, causing Qin Che to shiver in apprehension. Fully aware that such intensity was directed towards him, it was no wonder that Tang Deqiang and Hu Fangfei expressed their dissatisfaction when mentioning Tang Min. Even Tang Zhe found the handling of this matter by Tang Min to be utterly perplexing. What grand enterprise? Wang Hao inquired, curiosity piqued. How could a mere gambler like Lin Jiao engage in any trade with him? She shook her head vigorously, to the point that her hair became disheveled, and her elongated nails dug into her palm from the pressure of her grip. Jun Wudu looked slightly bewildered, glancing at himself. Indeed, he appeared disheveled, his attire in disarray and hair unkempt. The wounds on his body had reopened due to the turmoil of the past few days. Even the battles in the outer realms were not worthy of his participation. He lacked a formidable lineage of martial arts and feared encountering powerful sects and families such as the Moon Sword sect and the Martial Gate in those territories. They might possess genuine heritage, making it likely that he would be outmatched, significantly increasing the odds of his demise. However, Beichuan Temple was not inclined to seek such matters. His gaze swiftly swept downward, and he subconsciously murmured the name of the deity, Shenju Ling. Therefore, I wish to request your assistance in deploying some personnel to safeguard my sister, Beichuan Temple stated plainly. This was indeed not an ordinary identity, which rendered the previous speculation about Charlotte being a mere human irrelevant. Wang Jinbao, how can you lie with your eyes wide open? It was I who treated your gonorrhea. How can you pretend not to recognize me? Lu Junyi exclaimed, his frustration palpable. Lu Yushe was about to speak, but suddenly halted, though she was reluctant to believe it. Chao Yusheng had shown her the WeChat chat history with Lu Feng, leaving no room for doubt. Upon reaching the door, she noticed that the gate to the courtyard was ajar, causing her to furrow her brows, as she distinctly remembered securing it before leaving. Whether one could afford something or not seemed irrelevant, as if they were merely seeking to bask in her family's glory. Zhao's teeth nearly ground to dust, inwardly cursing Qiao Imoa for her sharp tongue. The team maintained a meticulously tight defensive formation, advancing at a sluggish pace. Even as the simulated sunset approached, Yi Tian's presence remained elusive. Without the slightest hesitation, he summoned a drop of overwhelming power. His chaotic gourd had likely claimed the lives of countless alchemists. Indeed, those who had been absorbed into it had been utterly disintegrated by the millennia of death energy. Yi Chong suddenly recalled the incident that had rendered her unconscious, thus refraining from any reckless actions and obediently changing positions. At that moment, the crisp sound of automatic rifles echoed from the distant hills, signaling the execution squad commencing their slaughter of prisoners. Winter nights fell swiftly. After wandering for a while, darkness enveloped the sky, devoid of moonlight or stars, rendering it impossible to see one's hand before their face. Just then, a vehicle halted before them, and over 100 individuals disembarked, led by a robust elder. He reached for some healing ointment and gently approached her, applying it to her wounds with care. 100 stone caves were filled with explosives, interconnected by a long fuse. Lin Shaoxian pulled Jiang Jinyu far away before igniting the fuse. Multi-attribute gifted individuals possess various innate talents, enabling them to cultivate multiple attribute techniques, thus enhancing their abilities to the fullest extent, rendering them the most exceptional among all practitioners. However, these multi-attribute talents are shackled by a fatal flaw. Although the relationships between the Zhou, Yang, and Qin families can be deemed mediocre, the Yang family has expressed its perspective on this matter. Greetings to the esteemed master. The head of Go Village, a shrewd-looking elder, though merely in his 50s, hurried forward to pay his respects upon learning that this young gentleman was the master. Upon awakening, she found herself disoriented in the unfamiliar surroundings, taking a few moments to comprehend the reality that she had married into the Luyang Wangfu. Soon after, Sabannas vanished. Yet he seemed unwilling to concede, casually tossing a red maggot, not at Yan Chen, but at Chu Huayu. Chen Guanfeng had exerted all his strength and could not wrest the tablecloth from Su Yang's grasp. However, with a mere gentle tug, the tablecloth slipped from Chen Guanfeng's hands. In Lu Shui's gaze, there was an unfathomable depth, shimmering with heart-wrenching sorrow. Elder Shi once remarked that 3D games would not receive high ratings in his eyes, leaving Lin Di seemingly with but one choice. The leader is working inside. What are you two arguing about in the president's office? Cui Jingxian found the topic of their discussion exceedingly tedious, especially during office hours. Their enthusiastic discourse on men was utterly shameless. Dozens of grim-faced men wielded various weapons, yet their eyes were filled with panic and fear. The third strike landed upon his nose, causing it to bleed profusely, resembling a faucet turned wide open. It was hard to believe that, with only 10 remaining, they successfully completed the fiery furnace dungeon. The aura of the Xixing camp, closely intertwined with theirs, also surged in strength. Fortunately, the old system had yet to conclude. Otherwise, Lin Di would have gained little from merely identifying this flaw. Thus, to avoid inciting unrest, she decided to send him a message, suggesting they meet at the court. San Ye's murky gaze suddenly sharpened, fixating on the blood-red lake before him. Even he had never encountered such a spectacle. What mysteries lay hidden beneath the viscous, tranquil blood lake? Were there horrors lurking behind this calm facade? In an instant, the power of the ice envoy erupted, freezing the surrounding waters into blocks of ice within mere seconds. The spiritual energy in the space intensified, yet for her, it proved of little consequence, merely slowing the decay of her body. You may find yourself enamored with his portrayal, admiring his utter freedom to wreak havoc in a fictional realm, but all of this hinges upon one undeniable truth. Below the rank of king, what is there to fear? Jiang Dong chuckled coldly. Several months ago, when he was still a formidable being, he had been pursued by 6 saints. Now, having ascended to a giant, he found little to fear. Although he would still flee upon encountering them again, the act of escape had become considerably easier. Once the competition commenced, Gobert's mere 107 kilograms placed him in a precarious position. Beyond his defense, Wade's offense became the final straw that broke the Cavalier's back. When Eon was compelled to focus all his efforts on defense, it was Wade who stepped forward, continuing to threaten the Cavalier's defensive line. With the DV machine at her disposal, she found herself relieved of burdens. After all, she was a dignified lord with no time to linger in imparting knowledge or resolving doubts. Any uncertainties could be conveniently resolved by consulting the DV machine. For a moment, she felt bewildered, uncertain whether she had awakened from a dream or if she remained ensnared in the old dream of the demon god. However, amidst the cacophony of battle, Shunbing's Bentley accelerated abruptly, almost doubling its speed as it swiftly navigated around a corner ahead. Zheng Tianhao lifted his teacup, taking a sip, then turned his head slightly, offering a faint smile. Upon seeing this, Feng Xiaofei hurriedly retrieved a blue cloth package from his back, presenting it with both hands and placing it respectfully on the table. The previous night, the 9,000 Xiongnu warriors pursuing Chang Hui had retreated in disarray, with over half of their steeds unable to endure the return across the hilly terrain. Succumbing to exhaustion and falling from their mounts, becoming targets of slaughter, resulting in significant casualties. Enough already. You are simply, never mind. The words silly roe deer were indeed difficult to utter in the presence of Zhou Binlong. As Jinbao stood in a daze, he promptly fell silent, turning to survey his surroundings. Suddenly, a series of hissing sounds erupted, and simultaneously, the lights in the courtyard extinguished. The neighbors next door began to wail loudly, their cries mingling with those of her brother. It was only later that she comprehended that the neighbors were using their children to rouse their mother, fearing she might succumb to despair and commit an unthinkable act. In the eyes of those people, wealth had devolved into mere digits. It was only individuals like Guangtian's father, caught in a precarious position, who would desperately pursue such trivialities. Others might not be so inclined. The two of them made their way to a nearby sesame seed cake and fried dough stick shop, where Yitianya routinely ordered 4 sesame seed cakes from Lin Jiao. Upon lifting his gaze, he recognized the familiar figures of Uncle Da and Uncle Air, along with Lu Guangtian. Observing them, he usually sensed that these individuals had come with ill intentions. That afternoon, revolutionary leader Song Daily from the Wuchang Party, accompanied by 2 masked guests, arrived at the Hanyang military government, seeking an audience with Lu Huizhou and Yuan Jinbang. Yi Fan froze momentarily, as the master of a prodigal system. He would score himself if he were to yield. You have healed my father. Even if I were to bestow the hotel upon you, it would matter little. From this day forth, the Haitan Hotel shall be yours, Li Mei declared with commanding assertiveness. Since you are all at each other's throats, I shall simply observe the spectacle from the sidelines and perhaps seize a few opportunities for myself. Even though Ling Prung had advanced to the later stages of the Mingxin realm, in the presence of the 8th-level Imperial Soul and the mischievous Flame Ape, he was but a mere ant, albeit a somewhat stronger one. Wang Shui found himself speechless, bewildered by the divine figure who had, for the sake of a meal, slaughtered over 1,000 people, with only 30 or so being fit for consumption. Zhang Heng retrieved a stethoscope and, after examining the heart rate of Li Mei's father, proceeded to scrutinize a plethora of images, including MRI scans, ultimately exhaling a deep sigh. Sun Tingting appeared to have already devised a plan. No sooner had Li Xiaoyao's words concluded than she swiftly interjected. It was not entirely unfounded for Li Runan to feel anxious, for Su Wanqing possessed a striking beauty and, like her, bore the agile ring intricately linked to Lin Feng's sovereign ring. Despite previously facing Han Bing and Han Shuer without a hint of trepidation, the presence of Su Wanqing exerted a considerable pressure upon her. Thank you, Elder Yan, for your unwavering righteousness. Lu Feng approached and shook hands with the venerable elder, who had devoted half his life to the service of Huaxia. At that moment, within the now diminished Howren Hall, a resonant hum echoed, seemingly conveying warmth yet tinged with a mournful lament. This was a topic long exhausted years ago. Any individual with a modicum of understanding of physical theory could unravel it. This matter pertains to the concept of space. What relevance does it bear to artificial intelligence? Are you suggesting they exist in another dimension? Or perhaps a parallel universe? I find myself perplexed. Kuroiwa Jiro's forces were exceedingly cunning. After a search, they annihilated over 100 troops of the National Revolutionary Army and similarly decimated more than 100 soldiers of the 8th Rout Army. I lament not having thought to record Wang Yulian's words at the time. Had I done so, I would not find myself in such a passive predicament now. Yet, when I heard Qin Yuyan declare that I was a good person, an ineffable sense of comfort washed over me. I couldn't help but wipe my eyes, doubting the accuracy of my vision. A membrane as thin as cling film astonishingly manages to inflate into such a sizable balloon. The material of this balloon skin is indeed extraordinary. Its resilience and expansibility are remarkably formidable. Lu Feng, within the passage, took a deep breath, dismissing thoughts beyond his comprehension, and continued onward. He recognized a fragment at a glance, fiddling with it between his fingers for a considerable time. The dim light obscured his expression, even in illumination. The night still enveloped his shoulders closely. 1,000 miles south of the western capital lies a modest city, where numerous inhabitants are currently gazing in a singular direction. However, Klin's foundation was too weak, having not surpassed 1 million in strength before his demise. Thus, achieving 80 million after a decade of cultivation in the underworld is a truly remarkable advancement. Ming still heard Lu Chen's words, closing her eyes as she guided the power of the life pearl to flow throughout her body alongside Lu Chen's divine energy. Meanwhile, in the lake, the group led by Alec, who had previously jumped into the river, crawled ashore, realizing that the anticipated cataclysmic explosion involving Sam in the sky had not occurred. Perhaps it is precisely due to these numerous similarities that their relationship has flourished so rapidly of late. I do not. Hee-chan called out in frustration from outside, wishing he could slap himself twice. Discussing the affairs of the celestial family is a grave sin. The Foam clan dared not utter further words, yet she believed Lu Xinyan understood. It is akin to placing a mirror before a door, from which countless doors would emerge. The only distinction is that the mirrors here are traversable, and this place is filled with innumerable such mirrors, each leading to different destinations, creating a labyrinthine array of portals. In truth, the reason Wen Jun provoked Wei Ke was not out of concern for how Wei Ke might interact with Qin Xian in the future. Her feckless father remained unchanged, uninvolved in the abduction of Wen Wan, and completely detached from the affairs concerning Lu Qingze. The colossal prison moved steadily along the tracks that had been laid out, heading towards its predetermined destination, the tomb of Feng Junqiu. After class, Zhou Yichen retreated to the lounge and noticed a message from Zhou Yi. He immediately searched for the video of Xia Xia's speech at the award ceremony. Those watching had grown weary of the spectacle, yet the two combatants continued unabated, transforming the entire Zhentian Valley, designated for the ritual, into a battlefield, leaving chaos in their wake. At that moment, they felt immense relief for heeding the shopkeeper's advice. After completing the printing of 500 copies, they had resumed printing and, over the course of 10 days, had printed an additional 1,000. Let us begin, Brother Hua. The Beast King of Flames gently seated himself, floating in midair, standing in opposition to the Beast King of Firelight. With a slight closure of his eyes, he extended his hands outward. Observing this, the Beast King of Firelight also closed his eyes and reached out, their four hands meeting in a harmonious alignment. Meng Ke, filled with trepidation, dared not confront him directly with a 1,000-raised finger and instead employed the ethereal step technique, deftly evading the onslaught. The Buddha palm strikes repeatedly struck the ground, creating depressions 7 feet deep, an alarming sight indeed. However, this process of restoration proved to be a considerable ordeal for Yang Siki. The healing of wounds and the regeneration of muscles in ordinary individuals invariably bring about a sensation of itchiness. In his case, it felt as though every muscle in his body was undergoing a rebirth, with a sensation akin to countless ants crawling and biting upon his skin. A feeling both exquisite and excruciating. Indeed, the wait has been lengthy. Glancer sat in the central seat of the bridge, behind him a vast expanse of floor-to-ceiling glass, providing a panoramic view of the entire warship. In light of this, let us unearth the bronze bell and decisively break this stalemate, spoke the ghostly infant. Is it venom? It has truly transformed into a pitiful monstrosity, Cassius remarked, slightly lifting his head to gaze at the immense diama, having reached the limits of his mobility. Admiral. Fusang grasped Wang Yang's hands, drawing them into her embrace. Though warm, her heart yearned to be even closer to the Admiral, hoping to warm him from within and alleviate his worries. Brother, I intend to visit the Shuanghua tree village in northern Wan. May I count on your company? Zhang Tianxi inquired earnestly. The great sage vanquishing demons with fervor, yet one must wonder if he is adequately prepared. This malevolent spirit is formidable. Without sufficient readiness, it could be perilous, Zhishui questioned. He is engaging in theft, appropriating and replicating our ideas and creativity, stealing our people. Hermione expressed her dissatisfaction vehemently. Wu Yusin trembled all over, realizing that his only option was to compromise, as it was the only way to safeguard his family. However, the scent emanating from the horses was not that of ordinary medicines, but rather of the herbs found deep within the mountains. Gun Yanqing displayed a straightforward demeanor. Li Taiguai's father-in-law grew increasingly alarmed, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. I am well. We have even defeated the army of the rebellious King Kong. You must be utterly exhausted from your journey. Please, enter the city and rest. I have already commanded the soldiers of the production and construction department to prepare water and meals for you. Zhao Qin chuckled. Do not try to deceive me. It cannot be that simple. What is the true reason? Tingting insisted on knowing the matter at hand. Your Majesty, aside from the eunuch Lin Bao, Lord Jia. Lord Jia harbors ambitious designs and also seeks to undermine your Majesty. Kong and hesitated for a moment before speaking. Her intentions were discovered by the Tibetan warriors below, and the red line in the air was besieged by a flurry of arrows. As she ascended, she swung her sword, deflecting the rain of sharp projectiles.
Ha ha ha.
Listening to Xuesong's words, Bao Haizi and Tong Jiao both erupted in laughter, and even Tai Zhulong could not help but join in. Clearly, Xuesong's flattering remarks were quite pleasing to the three generals. Old Master Gu, advanced in years and with failing eyesight, needed to carefully discern before daring to pull up the grass. Yet now, the Sili region governs 7 prefectures, with Sanfu, Sanhe, and the Hongnong prefecture. Aside from Lu Bu's Henan and Zhao Yun, who are allied, the other governors would not heed Zhao Yun's command. Master, news has arrived from Chang'an City. The current head of the Mo family, Wei Xinyao, has received a royal decree for marriage. The steward of the Shen family, Shen Feng, reported to the head of the Shen family, Shen Yunfei. This caused her to instinctively pause, feeling a slight discomfort while casting a glance at Lin Shuiyao. Her eyes tinged with a hint of animosity. Upon arriving in Jingzhou, Sun Su inevitably encountered an ambush. In a moment of life and death, he selflessly chose to remain behind to cover Zhou Yu's escape, urging him to seek reinforcements. Though he failed to grasp the intricacies of the situation, he unwittingly learned how to infuse destiny into his endeavors, a skill that would greatly assist him in his future endeavors of crafting fate formations. This meant he need not painstakingly inscribe the formations, thus avoiding entrapment within them. In recent years, as Kangxi grew older and burdened by the relentless demands of state affairs, he began to experience sleep disturbances. I, Li, am a person who leads by virtue, Li Xiao stated solemnly, regarding the principle of leading by virtue. It can truly be said to be a lesson learned and immediately applied. The exquisite wine, Gui Xianyang, captivated Luo Tian, whose eyes sparkled with delight. This elixir surpassed his expectations, rendering him utterly enchanted. Not only was she unable to enter the courtyard, but upon meeting Gu Qiulan, she was also met with a beating. Now, even her man-s appearance did not assist her. Instead, he struck her and demanded an apology. This offering to the wandering souls serves to pacify their grievances, preventing them from harming those incomplete souls of the Jiufeng mountain disciples. Yet, how long can this appeasement endure? Should a tyrant rise, all prior efforts would be rendered futile. We are merely fulfilling our designated roles. As the saying goes, a new ruler brings new ministers. Who knows when our time will come to an end? At that moment, concerns for the nation's safety will be of little consequence. In this village, the elderly beggar held the least favorable reputation. After all, who would willingly associate with a beggar, especially one as proficient in his craft as he? The odorous stench emanating from him was said to be so foul that within a 3-zhang radius, not a blade of grass could survive. In addition, I heard Min shouting loudly, while Yang Hozai urged Lu Shangong to fire. Without hesitation, I swiftly drew my Qingging sword and severed the iron chain on the door. Ren Fifin was nearly driven to the brink of expulsion of blood from anger. Seizing the moment while the opponent spoke, he took out a silver needle and swiftly struck it into the opponent's mute point. The imperial capital is truly the most magnificent city of the Dongling continent, with towering walls resembling mountains, grand and majestic. For those who behold it for the first time, particularly those with fragile hearts, its vast and solemn presence can leave them immobilized in awe. My son, considering you are the head of the Su family, I shall grant you a chance at life. Yet it seems you do not comprehend the value of such an opportunity, Zhao Yueguang remarked in a somber tone. But I need to use the restroom now. There is no time to waste, Chen Feng said, clutching his stomach with a frown, appearing in great discomfort. After speaking, he turned his gaze towards the shadow, his expression softening considerably. He knew that, despite the shadow's silence and lack of promises, it would do everything in its power to ensure Sun Jing's safety. This conviction stemmed from his intuition and the events of the past 2 years surrounding Sun Jing, yet he still felt a tinge of unease. He exhaled deeply, contemplating that, based on Emperor Xian's usual conduct, if something had indeed transpired in these 3 days, a decree to enfeoff a consort would have already been issued. However, such monetary and sensual transactions left Wu Ting feeling quite uncomfortable. As the saying goes, those who do not share the same path do not conspire together, and thus, Wu Ting chose not to engage with Miyamoto Musashi. Damn it, they are all dead. Cheng Yaojin examined the assassins who had attacked them first, and, as expected, they had all succumbed to death. It is often said that country folk are bewildered when they enter the city. However, he now held the impression that city dwellers would be equally confounded upon entering the countryside. Life seemed increasingly untenable, with nothing but the prospect of subsisting on plain water. The craftsman's supervisor, Valerie, who hailed from a blacksmith apprentice background, was accustomed to wielding a hammer to navigate the world. Despite having meticulously upgraded the workshops of the Bay to an assembly line standard, his approach to machinery remained excessively conservative. A renowned duelist with a top-tier deck might attract the attention of some with ulterior motives, yet on a broader scale, the prevailing sentiment was one of positive protection. Scarface was taken aback by Zhang Feng's incredible ability to descend from the 20th floor in such a short span of time. It was nothing short of monstrous. Lin Feng cast a complex glance at Song Ran, choosing not to say much further, allowing Song Ran to lead him through various examinations. The stone coffin pulsated like a beating heart, its vibrations causing the blood within the entire hall to constrict and flow. Tang Ting responded affirmatively and, under the watchful gaze of heavy guards, boldly made his way to Yin Shi's tent. I come from humble origins, with mediocre aptitude, and entered the field rather late. Though I have encountered some fortuitous opportunities, I certainly cannot be deemed a top-tier powerhouse. Thus, it seems improbable that the heavy responsibility of overcoming the tribulation would fall upon me. When similar situations befall oneself, one can conjure countless justifications. Yet when such events occur to others, everything appears to be erroneous. Even the kin of Zhou Jin have recognized the promising future of Zieten Fort, leading to a gradual dissolution of hesitation among others, resulting in a growing number of individuals acquiring land in the vicinity of Zieten Fort. Well, thank you. Having our own people to assist makes everything much smoother, Feng Xiao jested. However, he was soon interrupted by the emergence of a guardian at the entrance to the divine realm, after which Yi Fei and his companions ceased to pay further attention to the divine temple. At that moment, numerous cultivators from Jingzhou and Yangzhou pointed and whispered about me, with many uttering various curses and insults, their words exceedingly harsh. 2 pieces of good news arrived, yet they could not alleviate Chun Ji's melancholy. She understood that aside from the good news regarding Chai Dong, nothing else could broaden her heart. After Xiao Guangyi bowed, the ceremonial officer guided the officials in their bowing. At this moment, Zhao Guangyi gazed at the officials bowing behind him, his face radiating joy, a smile frequently gracing his lips. Shortly thereafter, the rewards for the 8 individuals were distributed one by the esteemed Xianfeng Jinren. All right, you may go, Feng Xiao affirmed. He is a commendable man. From his surgical technique, I deduce that his future development is boundless. Such a capable and handsome man would be a loss if one could not win his affection. Currently, only Tan Yun feels most confident about his recent strike. This scene has completely dissuaded him from any thoughts of a forcible attack. This fellow is no fool. The act of a mayfly shaking a tree would undoubtedly leave him open to ridicule and scorn. Almost everyone perished, yet an elder in mid-integration remained, cleverly concealed behind a disciple, shielding him from the aftermath. With his formidable cultivation, he emerged largely unscathed. However, the earlier remark about attracting attention seemed rather perplexing. What did it mean to be wary of such attention? Who had come knocking? What trouble had he inadvertently stirred? Contemplating this, one could surmise that the Emperor's leniency towards young Master Mu and the young lady was indeed a reflection of gratitude and recognition of favor. Upon receiving the musical score, the rehearsal director was taken aback. Having encountered numerous fine songs, he deemed this one undoubtedly the most distinctive. Luo Xia stepped forward, gently bending his knee and raising his dagger, while the saber-toothed tiger opposite him prepared to launch its assault. "When shall you return?" Although Master Tang II was reluctant to admit it, he found himself increasingly reliant on Qingxi, unable to even cross the threshold of the Tang residence, rendered powerless. The soul power and thought power surged, yet the great wilderness bone dragon, in a fit of rage, could not escape the clutches of fate. Qi Quan, whose consciousness had been fading, was revitalized by the appearance of Zhou Yongdao. Particularly, upon hearing the words designated by the national master, a wave of fervent hope ignited within him. The skirmish persisted, with each of Luo Xia's shots resulting in the downfall of a cloaked assailant. Meanwhile, Princess Xiao found herself engulfed in confusion, suddenly realizing her profound lack of understanding regarding her elder brother, her parents, and even her own family. She had always believed that her elder brother was a gentle and courteous person who cherished their parents, and that their father and mother were loving caregivers. However, now it seemed as though everything had changed. Luo appeared utterly unconcerned, merely casting a glance towards Long Han, who smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. She reciprocated with a slight nod before turning her gaze to Tian Haya, her lips curving into a faint, yet cruel smile. The demise of her sister made her realize that aside from her frequently traveling husband and her underage nephew, there was not a single trustworthy relative to rely upon. Helplessness and powerlessness consumed her day by day. Kong Jiao was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. After cursing vehemently, he swung his sword at the car door, the sharp katana cleaving the heavy door into two pieces. Feng Qing felt her face flush as she listened. He was considerate of her well-being. Yet her earlier teasing had rendered her appearance somewhat insatiable. In her previous life, emerging from the arena of combat, she had endured the humiliation of Chu Se Wu, who treated her as a vessel for storing souls. Whenever the vessel was filled, it was subsequently drained. Particularly when she observed Cheng Ziyu summoning others to report to the authorities, the onlookers were instantly struck by fear, almost simultaneously kneeling in trepidation. Though this was said, Cheng Ziyu still felt uneasy and sent someone to the workshop to verify those orders, instructing Ru Hua to meticulously examine each one to ensure there were no discrepancies. Given the relationship between Zhao Yi and Han Yu, the Han family would undoubtedly be protected. Zhao Yi's intentions in speaking thus were to help the Han family comprehend their predicament and to avoid any unnecessary conflicts with him. His charm is undeniably overwhelming. Even after having grown so close to him, one cannot help but be captivated by his allure. "Come with me to the seaside. I wish to play," exclaimed Cameo Cannon, her eyes brimming with longing. This expression stirred something inexplicable within Shikamaru Jin, who initially intended to decline, evoking memories of a distant childhood. Without conscious thought, he nodded in agreement. At the lower reaches of the Luo River, the young man observed Tang Chuan ascend the stage, bowing gracefully as he revealed his name, his demeanor strikingly poised. The entire scene unfolded with effortless elegance, exuding an ethereal quality that garnered much applause. Coupled with Han Yu's celestial beauty, even Hong Chen, his adversary, found himself momentarily entranced. The makeshift altar, approximately 3 meters high, was a circular wooden structure, adorned with peculiar red, yellow, and black sigils painted by the maidens of the avian lineage upon the surrounding pillars and ground. During his restoration of spiritual power, Tang Chuan maintained an external awareness. At dawn's first light, the young master emerged from his meditative state, feeling refreshed and invigorated. After a day of recovery, his magical energy was restored to its full splendor. Upon introspection, he noted the peculiar serpent within the demon pearl of his dantian stirring restlessly. In a certain passageway, a white-clad phoenix nestled closely against the venerable master. Their expressions intimate. The surrounding cultivators instinctively distanced themselves from the pair, perhaps out of respect for the master's formidable prowess or aversion to the phoenix's beguiling demeanor. However, it appears that due to the injuries and subsequent defeat of Yi Sufang's elder sister, the second young master unexpectedly altered the initial plan established by both parties on the spot. He laid down several rules. First, one must embrace the child from a destitute family. Second, upon taking the child, one must leave behind 50 taels of silver as compensation for acquiring the child. Third, no conflicts are to arise with that family. All individuals, whether internal or external, must adhere to these stipulations, with any violators facing the revocation of their cultivation and expulsion from the Mu family. Wang Zhong, showing no hesitation, took his place at the head of the table, while the amiable Chen Yin sat calmly in a subordinate position. Ultimately, humanity is but a species, and the foremost imperative for any living being is survival. Notions of gentlemanly conduct pale in comparison to this primal instinct. The lead among the formidable bats, aged between 800 to 900 years, seemed unperturbed by this pressure and continued to charge forward. Reflecting on this, Xian Yuan Yizhu felt a pang of regret for his anticipated nightlife. He gently settled Shui Yinchan into the most comfortable position in his embrace and remained still.
Yet,
Shui Yinchan harbored a peculiar thought. If the demonic power of the four-clawed crimson-blood dragon snake surpassed that of the divine beast, the dragon snake, by several folds, would a decrease in its demonic power lead to a transformation back into a normal dragon snake? TSK, how enviable are the youths of today, eagerly rushing towards danger. Why aren't you all joining in? Dr. Chen attempted to escalate the conflict, aiming to draw Lu Qingchen and Shi Xiucheng into the fray. Mo Qingyu felt a surge of indignation. Was it merely an act? Why take it so seriously? Had it not been for her own considerable skills, she might have truly suffered a grievous blow. Only the principal is privy to this information. Ordinarily, I am disinclined to engage with individuals of such caliber. How unfortunate it is. Had I been aware sooner, I would have preferred to endure any discomfort rather than allow the 5 elements to prevail. Dong Fong Qian lamented. Brother Jean, you have awoken. How do you feel now? Zi Huang inquired with genuine concern, having set aside the tiger skin and approached with a tiger leg in hand. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though the once precarious celestial star regained its equilibrium, and the harmonious 7 luminaries began to exhibit a rhythmic motion, with the cyclical changes of the seasons gradually manifesting. Given a robust economic foundation, numerous ancillary industries would flourish, a fact substantiated in the region of Longyu. The expedition to the Withering Marsh was initially conceived with the purpose of eliminating the ferocious beasts lurking therein. Upon awakening, it was already midday. Not only had the morning court been missed, but even the opportunity to accompany Li Shimin to lunch in the palace had slipped away. Tang Feng pursed his lips in silence, raising his hand to his ear, and moments later, a peculiar smile graced his features. As he spoke, a flash of light occurred, and the girl instantly materialized beside him, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Sitting on the sofa, Bai Yi pondered how to communicate with a cat crouched on the floor. If only communication were possible, would its intellect suffice? Lin Ran concluded his call and hurried upstairs to find Song Mingzhu, who had likely been anxiously waiting above. Upon reaching the doorstep, he discovered the door ajar, which set his nerves on edge. Tang San, frowning, brushed aside the hand tugging at his sleeve, took 2 steps to the table, and seated himself, clearly prepared to debate the matter at hand. Regardless of the formidable beings who have transcended the heavenly realm, unless they are utterly obliterated, both body and soul, or possess a lamentably weak spiritual essence, they can retain a fragment of their soul even after their corporeal form is destroyed. Due to spatial constraints, only Tang San and the white dragon horse are seated upon the back of the old turtle, while the others soar through the air using their techniques. As the two converse, the competition between Long Tian's team and Shumingqi's team is drawing to a close. 3 days later, Su Er deduces that Shibao has ventured beyond the domain of 5 great demon spirits. Shibao finally exhales in relief. Astonished to encounter 5 formidable demon spirits in the human realm, beings that rival the esteemed master of the Shi clan, living embodiments of demonic power. Perhaps you have not heard of the illustrious name of Liu Chang? The financial backer of this production is none other than the Liu Group. Liu Chang is a recent titan in Suwu City, and should you jeopardize his investment, rest assured, you shall face dire consequences without my intervention, Peng Nan declared with pride. However, unless absolutely necessary, no tower master would resort to such measures. For once that line is crossed, countless experts within the 3 realms would inevitably become aware of the demon suppression tower's existence. Li Tianyang remarked with a cold demeanor. His anger rekindled at the memory of the 2 who disregarded him and turned away. Zixin felt a blush creep onto her cheeks upon hearing this. Her starry eyes locked deeply into the dark, profound gaze of Yun Qihan. Naturally, Li Tianyang had no need for the ice attribute Ice Orchid. His desire for it stemmed entirely from Mu Yushi. Reflecting once more on the peculiar occurrences within that old building, it struck him how the lower floor was a chaotic mess, while the upper floor remained impeccably tidy, as if someone meticulously cleaned it each day. This is exceedingly brutal. After searching for an extended period, he was unable to find a single dismembered limb exceeding the size of a palm. Our initial plan upon descending was to eliminate Fan Jinkai. Without addressing him, their efforts would be futile, and they might even fall prey to his malevolence, creating further complications. Although he understood that it was not Zhongwan who had sought to kill him, the lingering discomfort from deep within remained inescapable. Tian Lu disembarked from the bus. Frowning as he inspected the flat tire, a deflated tire hindered the vehicle's normal operation, preventing them from departing as intended. During this time, several issues arose due to defects in the production chain and immature operations, resulting in a significantly high ratio of defective products. Zhao Xiechilong was about to continue his discourse when suddenly, an irate voice interrupted him. The organization was structured so that 10 individuals formed a unit, with a unit leader overseeing 11 individuals, 10 units forming 100, 100 leaders supervising 1,000, with each subsequent level following this pattern, culminating in a leader of 10,000. For the first time in her life, Jiang Emo contemplated retreat. She even began to imagine a scenario where, should Jia Xiang become irate and sever ties, publicly disparaging the team on the forum, she would need to formulate a counterattack. Then go ahead and kill me. I assure you, unless I perish today, I will prevent you and take you away by any means necessary, I declared. After an interminable journey, they finally arrived at the Mechanism City, where her companions informed her that dining there was a true pleasure. Zeet shivered. Ling was not jesting. She was currently in a state of discontent towards everyone around her, ready to tear apart anyone who dared to defy her in an instant. Just now, I inadvertently noticed that this banana seems rather unremarkable. Upon a throne woven from tangled vines, the gorilla pondered this thought when a red-haired enchantress appeared before him. Surprisingly silent and lacking any impression, perhaps she was the head of the gathering. From outside the hall came the hearty laughter and heavy footsteps of Master Zhang, followed by the entrance of an elderly gentleman. He was somewhat portly, his belly straining against his clothing, appearing to be around 60 years of age, with a beaming smile. One cannot deny that Yu Shirkue had accurately calculated his capabilities. Precisely an hour had passed when a knock echoed on Chunlin's door. The battlements of Carl City were densely populated with soldiers. The dark sorcerer informed me that the Carl family, primarily focused on the populace, was the least populous faction in the demonic realm, yet universally recognized as the most formidable. In light of this, Yunqin naturally would not passively allow the demon god to invade his sea of consciousness. Thus, he continuously summoned spiritual energy to safeguard his mind, preparing to resist the divine entity. After all, this dark aura was merely one of the myriad manifestations of the demon god, possessing only limited power. With the Palace of Sentiment and the Sect of Departed Souls in such a lively uproar, do you still possess the leisure to serve as judges? Zhongli remarked with amusement. It was perplexing to realize that prior to his deep slumber, he had barely reached the 5th level of qi refinement, yet upon awakening, he inexplicably found himself elevated to the 6th level. You have crippled my son's arm. A middle-aged man furiously accused Zhongli, standing beside Gu Qi. Subsequently, as Yun Wufeng approached to assess, he placed his hand upon the stone tablet, which gradually illuminated with a faint red glow. Although dim, it nonetheless shone.
Ah.
Yet you did not inquire, did you? Moreover, I have already mentioned that few are aware of its medicinal value. To others, the golden bamboo is merely a rare flora appreciated for its ornamental beauty. As she spoke, Li Yue raised her hand, replacing the white jade hairpin distributed by the Academy with a plum blossom jade pin. Last semester, she had directly confronted the centuries-old sorcerer Peiyinga, and it would indeed be peculiar if a so-called top student in the 5th grade could instill fear in him. From the sound, Mu Xining discerned that Su Rong had been trailing them, following her and Xiao Xiao into the restaurant, proving to be an unrelenting spirit. It seemed this meal would not be enjoyable. It is essential to recognize that such an expression is exceedingly rare for a decision-maker behind a company valued at several hundred billion, such as Huai Entertainment. I am here, you fool. Suddenly, from a previously empty corner of the living room, Chu Gu emerged, brandishing 2 TMP submachine guns, and as she appeared, bullets erupted with a fierce blaze. The stringent criterion for a 3rd-level alchemist is singular, the ability to concoct mid-stage golden elixirs, while the criterion for a 2nd-level alchemist is to produce late-stage golden elixirs. Among the Alliance, with thousands of emperors and tens of thousands of king-level nobles, on average, each merely needs to garner 20 to 30 rockets to settle matters. Thus, he perceives that the so-called powerful elites his father speaks of are merely a collection of such individuals. Unlike some clients, who, despite acquiring items at a low price, intentionally leave negative reviews regarding their quality. After all, if one could truly sell a property in Xuanwu Zhongshan, the ensuing reward would undoubtedly equate to 3 or 4 years' worth of her total income. The blood-bat ancestor observed him dividing the elixirs without intervention, merely allowing a subtle smile to grace his lips. However, the discerning eyes of the assembly quickly recognized the 3rd item as a counterfeit, despite its commendable imitation. Qin Feng seemed reluctant to utter the term inheritance, for invoking it would solidify the finality of Mu Jingxing's demise. Gu Bo furrowed his brow. Perturbed by Gu Yanji's increasingly unruly behavior and his incessant inquiries into Gu Nian's affairs, this journey to Haicheng held significant implications for his future, and Su Yao stifled her excitement as she awaited the following day. Though the other party had conveyed acceptance over the phone, the lack of a verbal confirmation left her with lingering apprehension. The horsehair and golden silk sponge melded seamlessly, transforming into a viscous, golden liquid akin to molten sugar, bubbling with myriad tiny air pockets. No, the Blood Knife Hall is a sinister faction, while the Zixia Palace is a mere fabrication. There is no such palace. It was simply a ruse to placate you. Zhang Fei Xian instinctively interjected. The fated star serves as a fixed point, once it is established. This surging sea cannot engulf the awakening consciousness, much like a vessel afloat in the ocean. Li Guocheng approached the samples. reviewing all records in detail and conducting a classification analysis in his mind. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead, recalling how he had previously hit a dead end, fixated on controlling the magnification levels at every tier. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that they had reached the pinnacle, the most enigmatic location within the entire Alliance Research Institute, the Dean's office. Aware of this, Su Jingya had consistently administered a soft bone powder to him, a substance that inflicted significant harm upon the human body, yet gradually eroded his martial prowess. The fellatio connected the 5 most luxurious 7-star hotels across the Alliance, accompanied by 2 opulent theaters and a premier shopping center. Furthermore, the abundance of affluent clubs, beauty centers, nightclubs, and bars was staggering, offering an all-encompassing experience that could swiftly deplete one's finances. I am not as depraved as you might believe. My affinity with Yuera is genuine, and I wish not to tarnish a piece of untainted jade, Yu Jiling stated solemnly. With his current strength, alongside Xianyin, he could potentially suppress the mental brand temporarily, albeit at a risk. An overwhelming aura erupted from him as he abruptly turned, his icy gaze sweeping across the individuals in the room, finally resting upon Mu Qingyu. The fateful eye in his brow flickered faintly, yet the power of the mysterious soul was palpably evident in the terrifying wave emanating from the illusion of the elder behind the decaying monarch. This sensation might resemble that of ancient individuals encountering modern smartphones for the first time. However, none of the scenes captured in the photographs resonated with her. It was as if a significant portion of her memory had inexplicably vanished. This was not an illusion, but rather a natural phenomenon generated by high-frequency vibrations. In synchrony with his hand, the long knife he wielded transformed into a myriad of knife shadows. Do not endanger my life. I am the Emperor of the Great Jin. Tian Hu, with arms raised high, called out loudly. Despite the large crowd, an unusual silence prevailed. On stage stood a middle-aged man, strikingly similar in appearance to Jiang Yurong, who was hosting the event. Beside him, 2 cloaked practitioners had completed their exchange and were making their way down to the audience. Wan Fei, upon hearing this, glanced at Yang Jing, eager to speak, yet ultimately refrained. The master bedroom was surprisingly immaculate, almost too pristine, considering the dust swirling outside. The issue lay in the fact that one had acted yet later faltered, leaving one bemused as to how the formidable title of Yelmunga, the warrior of the Liao dynasty, had come to be. Before long, several individuals emerged from the encirclement, while within, the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground resonated. Brother, your expression suggests a profound tale lies behind that moment. Satisfy our curiosity, someone remarked. Lu Mingyue, as the CEO of Jiminji and Company, found herself irresistibly drawn to mutual understanding with Lu Yu. They were indeed good friends. It was breathtaking, albeit tinged with an unsettling chill. Xia Dong glanced at the suspended Tongxia. Its gaze reflected helplessness, perhaps merely fulfilling its mission. How could this lingerie thief come to be a nun? Is she planning to steal from the nuns? Zhao Taizhu mused in confusion. The off-road vehicle sped along the highway, which ran atop a levee by the river. A road designed for both military readiness and flood prevention, where human presence was sparse, thus ensuring a measure of safety. Here you go. Lu Ruixue tossed a pair of gloves to Wang Rong, donning a pair herself. With a firm tug on the rope secured to the aircraft, she leaped into the air, leaving Wang Rong in stunned astonishment as her figure vanished outside the fuselage. Wang Di's complexion shifted dramatically. He had never anticipated that his meticulously groomed guard team could be infiltrated by Qian Jin. With no time to ponder further, Wang Di dashed toward a nearby side door. His movements were swift and decisive, revealing his expertise. Although General Wei and Consultant He were not seasoned fighters, they were nonetheless industry veterans. The quality of the opposing individuals was evident at a glance. All right, Wang Rong remarked, as the sound of popping caps filled the air. immediately opening a dozen beers that had been brought in. Fortunately, Wang Rong maintained his composure, his eyes unclouded by distractions, and his body remained still. He led the way, deftly navigating the twists and turns until they reached the conference room. This spacious venue was designed for employee meetings, and the Huiguang nightclub boasted a considerable number of staff. The two groups sat facing each other. As Tian Yuan entered the banquet hall, she felt the weight of everyone's gaze upon her, rendering her so anxious that she struggled to walk unaided, relying entirely on Yang Lan and Gu Qian for support. Such a scenario was one that Yu Yi believed would not occur, for he possessed memories from another life. The magic circle was similarly filled with dazed spirits, suggesting that the souls on the opposite side were unable to be summoned. This was likely due to the magic circle continuing to flicker. To uncover the precise situation, one would have to traverse through it. Very well. Nailan Jichin has purely become a follower, and quite the conspicuous one at that. Wei Wu opened the door, only to swiftly close it again. Awkwardly retreating to the side, I noticed his neck had flushed a deep crimson. Chang Bai and Li Shuai were somewhat curious, yet dared not open the door. Shali muttered irritably for them to enter. However, Alva was blissfully unaware of the preparations that Qin Cheng and the others were about to undertake. Yet, there was plenty of time to comprehend it all later. Thus, Alva had no further objections whatsoever. Rest assured, they remained in slumber, leaving only me awake. The astrologer chuckled, casting a glance at the colossal tomb. Louis felt the gaze of that individual linger upon him for several moments, and in that fleeting instant, he experienced a sensation of being completely scrutinized. When the sun, moon, and stars, along with the mountains and continents, and the boundless expanse of the primordial earth, ultimately amalgamated into a singular stone lotus. It was evident that that group had received wind of something and concealed themselves. Otherwise, they would not have remained absent for such an extended period. Xiao Yang recalled that it had been a week since Lu Ruru was last attacked, yet during this week, that group seemed to have vanished into thin air, causing him to shake his head in disbelief. And Yuru proceeded with each question with poise. She realized that she had previously tackled numerous related examples for this examination, leaving her with some recollections, and coupled with the knowledge that Qin Xian had imparted to her last night, she found herself navigating the questions with ease, secretly exhilarated. The overlord of the river, held in Xiao Yang's grasp, nearly fainted upon hearing that Xiao Yang truly intended to venture alone into Jiangnan Biyuan. May it be that Li Si will remember their past affections and lend a hand to Confucianism in times of dire need, at the very least, to prevent it from facing utter annihilation. With a gentle sigh, he understood that these words served merely as self-comfort. Upon learning that Xiao Chun would soon depart, they immediately expressed their encouragement, assuring him that he could pursue his endeavors without worry, for Longhai would remain steadfast under their watch. Chu Chun furrowed his brow. Initially, he harbored doubts about whether the box was affixed to the altar, but now he had shattered that assumption, realizing that the box was merely substantial in weight. Since the harrowing experience of the previous kidnapping, Xiao Yang had grown increasingly sensitive, fearful that Lin Zifeng might once again target Su Ying. When the subject of films arose, and Yuru's eyes glistened with unshed tears, she recalled how Qin Xian had once promised her that he would find time to watch her beloved comedies, yet now, everything had changed. The words he had spoken lingered in her memory, but he had departed from her life. Each encounter with Li Ronghua revealed an elusive resistance that piqued his curiosity about whether he had inadvertently offended her. In truth, he had neither wronged Li Ronghua nor failed to assist her in numerous ways. Perhaps this incident ultimately ignited the pent-up emotions within Zhuang Sun, or perhaps it was simply the catalyst that caused him to lose his composure, abandoning his usual calm and poise. Undoubtedly, the death of Empress Han weighed heavily upon the heart of this 17-year-old youth. Regrettably for the island, this film resembles a rather conventional piece of work. Everything from beginning to end is executed in a standard manner, leaving no room for criticism, yet failing to evoke any sense of surprise. In a moment of tension, Lu Huahong unconsciously leaned closer to Leng Xinghan, who welcomed the proximity, even wrapping his arm around hers, almost embracing her waist. The technique known as the reincarnation decision originated in ancient times, and thus, it now seems somewhat convoluted. Whenever the old beggar recited these incantations, I would quietly listen from the side, diligently committing them to memory. Upon seeing his phone, Gan Pengcheng hastily attempted to snatch it, but as soon as he moved, he hesitated, not even pulling back the covers. Moreover, it is worth noting that the Zhang family did not merely invite Ning Huang to join them once. Each invitation was met with rejection from Ning Huang, and the offers only grew more extravagant. Recently, the Zhang family proposed an invitation for Ning Huang to join them, offering 5,500 inferior spirit stones. She also set about transforming the infamous Wolf Valley, removing its sinister name and bestowing upon it a title that would astonish the martial world, Peach Blossom Valley, named for the abundant peach blossoms on Peach Blossom Ridge. I was momentarily taken aback, initially believing it to be a call from my father or one of the accompanying individuals, only to discover it was an unfamiliar number. Just as I was lost in melancholy, a clear, melodious voice suddenly resonated in my ear, filling the entire room. "What is the matter? Did I not make it clear that I was unbothered? Why does your expression still appear so troubled? Today, it seems that Ing has become particularly clingy towards me," prompting my curiosity about this unusual behavior. After the marketing manager delivered a fervent and resonant speech filled with impassioned rhetoric, his face remained devoid of any sign of emotion. In an instant, silence enveloped the room. All present, except for Han Yen, were utterly stunned, completely taken aback. To my surprise, the chosen princess consort is not entirely ineffective. At the very least, she possesses the audacity to speak frankly before the barbarian princess. As she picked up her phone and glanced at the screen, I noticed that her lock screen displayed a photo of herself. Strands of hair tugged at her scalp, forcing Bai Zhu to release her grip, and with a swift motion, she attempted to strike Yi Linger. Yi Linger retaliated fiercely, but the pain in her scalp ultimately caused Bai Zhu to cease her actions, grimacing as she followed. It was getting late. Time to sleep, Su Hui coldly remarked. Despite her evident assertiveness, he remained as unyielding as ever. What more could she do? At this moment, Lu Fengwei had spotted Yi Bai, yet, noticing her busyness, he refrained from intruding. Suddenly, the salmon leapt from the waterfall pool, sending a shower of droplets into the air, causing the beasts, led by the lion, to retreat. Su Yunqi's tone was sharp, rather than boasting or mocking. It was more an expression of discontent that Su De and Zhao Yun had chosen Su Yunqi over her, driven by jealousy to obliterate everything in sight. Substitute wife. Have you forgotten who made things difficult for the flight attendant on the plane? And who is it that refused to turn off their phone, acting spoiled and willful? Before I bullied you, weren't you the one who threw the first punch? Yi Bai smiled, delivering a series of pointed retorts. Yi Bai spoke as he tapped each of the robbers lightly, and soon they stood frozen, as if turned to stone. Zhao Yani and Wang Feng burst into laughter, their mirth laced with a hint of mockery. Wang Feng remained composed, for he had anticipated this outcome. Casually, he lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply as he sat nearby, enveloped in clouds of smoke. Hee. It has been a long time since my home has been this lively and festive. Xinghai, let us retire to the dining room for a drink, Wang Yehui said, his face beaming as he gestured towards Chen Xinghai. Who are you? As Ting Shu approached, Qinzi exhibited a wary demeanor, noticing the hunting butterfly perched on Ting Shu's shoulder. How could there be a trainer in Chiyue town? After Ren Yaoqi had revised Ren Yaoying's painting, the overall composition and layout had significantly improved, a feat that Ren Yaoying alone could never have achieved. Upon hearing this, Beichen Huang and Yiqiu couldn't help but perk up their ears. The The four of them had always been relatively equal in strength, with none willing to concede to the others, yet now Qian Yusin seemed to have surged ahead. Gazing out at the falling autumn rain against the glass, droplets cascading down, one could truly feel the chill of the heights. Fong Xian appeared momentarily lost in thought, before chuckling softly to himself. Once a demon reaches the demon spirit level, it possesses a nascent wisdom, capable of simple reasoning, akin to a 7- or 8-year-old child among humans. Xue Qingqing called out to Xue Lili with a tinge of fear. But alas, Xue Lili seemed entirely unresponsive. Xue Lili's mind was entirely consumed by the image of Mu Qingsu's expression as she gazed into the trash can. "Fear not, for I have been well prepared," Hu Yi remarked with a subtle smile, summoning a Terminator from the dimensional space. Shi Jie had scarcely taken a few steps before he leaned against the wall, retching painfully, his visage contorted in agony. At the entrance of the Changlu Pavilion, Wang Chong, who stood by the carriage, hurried to greet Meng Chongqing upon his emergence, his eyes briefly alighting on Yan Qinggu with a flicker of awe, only to swiftly avert his gaze. In a moment of reverie, he sensed the spirit root weeping, feeling a profound sense of sympathy, an irresistible urge to offer solace. He had long mastered the unity of man and gun, and now their minds were seamlessly intertwined. As the sun ascended higher, Lu Anning stirred from his slumber, exchanging silent glances with Lan Xiangting, who occupied the seat beside him, leaving him to idly fiddle with his phone in boredom. Although the Dongli dynasty had expanded its territory significantly beyond its borders, a persistent rule remained. One could only truly enter Dongli by way of Heong City. Certainly, individuals like himself, a prominent figure from Nanzhou University, would inevitably attract attention from all quarters, promising a future brimming with potential. This incident had caused quite a stir, becoming widely known among the people of Yu City, and even reaching the ears of esteemed figures in the capital. "You truly do not resemble a doctor," Lu Anning remarked to Morong Sun as they boarded the new vehicle. Moreover, to our astonishment, this creature was not alone. With a thunderous roar from the distant crimson earth, another alien blood and bone beast emerged from the ground, sharing the same attributes as the first. The elder brother, recognizing the gravity of the situation, hurriedly made his way to the police station without consulting me. Observing this, the others seized the opportunity. Fong Dong, having exchanged his weapon for a heavy sword of dark iron, unleashed a formidable strike akin to a mountain's descent upon the snow wolf feast. Similarly, Ao Nan's crimson demon surged forth, and Guan Meng's twin annihilation slashes joined the fray. "You all may leave," the sword servant declared, stepping forward with his long sword, addressing Li Yu and the others with a casual demeanor. The former Royal Battle Team's mid laner, who had once secured second place, transitioned to a career in streaming after retirement and had since become a prominent figure in the esports arena. I had encountered her in my previous life, thus I recognized her. However, in this lifetime, we had never met, and she did not know me. Naturally, such legendary figures were nearly impossible to find, as even the mere aura they exuded could overwhelm a world like the Earth core continent. Indeed, you pursued her fervently, just as you just stated, Wei Quan interjected mischievously. It was only on my way back, while riding my bike, that I began to weep. The wind stung my face, and the bitterness in my heart was difficult to express. Sheng Lejean was already quite fatigued in England, and whenever he had a spare moment, he would message or video call her. She truly did not wish to distract him with such matters. Moreover, Feng Yunsheng had seemingly sustained injuries while rescuing her, so it was only natural for her to express a little concern, wasn't it? Moments later, Granny Su approached, and Lady Tang whispered to her for a while. Granny Su nodded, composed herself, and made her way towards the side room where Princess Rue was located. However, since the other party had articulated their stance so clearly, Qin Hai chose not to dwell on the issue any longer. At present, with Qi Cheney and Gu Chong in a state of unconsciousness, All matters were under the dominion of Qi Fian, and none could thwart her. Furthermore, she had researched online and discovered that one of the most effective methods for recovering memories was hypnosis. Observing her disdainfully scrubbing her lips, Feng Gong found it exceedingly irksome, a devilish smirk curling at the corners of his eyes. Su Jiju's tone grew increasingly composed, his words imbued with a cool detachment. "What do you wish to do?" Exuding an air of indifference. Meanwhile, Lan Jingling had become engrossed in her game, finding the Transformers to be a challenge that required a certain level of intellect to seamlessly transition between vehicles and robots. Yet, Su Hui refrained from promoting the television series he had adapted, maintaining an exceedingly low profile. Murong Kuanping was perplexed as to what he had done wrong, which had led to the once harmonious quartet of the four rascals now dreaming divergent dreams. Only Jiang Han had yet to attempt the Qingxian Tower, his achievements seemingly stagnating at a mere dozen floors, rendering any comparison futile, a regrettable circumstance. However, upon plunging into the green mist, she suddenly collapsed to the ground, maintaining a forward motion, her large, round eyes brimming with tears that cascaded down her cheeks. Presently, the three brothers of the Lin family were scheming against her. If they were to leverage her expulsion from school in front of the elder, it could spell trouble. It was also known that she had long been engaged. Although at that time, his focus had been on the collaboration with Gu Pan, showing little concern for her personal affairs. As I approached the corner near the hall, I caught sight of Anqi pressing Xiang Tianza against a hidden wall, their foreheads touching. This was merely hearsay, and I could not ascertain its truth. Lu Tianyuan added a final remark. Having spent many years within the Wang family, Li understood the unspoken rules. However, she could never allow herself to witness her son leaving, for he was her only child, and she could not bear the thought of him being cast aside or expelled by the Wang clan. In any case, he would no longer partake in the production of Hurricane Rescue 2. All he needed was to emulate the tactics of Infernal Affairs, securing investments from his own company and deceiving audiences alongside directors and actors. Yet, no matter the persuasion, Xin Yuling remained obstinately unmoved. Consequently, the group resorted to finding a bamboo chair, lifting her collectively to the magistrate's office. Had it not been for the unexpected interruption, Xiao Bai might have assumed this individual had perished in his thoughts. The hands that were previously clasped before his chest suddenly transformed, and a surge of white energy emerged behind him, coalescing into a colossal python that opened its gaping maw and swallowed both the palm and Qinyu whole. Although it was unclear why he vehemently opposed Mingai's marriage, and despite some underlying motives, it truly seemed that such a transgression did not warrant death. As Zhang Fei spoke, he maintained his momentum, wielding his 8-foot spear to strike towards Yuan Tiangong's head. Within the grand hall of Chongjingdian, officials such as Dai San, Yue Tua, Amin, Mangultai, and Sahanlian, all members of the Jianlu, expressed their opinions, yet their words dripped with disdain. Being a concubine has its merits. Li Huilin is acutely aware of her worth, and being able to serve as a concubine to Jiang Jun is already a source of contentment for her. A magnificent circular relief fountain captured her gaze, its sparkling waters glistening amidst a riot of vibrant colors. Who could have imagined that they once refrained from drinking even water, and now revel in an abundance of it, squandering it at will? Moreover, they have harnessed the pure power of dragon blood within, presenting them with the potential to evolve into true dragons in the future. Suddenly, Li Jinshan's eyes widened in shock as he coughed up a mouthful of black blood, only to close his eyes and faint once more. Everyone had long anticipated this day, and it was even considered a delightful surprise that the establishment could endure for so long. In truth, compared to other races, the Huns have consistently displayed formidable combat prowess. With the tip of his spear embedded in the ground, its shaft bending slightly, Wei Qing soared over a 2-meter-tall wooden fence with the ease of a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Lin Yuan reluctantly accepted a red garment, For these clothes had yet to be washed. He did not remove his own attire, but simply donned the new shirt over it. This system has, to a certain extent, diminished the clustering of specific film genres, subtly encouraging students to explore relatively niche categories. He gently patted Liyu's hand with a handkerchief. Liyu nodded with a smile, her gaze inadvertently falling upon the handkerchief of Zhao Xiulian. Gradually, those around him began to retreat slowly. When he finally regained his senses, he discovered Chiga Fei had stealthily slipped toward the cabin door. Throughout the entire ordeal, Gu Yan remained silent, not uttering a single word, as if his presence was merely a procedural formality. It is evident that this grandmother, having led a busy life, is resolute in her convictions. Since the conversation has reached this point, it would be impolite to decline. After all, one cannot expect her to kneel and plead with us, as that would be absurd. As Qiao Yixing exited the vehicle with Zheng Yang, Chen Laosan, accompanied by Su Jia, had just arrived at the parking lot of Nanzhuang, driving a familiar azure Bugatti Veyron. Wu Bei remarked, "Tao Chang is my brother, and you are his father-in-law. There is no need for formalities." With that, he placed his hand upon Yu Tianbu's head, infusing him with a portion of his own strength. Chen Zixin gazed at the number on her phone, hesitating for quite some time before finally dialing it. Laowan Taizhan followed me out, just as Kuxingwang's vehicle pulled up at the entrance. He hurriedly opened the door and stepped out, his legs trembling. "Uft. You can boast all you want." Su Qingru shot a sideways glance at Xiao Yao, pursing her lips. Though she believed there was considerable truth in Xiao Yao's words, she did not wish to let him bask in too much pride. "Do not overthink it. The ship will right itself when it reaches the bridge. Prepare yourself. We shall visit Wu Su's hometown the day after tomorrow. If there are no leads here with Su Hong, we'll have to investigate further with Wu Su. Who is responsible for this?" On the other side, Tianmu abruptly seized Tianhe's phone, addressing Yi Xiujing with urgency. The Jiuyao, a renowned sword from the Qin dynasty, measures 7 feet in length and 6 inches in width. It was once wielded by the mighty warrior Wu Hua, who met a tragic end, leaving the Jiuyao lost. Ji Qing found herself at a loss for words, a mathematics professor who, before turning 29, participated in a physics research project that ultimately earned him the Nobel Prize. Such a life, marked by extraordinary achievements, requires no further explanation. In a village inhabited by several hundred residents, the notion of silencing them all seems implausible. Although the hospital could manipulate the medical reports of Huang Youfa's 2 children, fabricating the reports for hundreds of individuals is utterly impossible. Yu sensed that this was merely the calm before the impending storm, observing his seemingly placid demeanor. She surmised that he must be seething with rage internally, biding his time to unleash his fury. Following the master's directive to stabilize the court, today, however, the crown prince finds himself imprisoned, with the sovereign merely stating that matters will proceed according to protocol, without further elaboration. The 2 women's capriciousness has indeed captivated the attention of the 3 gentlemen present. Under the might of Wu Feng's fist, capable of obliterating a sun-sized star, the forces of divine retribution and the wrath of the cosmos, forged from the will of the universe, appear laughably insignificant, akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Mo Qinghua experienced a bittersweet smile. Having some leisure time, she mused on the irony of being a trainee yet still finding herself idle. Rising, she descended to collect the new semester textbooks for her class, and upon her return, her classmates had already gathered. The shop assistant eagerly responded, "So you truly are one of us. This esteemed master has yet to depart. I shall summon him." Without waiting for Sun Haotian to respond, the assistant hurriedly exited the room. What is the name of this planet? They were unaware and had not intended to bestow a name upon it, for it was the forsaken ground of the pioneers, deserving of respect, even if none harbored such intentions. Currently, the injured have been accommodated at Guangde Temple in the northern part of the city. However, The Temple's limited facilities are utterly incapable of housing such a multitude of the wounded. A multitude of injured individuals were placed in the corridors and squares. Li Chengfeng understood that resting in the Grand Hall was unfeasible, so he led Madame Rakshasa and Luo Yulan toward a dilapidated building on the rear platform. Lan Mei expressed her gratitude without reservation, while the abbot of Tsiun felt a sense of guilt towards Madame Lan and gently reassured her, vowing to spare no effort in rescuing Feng Mei. The moment was not opportune for lengthy discussions. Thus, the two bid farewell to Madame Lan and earnestly entrusted the additional care to Deputy General Tai. Gasping for breath in the elevator, Mo Qinghua glanced at her phone and noted there were 6 minutes remaining, which allowed her to exhale in relief. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, she and Han Ge beheld a sign reading, Submission Office, Classroom 303. Little did I anticipate that after having a child with Xinhua and obtaining our marriage certificate,
He would reappear.
rest assured, as long as you are willing, everything can be arranged, Ji Tingyu remarked, his words imbued with a hint of ambiguity. However, I refrained from overthinking it, instead hesitating over whether to attend, primarily fearing that my capabilities might fall short and I could be dismissed for not meeting expectations. As she slowly shed her garments from her back, the brand lay beside her birthmark, an indelible mark she could not escape. Sakata Jintoki, Naruto Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha stared in disbelief at the stage as soon and shamelessly uttered those words, unable to restrain their urge to retort. Even if it represented the most fundamental, simplest, and most fragile defense, one that could easily be breached by a cultivator in the Qi transformation stage with merely basic true essence, it still challenged Yunlan's long-held worldview. 4 maidservants entered to attend to Yi Qingcheng after her bath. Yi Qingcheng appeared quite composed, showing no signs of discomfort or panic. An attendant observed quietly, discreetly noting Yi Qingcheng's reactions. She had been summoned by the prince to watch over the young lady, hence, she remained vigilant. Another sharp metallic sound echoed as Li Wei saw his sword effortlessly slice through the opponent's mech, starting from the left shoulder and continuing downward, emerging from the right flank. Blood, mangled flesh, coolant, and lubricants gushed forth from the breach. The implication was unmistakable. I am fond of Yi Hanqing, yet you are unworthy, so I wish for you to depart. Wang Qi's words rolled off his tongue with ease, as casual as if he were stating that he adored a particular hot pot that another could not partake in. However, the curtains remained drawn, yielding no results. Anticipating a potential late night, I set my alarm and reclined to rest. After all, she is your sister-in-law, the aunt of the Iron Army, and in the presence of the children, you wouldn't dare, would you? Jiang Su jested, pointing at the Iron Army inside. This was a blatant threat, and the Empress Dowager indeed grasped Liu Yanran's sentiments. Maintaining a comparable pace to Lai Linchen and the others, Foam Duxing made his way toward the award hall. When Rome was utterly oblivious to the events unfolding outside the palace, preoccupied solely with concealing her pregnancy. The grip on When Rome was so forceful that it nearly led her to doubt whether her hand would be crushed. The voice of Zhang Xiaoxiao carried a tone that suggested a strained effort to suppress something unpleasant. The announcement regarding the expulsion of the elders, including Elder Xian, appears to be a prudent measure for self-preservation. Although this action may evoke a sense of coldness, it is, in fact, a fa. Once declared, it proves to be significantly advantageous for our sect in the shadows. At the orthopedic office, the doctor, having reluctantly turned a few times while unfastening his trousers, asked with a distressed expression, "Have you finished Nyo? Finally, you have decided to come. It has been ages since we last met," Dong Yongyan remarked, cheerfully patting Yi Shuihan on the shoulder. The upcoming days seemed to promise greater ease. Observing that the collaboration between Cosworth and the racing team was progressing smoothly, Yi Feng entrusted the engineering team with the development tasks, while he diligently commenced his physical training under the guidance of a specialized team of trainers brought in from Germany and the United States. It is widely acknowledged that the true dragon and phoenix are unparalleled beings in the vast cosmos, the mightiest of all. Reflecting on the companions with whom he once shared his days, one by one they fell before him, lifeless in pools of blood, leaving behind only silent, cold corpses. With the favored concubine, Iguifei, expecting, and under the constant urging of the Empress Dowager for equitable treatment, Emperor Yongin began to frequently visit the other favored concubine, Shu Yi, inevitably leading to fierce competition within the imperial harem. Upon hearing Jia Qianqian's startled cry, Long Jia, who had been following closely behind, rushed in and, upon seeing that Madame Jia was unharmed, his expression relaxed. In a remarkably short span of time, Wang Peng found himself inundated with thoughts, conjuring numerous questions that left his mind in a state of turmoil. On stage, Yishuahin sang to himself, seemingly enveloped in a realm of his own, emitting the most profound lamentations of his heart. Given that the city's guards were well prepared and the Qin army had suffered an initial defeat, there was no longer any necessity to continue the siege. Otherwise, it would merely result in needless casualties. Was he not aware of the gravity of pneumonia? The risk of respiratory failure loomed ever present. Although Wan Qingyun was a surgeon, her knowledge was superficial, and she deliberately made remarks to instill fear. Before Sun Wukong could further contemplate the situation, the two vanished once more. Their next appearance left Sun Wukong in stunned silence. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone present nodded in agreement. Most of those in attendance were Han people who found no fault in the statement, believing that food prepared by the Mongols was seldom to their liking. When confronted with those elongated, profound eyes, a familiar sensation caused Sakura Giant's heart to tremble slightly. The hotel was situated in an affluent district, and the accompanying bar attracted at least a clientele of white-collar workers. Thus it was relatively quieter, resembling a tranquil lounge. Ducci had previously managed to engage 2 urban professionals here. However, before Ducci could devise a clever plan, he received a call from Paris. Maris was on the line. "Let's go out for a late-night snack and buy some condoms for Mom and Dad." Sakura Luoluo pretended to be a mentally challenged child. Not to mention that he would never indulge in such acts privately, let alone perform these disreputable deeds in public. Yet it mattered little. She had grown accustomed to it. Never anticipating that Feng Yuan's appearance would provide her with a turning point, she no longer needed to entice men, but merely to safeguard Feng Yuan. Su Wu chuckled lightly, as he could discern some of the anxieties held by others. In just a few short months, the county town had deteriorated even more severely. The buildings lacked vitality, and most of the structures were humble thatched or wooden houses, which had suffered from neglect due to the absence of maintenance by the townsfolk. The old residences of the Shi family remained unoccupied, not rented out, simply lying vacant. What had once been considered grand palaces 2 decades ago no longer held such status. Li's gaze towards Yaoyuan was laden with malice and avarice, a sensation starkly different from how a mortal might regard oneself, prompting Yaoyuan to feel an urge to strike with a sword. Yet, restrained by Junkie's embrace, he found himself unable to act. Moments later, Cui Tong was taken aback, realizing that the immovable presence was not himself, but Xiang Yihong. Xiang's wrist stood firm, akin to a welded iron rod, impervious to any efforts to shift it even slightly. He dashed to the doorway, crouched, and leapt inside, rolling forward twice, executing a defensive maneuver to shield himself before daring to assess the surroundings. He observed that in the hall, about 40 to 50 individuals were either trembling as they loaded firearms or cautiously peering out the windows, while others stood motionless, daggers in hand, gazing blankly at him. "Your Majesty," they acknowledged, and after entering the palace to meet the emperor, they dispersed to their respective feasts. After a brief commotion, the students began to leave in succession, following their senior guides, each with differing destinations. Zhu's younger brother glanced back at his neatly arranged armored subordinates with a hint of resignation. realizing that pursuing the enemy was not a forte of heavy cavalry. In traditional Chinese medicine, qi is associated with yang and resides externally, while blood corresponds with yin and is found internally, each relying on the other in a reciprocal relationship. It is said that qi can generate blood. The food consumed by the human body is transformed into vital essence through the spleen's processing, and after the influence of qi, it is subsequently converted from this essence into nourishing qi and bodily fluids, ultimately culminating in the formation of blood. Initially, it was believed that this would spell the end for Yi Tian, leading to universal jubilation. However, none could have anticipated that after a fierce battle, the seemingly exhausted Yi Tian could vanish without a trace under the watchful eyes of many. Thereafter, Zhou did not utter another word. After a resounding crack, the moment for the true launch of hidden weapons had arrived. Each advancement of a warrior marks a breakthrough of physical limits, enhancing their overall physical capabilities. Albeit with a focus on specific attributes, Tai Erfu, for instance, leans towards strength and defense. When the Dark Guard came to report, he was in the midst of a meal, which immediately extinguished his appetite, prompting him to seek her out for retribution, lest he toss and turn sleeplessly through the night. Yet, he was taken aback by her generous spirit. She was not only soundly asleep, but also smacking her lips as if indulging in a grand feast within her dreams, which was truly aggravating. He chose not to speak again, slowly closing his eyes and standing in stillness. Then, with a subtle gesture, the winds from all directions converged upon him, causing his robes to billow. "Senior, when did my heavenly wolf sect offend you? Might I inquire?" Faced with the formidable circumstances, Master Min was compelled to lower his head. His hair was evidently not white, yet only a few sparse strands remained. His broad forehead gleamed with light, and his half-squinted eyes revealed a stubbornness in seeking the truth. Although somewhat hunchbacked, and with a belly that drooped over his belt, his movements were not sluggish. Rather, they conveyed an impression of wisdom and shrewdness. There was no need to deliberately recall, for it had never been forgotten. Ling Xian lay flat on the bed, gazing into the pitch-black void with a gentle smile. Wang De's eyes sparkled with realization. This single gesture revealed that this was a finely honed elite force, incomparable to mere valiant warriors. The blossoms of such prowess could only bloom under extraordinary circumstances. If he were to uncover the truth himself, what would follow? Beyond the prison lay a seldom-trodden street, stretching for miles with scarcely a soul in sight, clearly indicating the remoteness of this penitentiary. At Nie Yun's command, 2 sets of battle armor underwent a swift transformation, gradually vanishing before the astonished eyes of the onlookers, leaving behind only a shadowy specter that flickered with their movements. Tang Guer sobbed softly, darting about the living room in a flurry, circling the sofa, the staircase, and the dining table, her movements a serpentine dance. John furrowed his brow in contemplation. Despite the eradication of 3 factions in the plan, over half of the remaining forces were still intact. If resources could be mobilized urgently, the plan could indeed proceed. Should the land agreement be signed together, how about scheduling it for the day after tomorrow? Xiao Chan calculated the time and deemed the day after tomorrow feasible. The land acquisition and demolition work in the development zone was under the district's jurisdiction, providing him with a sense of assurance. The cost of distorting time and space was immense. Merely a decade had passed, and whether the injuries could be healed remained uncertain. Subsequently, a casual remark made by Immortal regarding the gnomes piqued Charlemagne's interest. Gu Ting was boastfully recounting tales of the rage of Yan Huang when a system notification rang out. Letian maneuvered around the turtle-like figure, thwarting his attempts with just 3 swift kicks, effectively blocking the spiked club in his hand. Gu Shefeng set her down gently, and as Yan Ke straightened her crumpled attire, she cast a fierce glare at him before turning to walk away, unaware of the smile that played at the corners of Gu Shefeng's mouth. However, upon uttering those words, he immediately regretted it, for the sounds of mockery and displeasure echoed in his ears. Lung Zibing and Lan Rolin exchanged glances, both at a loss for words. Perhaps they had forgotten to solicit her opinion? The subordinates have devised a plan, and we hope Mr. Yi will act swiftly. If discovered, not only will Mr. Yi be in peril, but Brother Jean will also suffer, Ling Yi stated with a grave expression. Indeed, he had sensed this notion earlier but was uncertain. Now that it was confirmed, joy surged within him. The lingering sensation of being observed compelled Tong Ran to force a slight smile towards Yi Jiazhen, after which she averted her gaze. At that moment, her phone, nestled in her pocket, vibrated unexpectedly. She retrieved it to find a call from Brother Peng. Upon seeing this, Lin Qingxian was taken aback and exclaimed, "No." But it was too late. Now trapped within the confines of the city, the essential supplies that once flowed from neighboring regions had skyrocketed in price overnight, transforming into luxuries. After he spoke, he looked at Xia Feng with a smug and taunting expression, convinced that he would never agree to such terms. 10 minutes later, Fu Qingjing's phone rang, and as he glanced at the screen to see a call from Ning Yunshu, a smile crept onto his lips. The entire battle attire was a vivid crimson, as if flames were dancing upon it, for it was crafted from the very materials of the fire steed. He remarked that the black one was useful to him, while the mercury-colored one was intended for his brother. The eldest translated this. In the rear-view mirror, she could see the driver behind, anxiously signaling her to stop. To outsiders, their confrontation appeared evenly matched. Following this encounter, Zhao Yun gained widespread renown for his stalemate against Yan Liang. As he spoke, Chu Ran slowly unfastened Yi Jinu's top. She was clad in a hospital gown, and it was a simple task for him to loosen a few buttons and remove it. He was omniscient, a high-ranking member within the entire Magical Research Society, capable of conversing with Takamachi Ninoha. His illustrious background included numerous campaigns, making him a formidable adversary. The door creaked open, a beam of bright light flooding in, casting a glow on his face and accentuating his chiseled features. However, there was an exception, the Wanxi Conference, where only on this day could all company personnel enter the Phoenix Mountain Villa, albeit restricted to the confines of Wanxi. Access to other areas was forbidden.
Ah,
Jiangge has arrived. Zishang smiled warmly at the newcomer, still holding her cigarette, which she promptly took another drag from. While their descent was far more graceful than Yunxing's disheveled appearance, this time, Xian Yi finally discarded her chopsticks. However, due to Yi Li's issues with shooting, his presence here was largely a misallocation of resources, prompting Boas to position Yi Li as a deep-lying playmaker, a role once occupied by Perlo. Chu Zihong leaped into the air, transcending the speed of sound in that instant. The surpassing velocity triggered a sonic boom, creating a conical wave of atmospheric disturbance that radiated behind him. He raised his arms in audacious triumph as he charged fiercely towards Yami. Upon hearing these words, a boy named Ling Zhu furrowed his brow, a flicker of indignation igniting within him. He paid little heed to the situation, trusting that Pei Lei would manage it adeptly. As for the other members of the three agents' teams, this was Yi Li's first encounter. Regardless of any underlying motives, Zhang Qin felt no inclination to delve into them. His primary concern lay in how to dismantle and distribute the formidable ranks of tens of thousands of the Blackwater militia. The task of assimilating these individuals into a cohesive Han populace was no trivial endeavor. Little did anyone know that the infant born into a family of camel saddle merchants would, over the ensuing decades and even centuries, wield a profound influence. More pressing was the threat of nuclear radiation, whose immense dangers, coupled with the prolonged recovery period that would follow, had the potential to cripple Japan's economy. Given the proximity to Tokyo, it was conceivable that the government might even consider relocating. In Yuanda's was perspective, the forces stationed in Pyongyang, alongside the Goguryeo troops flanking both sides, effectively formed a three-pronged assault against Wang Zhe's forces. Should the flanking troops succeed in defeating Zheng Kuei and Han Zigao, They would be poised to surround and annihilate the Xia army entirely. 3 wisps of white smoke simultaneously erupted from the masked man's hands, swiftly spreading in all directions and engulfing the silver-masked figure. A peculiar scent instantly permeated the cave, prompting Lu Shan and the others to instinctively cover their noses and frantically wave away the white mist. Dressed in a sky-blue garment, Ma Yi emitted a faint lavender fragrance as she ascended, her gaze fixed intently on Chun Fan's profile. The attendant had never encountered such a scene before and stood frozen, unsure of how to proceed. Outside, the streets grew increasingly desolate. As a carriage turned a corner, it jolted violently, causing the horses to let out a long whinny, while Wu Zong abruptly reined them in. Her master had unexpectedly produced such a treasure, and given the demeanor of the 3rd senior brother, she understood that the matter was quite urgent. No, this cannot be. Lu Yixin seemed profoundly affected, refusing to believe even when Han Zhongyan acknowledged his identity. Not only had Lu Sai failed to secure a leave of absence, but he also received a severe reprimand from the general. However, due to the darkness of the night, visibility remained poor, and in those fleeting seconds, he felt a sudden, dull ache in his chest. During their first encounter the previous night, he sensed that she did not possess the demeanor or aura of the formidable boss he had anticipated. Instead, she appeared quite amiable. Lu Yaoshi continued. The Governor Zhao was not merely startled by the sight of such a royal grandson. He was, in fact, about to instruct his subordinates to apprehend this individual for his own future use. What is that? In the dim light, Gu Ting beheld a colossal, ebony hand, devoid of head, tail, or body, seemingly birthed from the very chaos itself, startling him to the point where his voice faltered. Clearly, Lu Mengyao was taken aback, for the resounding cry did not emanate from her, but from Lu Yaoshi. At the instant the gunfire erupted, Lu Yaoshi sprang forth with an intensity that bewildered even himself. Witnessing this, Lin Ying became invigorated, instructing the original driver to stow the luggage in the trunk. Lu Qingyan, after speaking, pointed towards Lin Feng and declared, "My boyfriend is Lin Feng." No sooner had Qingyan uttered this than Xia Malian erupted into hearty laughter. After work, a sleek black Mercedes arrived to collect Malian, coincidentally whisking away the chubby girl and the tall lad, while inviting Qingyan to join. However, she politely declined. Subsequently, it was time to heat the oil. Jiang Yi fixated on a tutorial on his phone, then retrieved a frying pan, poured in some oil, and tossed in the tomatoes. Qiao Chuqing stifled a giggle, her enchanting eyes narrowing into slits, her delicate demeanor evoking an irresistible urge to stroke her silky hair. When Gu Jiao spoke these words, Gu father could not help but chuckle, for Gu Jiao's pronounced dark circles betrayed her fatigue. He stealthily climbed onto the bed, and just as he lay down, Ai Shulan, who had been resting with her back to him, turned around and embraced his neck. This was not a battle of attrition. There was no possibility of taking turns slowly. They would unleash their might all at once. Yi Fanqing not only rendered the iron pump as he remembered it, but also deconstructed it into several detailed diagrams, vividly bringing it to life, as if one were witnessing the iron pump firsthand. This is merely due to the fact that only half of the total troops are present here, consisting predominantly of seasoned veterans trained by Landon and Hogg. The newly trained batch has been taken outside the city by Zhu Lingqi for practical training. This individual possesses a temperament that is not coarse, rather. They are straightforward and efficient, displaying a remarkable composure in the face of death. Jiang Ming admires this quality and cannot help but feel a sense of fondness. The trusted maidservant, Jin Xiao, in service to the Empress Dowager, responded affirmatively and soon returned to the hall, carrying a bowl of soup. The exquisite jade bowl contained a clear, fragrant broth that emanated an enticing aroma, indicating its extraordinary nature. Meijiazi's voice remained calm, as if the person trapped in the siege was merely an inconsequential passerby. Several palace maids hastily knelt and bowed, pleading for mercy, while Luke Halen remarked, "This palace can have you executed by the Empress Dowager, yet it can also keep you alive. The choice between life and death lies with you." Following this, they respectfully saluted and retreated in an orderly fashion. Father-in-law, why not rest a little longer?" Li Fan was not foolish. He understood that Lin Jiao was not genuinely fatigued, but rather sought to have him change his address. How could the princess know that it was Wei Ye's own sister who struck? He questioned, adding, "What relevance does this have to Miao Yun?" Yuanmu Dishu emerged, adorned in a vibrant spring dress within the warmly illuminated chamber, her long hair simply half up, her cheeks slightly flushed, whimsically dressed as a young maiden. Her every gesture was reminiscent of a celestial being, gracefully transcending the earthly realm. Weeping profusely, found solace in her mother's embrace. The psychological and physical trauma endured the previous night had left her utterly drained. The moment of unconsciousness had long since given way to overwhelming fatigue. As her taut emotions began to ease, she soon fell asleep, clutching Zhao's arm. Blinding sunlight pierced through the gaps in the curtains, and Xiao Nua, bewildered, opened her eyes, her body aching to the point of immobility. The fierce demeanor of her mother-in-law earlier echoed memories of 3 years prior, when she, bearing the weight of motherhood, sought her son's father under the guise of a president. The plight of the Hui clan was well known. That body was utterly incapable of cultivation, rendering even the simplest movements precarious, with death lurking at every turn. Blood flowed incessantly from her mangled shoulder, and even if she were rushed to the hospital, survival was unlikely. "I'm not particularly fond of this. It's a bit coarse," CC remarked after taking a bite and wiping her mouth, seemingly disinclined to continue. The adage of Buddha relies on gold adornments. A person on fine clothing proved true, as the uniform and its mysterious hues imparted an altogether different impression. "Let her come up, Talia," the voice of resonated from the second floor, prompting Talia to guide up the stairs. "You need not have met such a fate. Yet you chose to disregard my counsel. Alas, the more you struggle against this poison, the more potent its effects become," Wang Zhe muttered, bowing his head in contemplation. Madame Gui slowly made her way outside, and upon seeing Yen Ran, her expression shifted noticeably, her lips quivering slightly. In this day and age, it is not merely ordinary practitioners one must consider. Even true masters, unless their prowess surpasses that of Zhou Bufan, would hardly be able to easily detect this place. Thus, one could assert that it is indeed quite secure. "I cannot simply disclose to others that I have spent the past year serving as an undercover agent for the police, primarily engaged in brawls and romantic entanglements. Although I have encountered Huang Fei numerous times, Ouyang Qian has yet to meet Ding Can or hear any mention of her from Huang Fei. The emperor is deeply grateful to Yi Qiuer. He cannot fathom what their fate would have been without this girl. And that scoundrel, how dare he betray me?" The city lord slammed his fist onto the table, utterly astonished that one he had nurtured with his own hands would turn against him. "These are all lethal serpents. I even find myself half believing Gong Ju's jest. Could it be that my blood is more venomous than these snakes, inducing such fear?" Initially, the second madam had resolved to no longer employ them, deeming them utterly useless, as they remained oblivious even while their comrades were abducted. Though it was not their fault, retaining them would yield no fruitful results. Yi Qiuer obediently approached. The old matron caressed her hand and scrutinized her face closely, noting her delicate beauty and maturity, a rare grace to blossom so elegantly in such a setting. This stirred a fondness in her heart, though she harbored her own ulterior motives. Sun Yan was momentarily taken aback upon discovering that the manager of the Human Resources Department, Ding Can, was in a romantic relationship with Huang Fei. This piece of information was widely known throughout the company, yet as a newcomer it was understandable that he was unaware. He absently touched his stomach. Having not eaten anything the previous day, save for a small drink during a gathering, he realized it was already the second day, and he felt no pangs of hunger whatsoever. Yun Tian, equally helpless, swiftly mounted the back of King Yuho, gripping its azure fur tightly. Unexpectedly, upon hearing his words, Xiao Mimi's lips curled into a smile, and she leaned against his chest, bursting into laughter. As the conversation progressed, Lu Dan felt a sharp pain in his heart. Had he known that even across the galaxy, one could summon the green light, they would not have bothered to play the role of the good-natured. This description startled Li Jingqiu, as it instantly conjured an image of Pan Jun in her mind, causing her to overlook the opportunity to malign Wu Ming's sinister intentions. At that moment, Wang Qian finally revealed his sharp fangs, beginning to mercilessly toy with his adversary. Wang Qian observed her. She appeared to be an intern freshly graduated from university, adorning a pair of oversized glasses, exuding a certain charm. In truth, Yunlan had long ceased to be angry. Her frustration was merely a facade, for otherwise, she would only feel more awkward. Luo Sun's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she prepared to reprimand the oblivious individual, only to catch sight of the coldly composed Luo Changcheng. Xiao Mimi expressed her gratitude to the manager, rushing to find him to say thank you, yet upon discovering his absence, she lamented the lost opportunity, feeling a tinge of regret in her heart. Long before the fierce confrontation with the fallen Red Cedar, Bai Chun had conveniently seized the nearly exhausted power of the false Nine Palace Qin, reserving it for an opportune moment. The 2 rooms, designated as the nurturing space for the clingy childhood companion, were comparable to those previously occupied by Nangong Xian and Meng Tianqi. They could hardly be deemed luxurious, merely serving as a resting place, yet this was already quite satisfactory. Bai Yun recalled that in his past life, the population of Long Country was approximately 30 billion, with roughly 3 billion remaining now. Ryan, overwhelmed with excitement, repeatedly clapped Hans on the shoulder with considerable force, causing the mid-level knight to wince in discomfort. Yuan Shi, pondering the temperature of the past couple of days, shook his shoulders. Even the 200 degrees of gasoline had been rendered ineffective by the cold, rendering the vehicles outside largely useless. He had initially intended for Qin Jian to encounter a car accident, yet now he dared not act. Should his scheme be uncovered, he would find himself at a dead end. However, she had read the original work in a middle school classroom nearly a decade ago. How could she possibly recall the details so vividly? Fang Zheng and Chong Su exchanged glances, the news being so shocking that they were momentarily at a loss for words. The magical energy was merely the material they utilized to sustain and construct their mental space, akin to the bricks used in building a house. The daily demand was, in truth, quite minimal. Yet, no one dared to change formations. Should one attempt to do so, the opponent would seize the opportunity to launch a full-scale assault, which was not to be taken lightly. Yun Shinan suppressed the pain in his heart and, seemingly out of nowhere, produced 2 wooden chairs. He placed one chair approximately 3 meters in front of him and then seated himself upon the other. Qing Hua extracted a sweet potato from the fire pit, meticulously peeling its skin and gently blowing on it until it was cool enough to handle. He then approached her, offering it to her. She slightly turned her body to reveal her bound arms. A terrifying force loomed, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Everyone in the ancient martial world witnessed that blazing sun, intense, resplendent, and dreadfully radiant. Yet, the sensation was undeniably pleasant, soft, and fragrant. However, for Tang Ning, it was a blatant provocation. The establishment of a successor was no trivial matter. Did she truly yearn for motherhood? Why, then, did she bring up Zheng Wanfeng? The image of Mama Tan's hairpin resurfaced in Su Shu's mind. She instinctively felt that Zheng Wanli's mention of Zheng Wanfeng harbored ulterior motives. And thus she laughed lightly, diverting the conversation. I too am troubled. Feigning a gesture of placing her hand on her forehead, a chilling aura enveloped the air, shrouded in mist, as tendrils of ethereal fog ascended. This was no ordinary marketplace. It was a realm forged by those who practiced the path of the spirits. The great Luo Golden Immortal had resolved to heed Man Yi's counsel, intending to capture the audacious 100-flower fairy. If she were to vanish, the divine herb would be within easy grasp. The 100-flower now stood as the guardian of the divine herb. The internal struggles during this period could likely only be articulated by Lang Haozhong himself. Nevertheless, he made a decision that did not disappoint anyone. This place was saturated with potent spiritual energy, and given its rarity of visitors, it was entirely plausible for many precious herbs to flourish here. The Qing Xian lineage deserves to perish, Yan Lai stated coldly, a murderous intent and chill emanating from him as two flames surged toward Yitian. Yun Mou had lingered in the trunk for far too long, and after being startled, she could no longer endure and fell asleep on the blanket, only to awaken the following morning. The esteemed consort Chen, the most favored of the late emperor, had been entrusted by him, on his deathbed, to the care of the reigning empress, now the dowager empress, along with her unborn child. The chilling moment that had gripped her was solely due to her action of piercing the soul of the vengeful spirit with a chopstick. To her astonishment, he had somehow transported the earth to this realm, leaving them to rely on the gourd to temporarily substitute the sun with mystical fire, providing warmth and light to the earth. Mischievous Xian suddenly lunged toward Xian, opening her mouth as if to devour a bun. It was truly lacking half of its essence, not because the other half overlapped with the earth, which resulted in the sunlight failing to refract. Indeed, Baonai responded. Had it been any other time, she would have certainly received a good scolding, but since that fateful night, she had resorted to new methods, transforming her anger into physical punishment, relentlessly making them toil to earn money and manage household chores. Neither of them would be in peril, though some unforeseen changes might occur. The sword Saint Qingyin remarked lightly. Suddenly, he felt an insistent ache in his body, unbearable in its intensity. Raising his head, he beheld Wuxing. The blood dragon sword's speed had evidently diminished, its brilliance no longer as resplendent as before, yet it still cast a series of afterimages. At this moment, the Thunder Spirit Eagle was injured, flapping its wings desperately, finding it challenging to evade the impending strike. These otherworldly beings seemed to have lost their sanity. Having traversed the forest for several days, were they not weary? By this juncture, Zhongmin too was beginning to struggle. 70, a nurturing and affectionate childhood companion, suggested taking a brief respite. The princess decided to investigate the situation. Helian and Anya pondered that Ning ought to receive a lesson as well. Their unfortunate plight unfolded amidst the mocking jeers and relentless beatings from the ferocious wolves, resulting in the destruction of countless chairs and tables, and the exhaustion of many valiant heroes. What purpose remains for the broken remnants? Gu Nen regarded the tie as merely one among the many in Han Chengqi's collection, casually remarking on it. Mo Shinro fell silent, having realized that engaging in verbal sparring with Li Rue would yield her no advantage. Understanding this, she refrained from further self-inflicted torment. Was it truly necessary for this man to gain even more from the situation? Xian'er remained reticent, feeling powerless. Xian Yuan Tian chuckled softly, tightening his embrace around Rong Qian's waist, leaning in to whisper sweetly in her ear, his smile deepening. In this realm, she had no kin. Murong Fei was her sole familial figure, someone who would sacrifice everything for her. The meal, though lacking in variety, was complete with chopsticks, spoons, knives, and forks, presenting an oddly formal arrangement. Observing Song Ziwu's indifferent expression, he remained silent, fearing that a single utterance would expose him to ridicule. Han Chengqi lowered his eyelids, pulled out a chair, sat down, and naturally raised his hand to summon the waiter, ordering a pot of brewed coffee. "I disdain the use of any weapons," he declared as the words left his lips, a flash of white light suddenly illuminating the chest of the burly man. "The commander of the Second Army, Guozhihao, has come to pay a visit," a sweet voice chimed in, presumably from the service staff. "I observed Su Zhong," one hand grasping a stem while the other held tightly onto a golden ring, placing it before a pristine white flower. He awaited the flower's wilting, its outcome. My gaze followed suit, my heart brimming with anticipation, yearning for the blood Bodhi to emerge swiftly, yet simultaneously desiring it to take its time. Undoubtedly, there exist larger power generation units within the earthly realm. However, those colossal machines are exceedingly intricate, necessitating the expertise of specialized electrical engineering personnel for installation and calibration, all the while consuming vast amounts of fuel, an element notably scarce in this dimension. Situated in a narrow corner near a pedestrian street, passers-by were few. A compassionate soul, witnessing the commotion, promptly halted the vehicle of young Master Hung to prevent any potential hit-and-run. The mountain-moving master, at that time, was merely at the 9th layer of transcendence and had surpassed 3 centuries in age. He refrained from disputing, silently departing from the endless sea. Others recognized his discontent, yet they understood that lacking strength rendered their grievances futile. It was unexpected that the final concealment of the 4 laws of the divine was discovered by you. It seems you have been prepared for my arrival for quite some time. Heaven chuckled self-deprecatingly. As Lu Yu quietly expressed his internal grievances, he was suddenly interrupted by the curious remarks of Lu Biao beside him. He was momentarily taken aback, instinctively lifting his gaze to survey the surroundings. Upon entering the KTV private room, Li Yao ordered a selection of snacks, cakes, and fruits. Haha, dear national uncle, your words are too generous. Please, come in and take a seat. We have been waiting for you for quite a while, Zhang Jujing said, his eyes glimmering with warmth as he eagerly grasped Wang Wei's hand, inviting him into the hall. She found it arduous to compose her letter, for she was uncertain how to persuade her imperial brother in a manner that would resonate with him, restoring the peace they once knew. Simultaneously, she harbored concerns that if her words were too moving, her brother might be swayed, while her own husband might eventually yearn to journey south, leaving him vulnerable. The urgent voice of Shengguan Yunyao resonated in her mind, and upon hearing her discreet transmission, Lu Shuiyao, who had been stabilizing her injuries, felt a flicker of worry cross her pristine countenance. In that moment, her gaze instinctively drifted towards Yangzhen, pondering whether her brother had any strategies left to navigate such dire circumstances. Meanwhile, Pacey merely cast a nonchalant glance in their direction, causing Fu Jingyuan to freeze in terror, immobilized and forgetting all his actions. Shangguan Yunyao was indeed fortunate, for she had managed to vanquish the chilling force with the aid of the Xianyuan sword, expelling it from her being. Apart from the 9 major factions, those who had maintained neutrality in the past had been entirely uprooted by Ouyang Jingdao. Many had visited the tea house run by Manager Mei, knowing only that the upper floors were simple and clean, oblivious to the hidden wonders below. After enduring for 4 hours, Mu Zixuan's internal chill began to recede, gradually calming within him. However, the torment he experienced was genuinely harrowing, a suffering that was exceedingly dreadful. In recent days, Wang Haoming often jested with her, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor where he kept his distance out of respect. Su Qianhe and Dong Li Tianji exchanged a glance, both reflecting profound astonishment in their eyes. With Cheng Lin's cultivation, he surprisingly could not master the wind and cloud pure yang sword, instead being drained of his yang energy. The others were even more astonished. Some who had been waiting for an opportunity to seize the wind and cloud pure yang sword abandoned their thoughts of ambition. The glaring kitchen knife struck between his index and middle fingers, clearly a deliberate act by the old man.
Ugh.
Ran Yao struggled to stifle her tears, yet they flowed uncontrollably, her body convulsing as if it had a mind of its own. The crowd focused their gaze on the large screen. The pointer, which had been relatively stable, was now descending, indicating that the passage was functioning normally. Have you decided how to treat the child with leukemia? Li Mengyao asked with deep concern etched on her face. The javelin's spirit ascended, swaying as it drifted towards the Hall of Heroes in Northern Europe. when suddenly a surge of unique energy enveloped her, suspending her in midair. Even with Qin Yuan's resolute will, he nearly succumbed to the solitude of his closed-door cultivation, nearly breaking his retreat on 2 occasions. Woo-woo. Having grown up, I've never returned late to camp. How am I to explain this to my parents?
Now.
What excuse do I use? No, I'm curious. How did you suddenly arrive here? Weren't you doing well in Yunzhou? Wen Shi remarked. As the enemy scouts vanished from the valley's mouth, the thousands of lurking demon warriors collectively released a sigh of relief, the tension in their minds easing at once. Although she possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding condoms, the peculiar array of adult products before her was entirely foreign, as if she had stumbled upon an uncharted realm brimming with novelty. It resembled the exertion of striking a blow while burdened, where augmented strength came at the expense of speed, simultaneously testing one's endurance. Without any one of these elements, the force could not be wielded to its fullest potential. The vampire duke exhibited no discernible reaction, merely watching as his life force dwindled. Such apathy typically signals one of 2 possibilities, and an unsettling realization washed over her. The sight of Fu Yachi instilled a sense of dread. What exactly were Fu Yachi's intentions? Han Xiaoya had prepared a dress for her. The white fabric accentuated her elegance as Niejia allowed her hair to cascade down. Gazing at her reflection, she let out a profound sigh. Had they truly discerned our scheme? This arrangement could indeed facilitate their escape unscathed. Anakin stroked his chin thoughtfully. This matter lies solely between you and Darth Sidious. I am but an observer fulfilling our agreement, Sang Xier stated impassively. This wine has been infused with other rare ingredients, has it not? Lu Yuan speculated. Wang Xiao scrutinized deeply, recognizing that Wang Ningji had inherited the merits of both Wang Shiji and Qi Xuan. His handsome visage and tall stature now reflected a newfound maturity. Despite Wang Xiao's unwavering gaze, he could glean nothing from Wang Ningji's expression and ultimately relented, pondering momentarily before parting his lips, ready to speak. Then, joyfully following the zookeeper's lead, there was a flicker of excitement within, for how many among the countless people across the nation could boast of personally touching this national treasure? Countless massive bones rose from the earth, resembling a colossal avian cage that ensnared the entire stone hall of the world. Inside the ship's cabin, one could observe splattered remnants of blood and punctured holes, alongside numerous corpses of mutated zombies, reminiscent of those he had encountered previously at Ludwa Port. This further corroborated Tang Yu's assessment that this was a meticulously planned bioterrorism attack. It was evident that Kaba spoke with a dispassionate tone, devoid of any sense of national belonging. However, it was understandable. If Lin Lei lived in a country that changed its name every few years, he too might adopt such an attitude. After all, self-preservation was paramount. As for a sense of national identity, what was that? Was this a calamity from the heavens? Diablo was taken aback, then let out a huff of anger, opening his mouth to unleash a purple lightning bolt that pierced through the vastness, obliterating a portion of the dark calamity clouds. However, Su Yang had no time to savor this moment. The egg tart could only halt time for 2 seconds, and its cooldown was exceedingly lengthy, usable only once a day. He had to utilize those fleeting 2 seconds to prevent a gash from continuing his incantation. In my view, witchcraft merely involves mastering peculiar medical techniques and poison crafting, lacking any true mystique. As for his so-called beast-taming skills, they were hardly noteworthy. He had yet to witness the performances of a circus, which would reveal to him the true essence of beast-taming skills. The bloodless sovereign let out a piercing howl, his eyes wide with terror. He was indeed the most bewildered among them. Despite being a supreme being, he was struck down by a single arrow, deprived even of the chance to flee. The words of Hua Yun and Jining Shuang jolted Wu Chongqing from his stupor. And as the anger that had clouded his mind began to dissipate, clarity returned to him. Yu Sienna strode purposefully to the severed head of Maria. Lifting it from the table and laying it face up, fully engrossed in examining the neck and measuring its dimensions. Today marked the third day. You nearly frightened the life out of me. It was rare for the scarred man to exhibit humor. Zhang Yang sheepishly scratched his head, unaware that he had slept for such an extended period. Guan Jinlin observed as the 9 rogues shielded the scarred face, refraining from acting hastily. Instead, he reflected on the series of actions he had just undertaken. His intentions were clear. He wished for me to accompany him with the volcanic relic. While the conflicts between tribes were matters we need not concern ourselves with. Yao Qiandai saluted, then led his men to confront the enemies on the city tower. Amy seemed still irate, alternately crying and poking, while Zhou Liang embraced her, his expression a mixture of emotions. Marine flora serves as a verdant oasis of life within the oceanic realm, forming the natural pastures of this aquatic world. These plants nourish a myriad of marine creatures such as fish, shrimp, crabs, mollusks, and sea beasts, while simultaneously offering humanity a bounty of natural green sustenance. Ji Chen suddenly yearned for time to remain suspended in this moment, as the feeling of awakening each morning to behold the one he cherished was simply exquisite, and he was reluctant to let such beauty slip away. Lu, the simpleton, remarked that although Shenanjia is a tourist attraction with remarkably convenient transportation, many areas within its depths remain designated as restricted zones. This is primarily due to the presence of rare flora and fauna, which often attract ferocious beasts and venomous creatures. Visitors entering these zones are at considerable risk of attacks from these predators. Here is a small token of our appreciation, dear midwife. Please accept it, said the Demon King. Having inquired beforehand that the midwife's gift was intended to raise funds for incense offerings, thus she had prepared a modest sum in advance. Unprepared, Tianlin collided with a stainless steel railing, momentarily seeing stars as his vision blurred. Zhang Xuandu awoke, yet Dahe remained in a deep slumber, an oddity indeed, as had it not been for his steady breathing, the group would have forcibly roused him. Didn't we already discuss this in the afternoon, Fourth Father? As long as the village consents to our trial, there will undoubtedly be corresponding policies in place, so there's no need for concern. If there were no such policies, they wouldn't agree to our trial, making the notions of captive breeding and afforestation irrelevant, Sun Zimei clarified. After accepting the silver, the innkeeper sighed in relief. This sum was ample enough to compensate for the destruction of his tavern. Initially dealing in lower-end apparel, he gradually amassed sufficient capital to venture into high-end fashion. Eventually, he expanded into other domains such as cameras, camcorders, and various electronic products. All the lethal techniques from the 5 formidable beings would seamlessly pass through Wu Ji, striking his fellow teammates. Bai Yanan's initial response was disbelief, and she even speculated whether someone had come to assist Zhao Fu in eliminating Feng Jiao. Upon observing the opponent's prominent account, a fully leveled Azura, Yu Qing could not help but utter a teasing remark. However, that was the extent of her jest. Iron Man could maintain and repair his armor, yet he would never manufacture a new suit again. The kiss she had previously bestowed, filled with gratitude, had crossed an initial boundary, rendering their relationship increasingly ambiguous. It was truly unexpected that the green-haired fool was the first to arrive, such a foolish swordsman. Sanji expressed his astonishment regarding this matter. Don Quixote Doflamingo held immense significance, serving as a tether for the world government to restrain the 4 emperors of the New World. His former identity as a celestial dragon and his possession of the utmost secrets of the Holy Land were also critical factors. This situation invigorated Li Changlin, prompting him to delve into information related to Journey to the West. Xu Yan intended to pursue the 30 individuals who had just departed through the Dark Hall. Their cultivation levels were all beneath the true martial realm, making them ideal material for refining qi. Power emerges from the barrel of a gun. One must ponder how much genuine strength Sima Yao truly possessed at this moment. Nonetheless, his renown was universally acknowledged, particularly due to his striking armor and the red tassel in his hand, which made him remarkably conspicuous. He was recognized the moment he appeared. Not long after his successful proposal, Song Ming had taken residence in the former dragon city of Yushu Star, preparing for a breakthrough to ascend. Indeed, he had to do this, for he understood that should he fail to act, the one at risk would be Su Yunliang. As his words fell, the more than 30 individuals behind Hefeng were momentarily taken aback. This man's blatant disregard for Hefeng's dignity was clearly a pursuit of death. Xiang Mo Yang, take it easy. If you lose again, your next 6 months will be filled with turmoil, Chu Minghua chuckled. Shen Qingwu had assisted Gu Guangye in gathering a considerable fortune over the years, presenting it all: a chest of gold, a chest of silver, and 3 chests of fine silk and satin, along with a chest each of various gemstones and pearls, complemented by flower tea, fruits, reunion cakes, and 3 ginseng roots aged over a century. This constituted a truly significant dowry. She realized the gravity of the situation and quickly unleashed several spells, even invoking the last few magical treasures. With the onset of the battle narrative, Yikong encountered pivotal elements, prompting the system to provide certain hints. However, these suggestions were non-compulsory, leaving the choice of execution to the player. Wang Quan? Li Chengqian furrowed his brow, aware that Wang Quan was the emperor's confidant. Everything Wang Quan did undoubtedly bore the emperor's intent, implying that his actions were sanctioned by the emperor, though Li was uncertain of the emperor's exact wishes. Despite her tsundere nature causing her to appear aloof towards her family, Tong Nai was quite courteous to outsiders, provided her mood remained stable. Otherwise, her sharp tongue could emerge. Employing a 5-star weapon was essentially a mode of self-destruction, a venture that few would dare to undertake. The only reason it was installed in this machine was initially to facilitate the 5-star Empire's operations. As I stroll along the Crimson Rock Road, numerous onlookers cast peculiar glances at Lu Qi. While it may appear to be mere observation, their attention is primarily drawn to the unicorn accompanying him, a creature resembling a horse. Adorned with a long horn, black limbs, and a red body, its mane and tail extending from its forehead to its back, both a pristine white. Inform Gao Shun. Instruct the entire army to advance towards Changsha. Xuerengui commanded his messenger. Witnessing this scene, the disciples from the branch of Extreme C and those from the headquarters outer court were equally eager to join in, rushing forward with fervor. In private moments, unbeknownst to others, Lu Qi frequently visited their quarters to assist them in their cultivation, primarily channeling his own energy into their bodies to enhance their innate abilities. On the spacious road, a horse-drawn carriage ambled leisurely along. However, it was uncertain whether the coachman's skills were lacking, as the carriage veered east and west, coming to an intermittent halt. Nearby, Wu Ku was utterly bewildered, observing the portly figure of Xiong Lei, who brandished 2 chopsticks in an inexplicable manner. In the next moment, Yi Qinhui caught the murmurs of the audience below. Compared to the central arena just moments ago with Zhang Yusen, the crowd here was considerably smaller. Those at the stage, who had wagered against Fu Yu, collectively breathed a sigh of relief, secretly grateful that their gamble had been perilously close to losing 50 pills. Contributed by the 5 of them, in addition to a remarkably talented disciple. You are truly ruthless, are you not? You demand a staggering 100 billion in funds at the mere opening of your mouth. Quietly smiled, although the figure appeared colossal. If such a multitude of guilds were to share the spoils, they would ultimately incur losses. Yet, they were aware of the necessity to exercise restraint, thus refraining from imposing difficulties upon Jun Mo Li. At that moment, the heavenly demon bull was restrained in midair, leaving Tang Fei with no choice but to produce the gigantic turtle shell, positioning it before him, which lent him a modicum of confidence. Brother Shen, this venture is untenable. Just as Shen Chongming was consumed with anxiety over the precarious situation, the troubled young master Xiao entered with a furrowed brow. Shangguan Lingyu, in a fit of rage, bellowed, though the reason for his outburst eluded him. Yet, Witnessing Shangguan Lingyou's indifference ignited a simmering fury within him. He would rather endure the discord of arguments and complaints than face such an apathetic demeanor. At this juncture, Feng Lu spoke earnestly, having discerned a hint of regret in Tian Ming's earlier words. After all, to be deprived of such formidable weaponry was a bitter pill to swallow. Moreover, had Tian Ming forged a blood pact with this divine armament in the past, he might not have been compelled to endure the pressures inflicted by He Lin to such an extent. The overwhelming force of extreme flames surged from below, almost entirely stripped away and pushed beyond the boundary. Justice Hull, with your meager strength, do you dare to stand against my army of 10,000 demon cultivators? The blood-red eyes, filled with arrogance, loomed over the ranks of thousands, exuding an air of authority. Mother, I wish to go out and play. In a darkened room of a commoner, silence reigned, yet suddenly, a child's innocent plea pierced through the stillness. Yet, despite this, the disciples of the Western sect, along with the disciples of the joint teachings, and even the revered practitioner carrying the treasured artifacts, found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. Manager Liu remained unfazed. On the contrary, he struck his confidant across the face with a resounding slap, his teeth clenched in frustration. Above the sword tomb, amidst the countless bones of formidable masters, lay innumerable secret tomes. The brothers of the Night Watch expressed their disdain, deeming the Yin-Yang order insignificant, akin to the likes of Master Qin from the Celestial Academy and Lord Qi from the Yin-Yang Bureau, signifying the same essence. Min Lan, lacking both spiritual prowess and martial skill, posed a dilemma for future travels from Muge City. Taking her along would undoubtedly complicate matters. Yet leaving her behind would render her vulnerable to predation. Child, are you hungry? The old beggar seemed to genuinely embody his role, incessantly smacking his lips, as if affirming the age-old truth that sustenance is paramount to the populace. Although these factions would inevitably face fierce suppression and exclusion from the existing 5 great nations due to the historical grievances tied to the former Grand Tianchao, leading to a significant decline in their influence, there would nonetheless be a few loyal subordinates who managed to survive in the crevices of power. It was indeed unexpected that the usually composed Dr. Su, wielding a scalpel, possessed such a fervent side in private. Xu Tian questioned the viability of this approach. As his numbers had dwindled, any further losses would spell the end of his hopes for a turnaround. Certainly, however skilled, he would not surpass the likes of the Phoenix King and Xerneas. Yet, in comparison to the resurrected Flame Emperor by the Phoenix King, the mastery over the essence of life's flame between the two remained an open question. The courtyard trees stood resolutely, as if sensing an impending threat that could lock onto them and initiate a relentless pursuit. Duanmu Feng spoke coldly, urging Yao Yongkong towards the exit, casually seizing a set of car keys from the table as they departed. What was initially promised as a mere request to confront an ordinary individual had unexpectedly escalated into a confrontation with someone who had attained the formidable Zhong Kuei manifestation, clearly a practitioner of profound skill. Despite the palpable fear that enveloped her, Levian persistently urged Su Yunliang to opt for a different attire. Yet Su Yunliang remained obstinately committed to her choice. For an ordinary person, engaging in combat with invulnerable skeletal phantoms was tantamount to courting death. They stood no chance whatsoever. This was the cornerstone of her unassailable dominance in Qin Kingdom over the years, as she had discreetly positioned her operatives within the estates of various ministers. The whispers of seduction in their chambers could effortlessly sway those men, leading them to forget their bearings, thus making them remarkably easy to manipulate. Shun Liuxiang refrained from provoking him, instinctively spreading her arms to shield Heliani. She was disoriented, uncertain of her whereabouts or how she had arrived in this unfamiliar place. The expressionless Xielin turned his gaze towards Yu Songhai, coldly uttering, "Yu Songhai, come forth to meet your demise." A chilling aura of murderous intent enveloped him. He bore a heavier burden than anyone else. His continued existence was driven by a desire to restore the village to its former glory. She often engaged in stone gambling here, selecting only those stones with smooth exteriors and distinct patterns, never once considering the unattractive ones. In an instant, as the ruffian turned, a series of muffled sounds erupted from behind him. Before he could react, a profound and piercing pain coursed through him. Two guards clad in tiger-striped trousers bowed slightly at the entrance, while the two dragon-like lions crouched low to the ground, their tails swaying. The little orange cat was reared by a large dog. For reasons unknown, in that fleeting moment, Chu Yunlian thought of Yi Yang. Their shared aura was strikingly similar, and with their faces obscured, she felt an even stronger resemblance to him. Zhang Lei, upon hearing this, fainted. However, this did not alter the fate that awaited him, for from that day forth, harrowing screams would echo nightly from the newly constructed training ground in Wangjia village. Perhaps in an unusually good mood. Even the thousand-thread dew tasted remarkably exquisite to her. Lost in her reverie, she remained oblivious to the gaze that Ling Chen cast upon her. Although he had long sensed that Lang Hongxiang was no ordinary individual, he never imagined that Lang could slay so many cultivators amidst such numbers. Surely, not even he possessed such capability. Qin Sailing only emerged to see off Han Xiao and Huda after they had shared a drink. Yet she still dared not meet Han Xiao's gaze directly. The crown prince then parted ways with Su Qingyan, stating, "Uncle, I would appreciate it if you could discuss this matter with Zero first. I shall visit the Xiang residence later." Su Qingyan acquiesced. Observing the two still desperately resisting in the Blackwater pool, Huajia cast a disdainful glance before swaying over to Chu Yunlian, her eyes brimming with curiosity. With a gentle motion, he placed her upon the soft couch, and with a flick of his hand, a cloud enveloped her, extinguishing a luminous pearl on the wall, leaving only a faint, warm glow filtering in from the outer hall. "You old fool! Are you shirking from an easy job? How dare you flirt with me?" Zhang Xiaozhuan's expression hardened as she glared at the security guard, her words laced with spittle and scorn. Li Xiang stood in the center of the room, facing a resolute middle-aged man who met his gaze unwaveringly. "I'm not referring to you, but I've heard you used to work in styling. Why do you look as though you want to gouge out my eyes when I suggest I make up? Do I not appear to be a decent person?" The stylist, unable to contain himself, offered a sardonic remark. A week passed, and Feng Ren finally discerned that the true mastermind behind this affair was none other than Catherine. Sun Quan, suspecting that the confidential discussions had been leaked, expressed his anger and disapproval. He investigated the eavesdropping incident, subsequently detaining and interrogating Yang Zhu and Lu Yin, while sending envoys multiple times to confront Lu Sun. In his fury, Lu Sun met an untimely demise. Yet, her height proved insufficient. She could not reach his face. Only catching sight of their hands flailing between them, Zhang Dapeng and Daniel were familiar faces, both former subordinates of Wei Hu. Now having pledged allegiance to Shao Han together, such is the whimsical nature of fate. Duan Jianwan was oblivious to their discussions about her. Yet she could sense the tantalizing aroma of the Huangmen chicken through the takeout box, its savory scent captivating her senses. "Would you like to feel even more at ease, sir?" The hands behind him suddenly lifted slightly, reaching towards Lu Xinghao's thigh, nearly grazing the most secretive part of the man. "I sincerely apologize, my lord. I neglected to prepare your tea," Wu Yuanxing remarked with a look of regret after sipping from his cup. Suddenly, Yi Han's pupils constricted. He saw a figure emerging from behind the old general. The person was tall and robust, yet not corpulent, clad in exquisite black armor that perfectly enveloped his physique. After a prolonged moment, the heartbeat of the heart of purgatory quickened, and although he was at a considerable distance, Yi Han could distinctly sense it, as if it resonated with the rhythm of his own heartbeat. He could certainly hear it. In the realm of self-reflection, after a fierce battle, both the man and the beast were evidently exhausted. Ultimately, they unleashed their utmost strikes, barely managing to defend against the onslaught before withdrawing. The following day, from the imperial palace of the northern wilderness, Yi Han and the Ice Empress Jiang Yuro led a group of 6, including Chongming, Bai Junyi, Shi Nuoyu, and Tang Moon-wan, into the boundless wasteland. The trio traversed the stony paths of the village, ascending without encountering any clansmen. Long Luo remarked, "The Mia Tuo Temple is an ancient force in the realm of cultivation, with profound heritage. Even they are unaware of the secrets within their own sect. If they were to discover that their founding ancestor is still alive and holds the esteemed status of a supreme being, I wonder what their reaction would be." As they noticed the arrival of others, their sunken eyes revealed a unique expression of both fear and anticipation. "I would not dare to take such a risk lightly. Let us wait for another day. If your father does not arrive in Blood Dragon City, I shall personally escort you to Blood Dragon Island to exchange your life for those 1,000 children. As for other matters, they are beyond my concern and discretion." Li Jiao remarked as he rose and exited the pavilion. However, contemplating such matters at this juncture serves no purpose. The most pressing concern for Chen William now is how to escape the elimination tomorrow. The little orange cat was raised by a large dog. Upon hearing Sun Yuan's suggestion, the holy martial emperor found it rather compelling. Thus he summoned the head of the Beigong family to the Holy Martial Hall. This marked the first visit of the Beigong family head to the Holy Martial Academy. Everything appeared so unfamiliar, and he had not had the opportunity to observe the academy closely. The vassals of the Jin kingdom, adhering to the customs of the great Jin, respectively groomed and adorned Wanyan Shuangning and Yixian, dressing them in the attire befitting the great Jin service. This year, Wang Lanlan has reached the age of 15. Since the beginning of the year, Grandma Wang has been diligently teaching her the culinary arts, such as making dumplings, steaming buns, and preparing fillings, allowing her to take charge. Liao Wei gestured dismissively and instructed the attendant to place the bottle of red wine and glasses upon the dining table. After I had finished speaking, He Siyuan's gaze brazenly fixed upon my face, staring intently at me for nearly 5 minutes. Yet, in the face of her seemingly impudent and discourteous scrutiny, I maintained my usual composure and tranquility, and those 5 minutes felt as though they had come to a standstill. Beneath the glow of the evening dusk, her cheeks blushed radiantly, exuding an irresistible charm. The fragrant aroma that enveloped her mingled with the delicate scent of blooming lotus, rendering her an ethereal beauty. Fearing the gaze of her colleagues, she insisted on parting ways, agreeing to meet him at the street corner while he retrieved the car. Yet, she found herself waiting in vain, surrounded by bodyguards, trapped with no means of escape. She responded almost inaudibly, her eyes flickering as the rain had ceased and dawn broke, illuminating the sky. With a disdainful snort, Jia Qi seized the contract of servitude, kicking the old man to the ground, then gesturing to a nearby thug, who promptly grasped the old man's arm and dragged him toward the opium den. He was too aged, uncertain if he would ever see Su Qin again. This moment might be their final divergence. Cursed be these fiends. Their firepower was overwhelming, their equipment exceeding that of the Japanese forces. On one battlefield, Captain Zhang Wansan, responsible for guarding a particular line, peered through his binoculars at the approaching enemy vehicles, striking the trench with his hand in frustration. Over a year ago, the Song dynasty boasted such remarkable welfare initiatives. It was no wonder that foreign sinologists yearned to traverse time to live in that era. After a tumultuous afternoon, Wang Lingling had squandered hundreds of thousands, ultimately rendering herself in a disarray that she deemed her most beautiful form. Mu Xiuzi raised an eyebrow slightly, loosening his grip, allowing Yi Shijuan to break free and retreat several paces. The lips of the mother trembled slightly as Sherry, on the verge of anger, turned her head away. She released her grip on her mother's hand and sank into her seat, lost in thought. We are all adults. The business of the Mu family operates in such a manner, absent of favoritism or preference, merely a transaction. Wang Chun, holding his clothes, remarked, "You ought to know who your son is." "Well, I shall only be away for a day or two, at most 3. without waiting for their consent. He strode out the door and vanished in an instant into a secluded area. At that moment, ripples unexpectedly surged from the Shinong Ding, forcefully casting aside the powers of Yifan and the others. Brother Chen was right. Indeed, Lu had been somewhat imprudent in his considerations. I wonder if Brother Chen might offer any sage advice? Naturally, Lu Fei had his own plans, and his inquiry was merely a gesture of respect towards the other. Nodding slightly, Zhang Bo furrowed his brow deeply, forming a pronounced crease. After nearly half an hour, within the ethereal realm where spiritual energy overflowed and the effects of the elixir took hold, Qingyi felt his true essence fully restored, and his cultivations subtly progressed another tier. However, an even more astonishing scene awaited. The four colossal characters' Xianbing world slowly descended, causing the entire ice block to tremor as if an earthquake had struck. Ninger, Bai Li Aoyun, feeling a pang of sorrow, embraced Han Ning tightly. It is my fault. The past is behind us. We must focus on the future. The past is indeed a source of pain. However, the disdainful attitude of the Lu Fan people enraged every valiant soldier of the Qin army, who gripped their long halberds tightly, their eyes wide with fury. Witnessing such a gruesome scene and the enemy's blatant contempt fueled the long-standing animosity towards the steppe dwellers within them. Amidst the chilling cries of despair, she heard the owner of that icy voice erupt into a maniacal laughter. A deep-seated hatred surged within her. Let the old wretch revel for a while longer. Once I discover Han Yan's whereabouts, I shall deal with you. After traversing the corridor for some time, Shirzi spotted an archway in the distance, from which a more intense chill emanated. The sound of the pipa was crisp, bright, rich in texture, and resonant, sharp yet powerful, delicate and refined. Unless one was privy to the truth, no one would suspect it to be a mere substitute performer. To completely eradicate the desert hunting group seemed somewhat improbable. Thus, he could only aim to resolve the issues concerning the higher-ups first. The remaining matters could be addressed afterwards. Yet, he was unaware of the immense lineage that Fan Yu possessed, along with the essence of the source of his power. Would he fall prey to such an illusion? Wang Dong recalled the death of Lu Xiaotian, and when he described it to Lu Shanshan, his expression, though grotesquely contorted, belied the fact that his attire was immaculately arranged, entirely unlike that of someone who had undergone a fierce struggle. Even the practitioners from the Sangu-Chi-Ju Valley found their bodies uncontrollable, screaming as they were drawn into the vortex. A myriad of monsters, none could escape. Within less than an hour, all were vanquished by Li Hushuan, including the failed specimens in the large pit, which he effortlessly obliterated with a single punch, transforming them into soaring columns of blood, drawn into the meat grinder. The room, long devoid of inhabitants, had accumulated a thick layer of dust. With nothing else to occupy his time, Wang Dong busied himself by fetching fresh water and began tidying up the dormitory. In a swift motion, Rong Lang kicked the knife from the man's grasp, delivering a forceful blow that sent him sprawling 2 meters away. Shizhan trembled, his voice quivering as he tightened his grip. Snorting in frustration while casting a resigned glance at the area he had been grasped, his tone laced with vexation. In the morning, Feng Fanghua had an important engagement. Thus she requested Qin Mu to stay home with Qing Cheng. While Qin Mu accompanied her son, she noticed that he seemed to be gazing at her incessantly, at least 30 times within a single minute. Seated nearby, she discreetly sipped her drink, refraining from uttering a word. Yao Yan was acutely aware of Zheng Xiaoxiao's animosity towards her son. The mere thought of her setting her sights on Zheng Xiuyu sent shivers down Yao Yan's spine. However, in the next moment, Wang Chunzhen raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to his wife's face. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two exchanged smiles and proceeded to the kitchen together, carrying their dishes to wash. Gu Qingshan, keen to alleviate the awkward atmosphere, happened to be seated beside Jiang Jin and initiated a conversation about their recent performances in front of the camera. Lin Jiao observed that this person's eyes increasingly resembled those of a wolf. Thus, could it be that he assisted her in quenching her thirst by such unconventional means? Nevertheless, he found himself unable to resist the allure of Jixina. He proclaimed that he must wander about, rendering his missions akin to a journey of return. The battles within the city of Tearswang were fierce. Zhang Hao feared not the threat of detection and demise at the hands of the enemy, but rather the peril of being struck down by the gunfire of the southern Chinese troops or obliterated by grenades. Although there existed no concrete evidence to substantiate the actions of the Northern Song dynasty, the mere presence of the Northern Song in this region signified that nearly all territories east of Xingqing Prefecture had succumbed to conquest. Being an island, it had suffered significant erosion from the sea, resulting in severe salinization, leaving little arable land. Most inhabitants depended on fishing for their livelihood. This time, Sun Honglei managed to suppress the absurdity that emerged from Agon's role transformation, maintaining composure as he once again embodied the hesitant, disillusioned hero. Gan Jing's mind was awash with myriad thoughts. However, from the outset, he had never contemplated holding shares in such an enterprise. Merely considering that the development of special effects would robustly complement the domestic film and television industry. His masterful driving skills were captivating. His ability to create smoke rings brought amusement, and his disciple-level proficiency in Peking opera occasionally rendered this Eastern man irresistibly charming. The most unexpected places often proved to be the safest. The intricate terrain to the west, with its towering, chaotic weeds, thickets, vines, reeds, and bamboo, was most likely to arouse the enemy's suspicion. In front of the old stronghold, a lingering infantry squad loiters 400 meters away, exemplifying a complete lack of ambition. Gan Jing falls into silence. On one hand, he recognizes that his feelings for Heather are predominantly lustful, while on the other, he grapples with the traditional notion of responsibility towards others. I am a man of integrity, Tan Shan reflects, stroking his stubble that has grown from his busyness. At this moment, Ziyao begins to play the melody they just performed, flawlessly executing every note. The laughter of the group ceases, and they set aside their instruments to gather around her. Ouyang Fan's cousin is truly remarkable. Wei Ning shoots him a fierce glare, but he merely shrugs, dismissing her warning entirely. Peng Zhi's gaze turns icy as he watches his classmate raise a toast, concerned for the warmth of his body. The man falters under Peng Zhi's stare, no longer daring to continue his toast. In a moment of struggle, Hu Yiyun seizes her high heel and strikes it forcefully behind her, unexpectedly slicing through Han Zishi's arm with its sharp metallic tip. At that moment, two subordinates of the deity burst through the door. Old Lady Tao and Zhen Huiyuan also find it peculiar that Xiao Diyuan and Master Zhong Yi have come together. However, since Master Zhong Yi is friends with Xiao Diyuan, it seems reasonable for him to extend the invitation, thus they do not dwell on the matter. Qin Ziyin swears that she will not rest until she finds an opportunity to obliterate the killing ban. The little orange cat is raised by a large dog. It is a crane, its wings ablaze with fiery red. Though not particularly tall, it possesses an extraordinary spirit, unlike any mundane creature. As the leaves danced away from the helicopter approaching with haste, they hovered above the Tokyo Museum, gazing down at the astonished crowd below. The figure crouched atop a clock, meticulously surveying the hall's surroundings. Just as its legs bent slightly in preparation to leap towards Ji Qing's room, the door to Yi Xian's chamber silently swung open. Clad in a sleek black dress, Yi Xian swiftly emerged, intercepting the figure suspended in midair. She gently lowered her hands behind her back, while Yin Hong leisurely surveyed the crowd, posing a question. In response, Yi Luo muttered an expletive and unleashed a surge of accelerated energy, racing towards the curve ahead. Drifting expertly as he charged forward, gathering momentum for another reverse drift, simultaneously releasing acceleration energy to swiftly enter the straightaway. Where do you intend to go?
Li Shunlian Raturta.
Awakening Hong Ling, a task that drained considerable strength, particularly for Li Xuanlian, who bore severe injuries and lacked sufficient mystical energy. Summer Fan gritted his teeth, observing as the protective magic shield surrounding him teetered on the brink of collapse. How does one reverse engineer instant messaging software? Luo Tian pondered. Confusion etched upon his face as he looked towards Su Heng. Noticing the crowd's expression of suppressed anger, Yin Hong felt a surge of satisfaction and turned towards the esteemed master Bai Lian. In his hands, Luo Tian clutched 3 resumes provided by Su Fei, one of which took him by surprise. My wife looks just like you. Initially, he had dismissed this as mere jest, failing to take it to heart. However, upon closer inspection today, he realized the resemblance was uncanny, and in terms of demeanor, she even surpassed him by a margin. Well, she has now grown accustomed to placing a dish of vegetables on the table, regardless of her fondness for meat. For instance, the black radiance symbolizes a dead star, a celestial body devoid of substance, akin to an ordinary meteorite. The red glow signifies intense heat, representing the sun, while the blue light denotes coldness. The red hue suggests that this is a planet of exceedingly high temperatures, and yellow indicates immense gravitational force. After completing the application, Lu Yun compared the average admission scores for her major from the previous year, noting it exceeded the key threshold by 18 points, whereas her own score surpassed it by only 15 points. To ensure a safer outcome, she opted to select the option for volunteer adjustment. In her original world, she played her part well, yet with each traversal into new realms, she seemed to liberate herself even further. The guards at the city gate, caught off guard, were swiftly dispatched by Zhao Yi's sword. One by one, the personnel moved past, having been busy throughout the day, until a detective in plain clothes and 2 disguised officers knocked on the rented residence of Fenghua. Subsequently, the prince reclined upon the bed. Lin Feng washed up, shedding his clothes in preparation for slumber. As he breathed, the herbal remedy flowed down his throat and into his stomach. No need, Yan Jinyu remarked, finishing the yogurt in her hand before tossing the empty container effortlessly into the trash bin behind her. At that moment, he sensed the gentle touch of hands supporting him, guiding him to recline, a hazy sensation accompanied by a smooth and delicate caress against his cheek. 2 black fish swallowed the elixir tossed by Xiao Xiaoza, finally feeling better, before bowing respectfully to him and submerging into the lake. As the flame leapt into the air, a piece of charred parchment flew out, capturing the breath of everyone in the hall as they anxiously awaited the revelation of their names upon its surface.
Do not speak nonsense.
I am addressing your father. You have no place to interject. The anger within the Li family member simmered, yet she refrained from confronting Su Wanwan, for she had previously been outmaneuvered by her. In truth, she feared that consort Su would discover her absence and suspect an illicit rendezvous with Kumingxiu, potentially provoking irrational behavior. However, upon further reflection, Suyu began to comprehend that Brother Yunyan had not only suffered physical destruction, but had been reduced to a mere fragment of his former soul. 400 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. Within mere moments, the shadow would plunge into the stone forest, vanishing into the distance. Sometimes, the accumulation of small changes can lead to significant transformations. Even Ho Ziyin would find it challenging to confront an army of millions head-on, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion. This was not solely due to the substantial consumption of spiritual energy from frequently exerting soul power, but also because of the sacred demonic energy. Fortunately, those outside the battlefield had already initiated absolute defenses upon sensing the impending danger. Otherwise, the tumultuous energy waves and terrifying sounds would have resulted in uncountable casualties. The small orange cat was raised by a large dog. Its eyes were a deep, muted shade of ink, swirling with an overwhelming affection and profound emotion that made her heart race. At that moment, and Mo Fingye realized the existence of such captivating dark eyes in the world. Long, thick lashes framing them, with a slight upward tilt at the corners, exuding both allure and an icy demeanor. The Foam clan originally had several princesses and princes. Yet due to various circumstances, they all met untimely ends, leaving only the eldest prince, Feng Beichen, and the ninth princess, Feng Lin Jiao. Logically, having experienced life and death and witnessed the rise and fall of an era, she should have realized that at this moment, Lu Wangge was utterly unfamiliar with Changsen Chulan. Ma Yan sat to the side, accompanied by several scholars from the Wei Kingdom, while opposite him were the formidable professors from the Zhao Academy, including the taciturn Zhang Guoji. Thus, when they alighted at the kindergarten entrance, they attracted the attention of numerous parents dropping off their children. In fact, Zhong Xingyue's name was also quite conspicuous, positioned directly beneath Ji Zhuochen, marking it as the second name of the class. He swiftly glanced towards Wen Ruyan, only to behold a flower-patterned snake coiled around a grand tree, robust and well-fed, evidently an adult male serpent. Upon hearing Xue Yiren's remark, Qin Feng found himself even more perplexed, entirely at a loss regarding Xue Yiren's intentions. This training was of little utility, and to call it good under such circumstances was perplexing. The resounding voice resonated so loudly that even Xue Yiren felt it was deafening, yet the effect was remarkable. As the elder seemed to grasp a few points, revealing a gentle smile, his rounded hand gesturing in the air. It was no wonder that the fifth young master relished the meal so heartily. Such a dining style as hot pot surely could not be popular in such affluent circles. However, upon hearing Jiraiya call her by that nickname, veins bulged on her forehead, her expression one of murderous intent. Observing the tearful and desolate Chao Mu, wrapped in her blanket, and glancing at her own right hand, which had nowhere to rest, was quite the sight. Wanner's face flushed crimson as she contemplated her own unattractive appearance, feeling utterly devoid of the spirit to forge friendships. Moreover, she could scarcely ascertain whether Su Bebe felt sympathy for her or admired her. Thus, she hastily shook her head in refusal. As the door swung open, Wang Jian emerged, markedly different from his usual self, clad not in uniform today. The mention of Mama Fu brought tears to Wanner's eyes. She dabbed at them with a tissue and remarked, "What is there to discuss? It simply entails relinquishing the inheritance to ensure your return of Mama Fu, doesn't it?" Lu Shirue maintained his irreverent smile, casually toying with her collarbone. Inside, Zhongwan felt an overwhelming sense of unease, utterly perplexed as to why Yang Tian had orchestrated their arrangement in such a manner. The two were taken aback, flustered as they simultaneously hit the brakes, coming to a halt almost face to face. While the proximity allowed for a shared understanding of thoughts, Tian Lu instinctively issued commands to the 7 initial avatars of the warriors. A cold sweat trickled down my spine. I regretted raising my voice moments earlier. As the ring came into focus, I grasped the forgetting river tightly. Observing the trio's intense reactions, Dong Qingyao chuckled uncontrollably. She explained, and only then did Bai Xuejia comprehend that Dong Qingyao wished for her to feign being her boyfriend to evade her family's marriage pressures.
Ah.
It has been quite a while since anyone addressed me in such a manner, Tian remarked with a gentle smile. Currency, garments, sustenance, elixirs, materials, weaponry, anything from the essential to the superfluous could be stowed within. It was not merely a wallet, but a portable repository for all manner of belongings. Upon hearing that Feng Xian had not employed his own techniques, but rather reacted with a somewhat childish retort, he did not engage in verbal sparring but instead prepared for combat. Yu Xingji merely smiled in silence. Under normal circumstances, one might discern the incongruity, yet in moments of peril, how many are truly attentive? The attendant surnamed Tong, for instance, remained oblivious to the circumstances. Yi Songyuan also exited the study hall, having emerged from the restroom stall, and proceeded to wash his hands at the sink, feigning that he had merely stepped away to relieve himself. However, Bai Xuejia astonishingly mastered the piano overnight, though it was scarcely even a night. After consuming 30 bottles of a certain elixir, he experienced an epiphany akin to a sudden awakening. It is widely recognized that China, with its vast population, currently faces a significant energy shortage. While the light-suspended hovercars may alleviate the impending energy crisis, their true efficacy will not be realized for many years, as analyzed by international critics based on the information available. This does not reflect the official stance of the Chinese government. Su Han, in exasperation, gave a light tap on its head, channeling pure spiritual energy through his palm. Linger, has the post-mortem mountain closure order come to an end? I inquired, unable to suppress my desire for confirmation. For a fleeting moment, Tao Fei felt that if Lu Yan were not clad in her green military uniform, she could be illuminated by the sunlight. Even Tian mirrored this sentiment, as the mere sight of teacher Bai Shiqiu evoked thoughts of that insufferable Tang Shirya. To me, anything is possible. Lin Chen's expression grew suddenly cold. Drawing upon the true form of his thunder soul, he forcibly attracted the chaotic evil thunder from all directions, channeling it into the body of the Azura. However, there should be more laughter, accompanied by an air of mystery, which is indeed a fortuitous circumstance for him.
Tang Yushuang,
who just moments ago bore a face as cold as frost, has now thawed in an instant, her smile blossoming like a flower, softening the sharp contours of her striking visage. At this moment, gazing upon the jade plate formation, one can observe that the blood of the Kuelong has spread across more than half of the formation, enveloping the beige jade plate in a vivid crimson hue, where warmth mingles with a hint of sanguine ferocity. Setting the large cauldron upon the ground, Li Qinglian meticulously arranged a complex array, so intricate that it left the likes of Bu Yunquang and others utterly dazzled. For them, Wu Ji's greatest utility lies in his ability to provide direct benefits when he is not yet transformed into the thunder spirit form. It is only in this state that they can glean the most immediate advantages from him. The old Taoist drew a sharp breath. The most formidable presence here is Bai Luo, who merely tagged along, though one cannot dismiss him entirely. For Bai Luo requires his insights to discern the true nature of this cat demon. As for the demonic cultivators who witnessed Jun Yixiao's unbearable demeanor, they either refrained from approaching due to the presence of the mischief demon seal or held a voyeuristic attitude, thus no one dared to expose the situation. Jean Tianyi and Dr. Chao, upon hearing this, were devoid of any joyful expressions. It appeared that the village chief's conditions remained unchanged. With a resounding crash, the shield shattered beneath the powerful fist of Susanoo, as the bone-condensed fist ruthlessly struck the body of Guijiu. Before Lin Feiyu, the Lingxi horn suddenly radiated a glimmer of light, its brilliance coalescing, vibrant, and imbued with an abundance of spirit. Seeing that a tester dared not act recklessly any longer, Sun Jue chose not to continue the battle, peacefully accepting his teammates' intervention and gradually retreating. Ultimately, Sun Jue was expelled from the venue due to his actions. Old professor, you seek to identify a location within the mountains, correct? The mist obscures visibility, thus one must rely on measuring positions to ascertain it. Yang Ling articulated her insights. Originally, Chu Yi intended to clasp his hands in greeting, yet his arm was ensnared by Chu Yao, rendering him unable to extricate himself. Suddenly, a towering figure emerged, emanating a palpable aura of malevolence. Within the swirling sanguine mist, a sharp cry unexpectedly pierced the air, unmistakably originating from Qi Ran. The Holy Spirit Dew is a crystallization of the essence of flora, typically found only in vast medicinal gardens, rendering it exceedingly rare. It may be more abundant in ancient medicinal gardens due to the passage of time, yet the presence of Holy Spirit Dew within this nameless gorge perplexed the alchemist. In his previous life, Chu Yi had encountered much regarding this. Many had transcended to become immortals, journeying from the mortal realm to the celestial, and then to the divine. Some fantastical narratives depicted the transition from lower realms to higher ones, where individuals of considerable prowess could shatter the void and embark on a new journey to the upper realm. The formidable airborne fortress, the Bethlehem Star, drifted through the skies like a holy progeny. Her mother-in-law was similar. Whenever there was a delicacy, aside from sharing with her father-in-law, she reserved it all for Lin Jiao, leaving her empty-handed. "My lord Ao, are you unscathed?" Autumn was taken aback. The yellow crystal unexpectedly resisted Awu without any provocation on her part. Might this be misconstrued by Lord Awu? Otherwise, braving the winter winds to dine al fresco on barbecued delicacies would truly mark one as a devoted aficionado of grilled cuisine. Through days of acquaintance, she discerned that her elder brother was a taciturn individual with a minimal range of expressions, and even when they did shift, they were subtle. With a cold snort, he remarked that whatever conditions the dean set, he would adhere to them. This old man, isolated from the world, likely possessed no money, probably having pawned something of value. Shen Rongrong could not fathom that her grandfather had allowed her to reach this age merely to marry a man of such despicable character. Nevertheless, regardless of support or opposition, Lin Yi, holding 2 prestigious Purple Gold Awards, had ascended to the ranks of the foremost singers in the Asian music scene. He dared. "If he dares to speak against you, I shall seek out Dongfang Imo, and together we shall confront him." Xian comforted silently. As Lin Feng took action, the nearby ruffians, witnessing their leader being struck, mimicked Lin Feng, swinging their bottles toward his head. "Brother Luo, my father said that the competition is about to commence. So he sent me to observe you," Lin Shuer said with a smile. However, the tranquil days were disrupted one fateful day over a century ago, when the 9th prince, feeling quite bored, stealthily ventured out of the demon realm for a jaunt, bringing along this cat, of course. We wandered aimlessly, reveling in the stark contrasts between the human realm and the demon realm. Thus, we swiftly advanced towards the remaining Yuzar warriors. For those remaining Yuzar warriors, it was merely a matter of time to resolve the encounter. Within approximately 5 minutes, we had triumphed. Li Dong vigorously scratched his head and glanced at Wang Shouren, who subtly shook his head, indicating his own confusion. Li Dong then returned the towel to Zhao Shudong and casually took a cup from her hand, proceeding to brush his teeth with exaggerated sounds. Zheng Shiqing's father, Zheng Zhongji, known as the esteemed elder of Qingzhou, had once explicitly asserted that the hope for revitalizing the historically impoverished and backward Qingzhou region lay in its 600,000 overseas compatriots. In light of the current circumstances, the only viable approach was to adopt the rudimentary method previously suggested by Kane, slowly searching within the Kang's port. Lacking resources, she resolved to create them herself, which is why Ayn Rand intended to continue writing. The technician needed to enter and exit the operating room to position patients and move the lead blocks of the molds, all of which demanded considerable physical exertion. Jiraiya observed Keiki. Although Keiki had earned recognition for his strength, Jiraiya noted, based on intelligence and observation, that Keiki exhibited several flaws in character, including impulsiveness and a penchant for capricious behavior driven by personal whims. Crystal, not one to lack empathy, allowed Liang Baoguang to wash up and dress after indulging in a moment of affection, while she herself lay in bed engrossed in her phone. Meanwhile, in the kitchen outside, the sound of chopping vegetables echoed as Li Shujing busily prepared breakfast and lunch. With a single powerful punch, he collapsed a building towering 6 stories high, demonstrating his formidable strength to lead everyone towards growth and avenge past grievances, while also instilling fear in those who might dare to disrupt peace in his domain. Soldiers, much like players, possess the ability to level up by vanquishing foes. They can also wield equipment and weapons, essentially paralleling the players. Provided that players are willing, they can nurture these soldiers. Firstly, the financial and personnel matters of Marvel Entertainment shall be managed exclusively by the parent company. Secondly, should Marvel Entertainment incur significant losses, The parent company reserves the right to intervene in the company's management. Guo Shouyan spoke in a low voice. As Ding Ji's word settled, a moment of silence enveloped the crowd, soon followed by a chorus of discontent. If there is anything to discuss, please feel free to speak. Eric, assuming the role of Luo Yishuan's agent, stated with a grave demeanor. Caution, utmost caution. Chu Tianxiong meticulously reviewed the information regarding the stock, contemplating potential adverse outcomes before selectively sending it to Mr. He's email. He then promptly activated the operating system to execute his plan. Am I not quite handsome? Yan Fei, feigning elegance, straightened his posture and winked at Su Mimi while tucking her bangs behind her ear. His teasing tone ignited an impulse in the two fairies, whose eyes sparkled, to spit upon his face. However, their desires remained unfulfilled as they barely soared 5 meters above the yard before being abruptly obliterated by an unseen force, rendering them into nothingness. Fragments that drifted towards the courtyard walls and gate met a similar fate. You are my master. It is not inappropriate to fall in love with one's master. Bai's demeanor was respectful, articulating his thoughts with conviction, as everything seemed tranquil, concealing the tumult beneath. The notion that the remaining shall be king underscores the principle that time is the most equitable and formidable weapon at everyone's disposal. If one can endure longer than others, ultimate victory shall inevitably belong to them. Principal AI. As Luo Yishuan entered the principal's office, she was met with Principal AI's grave demeanor, stirring a sense of unease within her. This was the first occasion she had witnessed such an expression on his face. Typically, their encounters were filled with laughter and joviality. Upon hearing Chiomei's words, Louis was poised to erupt with anger, yet I restrained him. As I found Chiomei increasingly intriguing, the more she displayed such behavior, the more I chose to indulge her, eager to discern her true intentions. Her beautiful eyes reflected a sense of bewilderment as our gazes locked. Chen Xiaoran, leaning closer, suddenly grasped something and shut her eyes. The crowd presumed that Dian Feihu had fallen from the cliff and sent individuals to search the base of the mountain, only to find no trace of his body. Moreover, their physical forms underwent transformation, becoming stronger and more agile, as if sensing an ethereal force drifting through the cosmos, an essence distinct from the power of nature. A force of a higher order, a prodigy, despite merely being a broken 9th rank, met a serene demise at his hands, plunging those within the hall into an eerie silence. Their gazes towards Gang Tian shifted from disdain to trepidation. Observing others in distress, she felt an inexplicable thrill and delight. Once she savored that sensation, it lingered in her memory, an indelible mark upon her soul. I was enveloped by a delusion that, in truth, Shenlin Feng was unscathed. Breathlessly, I exhaled onto his face, igniting a surge of excitement within me. My hands instinctively embraced the expanse of Shen Linfeng's back as he leaned upon me, his legs brushing against the bed, arching his body slightly, seemingly poised to embark on a fervent endeavor. In that moment, Eupicio lunged forward, toppling the 9 lives ghost cat to the ground, encircling it with a radiant light. Instantly, among the celestial demons of the 9 clans, with the exception of the 2 dragon clan leaders grievously wounded by Bailey Dengfeng, the remaining 7 clan leaders donned expressions of astonishment, urging one another to act. Upon hearing that desolate yet maniacal laughter, silence reigned. All were consumed by an even more frenzied assault. Like dry kindling meeting a fierce blaze, flames erupted skyward, and those threads as resilient as steel dissolved in the fire. The web tore open a substantial gash, granting the 2 an opportunity to scatter and flee. Ling Jiao, observing from a distance, discerned that both individuals possessed cultivation levels at the Great Luo Golden Immortal tier, albeit merely at the 3rd layer. They were undoubtedly waiting for him and old Niu. In Li Fuxing's perspective, sustained employment in Zhonghai was neither realistic nor feasible. Firstly, he could not aspire to remain there, becoming a new denizen of Zhonghai, as that echelon was beyond his reach. Indeed, had Lan Wan'er been privy to the thoughts of these individuals, she would have been left with a silent, bitter smile. Hui Ming and Bai Miao strained their necks and widened their eyes, drooling profusely. Yet, Leopard Slave felt a deep sense of gratitude, for this signified that Han Wanqing had placed complete trust in him. Otherwise, if this matter were to be disclosed, it would likely attract the relentless pursuit of all the formidable beings within the imperial realm upon Han Wanheng. I overheard from Granny Zhang that this item, known as the Red Date Blood Swallow, was specially delivered to you by Zhu in this morning, as Qiu Ju softly remarked. Outside the passage, 2 Imperial Realm contenders awaited what might not belong to them. Meanwhile, within the passage, Han Wanheng was reaping unexpected rewards. Electo inhaled deeply, inquiring, "What have you truly seen?" After a prolonged silence, Electo finally posed the question. "Fuxian, let us accompany Mingyue to admire the nightscape of Luocheng. After all this time in Luocheng, we have yet to venture out at night." Du Guyu turned to Fuxian and suggested, "What does it matter if I cannot fathom it? I shall still beat you to the ground. Taste my attack." Qin Faku exclaimed, twisting his robust form as he charged towards the concealed threat. After Zhu Qiangjian's departure, Lu Jun unleashed several fireballs upon the corpses, reducing them to mere ashes. Ling Xian pondered whether her princess's earlier words hinted at Levi's undisclosed, extraordinary past. Upon raising her gaze, she realized she had followed Huizhi into the living room of the house. Currently, 5 adept masters in the Great Ascension phase had resolved to accompany Lin Feng on an expedition into the scorched wilderness. In the past, he had successfully refined 4th-grade spiritual pills more than once. However, previous accomplishments did not guarantee a high success rate in future endeavors. In the finals of the alchemy competition, he attempted thrice, yet regrettably, each endeavor ended in failure. Initially unconcerned, he pulled out his phone, but upon seeing the name Wang Hanin displayed on the screen, his nerves tightened instantaneously. Hearing my words, Yuqian nodded in agreement, then turned and led me back toward the company. The 5th round of tribulation arrived. Indeed, there were 9 rounds of tribulation, a number that signifies extremes, embodying the principle of returning to the essence, in harmony with the laws of nature. The manifestation of the holy fetus attaining enlightenment was astonishingly formidable. Some cultivators were rendered speechless in astonishment. Although my mind was preoccupied with other matters, for Zheng Jie, this was likely the most significant concern all along. It turned out the Master's poison had never truly been cured. They had been deceived all this time. With this realization, all previous doubts suddenly found clarity. Chang Sun-yu was indeed a dear friend of Lin Feng, and he harbored genuine concern for Chang Sun-yu's safety. Exiting the secret chamber, Lin Feng soared into the air, gazing towards the source of the spiritual energy fluctuations. He confirmed that the energy emanated from the Blood Sun Tower's stronghold. Should the azure stone shatter, a cataclysmic explosion would ensue, potent enough to annihilate everything within 1,000 feet, rendering the entire mountain to naught, while only the instigator would be transported into the Azure Demon's legacy sanctum. Upon returning to his residence, Lu Yi promptly sat cross-legged, replenishing his nearly depleted spiritual energy, increasingly aware that his capacity to store energy could not keep pace with its output. Fortunately, we have safely weathered this beast tide. Let us not dwell on anything else for now, Chun Chung said to Nailan Jichen. Du Jinjin and Tian Jingmei simultaneously displayed expressions of profound relief. However, as if sharing a telepathic connection, they turned their gazes towards one another, their eyes meeting in a spark of electric intensity. What is the matter? Louis gazed at Qin Shuang in confusion. It was a rare occurrence for Qin Shuang to exhibit such extreme astonishment. Yu Longxing's eyes suddenly ignited with a seething fury as he fixed his gaze on the carriage, his fists clenched tightly, yet he remained motionless. Having resolved to follow the group, Longting and his companions promptly sprang into action, selecting their target before proceeding to tail them. After all, covert surveillance was essential to uncovering truths that could not be discerned in plain sight, and such revelations or evidence were crucial in elucidating the circumstances surrounding General Chen's demise. The two exchanged a glance, their silence heavy with indifference, as they maneuvered the wheelchair into the elevator and pressed the button for the first floor. Lin Jiao stepped out of the sedan, her cheeks flushed and a smile gracing her features as she watched the carriage recede into the distance. Even those hailing from the realm of immortals posed no threat to the power of the Songtian sect. Facing beings of the celestial realm with such might would indeed be a formidable challenge. Her steps forward grew increasingly resolute, for she had come to understand the path that lay ahead. Why, then, did my previous first and second level Vajra mind power not require the value of Vajra martial illusion mind power? Mo Fei questioned again, perplexed. Do not be anxious. It is not I who seeks your life, but another. I have come to propose a transaction. Surrender to me the Eastern Immortal Emperor's residence, and in return, I shall provide you with a piece of intelligence, or perhaps a path to salvation. Wang Yu narrowed his eyes as he spoke. Tang Rao initially presumed that his entire army would face annihilation. Without a clear understanding of the enemy's attributes, he naturally wished to spare his comrades from suffering. If the adversary truly unleashed a bloodbath, it was likely that his spells would falter, and perhaps even his life-saving artifacts would be destroyed in the chaos. Lu Yang, being more seasoned and less impulsive than Murong Hu, furrowed his brow at the unfolding scene, sensing that something was amiss. After 2 attempts, he realized that the other party was deliberately evading Zijin. Zijin pressed her hands against his temples, attempting to stabilize his head. However, the moment their skin met, she was struck by an astonishing warmth emanating from him, and she soon noticed that the exposed areas of Qinyu were tinged with a hint of crimson. Indeed, Lin Feng now held sway over the very lifeblood of London. Whenever he desired, he could plunge the city into an abyss of unending terror. Yang Shi's teeth ground together in frustration. She longed to deliver a punch that would shatter his hypocritical facade. Though this man appeared unhinged, he calculated nearly every situation meticulously, always ensuring an escape route for himself. Meanwhile, her gaze remained fixed intently upon Yu Xingho, who was engrossed in alchemy. As the 5 judges on the panel wore expressions of grave concern, could it be true that Guaqin was indeed bitten to death? Heaven forbid. Surely, this is not a jest. What you have spoken is of great significance to us. When you meet them later, do not feel anxious. Speak freely of all that you know. Tian paid no heed to Chinese thoughts and proceeded directly toward the highest mountain range. Along the way, they encountered many members of the ancient tribes, yet none emerged to impede their passage. Among the Wuhuan army, only the most skilled riders could hope to match the prowess of the Xianbei cavalry, and even among each Wuhuan king's retinue, there existed merely 800 to 1,000 such valiant warriors. Just as impatience began to brew among the crowd, Hong Tian waved his hand, and a transparent orb materialized in his grasp. However, he found himself powerless to shift the imposing mountain, forced to wait and endure in a state of limbo. Zhang Zhuangma flashed a charming smile and said, "Guess." Lu Yinchao, feeling a profound annoyance and concern for Shiji, appeared markedly haggard. To him, Zhang Zhuangma's alluring smile was utterly distasteful, only intensifying his irritation. Would you believe me if I said I find Bowen rather unreliable? Hong Tian was taken aback. Yet he bore no ill will. As the Grand Elder of Kunlun, Li Yan was naturally inclined to consider the long-term implications. Thus, including the White Tiger Saint, it was likely that, without the might of the White Tiger, none would dare venture beyond the city walls. A massive vine of Song Tian decisively extended its tendrils, ensnaring the ice sculpture embedded in the heart and extracting it. Qin Zheng reached out and grasped the ice sculpture in his hand. Captured by her, he found himself utterly devoid of the strength to resist, Even his ancestral blood and pebbles seemed to emanate a sense of terror, instinctively concealed beneath the vast protective array. As he spoke, the middle-aged man, perhaps due to nerves, gripped his cup with noticeably increased force. In the ensuing years, the celestial ancient road faced a catastrophic collapse. With numerous magical wells across various locations forcibly opened, heralding a monumental battle. News of the celestial restoration technique spread, prompting the powerful from these star realms to mobilize in pursuit of the technique, seeking divine elixirs and contending for the fortunes left behind by the Tao sovereign. Upon uttering these words, a newfound confidence illuminated Schloss's face. He believed in his divine arts, capable of deflecting the onslaught of myriad swords. Set your current tasks aside and embark on a mission. Zhou Sun was summoned to Qiu Shan's office, where he was met with this directive. Luo Yi advanced a few steps before entering the realm marked by the single-eyed skull, his enigmatic figure vanishing only to reappear within. The doll bear mused to itself that it must surely be dead, having succumbed to hallucinations. If its master were to witness its being boiled, he would undoubtedly come to its immediate rescue rather than stand there drooling like a fool.
Released?
He knows your secrets. How could he let you go? What if he informs Luo Fengji? Left Nanfeng furrowed his brow, demanding answers. Boss Bai, it is better to resolve grievances than to deepen them. My lord was momentarily blinded by jealousy, yet he has since come to his senses. If we must engage in mutual destruction, it will benefit no one, would it not? Su Xing reasoned, though a hint of threat lingered in his words. Recently, Yu Huang had stirred boundless turmoil, undeniably becoming the focal point of public discourse. His arrival naturally incited a tempest. First and foremost, it is essential to establish a formidable influence. He originally aspired to expand his authority throughout the cosmos, even reaching the Purple Star, making this an unparalleled opportunity. She requires a guardian such as yourself. Although your strength may be lacking, your innate talent is commendable, Mo Chun remarked. Despite the trite discourse common among cultivators, as one departs from the secluded realms of the world, the most critical aspect remains the transformation of one's mindset. At that moment, the leader Chen gazed at the 12-zhang diameter spiritual vein plunging downward, which obliterated the rooms surrounding Su Ping, enveloping him in the 12th spiritual vein. He spoke with palpable excitement. In the narrative of growth, the pampered antagonist, although the 8 immortals may not possess individual strength, when united, they undoubtedly have the power to contend with the great Luo Golden Immortal, especially considering each possesses various magical artifacts with unique capabilities. Once Yi Chun conceived this notion, he promptly commenced augmenting the strength of the Imperial Dao Qianquan array, incorporating the formations he had previously inscribed within it. However, the current situation dictates that even if AI Qiangwei has not blossomed romantically with this man, she would not choose to be with me. Instead, she would meet some talented young individuals through her father's introduction, ultimately selecting one among them. With so many seeking your demise, are you not at all concerned? Long Xinyu asked, observing the unperturbed Wu Xin, who leisurely sipped his tea. Upon turning his head, he discovered his senior brother, eyes wide in astonishment, utterly transfixed in place. Tang Qiuzhen did not inquire further. Instead, he summoned Fang Ming and Gong Sun Yun to restrain Jing Taiyang's body while he forcefully lifted the enormous stones that lay upon Jing Taiyang's legs. The formidable spatial power, capable of influencing all, the extreme in force, and the all-consuming dark flame converged in a singular display of might. As summer descended upon this resplendent realm, he activated the enigmatic current coursing within him, his keen eyesight surveying the grandeur around him. At that moment, the entire space was devoid of life. The wooden figures and bean soldiers were impervious to bullets, their casualties remaining at 0. Yet, these entities seemed far from satisfied, surging through the passages, where countless cries of anguish echoed within. Number 8. Yu Yan pondered as he stood before a multitude of cultivators, clutching a white orb in his hand. Since you have unveiled the secrets of the ancient treasure secret realm, resolving the mysteries that had plagued the sect for over 2 decades, disclosed the whereabouts of Yu Yihan, exposed the identity of Morongyu, a minion of the Demon Moon sect, and rescued your junior sister, thus fulfilling a mission for the sect. After Shi Zikue finished his words, he caressed the cheeks of the cook with both hands, gazing with satisfaction upon the beauty that belonged to him, a hint of pride stirring within his heart. He then slid his hands over her shoulders, drawing the cook tightly into his embrace. However, you remain unaware. Ning Hao could not elaborate on the matter of the King of Hell's corpse command, swallowing his words in bitter silence. Jiang San's face flushed. Feeling embarrassed before the young master, he immediately spat on his hand, rubbing it vigorously, summoning his spirit as he swung his fist towards the lean, shadowy guard. Qin smiled, organizing the myriad techniques, martial arts, and divine powers he had already mastered. Among the abilities currently at one's disposal, there exist several feasible techniques associated with the unearthing of dragon veins. The resounding laughter and merriment within the splendid halls of a Ming palace conceal a multitude of undercurrents, schemes, and calculations that remain unacknowledged. Xiaoyu squinted slightly, harboring a reluctance to place her trust in Mo Bing. This enigmatic man, though knowledgeable, leaves one to ponder the veracity of his words. The enclosure consists of a wooden fence coated in tung oil, accompanied by a screen wall at the entrance, obscuring the view of the courtyard. Sarah Ron pried Sarah's hand away, feeling a sense of helplessness towards her senior sister, whose current demeanor starkly contrasts with her former self. Recently, Han Lai has been recuperating in the hospital, much to the ire of Commander Mao, for Han Lai is regarded as their future. The audacity of the National Army attempting to assassinate him seems tantamount to courting death. Despite the present era of peace, the Special Forces continue their rigorous training, for they are the vanguard of the nation, and slacking off is not an option. The military does not permit such laxity. Why is it that when one believes they are on the brink of acquiring everything, they seemingly lose it all? Xia Lan's heart is in utter turmoil. Yet she is unwilling to accept this fate. Why has Lin Jiao taken an interest in her? Just this morning, everything appeared to be in order. Suyu had promised to propose to Lin Jixuan. As for Lin Jingyi's current capabilities, Luo Jiutian appears quite satisfied, as even at his utmost effort, he can only sustain himself for about 20 breaths. The totem of Huaxia? Yi Linghan was momentarily taken aback, then seemed to recall something, casting another glance at the formidable Camilla beast before him. At this juncture, all he truly required were elixirs conducive to refining his spirit and an abundance of spiritual energy. While the elixirs had already been prepared by Jingyi, it appeared that the spirit stones, in this desolate realm permeated by a sinister aura, would barely suffice to enable him to break through to the 6th realm. Furthermore, the subsequent cultivation of the 5 nascent souls would likely suffer from a lack of spiritual energy replenishment. Above, where Yu Chun had vanished, a silent darkness had emerged, quietly devouring the space between heaven and earth. This darkness spread outward, gradually taking the form of a colossal serpent, its might akin to a soaring dragon, dominating the expanse. Creatures enveloped by it appeared as mere ants, helpless against its voracious appetite. Yu Chun, using his spiritual perception, discerned that this tremor did not extend outward, but was confined within the bounds of Tianling Valley. From this, he deduced that the area of Tianling Valley was not particularly vast, roughly spanning 50 paces in diameter. The formidable energy emanating from the 3 secret caves was directed toward a nearby dwelling, not far from the thatched cottage. In the context of the narrative, Lu Xia, despite her fury, blinked incessantly as she spoke. I understood she sought my cooperation, yet I was at a loss as to how to assist her. Without uttering a word, she abruptly struck at me, leaving me bewildered as to why she hadn't consulted me beforehand. Zama was filled with myriad emotions, Uncertain whether to express gratitude or condemnation toward those who had forsaken their lineage. The complexity of his sentiments was profound, yet ultimately, joy prevailed. Marriage? Amy's eyes sparkled with delight as visions of her mother and Su Wei's mother exchanging vows danced in her mind. If she were to wed Ruashi, she would certainly take great care in decorating their abode. What sort of bedding would Ruashi find pleasing? The crackling of the bonfire shattered the tranquility, while the sound of wood splintering echoed around them. The meat of the demon beast sizzled over the flames, golden drippings cascading onto the ground, filling the air with a rich aroma. Perhaps the abundance of joy was overwhelming, leaving him momentarily disoriented. The elder brother widened his eyes, gazing at his younger counterpart, eager to speak, yet ultimately lowering his gaze. He was right. Perhaps the revered Chu saint would indeed never materialize. The man, stirred by her soft form, felt a tightening in his throat, swallowing hard before lifting her effortlessly into his arms. As the smoke cleared, they beheld Hua Wuxuang, sprawled upon the stone coffin, disheveled and motionless, leaving them uncertain of her fate.
Damn.
Why did it always seem as though those 5 old codgers were deliberately orchestrating this? There was little to be done. Before departing, I posed one final question. Which clan did Ruashi belong to? In truth, it was not others who had brought about her demise, but I myself. This imperial palace was a devourer of souls. My negligence had allowed the affections I received in the harem to become increasingly perilous. Lin Jiao spoke in a low tone, his voice laden with desolation, his appearance growing ever more weary. 1. Utilize a poster to introduce young children to the name of the primrose, inspiring them to articulate its meaning. So you claim not to harbor affection for Lin Heng, yet why then declare your intention to marry into the Jing Wang residence? Xiao Yuan retorted, harboring doubts about her words in her heart. Su Qingda's expression stiffened. It was astonishing that she could still be recognized in her current state, especially in such attire. This was a perfect opportunity to turn the tide and vent her frustrations. The several deputy generals, upon hearing this, eagerly rubbed their hands together, ready to seize the moment to teach the Jingzhou army a lesson. Bai Wei and Luo Qinghan, who bore a striking resemblance to each other, had donned disguises as Mo Dao countless times before. They had no fear of Luo Yan discerning anything amiss. Meanwhile, Su Qingda patiently awaited, observing as numerous well-trained officers gathered around Yun Yi, safeguarding him. X City is a sprawling metropolis. Although merely a city, many of the top-ranking products originate from here, some even enjoying global acclaim. He realized that he did not wish to close the book before the ink had dried, fearing to soil the pristine pages. Yue then discovered the tangible sensation in her hands was undeniably real. Mu Jiaoi understood the emperor's burdens were heavy, yet she refrained from speaking. As it pertained to state affairs, she obediently responded, first cleansing her hands with rose water, then burning a fragrant incense before taking her seat at the Qin platform, gently adjusting the strings. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian gritted his teeth and moved to Ko Su's side, similarly probing the edge of the gravestone with his foot. Please sit. Grandma Gao, she said. This silk was just sent by Empress Da, and I was about to sew a pair of boots for my brother. What do you think of that piece of amber-colored brocade? He Xylan asked dismissively, her expression tinged with a hint of exasperation towards the elderly matron. The stars merely lingered in a solemn manner, and upon hearing the news for the first time, he found it difficult to believe. Yet, having arrived here, it was imperative for him to clarify these matters. The uncertainty surrounding He Zaisen's position in the Eastern Palace was of utmost importance to the noble consort Da. Compared to this, everything else paled in significance. She gestured for the others to leave, allowing only the 2 brothers to converse. Very well, I understand. You may all exit. Ouyang, he remarked, casting a glance around the room before signaling for the others to depart. Yi Tianyi was momentarily taken aback, turning to see an elderly gentleman smiling at him. He recognized this elderly man as the gatekeeper from earlier. What's this? It's been a few days since I last emerged, and now even the most insignificant of creatures dare to call out to me?
Come.
Allow ninth master to teach you a lesson, the old man proclaimed, adopting a roguish demeanor and casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Yichen. Unlike the probing nature of the three disciples of Tai Xian, Leng Weiyue's approach was sharp and piercing, as if determined to confront death itself. In truth, this meeting with Wang Yuren was simply to inform Fang Cheng of his intention to enroll in the prestigious First High School, expressing a keen interest in Fang Cheng, who had now ascended to the status of a candidate. Let us continue our discourse. Our conversation is informal, akin to that of friends sharing their thoughts. The second prince remarked, noting the pause in Xia Wushang's tone, eager to extract genuine intelligence. The sword of pride cleaves through all. Mo Junwu suddenly straightened his back like a resilient pine, and as Mo Lijian's figure rushed towards him, his own steps began to move. He was the first and only one to proactively contact the fleet, thus the ship's bow earnestly persuaded Lu Liangsan. In this manner, it seemed that Xing Daorong suffered a loss, yet in reality, he gained a significant advantage. He merely provided a piece of intelligence. And it was Qin Guiyue who executed the kill. He refined the remains using the energy from the array in the Qin family's secret chamber, akin to laying an egg in a nest, expending merely about a month's time. Grandfather Huang, you overestimate me. My inner sleeve is merely what Pingge taught me. Lu Xuemei said obediently. Old matters? What can you do to me if they remain unresolved? With your intellect, it would be exceedingly difficult for you to harm me. Fang Cheng disdainfully glanced at Fan Haixin, shaking his head in response. A decade-long vacation? What does that mean? Fang Cheng inquired curiously at the target indicated by the pointer. Addressing the system. Is that even a question? At that time, I had a premonition that he would be disabled, missing an arm or a leg, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be his eyes. Gui Qianjue sighed. Humans possess a peculiar psychology, often inclined to contemplate matters while considering their own favorable outcomes. Sima Qian authored the records of the Grand Historian, chronicling noble families. However, none of the descendants inherited this legacy. These families typically belonged to various feudal lords. Zhu Hohuan's intention was to establish his own principality. When one dies, grievances remain. Lang Yu gazed at Wu Xianzheng, who hung his head in resignation, left only with a sense of lament. He no longer felt the impulse to crush with a single palm and instead lowered himself to remove the ring from his left index finger, revealing that he was indeed left-handed. It goes without saying that the speed of the vehicle had soared to an astonishing 200 kilometers per hour. Lu Xiaofan pressed her lips together, uttering nothing, as all her thoughts were vividly inscribed upon her face and in her eyes. Zhou Qingbo wore an expression of embarrassment, having returned empty-handed on his inaugural mission, inadvertently complicating matters. Reluctantly, he cast a glance into the valley, gazing intently for a considerable time. Yet he did not dare to venture in. With a heavy heart, he turned away. Shortly thereafter, Director Huang, who had once encountered him at the Provincial People's Hospital, emerged with a welcoming smile. However, scarcity rendered the rare precious. The second heavenly tribulation had bestowed upon the Taoist Academy's elixirs an almost earth-shattering transformative power. Several subordinates promptly opened a concealed compartment in the room, retrieving several packages tightly wrapped in oilcloth, containing firearms and ammunition. The combat capabilities of the high-ranking demonic beings possessed destructive power akin to that of human archmages, perhaps even surpassing it. Meanwhile, Maniba's physique had nearly become immune to advanced magic, and with its formidable body, it charged through, demonstrating immense destructive force. Of course we can. We shall depart immediately, declared the Lord of the Star Beasts, who swiftly led a multitude of star beasts away. It felt as though only a brief moment had passed when a clear, youthful voice broke the stillness, causing the darkness before them to fade ever so slightly, urging them to hide swiftly. At that moment, As Zhao Yun unleashed the Thunder Dragon charge, he prepared to execute a reinforced basic attack, but Hong Yi successfully evaded with a timely flash. Binhai City, cradled by mountains and the sea, boasts a typical temperate monsoon climate, devoid of harsh winters and scorching summers, making it a renowned summer retreat in the northern regions. In such a renowned tourist destination, Zhao Fei, living a life of bliss, remains unsatisfied as he lowers his head to scrutinize travel routes. Preparing to embark on an impromptu journey with Hao Nan during his wedding leave. Camilla possesses formidable strength. With her presence, the Red Sphere should not have faced such devastation from the monsters. Su Jianxi observes Lu Zhanyang's plight with a twinge of sympathy. Yet he refrains from yielding to transient compassion, recognizing the necessity to press forward. Li Yuchen sighs, setting aside the documents, and rubs his temples in an attempt to alleviate the melancholy within. Dugu Bo understands that what Jiang Feng is about to articulate is the crux of the matter. Thus he remains silent, merely watching intently. The final words spoken by Xing Lutisera, though potentially difficult to digest, provide her with a sense of reassurance. After Lily departs, Emogu turns his chair towards the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the scenery beyond. Whenever he is burdened with thoughts, he tends to adopt this posture. Upon encountering Song Shi, LV Fei notices the fatigue etched on her face, indicative of insufficient rest, evidently spent on planning matters. However, this is not a moment for pleasantries. The issues at hand must be addressed before any respite can be sought. Yet, should this mischievous child linger here, unless willingly engaged in games, she might cause considerable disruption. Approaching hesitantly, Xia Yaoyao first mimics the playful antics seen on television, but upon realizing he remains absorbed in his keyboard, she cannot help but feel a pang of frustration. Her countenance bore no visible signs of distress, not even the slightest flicker of expression, yet her body resembled a balloon suddenly punctured, with all vitality escaping through the breach. Despite Mian Mian's actions being carried out with her eyes closed, as if she were in a trance, Shi Mukin's emotions surged tumultuously. Mu Yunshin's movements faltered. His breath held as he gazed at the fingers cradled in his palm, hesitant to even blink. However, after a prolonged wait, he found no further movement from Lu Chu's fingers. Kuang Etian extended his long fingers, draped in the ample sleeves of his robe. Gesturing for all the court ladies to withdraw, the grand hall instantly transformed into a vast expanse, silent enough for the rhythmic breathing of the sleeping child, Xian, to resonate like a solitary organ note. Su Chinka observed the man in the distance with trepidation, her lips parted in an attempt to call out, yet no sound emerged. First, she had been forcefully kicked by Sang Li, and now she was stifled by his indifferent words, leaving Mu Yun devoid of any remaining clarity in his rationality. The eerie glint in his ice-like eyes flickered with a shadowy brilliance as he narrowed those captivating orbs. If he truly harbored murderous intent, he would have fired long ago, rather than meandering through meaningless dialogue. For heaven's sake, dear brother-in-law, could you not exhibit some restraint? There are so many witnesses present. Li Qi sighed, running a hand over his forehead in exasperation. Were Mu Yun present at that moment, he would undoubtedly pierce through Sang Li's cunning and facade with ease. Yet the usually astute Su Zichuan found himself repeatedly lost in thought, his mind in disarray. The television blared loudly, prompting Lung Xiaochen to instinctively furrow his brow as he strode over to switch it off. It seems that those unshackled by wealth possess a certain audacity, as typically, the impoverished exhibit a boldness that often surpasses that of the affluent. Thus, Qin Huan remained remarkably composed. As for the domain, could it be that one is finally prepared to unveil their true prowess? Observing the surrounding abyss, a world steeped in nothingness, the left hand of the Night King swiftly reverted to its original form in the blink of an eye. The messenger from the 13 states, witnessing Feng Bin's fury, dared not utter a word and could only retreat submissively. Navigating through the kitchen, they arrived at an extraordinarily vast dining hall where a long table was adorned with candles. The flickering candlelight failed to illuminate the entire space. Instead, it fostered a chilling and somber atmosphere. At this moment, Xiao Henshui comprehended that both the sword's radiance and the spirit thunder served merely as a ruse for this ambush. Realizing this, Xiao Henshui, once again deceived, let out a thunderous exclamation. The three heads of Rondel simultaneously unleashed a devastating breath of destruction. However, the dragon's breath did not travel far before the flames rising outward began to morph rapidly. The highly concentrated power of shadows was eroding everything beyond the shadows themselves. Whether it was tangible forms like the dragoness body or even the elemental flames, all were being assimilated and consumed. Cold sweat instantly coursed down Lobanov's back as an ominously foreboding thought flashed through his mind. Surveying her surroundings, she recognized that she had indeed been reborn. The arrangement and appearance of her home, much of it she could not recall, now presented itself vividly before her eyes. The assembled generals exchanged glances, shivering in unison as they extinguished the fleeting, alluring thoughts that had just emerged in their minds. Lu Tianrui smiled faintly. Regarding the elderly and his close relationships, he harbored no aversion. On account of Chen Dainiu, he found himself rather fond of engaging with the elderly. The soldiers of the Western Alliance retreated with remarkable swiftness, and within mere minutes, they had all withdrawn into the city. He observed that several of the city lords were relatively young. However, within the Council of Elders, many were quite aged. Even in a realm where one could live to be 150, numerous elders, especially the Grand Elder, had hair as white as snow and faces etched with numerous wrinkles. As purchasing was particularly her forte, Uncle Ian entrusted her with the task of buying vegetables amidst his bustling schedule. Just as he would not willingly resign himself to inaction, the three formidable beings certainly had their own preparations in place. Jian Shiji, the sole son of Duke Xiangping Jianyu, frequently played with Jiang Ruzhen and Hu Zijuan. Presently, as the energy source for the formation had been removed, although the formation had not immediately collapsed, a decline was inevitable. Just like now, he witnessed the malevolent array's luminous patterns gradually dimming, while the underground palace was slowly deteriorating. However, the fact that the Duchess of the English Duke publicly disregarded his dignity today was akin to slapping himself in the face. Young Master Feng Chen produced a box, unwrapping it layer by layer, and ultimately extracted a crystal tube within which golden energy flowed. Indeed, sir, the palace has become a veritable hub of gossip, which has caused me some concern, as the princess once bestowed upon me the gift of life. While speaking, he cast a glance at the absurdly behaving Ming Wuzong, his brow furrowing in apprehension. Logically, one would not expect anyone to be idle, especially while confined within a vehicle. A few cars sold ahead would obscure the view for those behind, leaving one to ponder how many transactions had actually transpired. The shards of the hard clam shell offered little resistance to Carl, who effortlessly crushed them as if they were mere eggshells. The clam meat, not only imbued with the unique tenderness of seafood, also possessed an unexpectedly spicy flavor, complemented by a subtle fragrance that lingered after each bite, providing an exquisite delight for the palate. Zheng Shichen informed him of the location and then settled down right there, adjusting his garments to envelop himself snugly. As he gazed at the first rays of dawn breaking over the horizon, casting light upon the dim and damp atmosphere, the world suddenly sprang to life, bright and vibrant. Buddha seemed to be in high spirits today, his demeanor radiating a warmth that was almost unrecognizable, a stark contrast to the person he had encountered before. Cheng Zizai promptly approached and escorted Abel out. Abel remained docile, offering no resistance whatsoever. Remarkably, even in such circumstances, he maintained a smile. Could it be that his heart was enlightened, revealing the essence of Lotus? After a night of intimate entanglement, Zheng Chenheng finally concluded his passionate endeavors past midnight, cradling the warm, slightly damp body of Shichen as he drifted into slumber. At that moment, He did not seek to wash him, but rather desired to hold him closely, savoring the tranquility that followed such fervent love. In contrast, Lin Jiao was different. As the magistrate of Xiangshan County and the ruler of Wuzhishan Island, should he earnestly pursue maritime trade, the momentum would naturally follow. Sun Wufan, indifferent to these matters, hurried along the bluestone path, passing through a moon gate, and continued along the corridor for quite some time. After circling around the lakeside rockery, he abruptly entered a hanging flower gate. For instance, discussing a marriage proposal for his son, or persuading wealthy families to purchase the vegetables cultivated by the Wen family. You go tell Dong Kuan that today. His family has offended me, Wu Yuhao, and he must come here to apologize. Otherwise, this matter will not end well. Wu Yuhao roared in fury, akin to a slumbering lion suddenly awakened. His physical constitution was 8 times that of an ordinary person, and thus he could neutralize such substances relying solely on his own body, alleviating concerns that prolonged exposure would lead to North Chuan Temple succumbing to neural paralysis and hallucinations. With a powerful kick, Shueyue's body was thrust away, the solid form producing a deep metallic sound as it violently collided with the war god platform. The pair of black wings behind him were shattered by the impact, leaving him in a disheveled state. After all, these two enterprises collectively held assets worth billions. Losing to Zhang Feng would be akin to carving away his flesh. Useless scoundrels. Yan Kuei effortlessly toppled 10 men to the ground with just one arm, each left bruised and battered. Her words were laced with an unmistakable hint of threat, and the implication was crystal clear. Fu Shi brushed off the dust from his clothes, rising to stow away the nearly burnt incense of soul condensation into his storage bag, leaving behind a scattered array of empty bottles and jars after the ritual. Embracing such sentiments, the two disregarded Saizuki's counsel by summoning all the senior peers they were acquainted with, firmly believing that under such a formidable assembly, Kitagawadera would inevitably surrender, never daring to confront them directly. After breakfast, news arrived at the base. Supplies from Henrik had successfully passed inspection at the space station and were poised for descent, prompting the tank regiment to dispatch personnel for reception. Although I had never met the legendary poet Li Bai, knowing he was a revered elder of my bloodline filled my heart with sorrow. Remaining composed, what dread could the realm of descending heavens hold? After all, I had previously stood against the realm of transcending heavens. Suddenly, Song Ming's shout roused everyone from their astonishment. However, unexpectedly, the 3 from the Tang family and Mu Xianling not only achieved their objective but exceeded it. While Shen Qingwu remained in a daze, Gu Jingfeng had already enveloped her tightly in his embrace, expressing his joy in hushed tones. At that moment, Wei Jie recounted his earlier dealings with Yuan Zhan to Wang Zhenyi in full detail, including his meeting with Xie Xian, leaving nothing unspoken. He had encountered peculiar viruses before, yet this particular strain derived from both influenza and coral-like microorganisms raised a question. If this virus were to infect certain large animals, could it also produce a similar exoskeleton? Dima's voice resonated like thunderous waves, slicing through the air and reaching the ears of a shadowy figure. The fishing rod was crafted from the lightweight yet resilient purple cloud bamboo, the fishing line spun from the silken threads of the blood-colored silkworm, and the hooks forged from the elusive iron, ensconced in a mixture of medicinal clay, rendering them undetectable even to 4th-tier spirit beasts. Yang Tian's countenance darkened as he let out a low growl, his body swelling into a towering golden form of 3 zhang. With a sudden surge of power in his arms, accompanied by a flurry of sparks, he forcefully extracted the soul-devouring sword from the young man's grasp, retreating over 10 paces in the blink of an eye. Yet, despite his grip, he did not relinquish the weapon. Instead, his other hand began to explore the back of Li Chen's hand. Having been confined here for a millennium, he was well aware that the so-called inheritance of this place of divine slaying resided within this stone tablet. Yang Tian sipped on some spiritual tea and recounted the day's events, leaving Yun Kong in a state of astonishment. The fact that Lu Liang, the deputy city lord, treated him with such respect, even going so far as to dismiss his beloved concubine, indicated that Yishio's identity was undoubtedly extraordinary. Under her command, several household servants rushed forward, intent on seizing the unfortunate soul who lay incapacitated, ready to offer him to the Black Python. How delightful! It had been ages since she last saw them. She wondered how they had fared. Kai Xian felt a surge of joy. However, an unsettling feeling lingered within her. And Ru Chu furrowed her brows, her fingers tightly interlocking, betraying her anxiety. It was only natural. She had shown disdain towards even the Grand Princess and had nearly incurred the Emperor's wrath. In the eyes of these individuals, her audacity must have seemed boundless. Having committed so many outrageous acts without facing any consequences, especially with the Emperor refraining from punishment, they would surely believe her connections were formidable and not to be trifled with. As she observed the approaching figures, Hong Yao's heart swelled with astonishment. How could the lord of Wangyue City, Sarka, also be present? A quintessential example, aside from the aforementioned Snowman brothers, included the formidable Contra from the MD platform. Upon hearing Qiu Shaoza's words, Shang Mingqi remained utterly still. Qiu Shaoza gently lifted his hand, caressing Shang Mingqi's face, while the back of his hand deftly wiped away a trace of blood that had trickled from the corner of her mouth. Meanwhile, Xiao Rang, not even casting a glance in their direction, suddenly opened his mouth and let out a fierce howl toward the sky. Among those present, aside from the two enforcers, Huang Shishang and Lingxi Shangren, even the white-clad individuals involuntarily shuddered, their minds buzzing and their chests feeling as if a great weight had settled upon them.
What?
This scene caused the onlookers to change color, as the Flash Emperor, a beast of half-step dragon war king caliber, had been vanquished so effortlessly. The ghost-faced figure in black had single-handedly slaughtered half of the undead creatures, and in his hand, a bone blade had formed. Armed with this weapon, the red-armored warrior struck with even greater ferocity, severing the massive head of a zombie bull with a single, decisive blow. Although Yi Lingfeng had withdrawn for a year, receiving an invitation from him was regarded as a mark of honor among the young elite of Yanjing. Yu Qing inserted a slender needle into the neck of the foreign officer before her, his eyes widening in shock as he collapsed instantly, lifeless and unable to close his eyes.